And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
Nathan Steuer is your Secrets of Strixhaven champion.
Hello and welcome to live coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. What a beautiful city it is. We've been having a lot of fun here, went on a canal tour. It was absolutely incredible and we cannot wait to bring you all the Pro Tour action this weekend. Also MagicCon Amsterdam happening here this weekend in the convention center with 17,000 people here celebrating the greatest game. There you can see the line to get into the building this morning. So many Magic fans all gathering in one place here in Amsterdam to have the absolute best weekend. On the Pro Tour side of things, we have 362 players ready to do battle in Draft and Modern for a $500,000 prize pool, and of course, the title and the trophy. There's a look at the Pro Tour area in the venue right now. Welcome here to the News Desk. I'm Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend here, joined by Frank Carson and Riley Knight. Frank Carson, home country Pro Tour. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
I'm really looking forward to Modern, Maria, because the diversity is incredible. With Boros Energy and Izzet Affinity tied at 12.7% of the field, there's no one dominant deck, and with Eldrazi, combo and various spicy strategies there as well, I just cannot wait to see all that variety on display. And I mean, secretly, as an Affinity aficionado, I just want to see a turn on Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, so do I, Frank. That would be awesome. Riley, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, Maria, it's been a very, very long time. It's been, what, 10, 15,000 years since the last time this took place. We have draft on Sunday. We have a top 8 draft for the first time in a very long time. It's been well over a decade, and I can't wait to see. Look, Showcasing Limited at the Pro Tour is always a special occasion, but Showcasing Limited on Pro Tour Sunday, Maria, I can't wait.
Absolutely, I cannot wait either, Riley. I am so very excited. But to get there, of course, we have 2 days of competition, so how does it break down? Take a look at what's happening here today. Kicking it off with draft as well, of course, with some Marvel Superheroes draft here this morning, 3 rounds of that. Then 5 rounds of Modern constructed after that. It's been a year since our last Modern Pro Tour, so excited to see it back here on the big stage again. 12 match points or better, and you advance to day 2 of competition.
And on Saturday, we're doing it all over again with another Marvel Superheroes booster draft, followed by 3 rounds in the 8-player draft pods. We then move to 5 more rounds of Modern, and at the end of Saturday, we cut down to the top 8 players.
Who come back for this very special Pro Tour Sunday. As we say, it is not just our top 8, but a limited top 8 for the first time in years. Another Marvel Superheroes draft, can't wait for that one, but this time a little bit different as players will play best out of 5 games, as is always the case on our Pro Tour Sunday, but this time in limited. Sideboarding begins after game number 2, and that, Maria, is when we will award the trophy.
Yes, the trophy as well as some sweet cash money here. $50,000 for our first place finisher, $30,000 for second place, $15,000 for third through fourth, then $9,000 for 5th through 8th place. So a pretty good payday for our players here this weekend. Well, we have lots of amazing players, like I said, 362 in the building with us here this weekend, and we're going to keep our eyes on some of the top testing teams and top players, follow along with them this weekend, keep you updated on how they're doing. One of those huge testing teams is, of course, Cosmos, Riley.
Yeah, and there's a huge development when it comes to Team Cosmos Heavy Play because they've actually split up for this tournament. It has been an amicable breakup, and I'm assured that they'll return to their original state for Worlds. But this team's in a unique position. They have secured, most of them have secured a slew of Pro Tour invites into next year. And given the fact that Modern is a larger format, one that requires a different approach to testing, they've actually split into 2 different teams, Espanol and English, where they will be taking different approaches to testing. Modern has been around for a long time. A lot of people have their old pet decks that they wanted to stick with, while others still wanted to stay with that more traditional regimented testing process. So this is a temporary step for these teams who will be looking to iterate and improve on their testing processes before they once again come together to contest Worlds later on this year. But as I say, 2 different teams here. Here is the full lineup that took to the field at the last Pro Tour, and didn't they do well? Christopher Larsen, Nathan Steuer, of course, at the top end of town. We had them contesting the final, as well as a bunch of people doing very, very well. But here is the Espanyol team led by Javier Dominguez, and they'll be sticking to the more traditional approach with testing, the roles, the regiment, the screen, the slideshows and presentations. Based obviously in Spain, a lot of these players in or around Madrid, but of course, nonetheless, a global team, Cosmos Heavy Play Espanyol. A more of a laissez-faire approach taken to testing under the guidance of Anthony Lee here with Team Cosmos Heavy Play English. These are some of the players who, you know, have perhaps had a deck and have been losing with it for years, like Corey Burkhardt playing Grixis. But no, quite seriously, these are the players who wanted to take a more experimental or a less regimented approach to testing. And at the end of this weekend, these 2 teams can come together, compare notes, head into the World Championship with a bunch of very, very, very valuable data about testing for big tournaments like this.
Team TCG Player, meanwhile, is filled with some of the most experienced and long-time successful players in the field. While Hall of Famers like Reed Duke and Seth Manfield didn't really have the best Pro Tour last time at Pro Tour Seekers of Strixhaven in Las Vegas, Matt Nass carried the torch for the team with yet another top 8 finish. Now here's a look at their roster for this weekend. And in their home continent, Hall of Famers Martin Juza and Gabriel Nassif are joining in, lending additional expertise to the team. No other team has as many Hall of Fame members as Team TCG Player.
Let's check in now with Team Handshake Moxfield. Their Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven was incredible indeed, putting 3 players into the top 8. Stefan Schutz, Max Kamenowski, and Zevin Faust. Incredible performance for them there at that Pro Tour. Can they run it back here this weekend? All 3 of those players back here with their roster for Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. They all lost in the quarterfinals, so they can actually improve their appearance here this weekend. Take a look at Team Moxfield, Handshake Moxfield.
Next up is Moriyama, the leading group in Japan, featuring reigning player of the year Ken Yukihiro. Now, they really did not have the best results at the last Pro Tour, with Toru Inoue as the best performer at a mere 10-6. They'll be hoping to put more players into Day 2 and hopefully a top 8 this time around. Now, the roster this time features some new and returning players, most notably Yoshihiko Ikawa, the champion of Pro Tour Thunder Junction, where Moriyama took the whole podium by placing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and they'll be hoping to repeat that performance this weekend again.
And finally, we look at not a team of players necessarily, but another group that it's going to be important to keep our eye on, particularly as the focus returns to Limited on our Sunday here. Our top Limited players since we've returned to Paper Magic in 2023. These are the winningest players on the Pro Tour, and oh my goodness me, look at that. Tony Portolán with an astonishing 75.8% win rate. A 76% win rate in Magic is astounding. Even being above 60 is incredible. So these players are going to be very important to watch as we get stuck in to this weekend, because again, this is a chance like no other to flex those Limited muscles.
I got goosebumps looking at those win rates in Limited. That is incredible. Yeah. Well, something else we're watching this weekend is our Player of the Year race. And one player here this weekend is standing quite literally and figuratively head and shoulders above the rest of the field. And that is Christopher Larsen leading the race here with 50 points. Zevin Faust is in 2nd with 29. Christopher Larsen, of course, winning a Pro Tour this season, coming in 2nd for another one. He's a full Matt Nass ahead of the field. In fact, he's so far ahead, he could lock it up here this weekend without needing any points at the World Championship. So Christopher Larsen, I had a chance to talk to him about this yesterday. He said it would mean the world to him if he was able to lock up that title, so we will see if he can get it done here this weekend. Well, of course, Limited, the name of the game for a lot of this tournament here this weekend. It's a very cool Limited format as well. Dr. Frank Karsten, walk us through it.
Yes, indeed. Marvel Superheroes is an awesome Limited format with 10 two-color archetypes. So here's an overview. Now, while it's useful to know their potential with themes like villains or heroes, overall, I gotta say this set is actually quite synergy light. Mostly a Limited format where you want to focus on curve and individually powerful cards rather than just chasing synergy. And while all these archetypes highlight 2 colors as a standard, note that splashing is possible as well thanks to land cyclers and color fixers. Now, white is widely considered to be the best color, especially when paired with blue or green, because at common, white just has efficient removal options, good creatures, and very impressive depth. Comparatively, red and black are a bit weaker, so, theoretically, the heroes are superior to the villains in this limited format. But of course, everyone knows this going into the Pro Tour, so white may be heavily contested. Meanwhile, removal is somewhat scarce in this format, so drafters may have to take it highly and then potentially save it for many of the opposing bombs in-game. Many of the common removal spells also feature teamwork, which is a cool new mechanic that makes spells stronger with creatures in play, and this all leads to a creature-centric limited format. Meanwhile, there are not many good attacking 2-drops, which will make it difficult to build dedicated aggro decks. This results in sort of a mid-rangey format where games will often go long. Now, the good 2-drops are the ones that do something later in the game, and the heavily represented power-up mechanic is ideal for that, giving you a built-in mana sink to grow your creatures later. Yet when your 2-drops don't really attack well into the opposing 3s and 4s, well, the ground will often get grummed up, and this leads to board stalls, and in such games, flyers tend to excel. That's another reason why white-blue is the favorite archetype by many. 2-for-1s like Herbie are excellent as well. And all in all, with removal scarce, game slow, and flyer strong, Marvel Super Heroes takes us back to the core fundamentals of limited Magic, and I love to see that. Now, finally, I have to mention that red is widely considered to be the weakest color. To move into red, you'd better have a good reason, such as getting past the Photon Blast Barrage, which can potentially turn into a one-sided board sweep with Hawkeye, or present lethal damage when pinging your own Red Hulk, so some spicy synergies there. Nevertheless, red lacks some depth at common, so it won't be as popular in the draft, but, that might give a perfect opportunity if it's open.
Absolutely. Draft, of course, is self-correcting.
Yeah.
So we can see some really interesting things here happening this weekend across our 3 big drafts. Well, Nathan Steuer is, of course, one player we have our eye on this weekend, your current reigning Pro Tour champion. He started playing Magic when he was just 12 years old and had tremendous success despite being such a young player. His 2022-2023 season was wild, becoming world champion, winning a Pro Tour as well. What is it like to have that much success that early on in your career, and what does Nathan Steuer hope for the future? Well, Riley Knight had a chance to sit down and talk to him. So everyone, let's settle in for the Steuer story.
I'm here with former world champion and 2-time Pro Tour, well, not just a 2-time Pro Tour champion, reigning Pro Tour champion, Nathan Steuer, here to talk about your career, some of the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, the journey that you've been on over the years.
So I won the World Championships just after I turned 20. And for me, it was really just a culmination of the success that I dreamed of one day when I first started playing.
But it was such an unusual story compared to, we see so many pros have this sort of incremental improvement in their game, this sort of slow but very steady rise. But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Nathan Steuer, this young fella comes out and wins the World Championship. Everyone's talking about him. And then at the next Pro Tour in Philly, there's a top 8. And then you win the next Pro Tour after that. An incredible string of results. What was this like for you at that age?
So in a lot of ways, the success that I had at that stage in Magic was even a little more incremental than what can be seen, right? When I really started getting to a top level in Magic, in my eyes, is at the start of the COVID era. And I was at this sort of crossing point, this turning point where I had to decide I can continue my schooling or I could leave school at that point and focus on the potential and trying to make it to the World Championships. So in 2022, at the start of the year, I left college and decided that since this was such a dream of mine, that it would be foolish of me not to pursue that. After winning the World Championships that year, typically, and you framed it this way that I like, you don't see people succeeding in this order. You don't win the World Championships, then do well at the Pro Tours preceding it. Then comes Pro Tour, the second Pro Tour of that year, Pro Tour March of the Machines. And the result at the end of the day was amazing and incredible, but the focus for me was like the process for that event was so unique and so amazing in terms of the collaboration. Had not been anything like an event I'd prepped for before.
It's interesting to hear you say that's what your focus was on, because that wasn't what everyone else's focus was on. Everyone else's focus was on this kid, Nathan Steuer, kind of come out of nowhere for a lot of us. I want to know how that affected you. Like, how did that affect your mindset? Was there a level of pressure that you felt? Talk to us about how this success actually had an effect on you at the time.
So with this concept of pressure, the way that I've always felt when I'm competing in anything, pressure is really an internal thing. With those 3 events, the Pro Tours that I won and top 8'd and Worlds, there is this image that other people were feeling of me, of this player that's going to continuously perform great. But there's also just the fact that Magic is really difficult, and I'm not superhuman. I'm going to make mistakes in events, and I'm going to select the wrong strategy in events. But for me, as someone who feels a lot of internal pressure, that often manifests as almost an anxiety. When I experience that anxiety and that pressure, what I do in order to sort of stay grounded and focused in the event is I use that to focus on what is the best way for me to play this turn, this moment correctly, and paint a vision for the rest of a game that's going on. That's when I'm the most locked in and focused. It's when I'm having this internal battle over what my feelings are in a game and how do I translate that anxiety into good decision-making skills.
So it sounds like you're able to harness whatever pressure there was, whether that's internal or external, and sort of make something good out of that. To sort of turn the page now over to the next chapter in your career, and I've worked very hard. I've written out a lot of very diplomatic ways to phrase this on the cue cards here, Nathan, but as we move into 2024, you were getting results that I imagine, weren't up to your standards. What was that like to go through such a change in fortune?
There's this thing that happens when you succeed in the goals that you set for yourself, right? And for me, I felt really accomplished in what I achieved over the course of that year and a half. But what happens when you achieve a goal is you set a new one, right? Like, I had to figure out for myself, how do I redefine my goals? And so going into that next Pro Tour, I had some internal sense of, I want to do well at the Pro Tour. I ended up doing okay. I went, I think, 7-9, not a great result at that next Pro Tour, but what I felt internally was this sense of neutrality. I didn't have my same level of emotional attachment or engagement that drives how I play. And, that's both my weapon of choice when I'm playing, is that intensity, that fire, but when I'm losing and it's not there, that's gonna affect my results in some form.
It's incredible to see now you're sitting here, I'm interviewing you as the defending Pro Tour champion. We are so back, right? You're not just doing well, but winning Pro Tours again. What's different between the Nathan now and the Nathan that won his first Pro Tour?
One thing that's really important to me to give perspective on is that during this time when, I figured out I needed to set new goals for myself after this level of success, and then this feeling of, well, I'm not quite where I want to be in terms of my Magic results, was I got to spend that time working on myself as a person, really. And during that period, what I did is I figured out I want to apply myself in some other categories and then come back to Magic with the same passion. I'm now working at a financial planning firm in New York, and I'm really happy to be dedicating myself to learning a new challenging strategic craft and helping individuals. But when it comes to Magic, after I got this job and had this opportunity, I could approach the game with that same childlike passion that I had previously. One moment that really stands out to me is I won the PTQ on Sunday, and after having a middling finish during the first Pro Tour of the year, then had a conversation with Javier Dominguez and some of my former teammates, Luis Salvato, that was really inspiring to me. It made me feel like these were not just people that wanted to team with me because I had the potential to help them as a player, but as a person that they cared about. And I wanted to play Magic, but I wanted to be able to be with these guys who meant so much to me.
It's a very, very old and tired cliche in this game, but it's not just about the Magic, it's also about the gathering. To sort of wrap things up here, talk to us about your role in the team, how you see yourself in the future as not just Nathan Steuer, the individual, but also Nathan Steuer, the teammate and the friend of the other people that you play with.
My role in the team, and one that I like inhabiting, is I like to zoom out. And what that means to me is I'm watching a game of Magic and I try to, take this stance of how will this game look like in a bigger picture sense. My ultimate hope, over these last few years, I've gotten the opportunity to coach a lot of great players. My hope is that I can continue to take on this role as a mentor and a coach to all these folks who haven't reached this level of success yet. Seeing new faces from Team Cosmos, making titles, taking down world championships, but my goal ultimately is to have fun playing Magic, right? I don't have any more goals when it comes to succeeding in each individual event, but I do have goals in terms of how I dedicate my time.
Finding something to do, what was your next challenge? And it sounds like you found that in that sort of coaching mentorship role. But it sounds like nothing's really changed in the fact that you just want to have fun playing Magic. Nathan, thanks so much for your time. Thanks for joining us. And hey, the very best of luck in defending your title.
Thank you, Riley. See you on Sunday.
The confidence, there we go.
Oh, yes, you love to hear it. See you on Sunday.
He's confident, if nothing else. Yeah, no.
No big deal. We love it, Nathan Stoyer. Well, let's take a look at our feature pods here as we turn our attention to the very first of 3 drafts here this weekend.
Yes, indeed. And where else would we start than with our defending champion, with Nathan Stoyer himself? But it's important to note, on our featured draft pod number 1, we also have 2 of his teammates, Luis Salvato and Sergio Garcia Gonzalez. They're in that Heavy Play Cosmos Espanol cohort that I talked about before. So not only some of the biggest names in Magic, they're also teammates. It'll be very interesting to see how things break down on this draft pod.
Now, there are various other draft tables that are also stacked with talent. Here we see Hall of Famer Li Shijian, Pro Tour 6 of Strixhaven top 8 competitor Devin Faust, and 7-time top finisher Sam Pardee. This is a really fearsome draft pod to sit down for your Pro Tour Friday as well.
Let's take a look at another stacked draft pod here. I would not want to be at this table. Check this out. Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif and 2-time Pro Tour champion Yellow Hat himself at this table. And oh yeah, 2-time world champion Javier Dominguez is here drafting this morning at draft pod number 3 as well. I am shaking in my boots if I am sitting down there. Well, taking a look once again, here is our featured pod number 1 here this morning as the players enter the arena and start to draft. There's Luis Salvato sitting down to play, Nathan Stoyer sitting down there at the head of the table, your reigning Pro Tour champion. Can he go back to back? Take a look. He is our featured drafter here this morning. 6 top finishes to his name. Started playing the game just in 2010. Tournament goal? Win the Pro Tour. We'll see if he can do it. He certainly thinks he can, if that interview with Riley is any indication. We'll be following Nathan Stoyer all morning long, your reigning Pro Tour champion. We've also got a Crackerjack team joining us here to bring you all of the action from the feature match era. We have Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth, as well as Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney on the mic a little bit later today. Well, fans of draft, we have got your back here this weekend, and I know there are 2 huge fans of draft waiting to call our first draft of the weekend, Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon. I'll pass it on over to you 2 right now.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are calling our first of 3 drafts this weekend. Super happy to bring that news to you and really excited to see how that draft on Sunday ends up going. But for now, we focus in on the beginning of the tournament. The vibes are here. Everybody is seated and ready to do this opening draft. We are going to be following along with our champion, our current reigning champion, Nathan Stoyer, as we just saw. Take a look at the table here, Paul, and how things lay out. You see some pretty big names here. You see Devor the Technic over there, Defor, the streamer, and a hardcore drafter, Luis Salvato, big name sitting right next to Nathan as well.
Yeah, along with Sergio Garcia Gonzalez, who is member of Team Heavy Play Cosmos Espanol. So lots of great players. They're all kind of feeding each other as well. So curious to see kind of how that ends up shaking out. You oftentimes in drafts, you do want to kind of play against people who do have a lot of practice in draft. That way you can cooperate with each other and make sure everybody's kind of in their right lane.
That's right. Now, Paul, we've talked about at the news desk, you and I have talked about on our various outlets about how good blue-white particularly is in the format. But that's mostly we're talking about Magic Online and Arena.
Right.
Less so in pod play here at the top professional level. What might we see a little bit differently here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be a lot more difficult to kind of get that clean blue-white deck that has a bunch of playables. You know, in an 8-person pod, the format's been out for a month. Everybody understands what the good cards are. It's going to get a little scrappier. You might see people looking to play some land cyclers, playing multiple colors, speculating on some lands just to make sure that you can put together a cohesive strategy. So that's going to be kind of what you're looking for. Also, just noting that white white might be overdrafted.
All right, pack one, pick one. We are underway here. Let's see if Nathan can open one of the famed bombs in this set. It is not short on them. Though, Paul, I do see a couple of answers for bombs. I see a Cruel Alliance pull to the front, Hour of Defeat sitting somewhere at the back there, and an Agent Maria Hill, but nothing in that top category.
No. If you don't have access to bombs, then you want to, of course, take a look at the cards that give you answers to said bombs. As Frank mentioned earlier, removal is a bit scarce in the format. It's really important to be able to pick up 5 to 6 copies of removal spells in the format because the bombs are so strong. So here we have a Cruel Alliance and Hour of Defeat, premium removal spells, part of the reason to be in black. But of course, white, a really strong color, Agent Maria Hill, fantastic white creature in those decks.
That's right. And you see Nathan Stoyer take the Cruel Alliance here, perhaps trying to hedge away from white for the reasons that you mentioned before, Paul. He may not want to get into that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cruel Alliance has just proven itself to be actually better than Hour of Defeat. The Exile Clause and the life gain very, very strong. Also just a highly splashable removal spell if you need it.
Yeah, that's right. We may not want to assume that Nathan is committing to any colors here based off of just the Cruel Alliance pick. What does he pull to the front here? Best black card? Yikes.
Wow,
Swordsman, Sharp Scoundrel, not very good. There is a Frozen in Ice and a RAF security officer there.
Yeah, this is just a really rough pack for a pick 2. I think the best options here, he's got that Swordsman up at the front. No chance he's going to be taking that card here. I'm thinking it's between the security officer and Frozen in Ice. That's kind of where you're at here. Frozen in Ice, another just solid removal spell that also allows you to potentially splash that card as well. So probably going to be taking it here.
A little bit of a weird start then for Nathan. 2 solid common removal spells, nothing at the upper rarities, no real direction yet. And blue-black isn't one of the most desirable color pairs, though you can do it when you need to.
You can absolutely do it. I think black-red is the only color combination you might want to actively avoid. Blue-black's certainly fine, but right now Nathan's just trying to read the signals, figure out where he needs to be. Maybe you see some good signpost cards later in the pack and take what you need. Here I see a Shield Spike Kit and perhaps a Futurist Forge. He hasn't brought it up yet, but I found that this format tends to be a little bit on the slower side. So a card like Futurist Forge in other formats, not so good. Here, actually overperforms.
He just took Shield Spy Kit. His first white card and also with no creatures yet.
Right.
That is a bit of a diversion from where he just was.
Now, I will say, when the set first came out, I was kind of low on this card, and then it's been overperforming, and now I actually think it's an actively good card, assuming you have enough creatures to play in your decks. Shield Spy Kit, you're happy to play the first copy. The second one, depending on kind of how many creatures you have here. And this is kind of another weakish pack. Colleen Wing, in most instances, whenever I take her, she's basically just a 2-mana 2/2. It's really hard to get that extra counter on that creature, I find.
It is. Well, Nathan perhaps veering over into white. This is not one of those scenarios where white was clearly open and now he's changing lanes. It's more like there wasn't much else, so might as well take the best card in the pack out of those last 2. So not a strong direction yet.
Okay.
Wow, okay. Photon Blast Barrage.
Yeah.
Red considered the worst color in the format, as Frank outlined for you at the news desk, but Photon Blast Barrage is a pretty good card.
Yeah, very, very powerful card. And remember, in that first pack, there was a Hawkeye in the pack, which is a really good combination with Photon Blast Barrage. Now, for me personally, going into a draft, I don't want to be the person to first pick a red card, but if I see a 5th pick Lightning Strike, if I see a 6th pick Photon Blast Barrage, then I'm going to take it because, any color, no matter how bad it is, if you're the only person in that color, you're still going to end up with a good deck.
You can make it work.
Oh, wow, that's a gift there. Burrow backup.
Wow.
Very, very, it's the best of the land cyclers. Really, really great card. You already have 2 white cards. You're probably interested in even at least splashing maybe the Frozen in Ice or Cruel Alliance. Nice pickup here, especially pick 6.
Yeah, so perhaps solidifying the white aspect of his deck, and then he's got the Frozen in Ice, the Cruel Alliance, and the Photon Blast Barrage as potential secondary colors. That being said, he does not have any of the really key white cards, and here's another, a Brave Brawler. This feels like a bit of a gift.
Absolutely. It's one of the better 2-drops.
It would be more contested than this.
Yeah, I thought so too. And, perhaps this is where a scenario where people are getting maybe a little bit too fancy. They're like, okay, I know the format. Everybody's going to go after white. Maybe I'm going to try to avoid it and just, play a different color combination because I know there might be 3 or 4 white drafters.
It's funny. I mean, Nathan did that himself.
Right, absolutely.
Right? I mean, I think you would just take Agent Maria Hill if all things being equal. But So this is getting kind of interesting. Aim Synthoids is filler.
Yeah.
I'm Iron Man. Well, there's a Panther Pounce. Maybe you just take that because it's white.
Yeah, it's a fine trick. I mean, especially because you do have a Colleen wing,
Colleen,
so it helps a little bit. But I suppose I Am Iron Man
Shuffle
also
and
turns
pass,
it on.
6 cards,
Now, noting that
feel
blue hasn't really felt open, we second picked the Frozen and Ice,
Pick up
but
the
we
cards.
haven't seen any of the other
10
important
seconds.
commons. Blue's very deep. It's why blue-white is a good color combination. We haven't seen a We Say the Nay. We haven't seen a Trickster Stratagem or a Shield Deployment Drone.
This is a nice pickup too. Helicarrier strike
Draft.
pretty late in the pack here for
Shuffle and
Stoyer.
pass,
Right? No,
5
this is a good
cards.
sign.
Yeah,
This is,
wheeling cards like that's a good thing for him.
Absolutely, because this means that
Couple
at
cards.
most there's 2 other white
10
drafters at the table, which white is deep enough where you can support 3 players.
Yeah, I think if you told me when I sat down you're going to be one of 3 players drafting white, I would say sign me up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the top end
Draft.
bombs are so good that if you get lucky,
Shuffle and
you can
pass.
pick up something like that.
4 cards,
And then
feel left.
going all the way down to the uncommons and commons, it's really deep. Like
Pick up
the
cards,
cards that he's getting
5
are
cards.
actually on the lower end of the playables.
Right.
You know, the Brave Brawlers and Calling Wings and stuff aren't really
Draft.
the draw for white, and they're all fine.
Yeah, and it looks like
Shuffle
the
and
only
pass,
issue right
3
now for
cards
Nathan
to your
here
left.
is he still hasn't really locked in a second
Pick up the
color,
cards.
right? There's
Not
just
at all.
nothing that's really pushing you in a direction. Now, if I were to guess, right, red-white might be where you want to
Draft.
be because we saw the late pack with the Photon Blast
Pass,
Barrage
2
and the
cards
Hulk
to your
Smash.
left.
We saw some Lee Kunlun Warriors, which is not a
up the
great
cards.
card, but hey, if
5
you're playing a red-white deck, certainly can fill the curve. But Nathan's kind of in a position now where it really
Draft
just kind of depends.
and
If he
pass the
opens a
last
bomb in
card to your
any
left.
other color,
Yeah.
he's just going to take it.
Yeah,
right?
totally.
You
If
have
he
6
opens leader,
You'll
Right,
have
you have 6 white
60
cards. You
seconds
open a
to
leader, you're
review
just going to
the
slam it
Yeah.
and just try to figure it out.
totally. And you know, he's already got feelers into the 3 other colors that we mentioned. Not green currently, that might be a little bit of a stretch, but you know, even then, he just has options on kind of anything at this point. Yeah, you know, if I'm Nathan and I'm sitting in this seat, I'm thinking I want to be flexible still going into the second pack because he really does need to find where this seat wants to be. I think the only thing that's really clear is that blue is not coming to him this pack. The
Blue-
next pack maybe, but not the other one.
Right, blue and green.
And
right?
green, too.
We haven't, because green is also a deep color. It's one of my favorite colors to draft in this format. You've got Undercover Scroll, Go Nuts, Pet Avengers, Ant-Man's Army, a bunch of great cards. We haven't seen any of those commons.
That's right.
Right? So green looks like it's highly contested in this draft. We've seen none of those. And we've basically seen no blue cards either because that Frozen and Ice was second pick.
That's right. So we'll see here if Nathan can really plant his flag in the early part of pack 2. I think that would be a big relief for
Time the
him
review
to
period is
solidify,
up. Please
yes, I
return
want to
your
be in
pool to a
white,
single
but
face
what
down
other
pile
color
in
should
front.
I be in? You know, because if he goes with black, he'll have Cruel
Find the
Alliance.
back
If he goes
label
with blue,
B.
he'll have Frozen and Ice. And
Open
if he
the
goes
back
with
face
red, he'll have the
down
Photon
and turn
Blast
the
Barrage.
bottom
Those are all
bar
fine
face
options.
down.
Yeah, and this is what I meant where,
Count
you know, these
14
drafts don't
cards
always play
and
out as
confirm
cleanly
that
as
the
you would
speeds
expect.
are
Right.
So you speculate, because you know you're white. You take the Fisk Tower. Maybe you'll be black-white, but hey, if my deck doesn't work out the way that I want, I'm probably going to have to play that Cruel Alliance in my deck. So this is where you start taking those dual lands.
Pick up
You
the
might
top.
even have to play an
You got
off-color
50
land
seconds.
cycler just to figure things out.
All right, let's see what he got. Oh, off of the bonus
Which
sheet.
Electra is that? Is that
That is Massacre Girl.
okay? Well, hey, we have
Wow.
direction, and hey, look, that's also a Super Scroll.
Super Scroll. That's one of my favorite cards in the
Right.
format. But I
Yeah.
think this is where it gets interesting because these show up very rarely.
Right.
It's like I haven't played Massacre Girl in the format
I haven't
yet
either.
with her against.
I mean, both
I
Electras are
remember
great.
it being really good.
Right. Now, both Electras are great. Arguably, the other one's even better. But it's a great card here. And we'll note, Super Scroll, while very, very powerful, it's at its worst in black-white because the white ability is by far the worst ability
What
on
does it make,
Super
an
Scroll.
04
It makes an
wall?
04 wall, right? Blue draws you cards, red kills creatures. So I think we're going to take the Massacre Girl here.
That's right. So Massacre Girl is the pick. So this should set Nathan on a specific
Track.
track, right? This is
Shuffle
he
and
is
pass.
now theoretically going to be black-white going forward.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he wants to be in that direction. Now, he did. Now, keep in mind, in pack number 1, he first picked that Cruel Alliance. Didn't really see any of the other black removal spells afterwards. But hey, after you have the Cruel Alliance, after you have Massacre Girl, this might be the point where you go, I know it's going to be a little contested, but at some point you need to plant your flag and choose a color combination. I think Nathan wants to be white-black from here on
Let's
out.
take a look at the picks that he's got so far as we've worked our way through here. Again, mostly white cards here as we approach, pack 2, pick 1. We can take a look at the next set of cards. And again, you see the feelers, right? The non-white cards are the ones that are like, well, maybe I could go this direction. As you mentioned, the Fist Tower and then the Unliving Legionnaire late in case he ends up in black.
Right.
And then boom, that brings us right to the decision point. Pack 2, pick 1. he was able to delay that decision long enough so that he could see this Massacre Girl pick come up for him, and that is exactly what he's taken. It's Electra Deadly Assassin, and you can see what Massacre Girl does. What it normally does in most games of Limited is it tends to kill every other creature
Right.
except for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have a 1/1 in play, then it just starts a kind of a chain reaction where everything else dies and Massacre Girl ends up being the only thing in play. Also, you can set up a situation where you attack with creatures, something's taking damage, all it will take will be a -1/-1 effect to kind of trigger everything else. So really, really powerful card.
Here's some of the cards that Nathan might be thinking about going forward, since he seems to be veering in that black-white direction. Hero in Training, of course, that's the mythic common for this set. That's the best common we've seen in a few years, at least. More Cruel Alliances, great. And then Murdoch's Crusade, kind of the unsung hero there as well. Uncommons, Paul and I both love this one. Agent 13, Sharon Carter. Every single time that thing triggers, it's like, yes!
I mean, look, but both of those cards are just amazing just because they're solid on rate and they also just give you a bunch of value by itself. And then, of course, one of the best removal effects in the format there in Dark Deed.
That's right. Now, if you're going to dream a little, Paul.
Dream big.
Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector, one of the best cards in the set, full stop. Doctor Doom, same exact situation there. And then I know it looks a little weird because it's off color, Paul, but the Superhero Civil War is on the list too.
I don't even care, right? It's one of those things. This is one of the silliest cards to play against. And anybody who's drafted the format, whenever your opponent plays that thing, you just want to kind of flip the table and not play
it's silly, but not in the kind that you laugh at. It's the kind that you go,
what? There's no counterplay.
Yeah.
There's no counterplay. So absolutely would love to open that in pack number 3.
All right, let's go back to the draft here
cards.
and Nathan
45
Stoyer and
seconds.
see how this goes for the rest of it. Look at that. Straight away, he picks up Black Widow, Double Agent. That would go just fine in this deck. There's another Shield Spy Kit. Anything else of note?
There's a Herbie in there, which is kind of a solid 4-mana play, but I think I would lean towards taking the cheaper
don't
creatures
disrespect
there.
Herbie by saying just solid 4.
I mean,
Herbie's the GOAT.
I love Herbie, and it's certainly overperformed because that's the type of card where you look at it and you think it's filler, but it's actually a top 10 or 12 common in the format.
It's a really good card,
Right.
and Paul and I love Herbie.
Oh yeah, I mean it says draw a card on it. How can you not love Herbie?
Absolutely. But
Black Widow makes sense.
Black
though.
Widow Double Agent is a really nice uncommon pickup here for Nathan, especially once again after kind of solidifying himself more in this black-white color pair. So he's got
Draft.
a nice gold card passed to him.
Shuffle and
he'll
pass
snap it
12
off.
cards to your right.
And you see
Take
there,
a look at the 4.
the 4. I am 99% sure
Pick up the
he
pack.
has drafted more than
30
any other
seconds.
person at that table.
Absolutely. I mean, we actually asked Nathan
Right.
about how much he would be drafting, and he said 20 drafts maybe?
Yeah, the 4 is on 50 at least.
Oh, I bet you more.
Yeah. All right, so Okoye seems to be the pickup here. Murdoch's Crusade, of course, a very, very strong removal spell, but I think, Nathan's kind of looking to pick up a bunch of creatures. Okoye also working well with Massacre Girl, just kind of ensuring that you're going to be able to wipe out the entire board. Great creature. I think that's the pick here. Now, Justice, the best uncommon in the format.
Draft.
Certainly, if this pack was really weak, you
Shuffle
could
and
even
pass
consider
11
trying to
cards to
splash a
your
card
right.
like that. But when there's a really great cards on color, that's what you want to
You
take.
just got to do it.
Pick up the pack. 25
Well, Pack 2
seconds.
has been very kind here to Stoyer. A really nice start for him. He sees another Burrow backup. Oh, and a
Ooh.
Red Guardian Super Soldier. I like that one.
Right, and there's a really great card, but not in his colors in Secret Invasion here. So seeing a lot of blue here, which makes sense because he didn't see any blue in pack number 1.
Yeah.
So all the blue is now, you're just going to be shipping it to the person who passed it to you. You certainly don't want to be taking blue cards from here on out.
No, because the problem is that for Pack 3, you don't
You're just going to
expect
get cut off.
any.
Yeah, the whole theory with
Draft.
drafting is you always want to be
Shuffle
in the
and pass
colors
10
that the
cards
person on your
to your
right
right.
is not in, right? Not
Exactly.
the pack 2 should not matter very much.
Pick
Yeah,
up the
and
pack.
Red Guardian has been
25
just
seconds.
really, really incredible. Just, hey, look, it's a 3-mana 2/2, and it just gets anything, and it's just a huge, huge swing. Now, in an open decklist format, it might be slightly weaker,
that's
because
a
if
good
your opponent
point.
leaves up 3 mana, you're like, well, there's just no way I'm going to attack into you. But you can still just, force your opponent.
10
You can just make attacks, and then your opponents might just choose, not to attack into you or whatever.
This
Shield
is
deployment
weird.
drone?
Yeah, but he's got Murdoch's Crusade. Like, that's an easy choice.
Draft.
Yeah.
Oh,
He just-
excuse me, I didn't.
Shuffle
Yeah,
and
yeah,
He
yeah,
just
yeah.
looked
Nine
like he
cards to
wanted,
your
like he
right.
kept putting it to the front, and it's like, calm down, Nathan.
Yeah, and I mean,
And again, it's for that reason. Like,
course.
it's too late to move
You got
into
the
blue.
pack.
No, absolutely.
Just
And
not
this
a way.
pack has just been going incredibly. Just a bunch of great white cards to pick up. But now we see more blue cards, but again, like we mentioned, can't really move in that direction. Viv Vision is not really a card that I love playing.
but it's okay.
She's just overcosted, but hey, she fills the curve, 3 mana, 2/2 flyer.
5
You'll kind of
seconds.
play it when you need. But those blue cards are great.
Look at Nate. He keeps pulling the. It's like we see
Draft.
them too, Nathan, but
Shuffle and
that
pass,
ship is
8
sailed.
cards
Yeah, you just
to your
need to
right.
kind of stay the course here. And Viv Vision is generally not a card you want to play, but in a Pro Tour level draft,
Pick up the pack,
it's still going to be fine.
20
It still fills the
seconds.
curve. All right, well,
Ooh,
this
Herbie,
is
very
yeah,
nice.
This looks like a fairly easy Herbie here. Thunderbolt Conspiracy is something that I have not been impressed with at all,
Right.
especially because there's a lot of exile-based removal that exists. So it doesn't even trigger when you want it to. So I just think this is going to be a pretty easy
Whoa,
Herbie.
whoa, whoa!
Not
He
a lot
just
of
took
four drops.
Captain America.
I mean, that must have been a misclick, right? There's just no way you
Draft.
take Captain America there.
Shuffle
You
and
already
pass,
have
7
Massacre
cards
Girl,
to your
Cruel
right.
Alliance, Black Widow.
Whoa.
Captain America is just not even a card you want to splash.
Is he
If
thinking
you
about
want-
splashing it?
The thing is, it's
15
too
seconds.
late to move into Captain America at this point. You already passed the Shield Deployment Drone and the We Say DNA. Why are you even taking it here?
Wow. Maybe he underrates Herbie.
5.
Like we
It's
saw Herbie and are
possible.
like,
It's
yeah.
possible.
Like if you think Herbie's just whatever, then I guess you
No,
just
but
take
Herbie's
the best.
good.
If you thought
and
that,
Right,
pass,
sure.
yeah,
6
then you
cards
might
to your
just go,
right.
oh, I guess I'll just take this
I
bomb
guess so.
uncommon.
There's just
just
no
can't play
world
it.
where
10 seconds.
you can play the Captain America at this point in the draft. Had he taken Shield Deployment Drone and We Say DNA,
Yeah.
then we're talking.
Then he's
right?
back in business. But then he would be on a really uncomfortable
So then do you take We
position.
Say
Draft.
DNA here?
Shuffle and pass.
Okay, I
5
guess we
cards
take a
to your
second
right.
copy of Colleen Wing. Remember, there is a cost. Colleen
Pick
Wing
up
is
the
a
pack.
legendary creature,
10
and she's not even a good one at that. I am uncomfortable playing a second copy of a legend, especially if they have low impact, like Colleen Wing.
Totally. Like you said, Colleen Wing really plays out as a 2-mana 2/2
Right.
almost
Draft.
all the time.
Right, he
And
did
a
Shuffle and pass,
2-mana
4
2/2
cards to
legend.
your right.
Right. So he did. So he did pick
Pick
up
up
a
the pack.
Futurist Forge here.
5
So
seconds.
this is actually a comment that plays out very well in this format because it tends to be a little slower. So
Right. But
maybe
here it was
keeping himself-
free.
Right. It was completely free.
Cost
Absolutely.
3
He's gonna
cards.
pick up a
Whereas
Luke Cage
previously,
Harvest.
We Say DNA is actively a common you want to play in your
Yeah,
blue-white decks.
very good card.
Pick up the pack. 5 seconds.
I assume that Nathan is still going to be black-white straight up.
You got to take the
Draft.
red-white land. You could open
You
Superhero
know,
Civil
you
War.
know, you might get the superhero Civil War.
I guess you could open She-Hulk,
Pick up the
but
card.
you'd much
Yeah.
rather
5
open the Superhero Civil War there. So I love
Absolutely.
taking the white-red land there.
That's really good.
Draft and pass the last card to
Okay,
your
and
right.
as you know, if you've watched the Pro Tour drafts a lot, these are timed drafts,
You
so
have
the judge
90
actually
seconds
calls
to
out
review
when
your
you can
picks.
do each action, including look at the cards in your pile. You are not allowed to just grab your drafted cards and just start sifting through them to see, well, what's my creature count?
Right.
Do I need any 2-drops? You have to keep that in your head until this review period. And now Nathan, you see, is going to start putting things into casting cost order so that he can get an idea for where he's at as far as what gaps does this deck have that he needs to fill. And it is interesting because he has the Frozen and Ice and the Captain America Living Legend there.
But Massacre Girl and Cruel Alliance is certainly just better
Right.
than those two cards. I still really, I mean, that's everything else you can kind of, okay, it makes sense, right? He's trying to take white cards when it's close and trying to figure out your lane, but you know, the Captain America pick for me just doesn't really make any sense because it's a little bit too late at that point. It's literally the end of Pack 2, and blue wasn't open at all in Pack 1. How can you pivot into blue? The only way that pick makes sense is if you just don't think Herbie is a playable
Right.
If
card.
you're ignoring Herbie, then it's fine. You're just
Right.
cutting it and
Yeah.
maybe speculating a little or whatever. But the problem is Herbie's solid. Like
Very solid.
very good card that you would 100% want in this deck. He's got the 2, or is it 1 or 2 Shield Spy kits? One
And he
Shield
only
Spy
has
kit?
one 4-drop.
Yeah.
In his pool. So
Oh,
it,
God.
you know,
Herbie's
sometimes
sad.
because the 4-drops in this format are quite strong, and you can have an issue where you have too many of them, right?
That's the
Wakandan
norm.
Drone Flock, for example, is kind of like a Herbie. They kind of do
Timing
the same
review
thing.
is
You can
complete.
end up with a
Please
lot of
return
too
your
many
pool
good
to a
fours,
single
but that's not
face
even the
down
case
pile
here
in
for
front of
Nathan.
you.
Well, let's see what happens. Pack 3.
Get the pack labeled C and
Things
open
definitely
the pack face
improved
down.
for Stoyer,
Pack two
even
was great.
after that
Face down
controversial pick. It's
and
still a
count 14
much better
cards,
pack for him.
confirming that the sleeves are unmarked.
I still haven't seen a single copy of the Mythic Common that we mentioned. Would love that. You don't even need heroes. You just play it. 3 mana 2/2 that draws a card's great.
Yeah.
Kind of the same reason why we're also pretty high on the card Herbie, right? Just an
That's
evasive
right.
creature.
Pick up the
You know,
pack.
flying is
You
pretty
have
nice in this
50
format
Herbie's
too.
the 4-mana hero in training.
There you go. Oh,
And there's
speak of the
hero
devil.
in training.
Oh, but-
Boom.
hey, but-
straight off the top.
Okay, so now
Wow,
he's got
and a
King.
night nurse too. Oh, there's Kang.
Okay, so Kang is an
No, no,
incredible
no, no.
mythic. It is really, really strong, and you have a Captain America, but you don't even know if you can play the card, right? I mean, like, if you take it, what if you don't get any more blue cards? The safer pick by far is taking Hero in Training,
Yeah.
which is better than most uncommons in the format anyways.
Some rares, many
Right.
of the rares.
Many of the rares.
So if you take Kang here, you are planning on not getting past much blue, but it would give you
But you're-
Kang, Captain America, and Frozen in Ice versus Massacre
10
Girl
seconds.
and Cruel Alliance.
but if you take the Kang, you can't play the Massacre Girl.
That's what
right?
I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're- those
just
are the
don't have
two
the issue.
piles.
So you
He
just
took Kang.
So you take the Hero in
Draft.
Training. Like, you're not going to get blue.
Shuffle and
All right.
pass.
Well, Kang. Okay, I will
Holy
say,
smokes.
Kang is a really powerful card. It absolutely is. But we did not see a single blue
up the back.
common that was playable
45
in pack number 3. Now, people may have switched lanes. It's possible. It's powerful. Nathan going for the high upside pick here in Kang. Let's see how it turns out for him.
Interesting here. He's got Cruel Alliance, and there was an Agent Maria Hill in this pack, I think. Did
Yeah,
I
but
see
I-
that correctly? Yeah, there
Yeah,
it is.
but I imagine at this point, after taking the King, you take the Agent Maria Hill, right? Just a
Definitely.
great one-mana play here. Works really well. I believe Nathan has a Helicarrier Strike already.
Yeah, he wheeled that
right?
one.
He's got a Helicarrier Strike, and
And you know you're going to be white no matter which.
Right.
Wow, he took Cruel Alliance.
Okay.
It's a little inconsistent.
okay, so
right?
he's going back and forth here, and now it looks
Again,
like
because
he's
now the pile is Massacre Girl,
Two
Cruel
Cruel
Alliance, Cruel
Alliance.
Alliance versus Kang, Captain America Living Legend, Frozen in
now
Ice.
Cruel Alliance is splashable, and he has 2 burrow backups. So perhaps he's thinking, look, I need to
Draft.
prioritize removal,
Shuffle
That makes
and the
sense.
Cruel Alliance is at
12
least something
cards
that I
to
can
your left.
splash.
Still, Agent Maria Hill's really good and in your
Of
core
course,
color. I think
right,
I would do that.
and
But
it
that
just-
does make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
30 seconds.
He could definitely play double Cruel Alliance and leave Massacre Girl.
Absolutely. Well, okay, you
Wow,
better take this
another
one.
Hero in Training. Third pick Hero
There's
in
not
Training.
there's not even a card that comes close in this pack. So I think you just have to slam the Hero in Training here.
Yeah, even with a Burrow backup
Right.
hanging around there, Hero in
eh,
Training's
Hey, there's a blue black
Unbelievable
land as
common.
well, which could be useful in this deck too.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but Hero in
What a
Training
gift.
has been fantastic. Seeing that third pick, white clearly open here.
I wonder if this table is doing
Draft.
what, that kind of fancy play that we
Shuffle and
talked about,
pass.
Right.
where they're
11
like,
cards
I'm not going to be the
to your
one
left.
fighting for white, because now white looks like it's flowing really nicely here. I mean, a third pick Hero in Training to Nathan Stoyer. You don't want to
Absolutely.
give
Pick
a
up the
player of
pack.
his caliber that kind of
25
gift.
He was getting late Brave Brawlers too, and he tabled
Yeah.
the Helicarrier Strike. So
He did.
very, very open here. Now this pack, it looks like
Oof,
it's
this
a
looks rough, actually.
bit of a miss here. We got a Kree Commando and an Ultron Guard. Ideally, you don't really want to play either in this type of deck here. Probably just going to
10
take maybe
seconds.
the Cavalry, just a 3-drop to fill the curve if you need. But
I think I would just take Kree Commandos as my 3 of
it's got
choice.
evasion. It works
Yeah.
pretty well with Shield Spike Kit just because it's on an
It's just
invasive creature.
So
Draft.
bad.
But I suppose
Shuffle and pass,
Ultron, you
10
can
cards to
make a
your left.
copy of a Shield Spike Kit, get a little value that way.
Pick up the pack.
Okay.
25
So
seconds.
blue card, but then black card, white card, colorless. There's
And
another
look, I mean,
spike
we
hit.
are not seeing any blue cards.
Yeah, there's
Right, there
nothing
are no
coming.
blue cards.
There's
in
no
this
we
pack.
say the nays.
no biochemist engineers.
Yeah.
There's just nothing, right?
10 seconds.
But Shield
Extra
Spike Kit, of course.
stratagem is just a dream in the
Oh
wind.
yeah, well yeah,
at
and
this
that's
point.
Blue's best common.
Right.
But still happy enough to pick up that Shield Spike Kit in this pack. of
Yeah, that's
course.
fine. That's fine.
Draft.
That will do it
Shuffle
though
and
for
pass,
Shield Spike
9
hits. I would
cards
assume
to your
that's
left.
the
Yeah,
second
2 is kind of the
one.
limit. Once you get to the third one,
up
you
the
need
pack,
like 17
20
creatures in your deck.
Right. Ooh, there's a Murdoch's Crusade #2 and a Brave Brawler.
And a Brave Brawler. So
What else?
curious.
Luke Cage, man.
Yeah, and this is kind of going to be a what does your
Baxter
deck
Building?
need type of situation. Now you did just take Shield Spike Kit, so you kind of want more cheap creatures. Wouldn't be shocked if he just takes the Brave Brawler here
5
for the
seconds.
purposes of your mana curve.
Would you look at Baxter Building?
I do like Baxter Building. It's and there's a blue
Draft.
black land too if you want to kind
Shuffle
of
and
go deep.
pass.
But
8
Nathan just
cards
looks
to your
like
left.
wants to prioritize having enough 2-drops for those Shield Spike Kits. So
Pick up
makes
the pack.
sense. I do love
20
the
seconds.
utility lands. Baxter Building and notably Avengers Tower is my favorite land. I first picked the card before. Baxter Building is good, but I think Nathan still just needs playables here.
Helicarrier Strike and Spider-Man to the Rescue are pulled to the front here for Nathan.
Yeah, might need more creatures again.
Oh,
I'm
there's a
not.
Brave Brawler back there
5
too.
There is.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, white is really moving
Yeah,
through nicely.
I personally do prefer Brave Brawler to
Draft.
Spider-Man to the rescue.
Mm-hmm.
A
Shuffle and
lot of
pass,
times for me,
7 cards
Spider-Man
to your
just
left.
is a 3-mana 3/2 flash creature.
Yeah.
Like it's your only 3-drop, it's your only play.
You're
you
not
kind of
gonna
play it out.
Pick up the
play it.
cards.
But it is a nice
15
trick.
seconds.
Nathan is a top tier player where he's going to be able to maximize on the trick potential for Spider-Man to the rescue.
There's Take Up the Shield, a
Great
cool,
combat
cool
trick.
version of it.
Yeah.
5,
absolutely going to be taking it here. Would much
Especially
rather
with
have
the
that.
Culling Wings.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially
Draft.
with you already have
Shuffle
two
and
shield
pass,
spike hits.
6
You don't really
cards
need to
to
pick
your
up a
left.
third.
So
Pick up the pack.
So it's just
is
all white
Kang
cards.
making the cut?
I mean, at this point, we have no idea.
There's
but
Night
he's.
Nurse.
I mean, this is an absolute gift, right? Seeing Night Nurse and Murdoch's Crusade in the pack
That
with
is
6
wild.
cards left.
That
That's
is
crazy.
Wild.
Shuffle and pass. 5 cards.
I like
to your
both of
left.
those cards a lot.
Yeah.
He does have one Murdoch's Crusade, right? So that would
Yeah.
have been the
The pack,
second. They do get a
10
little
seconds.
worse. The second one always makes the cut for me, though. I don't cut the second copy.
Right.
Third is starting
Third
to
gets
get
it
sketchy.
gets tough because it can just sit in your hand.
Agents
Agents
of
of
S.H.I.E.L.D.,
Shield,
sure,
fine
sure.
pickup. It's really nice when you go turn 2 Brave Brawler.
Draft.
It just makes racing
Shuffle
very, very
and pass.
difficult.
4 cards to your left.
So I mean, look at this. This
up
almost
the
never
pack,
happens
5 seconds.
in this format that's now a month old. He's taking almost all white cards.
Yeah.
In all of Pack 3.
Yeah,
Draft.
look at that. How many in a row? 1, 2, 3,
Pass
4,
3
5,
cards
6,
to your left.
7, 8. 8 in a row if you count the colorless
Right.
card.
Pick
I
up
mean,
the
that's
cards,
unheard of.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at this, I mean, he picked up no blue cards. Like, are you even playing?
Predictably
Draft.
so.
Yeah, are you even playing
Pass
the
2
blue?
cards
And
to your
this
left.
is a situation where, I mean, perhaps
Pick
he
up the
values
cards,
King
5
so
seconds.
highly to the point where he thinks it's maybe a top 10-ish rare in the format. If you think it's that good, then I
Draft
would expect
and
Nathan
pass
to
the
end
final
up with a
card
blue-white deck.
to your left.
To make, even though he knew he was going against the
Right.
grain, it would actually make it in there and he would get it. Yeah, well, welcome back to the booth here. Marshall Cycliffe with Paul Cheon. And we just watched Nathan Stoyer draft a really interesting seat, especially given what we know about this format coming in, which is that white is hotly contested. And it wasn't at this table. It
No.
was pretty dang open.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, in fact, he could even have more white cards in his deck, right? He could have taken an Agent Maria Hill and a second copy of Hero in Training. Yeah, I know it's going to, that would have, of course, been really, really nice. But at the end of the day, when white is this open, the card just works so well together where even if Nathan doesn't end up playing a couple of those cards that we really would have liked in his deck, I think he's still going to end up with a solid configuration no matter whether or not he goes black-white or blue-white.
Or maybe all three.
I don't think he's going to go all 3.
Let's take a look. He went black-white.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
rough.
so there's just that one missing. I mean, that's really the one that stings because it really felt like going against the grain to take that Kang.
Right.
But it is what it is.
Yep.
What ended up being given up here? I guess the 2 Unliving
No, I mean,
Legionnaires are kind of the
Yeah.
lower end of his.
His deck would have been much better, right? His deck
Yeah.
would have been much better. He took a Captain America over a Herbie, likely would have replaced one of the Unliving Legionnaires. He also lost out on a second copy of Hero in Training. Look at all these heroes he's got. That Hero in Training is going to gain you 2 life often in this configuration here. But despite that, he still has a great mana curve. He's got some creatures that you don't love. But I still like the configuration overall because of how open white was.
That's right. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, round number 1, Nathan Stoyer versus DeFord Technic. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. We are in Amsterdam. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm joined by Paul Cheon and the rest of the coverage team, and we're super happy to bring you coverage of Booster Draft to start off our Pro Tour. We just watched Nathan Stoyer put together his masterpiece here. It is a black-white deck. Pretty good. Solid deck. I mean, I would say that's above average for a Pro Tour seed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Almost entirely mono white with a smattering of black removal spells and, of course, Massacre Girl, which I'm really excited to see cast because it's one of those bonus sheet cards you rarely... I've never actually opened one myself.
I haven't either, or played against it. It also comes out of nowhere, although it won't here because of open deck list.
Right.
We see that the opponent sitting across from Nathan here is Davor Deteknik from Slovenia. When asked, how many drafts do you think you'll do for this preparation, he said, I draft all the time.
Well, as a draft streamer, I would fully expect him to do so. So, yes, once again, lots of practice. Really, and I'm actually not surprised here. Davor actually known for drafting really aggressive low curve strategies. While everybody's trying to play land cyclers and go over the top of each other, he's going with a really lean red-white aggressive strategy. I mean, look at the one drops in his deck.
That is
He picked
wild.
up both of those Agent Maria Hills, 3 copies of Shield Spike Hit, is even playing Quicksilver Brash Blur. So what he wants to do is just kill his opponents before they can get set up, and he opened one of the best rares of the entire set there with Captain Marvel at the top end of the curve.
Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector. If that thing ever hits, it's going to be GG.
Yeah.
It'll
Now-
be interesting to see if Nathan plays around it as well.
Now, Nathan does actually have a surprising number of answers for that in the form of 2 copies of Cruel Alliance, which fights through the Indestructible Clause, and Murdoch's Crusade.
That is really annoying for Davor.
Right.
Hey, best of luck. Best of luck.
All right, it looks like we are just about underway here for our first round of action. Can our reigning champ defend? Planes for each player, and somehow no one drop from either player.
Yeah.
What, Davor has nothing on turn 1 and 2?
I believe
What is
he
going
mulliganed
on?
here. He's got a Night Nurse, so he's going to flash that in most likely here, just because there's nothing else to play.
Well, and also because he has Sharon Carter.
Oh, right, of
Let's
course.
go.
Yeah, there is an Agent 13 in hand, so this is great value here. Run that out, draw your card. So he gets to kind of effectively unmulligan here, get his clue.
Force the issue with the Brave Brawler as well.
And then now if you're Nathan Stoyer, you kind of have to make the decision. Do you want to block here? Because if you
Oh, okay,
do,
great.
then Davor
So
needs
my
to
bad, I
attack
could
with
have
Agent
seen.
13, right? And you can follow that up with your hero in training and offer at least that trade. But he does have Massacre Girl in hand, but he has 2 planes in hand and 2 in play. So he's very far away from actually being able to cast the Massacre Girl here.
Yeah, that's not really going to be a game plan for him.
Well, it's
So it
good
looks like he's going to go for trade now, then play hero in training, and then theoretically, Deteknik wouldn't have a clean attack
Unless he has a
that
removal
doesn't
spell.
trade. But if there's a removal spell, it's a disaster. And honestly, even if he doesn't, it's not great for you.
No, because you
Sharon
got
Carter drawing 2 cards.
Right, because
isn't
you have the
worst.
2 clues and Davor does have the Repulsor Blast here. Imagine he's just going to fire it off here just to continue putting pressure here with the clues. He could also just be happy trading and then just cracking both of the clues here and just drawing 2 cards for the turn.
Yeah, either way, he gets to use up all of his mana, and that, of course, is
Right.
critical in limited in general, but particularly in matchups like this. So 4 mana.
He wants the
It
value
never
here.
feels good to use a 4 mana removal spell on a 3 mana card that drew a card.
Unless
but
it draws you a card
it's
yourself.
going to get you 1 back,
Right.
so it's worth it.
Because now, if you're on Nathan's side, it's like, do you play a creature? If you do, Davor still gets to draw, gets to make another clue here. If you kill it, I mean, you're kind of okay with that as well, because Nathan's taking his entire turn to kill the Sharon Carter.
We do see the 1 swamp on the battlefield here for Stoyer as well.
Yeah, has access to Okoye here, or can keep up Colleen Wing plus take up the shield. Slightly riskier line because Nathan will be the one potentially forced to fire it off first. Just going with the Okoye here instead.
Yeah, he announced the trigger there, so he'll get a couple of soldiers to join the fight. And this does give him finally
Right.
a really nice way to say, okay, Agent Sharon Carter. But again, Davor even could still just attack.
Trade with the
Agent
tokens.
13.
Right.
Yeah, just trade off of the tokens and still get a 3rd card out of the transaction.
Yeah.
This is why Paul and
Wow.
I love that card.
Did find a shield spike kit here. So if you put that one on, I mean, it would still just be a 1-for-1 trade because Nathan can just put Okoye in front of the Agent 13. It looks like Davor is looking to play perhaps a powerful mythical spell here. keeping up the 5 mana, can crack the clues or run out Captain Marvel. And Nathan did find the second swamp here, it looks like. So has the ability to Massacre Girl, doesn't need to do it now, but it can set that up for a future turn.
Cards. 4.
He's like, should I go for it or should I just draw cards? Now, Nathan is developing a pretty decent board. It might be in your best interest to run out the Captain Marvel, especially with open deck lists. All of Nathan's removal spells would kill Captain Marvel anyways, with or without the
Yeah, so
Indestructible
who
Clause.
cares? Yeah.
So might as well just run this out. Now, you do have to be mindful of Helicarrier Strike. It's currently a 5/4. So I imagine Devore's going to play the Shield Spike Kit and put it on Captain Marvel before attacking.
That's right. It also gets you, of course, an extra point of damage.
Yeah,
Trigger.
and this is
Also leaves back
a
big
6/5
lifelink for
Vigilance,
blocks. Like,
lifelinking,
not
scrying
the
flyer.
worst, not the worst.
Decent, decent. Yeah, could be a spot where Nathan goes, yeah, I think I might need to Massacre Girl here, right? You Massacre Girl, and you basically kind of get to wipe out the entire board, right? I mean, you get to kill 5 other creatures, and that would be enough to kill the Captain Marvel here as well.
Yeah, Nathan would have liked to keep that Calling Wing in hand if he had known, but it is what it is.
Pass priority. Damage. Sorry.
As it turns
Had he
out,
known
he'll-
about the Captain
Right.
Marvel for
25
sure.
to
Yeah.
13. Yeah.
But as it turns out, he'll need it.
Now, does Devore run out Nick Fury or try to play around Massacre Girl?
Draw.
Cracking the clue first, seeing if you find something.
Play Nick
And this
Fury.
is-
Gets it out. Okay.
And this is what we were talking about before with the open deck list. In a
Right.
normal scenario, you would never play around Massacre
Of
Girl.
course not,
You
yeah.
may not even be aware.
There's just
that
not a
it's
lot of sweepers,
possibility.
right?
Yeah, and sweepers in this set are not good. They're not part
There
of
it
the
is!
thing. And there's Massacre Girl
Kaboom!
on the stack, and that
Oh,
will kill literally every creature on board.
Yeah, and that is
Except
one
for
way
her.
to turn this around here. This is every time a creature dies, she triggers her again, gives everything -1/-1, and everything will die here. So now we're looking at a 4/4 menace creature as the last threat
4/4
standing.
menace.
Now, Devore still has a couple of those clues there, but that was a huge turnaround here for Nathan Stoyer.
So Devore's going to start by cracking a clue because he's going to be leaning on
Right.
these. You see that Stoyer has a little bit of gas
Oh.
in the tank too with an Ultron and a Take Up the Shield in hand.
There is a Kree Commando, and that is pretty nice. Nathan is at 13. This does give you a 3/2 Vigilance flyer that gets to scry every turn. Nathan needs to find an answer for this flyer.
Yeah, and he doesn't have great answers for that type of card. It's got to be Cruel Alliance. Oh, but he
or
picked up
not.
Red Guardian Super Soldier.
So I guess he does now. Red Guardian's going
Wow.
to be fantastic here.
Yeah, I
Take
spoke
3
way too
damage,
soon.
right? And get a creature in play. Wow, these have been some really nice draws here for Nathan. Finding his removal effects. I mean, Massacre Girl so clutch here, especially just given the fact that he was able to find those 2 swamps.
Trigger.
Oh, second. Okay, I mean, it's still going to
Still on
die,
order, yep.
but you do get 2 scries here first, so certainly want to attack first before cracking the clue.
Attack.
And this is an attack for 5 because of the prowess trigger as well.
Bottom. Thinking.
Bottom thing.
Keep it.
Keep, okay.
5.
5 damage, Nathan goes to 8.
Devore won't know that his Kree Commandos is going to be dead until end step, so
And I think Nathan
he
might
wants
want
this
to.
card right now, it looks
Fine.
like.
Yeah,
Just
Nathan might
play-
want to Red Guardian in response here. Oh,
He's just
does
going to
nothing.
play Colleen
Yep.
Wing, and there's the Red Guardian.
All right. So Colleen Wing still will be able to wear those shield spike kits and turn herself into a 4/4. But Nathan's sitting at 8 life, but does have Take Up the Shield in hand to kind of swing the race back in his favor if possible.
And we know that Devore has a spell on top of the library plus a draw step
Right.
because the clue's going to get cracked here. So there's still plenty of gas in the tank for both players.
And how aggressive does Nathan want to be? It looks like he wants to keep the Massacre Girl back to block. It's a 4/4. You're expecting Devore to put both the shield spike kits onto the Colleen Wing. And then you cast Spider-Man to the rescue and save the Massacre Girl.
And have Take Up the Shield as a backup plan, too. So
Right.
that thing's sticking around one way or the other.
Yeah, and Devore really
Okay.
just, his
He's a
hand's
brave
kind of
brawler.
forced, right? He just kind of, his options are pretty limited here. I think it's, especially with Brave Brawler, I think it's just double equipped. The question is, do you attack? Because
Hulk
Nathan
smash.
kept up a bunch of mana here.
He does.
And
It's definitely a consideration to
Oh
not.
God, this is such a blowout here too. Just because Nathan has 2 tricks.
That's
right?
what I was going to say.
He's got 2 tricks.
Or that's
The
what I
Hulk-
was saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Even with the Hulk smash, he can't
Right.
get through it because of the backup take up the shield.
Right. And Nathan's just going to block, run at Spider-Man. Devor's going to go Hulk smash, and Nathan's going to place take up the shield to save the Electra here.
Fine.
Attack, and he did actually keep the card.
Right. I mean, Nathan
Nathan
has
doing
the
his
block.
best to look like he's taking a big risk here.
Yeah, and Nathan's
Wait, did Devor just pass?
Devor's passing
Just tell me
back,
when
but
you're
now
ready.
it's on
Yeah,
Nathan.
spots,
Yeah.
Sorry. Just easier for me. Flashing Spider-Man.
Yep. Spider-Man here, and now
Attack.
Now there's ability. He has to decide, which he will.
right. But before that resolves, now Devor has to run out the Hulk smash.
He can target.
Oh, you can
yeah.
target. Excuse me. And then of course that. Oh, wow, that Spider-Man was such a good draw too. Had to take up the shield, and this is brutal.
Alright, so I get to scry, which is probably what I'm...
Now I suppose the Colleen Wing does become a 5/5 here, so it doesn't die.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It gets the +1/+1 counter, and you do get the scry here. But this is a lot of damage now coming back from Nathan's side. And keep in mind, Nathan also gaining
At 13.
a bunch of life on the excuse me, take up the shield also puts +1/+1
So
counter.
it does
So
actually
it
eat
still
it.
just kill it. So
Yeah.
yeah, this is a tough spot here. And I mean, it's going to be tough. Devor's deck, it's got that one top end card in Captain Marvel, but that's kind of it. And now I feel like Nathan is the one who's turned a corner here.
Oh, 100%. And you know, even though, wow, I was going to say they're both on 0, but they're not because Cruel Alliance off the top here for Nathan
Right.
means he gets to start flooding damage in. And let's not forget, he gained a bunch of life in that last transaction too. So his life total's really good. And that was the game. That one huge interaction. First, it started with Massacre Girl. That was the big play of the game. But then the last stand there for Defor was rebuffed by the double combat trick. And ultimately, Nathan Storr picked up game number 1. Let's head into game number 2.
And I mean, that's why you see the power of the Massacre Girl. I mean, it is at its best against a person who's just trying to flood the board with a bunch of cheap creatures. I mean, this might
Oh,
be
look!
a rough matchup here.
Turn 0 Quicksilver.
Turn 0 Quicksilver. If you have another 1-drop to play with it, that would be amazing, and he does. So this is a turn 1 Quicksilver with an Agent Maria Hill.
I
So
don't know when
it's
to do that.
possible. It's possible
not
Nathan might not
acceptable. Put it
even
back in
get
your
the
hand.
Massacre Girl out in time.
No
Send him out
kidding.
on it.
Wow. All right, there you go. 1/1 haste. Get ya.
Taste it. And then he follows up with Agent Maria Hill.
Agent Maria Hill next turn. If Devor really wants to just
That's allowed,
naturally
though?
draw a land here,
You can turn 0 this?
yeah, the classic ley line of Quicksilver.
Right.
3 damage coming in. Now, Nathan does have a pretty solid hand himself. Oh, he drew Captain Marvel there. Yeah,
So Devor's just hoping for a Hulk smash target here,
yeah, a Hulk smash target, or hoping for nothing,
or just nothing would be
because
great.
he would like to land cycle and go get the land to play the Agent 13 next turn. There's the Colleen Wing, especially because Hulk smash. If Nathan finds one of those shield spike hits, if you teamwork it, you can get value off of the Agent Maria Hill too.
Wow.
But I imagine he is looking to just play out Agent 13 and try to get value that way. But yeah, Nathan's hand is also incredible here, right? A bunch of good mana fixing, has the best card in his deck in his hand with plenty of other ways to stay alive.
And there's Agent 13 Sharon Carter. That will clear the way for an attack here from Agent Maria Hill. The agents are out.
Nathan takes the damage here.
Stoyer takes it.
Now Devor, after that previous Massacre Girl, of course, knowing that he still needs to just put as much pressure here as possible, but we might see perhaps a more measured approach with the threats that he deploys.
What a start here for Devor
Incredible.
to Technic.
And Devor saw Spider-Man to the rescue and take up the shield, right? So he's going to be mindful of that here. And of course, has to be careful. Now he does have the Hulk smash, and Nathan doesn't have the option to play both of the tricks here.
Only 3 mana.
Right.
Yep.
Devor is going to continue to pile in little bits of damage here.
I'll still take 2.
No, the attack
Okay.
is fine. I'm thinking.
Okay, so no blocks have been
Is-
declared. He
is-
just got a clue.
Is he just forced to go for the
damage.
Spider-Man here?
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
So then now
Well,
if you're
now
Devore,
DeFore can just snap it off if he wants.
yeah, can just kill the Colleen Wing here.
and then keep his Agent Maria Hill.
Right. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, you don't want to just lose your creature for nothing there.
No.
Still has a play here?
Wow.
Okay,
All
Nick
the
Fury.
one drops. Nick Fury,
Oh.
Agent of Shields on the battlefield.
Yeah, now if you're now for Nathan, he's simply just trying to stay alive here and get to that Massacre Girl, and I think he'll be able to pull it off here. He's got the
Really?
Land Cycler, right?
Oh, does he?
He's got the Land Cycler
Oh,
here.
he does. You're right.
And he has the ability to run out the Night Nurse. And of course, that's just a flash life-linking creature that can keep you alive. Now, Nathan does need to find land number 5. He's got 4 in play. Doesn't have the 5th one in hand, but
Okay. So he'll probably just block with Spider-Man, trade Night Nurse it back, and then hope to rip a land off the top.
yeah, I mean, that seems like what he's trying to set up here.
Is DeFore going to just ship this turn, or that's the question? At some point, it's all fun and games with Agent 13 Sharon Carter, but then at some point you're like, oh, actually,
Right.
all of them.
It looks like he's going to probably start with cracking. Is he looking to crack a clue here, or
he's
did he
missing
draw
a
a
land
two
drop. Oh no, he drew a planes.
He drew
for
a
the
planes,
turn,
but
yeah.
perhaps looking for a Hulk smash or something here before attacks.
Not a land.
Or if he anticipates a Massacre Girl, maybe you just attack with one thing.
Well,
right.
he has to be thinking about Massacre
Of course.
Girl after that blowout in Game 1.
Right. Yeah, and look, he's just attacking with the one creature here. Because even if Massacre Girl hits the battlefield, I mean, you still have created 3 clues here. Just don't need to play anything else.
Right. Now,
Fine with the trade, and yeah, DeVore just doesn't play anything here. But of course, Nathan, this is great for Nathan. Night Nurse back your Spider-Man, get your value.
And then
What
maybe
can
hit
he
a
find?
land here and
Right.
start the proceedings
And,
again.
and if he doesn't, you can still run out Hero in Training, gain 2 life, draw a card, but
get the land.
did draw land number 5. The thing is,
So do you do it now?
it's not even that strong here. It is good though, right? But it's not that strong just because you lose 1 creature and your opponent loses 3.
Right.
Perhaps Nathan is trying to set up a better spot here and maybe try to get 1 more creature out of Devore's hand. But Devore knows about it.
Right.
So,
So the issue here for Nathan is that he does have some life total to play with, and he can stretch this out a little bit further
Right.
to try to get more value. But this is the problem.
Right.
The Technic gets to just keep generating value because Nathan's not making anything else happen here.
and Devore knows about Spider-Man to the rescue and doesn't really have a good follow-up here. So just going to let that happen.
There's 2 more life here for Stoyer.
Sure. Can just pass now with the Captain Marvel.
Feels like the Captain Marvel is his backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you do run out Burrow backup,
Does that force the Massacre
that
Girl?
might, right?
I mean, he
So-
doesn't know Stoyer has it, but it's like going to be at the top of his
Also,
list.
Stoyer just doesn't really have a ton of pressure himself.
Right,
So
right.
you can tick up the Quicksilver, right? You can turn it into a 2/2, right? Which can be quite
Or just
strong.
draw 2
or you can just crack the clues.
Yeah. Yeah, Agent 13 Sharon Carter is the absolute focal point of this game right now. It's weird because Massacre Girl is in hand for Stoyer and is castable.
Right.
But the passive pressure that
Yeah.
the Technic is able to push on is because
You can't attack, right? Does
Wow.
Quicksilver become a 2/2 double striker if you tick it up?
I guess it's just too risky.
Yeah, I guess so. You don't want to get take up the shield in
Yeah.
there. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm curious to see what DeFore does. Does he want to put more emphasis on the board he already has, like
Yeah.
this?
He does.
Wow.
And
He
Captain
runs out
Marvel?
Captain Marvel.
I mean, hey, look, it's going to gain you a bunch of life and draw you a card, right? So you don't.
True.
At this point, Devore doesn't need to add more to the board, and I don't expect him to. And this is the power. I mean, if it wasn't for Agent 13,
This game would be
right?
all about Massacre Girl.
Absolutely. 4 mana here. Oh, Repulsor Blast. I see.
I wonder why, though.
The lifelink. Oh, the Spider-Man to the rescue, perhaps, because he's concerned about take up the shield, right? And
Oh, 'cause it
Spider-Man
has
to the
reach.
rescue has reach.
Right, of course.
So firing that off, very, very good heads-up
Yeah.
play here by Devore.
Because I'm
getting
thinking,
in.
he has a clean attack and he only wants to attack with one
Right.
creature anyway.
But he's playing. Given what he did previously, he's playing around take up the shield.
yeah, very smart by Technic there.
Go to 22. Yep.
And now at this point, Nathan does just have a clean answer too in the Murdoch's Crusade. So could just use that as well to kill the Captain Marvel. The issue here
He's just
is
falling
it's
behind,
just
right?
Agent 13, right?
Agent 13 is
It's-
dominating.
right, absolutely it is.
Like, Nathan cannot afford to 1-for-1.
yeah, Devore has basically 3 effective more cards in hand.
Right. Nathan needs to try, if he goes down the path of trying to 1-for-1, like if he fires off the Crusade here, he has to try to get Devore to commit to the board in such a way that the clues are more or less exhausted, his hand is low, and Massacre Girl still
Yeah.
wipes the board. And I feel like Stoyer would probably be dead before that actually
Right. I
happened.
mean, it's the Agent 13. Like, you need to get Agent 13 off the battlefield.
100%. And you can't right now, right?
Yeah.
Crusade doesn't hit it.
And Nathan, okay,
Just maybe looking for an answer.
yeah, perhaps just like a spot removal spell because you can kill the Murdoch. You can use the Murdoch's Crusade on the Captain Marvel. Okay, that was not a bad draw at all, right? Unliving Legionnaire is, we're at the point where Nathan does have access to the mana to play it and activate it next turn. And so this is not a bunch of pressure coming in, and you can get that Legionnaire in play and go get back the Spider-Man to the rescue in the graveyard.
And another clue gets cracked here by Detechnik as Agent 13 Sharon Carter continues to dominate this board in kind of a I'm just here, don't mind me kind of way.
Right. Yeah, now if you're...
Now Devore can just attack with Quicksilver, right?
Well, that's the thing. Is he still afraid of take up the shield, right? Because it takes up your entire turn. So,
But you get a card.
You do get the card, so that's the kind of the interesting inflection point here. Now, the hero in training is kind of free, right? Even if you get Massacre Girl, you kind of get that card back, so might run that out. But he's perhaps going, you know what? I'm okay with if you decide to use take up the shield here.
Yeah,
I'm glad that it's out of your hand.
that's right. And
I'm
I'll
still
still
drawing
get my
a
card
card,
back.
right.
Yeah.
And I mean, also, if you're in Nathan's spot, even if you had to take up the shield, which we know he doesn't, do you even go for it when Devore has he's drawn a bunch of cards and he's got 7 lands? on it,
Great
right?
point. It's a really low leverage situation for Stoyer. The block. Okay, I'm just going to run a combat trick.
If you
out
just get Hulk
defensively.
smashed, it is an absolute blowout.
That's right.
went to
Detechnik's going to take no risk here, though,
Right.
as Stoyer decided not to block, and Devore says, sure, take 1.
Yeah, and might run out the hero in training here. Can also still crack 2 clues as well. So just being very measured in kind of how he runs out his threats. Basically not going to play that Burrow backup. That's the card that you play after Massacre
That's
Girl.
the post-Massacre Girl plan. He did gain the 2 life there as well.
Oh, found something else to... Oh, just cracking the clue, sure.
Just in case there's a little more.
Yeah, if
wiggle
he's
room.
got like a shield spike hit, right, he might just run it out and equip something.
So Unliving Legionnaire, Calling Wing, Massacre Girl, and Black Widow double agent. I mean, that is a powerful hand.
Is it
here
time?
for
It looks like
Stoyer.
it's time. He's like, all right, I'm sick of this.
Yeah, and basically,
13
this is to
just-
kill Agent 13.
Right, it absolutely is
Like,
here.
this doesn't actually benefit Stoyer significantly
No,
in the
it's-
way that it normally
Right.
would.
I mean, it's still fine.
It's still
but
good. You still get a
it's
4/4.
not like the way that it was in the previous game,
Exactly.
right?
That's what I'm thinking is, when you hear about Massacre Girl, it's usually such a blowout.
Yeah.
Here, it like solves a problem.
Yeah,
but-
now Devore has the Murdoch's Crusade for the Massacre Girl, and then you can also run out the Burrow backup here. So I fully expect that to be the play here for Devore.
Wow.
Did find a speed, but
Look at all that action.
yeah, I mean, certainly you're drawing so... How many cards did Agent 13 generate? 5?
I think 5.
Yeah.
I think 5. And as it turns out, Devore with all spells in hand at this point in the game.
Oh, I actually like this. Running out the speed here to make it unblockable with the Burrow backup, given the life totals the way that they are, he doesn't need to actually run out that Murdoch's Crusade. He's like, if you want to attack me with Massacre Girl, I'll take 4. Right?
Gotcha.
But I can get in for 2 points of unblockable damage here. Just get you low enough. You got a shield spike hit as well. You can make it unblockable again, and you just try to close out the game that way.
And then, of course, can just take out the blocking Massacre Girl next turn.
Right. And has this Hulk Smash. So lots of good spells here to trigger Speed's ability.
Still, Nathan has a nice... I mean, Unliving Legionnaire is a nice way to build back up a board state. It's expensive, it's slow, but it does get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays it and activates it, that would be the Murdoch's Crusade target. Actually, you can in fact kill both, right? Because you have Murdoch's Crusade for the 5/4, you play Shield Spike it, put it on the 3/2, turn it into a 4-power creature, and then you can fight bite rather, the Massacre Girl that's in play.
Yeah, I wonder what would Nathan get back? Let's see if he... just
Hero in
tries
training,
out.
probably.
Just to try to keep grinding.
Yeah, just get more value, gain some life. Plenty of good options, of course.
He could also double spell this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Black Widow and Ultron are not the greatest plays on this board, so you might want to just play out the big creature. But if you think Devore has a removal spell in hand, it might be better to just run out 2 things.
Nope, he's
No?
going to play Legionnaire, and he's going to
All
power
right.
it up too.
Power it up, you get the hero, or might get Spider-Man to the rescue just as a trick. I like the life gain plus the card to kind of churn through your deck.
From Hero Training.
Especially just because if you know about the Spider-Man, it's not even all that strong, right? But this is going to be a really big turn here for Devore.
Can he actually get him dead?
So he can kill the 2 biggest creatures in play. He can still chump block with the Colleen Wing, but he's going to take 5 damage, go down to 4, facing 3 attackers.
Yeah, that's really tough.
Yeah, drew a land here, and
So did he took back Night Nurse, it looks like.
Sure, okay.
Maybe Nathan recognizing that lifelink could be critical here
Right.
as his life total is faltering quickly.
Yeah, and Devore certainly knows that he's in a pretty good spot for this turn. Your opponent's completely tapped out. You can kill the 2 biggest creatures in play, and your opponent needs to basically just trade Colleen Wing for perhaps a 3/2 Vigilance creature here.
Okay, we see the Shield Spy Kit come in.
Play and activate. Doesn't actually pay the mana here for speed. I believe you need to pay 1 to make it unblockable. But I suppose he's got more spells to play here, so.
Right.
Here comes perhaps a Hulk Smash. So Hulk Smash killing the Unliving Legionnaire.
No, this is 4, right? So 4
Yep.
despite that.
Just choosing which one you want to kill and which one you want to exile. Pays the mana here on the speed now. And then you get to play the Murdoch's Crusade on the Massacre Girl. No way to get that back. Yeah, completely makes sense here. And then you can send in everything.
Exile that.
And take Nathan down to 2 would be my guess, right? Because I think Nathan's interested in trading with the 3/2. Alternatively, Devore can just choose to attack with the unblockable creature and the 4/3 Vigilance creature, and those are clean attacks coming in. I do like the idea of just attacking with everything, though. That way you can't take up the shield plus Colleen Wing, which can be pretty devastating.
Right.
Noting that you take the trade here, and now you just go down to 3.
Okay.
All right, 3, and keep
Stoyer
in mind,
up against
if
it.
Devore finds any spell, he wins the game.
Right.
Right, because you can make the speed unblockable, move the shield spike kit over. All right, that's a nice life linker for Nathan
He's
Stoyer.
got 2 of them, but
Yeah,
but it will not be able to interact potentially.
yeah, but Devore is empty-handed here. Has a draw for the turn and an activation from the clue.
So he needs a non-creature spell,
Yeah, he's got 3 shield spike kits. If you can find another one, that would be the game here.
as would any removal spell,
Any spell, of
any,
course.
any
yeah.
non-creature. Stoyer trying to figure out how the best way to proceed here. And he's just going to make a big brawler.
It's unblockable.
All right, finds the shield spike kit here, and yeah, that's
And
going to
that
get it done.
is going to do it here. The second copy will be enough to finish it off. Nathan Stoyer was just hoping and praying that out of the draw step plus the cracked clue that there wouldn't be a non-creature spell, but there was, and that's enough to get
And I mean, Agent 13, Sharon Carter,
Dominant.
absolutely carried that game.
All-star.
Nathan has the Massacre Girl, only has the 2 Cruel Alliances that really, truly can deal along with the Massacre Girl as the answers for the Agent 13. Maybe you look back at that game and you go, should I just have played that Massacre Girl earlier? Devore was clearly playing around it the entire game.
Absolutely. All right, no plays in the early stages of game number 3 here. We just see a pair of lands for Stoyer. Is there anything for Detechnik?
A delayed Agent Maria Hill had it.
Never didn't. But mana is being used here by Stoyer as Burrow backup is going to go grab a swamp for him.
Yeah, much better spot here for Nathan.
By the way, Massacre Girl again.
Draws the Massacre Girl every game, and in this instance also has a Cruel Alliance, as long as he can just find a bunch of lands here. And Devore does not have Agent 13 in hand here.
I mean, is this what you want to see? He's got Murdoch's Crusade plus Cruel Alliance to go with Massacre Girl. It's like getting to be kind of a lot, right?
It is all. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he doesn't have that much interaction. Kind of just drew all of it.
He kind of drew all of it, but no threats.
You would love to have a creature in play. I mean, I imagine that Spider-Man just going to hit the battlefield here. Oh, okay. Well, Devore had nothing, and now he has Captain Marvel. So that's certainly one way to...
went from nothing to something.
Yeah.
Agent Maria Hill is going to get in there for 2.
Then Kree Commando.
Then the shameful Kree Commandos. It's not really that bad. It's so funny that if you read the card Kree Commandos, how absolutely excellent it looks for a common, and it just is one of the worst performing white commons in a set like this.
Right.
It's just baffling.
Yeah, it is bizarre. It's part of it's in white. You kind of want it to be a hero. That certainly matters. And yeah, just the body itself is just not that impressive. But for Devore, you're looking to play a nice curved deck here, and has that shield spike hit, trigger the prowess, put it in or perhaps the Kree Commando, that would be nice. Or considering the Repulsor Blast, because you get to draw a card, right? You get to draw a card, you kill the Okoye, put a counter on Agent Maria Hill, and that is what Devore is going to be looking to do here. This is the dream. Anytime you get a card with Agent Maria Hill, I mean, she has completely done her job here.
Yeah, Maria Hill and Sharon Carter have showed up for Detechnik here, and they're providing a lot of card advantage.
And Nathan taking that 2 damage as well from the teamwork cost, along with 3, so going down to 13.
As the maligned Kree Commando says, oh yeah, watch this. Chips in for 3.
Yeah, Nathan finds even more removal here, probably.
Does he have a land?
Doesn't have a land, because of course you might just be interested in just running out a land to play out the Massacre Girl.
I mean, he'd probably just do it, right?
And Devore does have the card in Agent 13 Sharon Carter here. Could choose to play that one out, right?
You know, he has Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector in hand, Paul.
No.
Like,
It's
if
Agent
you
13.
want to talk about the card.
No, it's Agent 13. It's what was more impactful last game?
Absolutely.
Not even close,
It
right?
wasn't even remotely close. Yeah, this is a rough matchup for the Captain Marvel. It plays out like a really good rare, but there are some matchups you play against green-red, and it's like, nope, can't do anything
you can't
ever.
kill it.
You
Right,
lose.
exactly.
Yeah.
And as you can see, Devore mindful of the wide variety of tricks and removal effects that Nathan can have as we are going into a game 3 here. Choosing just to attack with the Kree Commando, doesn't even play Agent 13 here, just going, hey, I'm just going to do the same thing. And if you're Nathan, he goes, oh, I know what you have.
I know what you got.
I know what you got.
Let's see, how much mana? 5.
And if you're a Devore side, it's like, even if you kill it, if I flash it in end of turn, that's still 5 damage coming in the air, right?
And he can do the Agent Sharon Carter thing, although that would play into Massacre Girl in kind of a painful way.
Oh, and Nathan doesn't find land number 5 here.
Wow.
But he does have the Helicarrier Strike.
Yes.
Right, so now if
But
you're
there's
Devore,
shield spike
you get
hit.
the shield
Does
spike
he
hit
do it
going.
again?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's not really that much else to do, and you have to think, what can you play here to deal with my Captain Marvel, and it's Helicarrier Strike.
And it's too greedy, right, to go shield spike hit, equip, Sharon Carter attack. That's too much,
It
right?
feels like it is.
Yeah.
It really feels
I
like
mean,
it is.
there's always that backup of like, well, I get the card back. But
Yeah.
it just feels like such an amazing way to rebuild, especially with
Absolutely.
Nathan stuck
With
on
speed,
4 lands.
Right, you get to play
Oh,
Haste
yeah.
Creature into Agent 13,
Get outta here.
equip the Shield Spike hit.
Yes.
That's what you want to set up for. Oh, never mind. Going for full-on aggression here. Shield Spike hit, Shield unblockable.
So he's going to open up Captain Marvel to a potential Helicarrier strike.
That's what it looks like
And
here.
remember, in the last game, he was very aware of that.
Right. Now, remember, the Kree Commando also got in, so this is a lethal attack, right? This is 5, 8, 11 damage
It
coming
is.
in.
So he basically is just saying, check.
Right.
You got to do something.
Do you have the Helicarrier strike? And even if you do, I still get to hit you for 6 damage, right? Because none of these creatures are blockable by those ground creatures. So
And
it's
then
like,
Stoyer really kind of needs to draw a land.
has to draw
and,
the land.
And has to have Massacre Girl, which he
Right.
does, and has to play it out.
right.
And then Devore can rebuild.
But if he does, I mean, he gets, of course, completely stabilize the board,
Yes.
and Devore only has Agent 13 with that Hulk Smash in hand.
Don't ever say that again, Paul.
What, only Agent 13?
Agent 13.
Well, I mean,
No,
Nathan
you're right.
does have 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, that's right. And Nathan also has a removal spell with Cruel Alliance to back that up. So
Right.
this is
I mean, this
a
is
little all in here.
This
for
is kind
Detective.
of a land or bust type situation.
God,
yeah,
If he misses and has to say, these are all the cards I have.
Right. The thing. So my thing is, couldn't you have just moved the Shield Spike Kit onto Captain Marvel? The speed is still unblockable.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So you're actually keep making yourself very vulnerable here to that Helicarrier strike.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think I would have moved that Shield Spike Kit over to Captain Marvel. Turned it into a 6/4. Okay.
So Spider-Man Chump?
Okay. Spider-Man Chump keeping the Helicarrier strike. Nathan
White
needs a land
Yeah.
here.
Land off the top to reset the board and probably take control of this match.
Absolutely. Nathan down
Versus
to 5
no
here.
land lose.
Yeah. Needs untapped land. Remember, Nathan has 16 lands. One of his lands is a Fisk Tower.
That's right.
So it can't be an untapped land. It has to be an
It
untapped
doesn't
land.
matter. If I draw my land, I'm gonna kill my guys.
If I draw my land, and there it is, a swamp off the top.
Of course.
Because I'm Nathan Stoyer, and that's
Oh,
how I
man.
roll. And there it is, everything down.
So
now,
big.
can Devore rebuild in a meaningful way here?
It's so tough because Nathan's hand is full of removal spells.
5 mana.
Helicarrier
plus
Strike,
6
Cruel Alliance.
spells in hand.
You can gain the life back with the Cruel Alliance. I mean, that land basically, I mean, it was land or bust, and he did get there on the land there. So now this is a tough spot here for Devore. Now you can use that Hulk Smash here to get that Massacre Girl off the battlefield.
Smash it
That
now.
prevents the teamwork effect on Cruel Alliance. You can still
Right.
cast Cruel Alliance, but you
still,
don't get
that
to gain
life
the life.
might really matter.
Yeah.
Another land off the top wouldn't be the worst here for Stoyer, though. He does find Red Guardian Super Soldier. That's not the answer he wants right now. He just needs to go for the Cruel Alliance.
And now, I mean, take a look at Nathan's hand.
Yeah, that is stacked.
Cruel Alliance, Helicarrier Strike, Red Guardian. I mean, there's just so much action in hand.
Yeah,
Didn't find, if you did have a land, you could have gone Black Widow into Cruel Alliance. That would have been ideal
Yes, get that
because you would have a creature in play and you get to gain the 3 life.
But as it stands, he's going to have to settle for
Probably just a
Cruel
Cruel
Alliance
Alliance.
plus Shield Spike Hit, I guess.
Yeah, that's
I
kind
mean,
of the
just
only
because
thing.
you're crimped on white mana.
Right. And it's you know, if there's a haste creature, you would put the Shield Spike hit on anyway, so you
Yes.
wouldn't even be able to get that
Is there a
creature.
threat here for
He
Devore?
finds something. It's a Brave Brawler, maybe? No,
That
it's a
would be
3-drop.
nice. Oh, wow,
Wow,
the
that's
perfect draw here.
perfect.
Here in training.
Can he go back-to-back creatures here? No.
It looks like he's just going to equip and pass.
Equip and pass.
This is how it would go for Devore, though. Finding cards like Hero in Training is exactly what he needs. He found Lightning Strike. He's caught his opponent at 5 life, and he's got 3 damage sitting in his hand.
Just needs to find a way to get the last few points of damage through here.
Something has to hit.
All right, Black Widow.
And he's left the mana up for Red Guardian, but Red Guardian
right?
is not really it. So I
No.
guess it's just the white mana for Helicarrier Strike here.
Right, but if Devore is going to be mindful of Helicarrier Strike, do you just fire off the Lightning Strike
Yeah.
on the Black Widow and try to get an attack in?
Quicksilver Brash.
Quicksilver! And you can power that up and turn that into a double striker with the Shield Spike hit. I mean, that would be a 3/3 double striking attacker here.
So that would certainly draw the Helicarrier Strike.
Right. Okay.
And he still has room to attack with Hero in
Okay.
Training,
attacks with both.
which
but-
means that if it gets through, it's lethal.
Right. But Nathan can just put the Black Widow in front of Hero in Training
And force Devore
And
to
then-
pay the mana.
and then just deal 4 damage to the Quicksilver and take no damage, right?
Right, but I'm saying Nathan's in an interesting position because Devore, if he gets through with Hero in Training and has mana,
Right.
he can just say, okay, good game.
Yeah. The alternative here is you block the Hero in Training and you see what Devore does.
I mean,
But
does
you
Devore
can-
just say go? Or just say
course.
pass priority?
Yeah, absolutely, because of the Lightning Strike.
Right.
So this is one of those spots where if you play around the Lightning Strike, you just have to go for the Helicarrier Strike. You can't be greedy and take first strike damage from the Quicksilver to try to get it off the battlefield with the Red Guardian.
Right, so he is going to try to do that
Devore
here.
passes.
Black
Will
Widow,
Nathan
Devore
pass
says,
back?
sure.
What do you want to do, Nathan? Nathan's always a very patient player.
Yeah,
right?
Devore's really showing him how to play patiently as well.
It's like, is your last card Lightning Strike?
This is
I
Devore
wanna-
saying, I don't need to go for the win right now because either of these creatures get through and you will lose.
Right, because does Red Guardian get better from this point? Right, you're
Right.
such a low life total. Is it best to just take the 2 damage and save the Helicarrier Strike for something later?
Exactly.
So this is a calculated thing because remember, Devore had nothing and then played Hero in Training, right?
Yes.
And he played the Quicksilver. What's the chances he's got a Lightning Strike? It's very
Right.
low.
Look at Devore.
He's
Cool
going for it.
as a cucumber.
He's like, oh no, this is brutal. So now Devore has nothing.
And the board will be once again down to 0 creatures.
Board will be down to 0 creatures. Now Nathan on Red Guardian and Murdoch's Crusade. So, I mean, it's not like Nathan is super ahead here at this point. He's actually used all of
Oh,
his
this
removal.
is interesting. Is Devore considering just
Killing
now
the hero
lightning
in training?
striking? The
Right, the hero in
the Black Widow.
Oh, excuse me, the Black Widow, yeah.
And that would keep his hero in training
Right, because you
up.
want the scries from that shield spike hit.
Totally, and you want a threat on the battlefield, and maybe this lightning strike plan isn't going to work.
Because if you don't have any other creatures to play this turn, then
Lightning
you're in a
strike's
really
kind of
tough
meh.
spot. Yeah. I think you kind of have to, and then you just hope that your 3/3 hero in training with the scry gets it done here.
Because it's so brutal to use the lightning strike
your
that
opponent's
could have won you the game.
Of course.
And now it may be firing off on a creature that has already blocked.
Because now you're thinking, God, should I have just fired off the lightning strike
I know.
first?
I know. It makes you think
right?
that.
But there's no more white mana for Nathan Stoyer, so no take up the shield.
Yes.
So is this a good time to just fire this off and not worry about it?
Really critical decision here for Detechnik. This is why we love limited.
Right.
Does he
If you have another
bite
lightning
the bullet?
if you have another lightning strike,
in
you might
your
want to
deck?
hold it.
Yeah.
Right? But if you don't,
He
Yeah,
is going to
look at
use
this.
it. And Stoyer says, ha ha, I played right.
Right.
I could have just been dead, but instead I'm still here.
well, what does Stoyer find? Murdoch's Crusade does not
He
kill
found
hero
a
in
plane's
training.
nothing.
So now Nathan has to either decide, do I just run out Red Guardian and it attach the shield spike hit just so
Oh.
we get the clean trade? Or am I willing to take 3 damage so that I'm up a creature, but I go down to 2?
I think
Meaning,
at this point I would be a little greedier.
Right.
I think I would be up a creature
but
if I could.
then a repulsor blast
Yes.
with teamwork could potentially take it
Totally.
down.
And I think at this point with the lightning strike in the yard, you take your medicine if that happens.
Yeah.
But it's not a comfortable position. Let's just say
Right.
that.
All right, Nathan is down to 2 here, but Devore does not have a creature in play. Now Nathan is the one who's scrying with that Red Guardian.
I like this play from Nathan.
Right.
Unsurprisingly playing very, very well. Both players with no
Bottom.
targets for their Murdoch.
Yeah, and that is certainly the cost here. When it's at its worst against red-white aggro.
This is the matchup that
Yeah.
is bad in for sure.
All right, Devore, do you have a creature? No creature, a land.
Passes the turn.
So more scrying, and this is where the shield spike hit does its work here. Already got a scry to the bottom.
Look at these life totals. 19
Nathan at
to
2
2
life. Devore just going, can you at least play a big creature, please?
Right.
Fist Tower
oh,
up
and
to
now make
3.
it 3. That could matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Needs a threat here, Devore.
No, another mountain off the top
Another
for Detechnik.
land.
And he's just going to pass
Just
a turn
holds
back.
it.
What about for Stoyer? I think
Stoyer
he
has a
tried
bunch of lifelink creatures in his
bottom?
deck. If he just finds a Brave Brawler,
Yeah, another Night Nurse.
yeah, that would be huge.
And another one to the bottom here for Stoyer.
Yeah, I mean, you see.
I mean, it's doing work, but he has not been able to still get the threats. Unliving Legionnaire was the draw, though, for Stoyer. That scry
Huge
is
pickup.
massive.
That is massive. It just
That's a
finds you
game
what you need.
breaker.
Oh, it absolutely is. You're at 3 life.
I guess a Crusade finally finds a target, but
Right. And now you can just run out the Legionnaire, get something back.
Play this. Play land. Power up.
Yep. Target.
Sure.
What do you get back? Lots of great options here. This game has been going on for quite some time.
he got Spider-Man to the rescue.
Spider-Man to the rescue. It is a flash. Very important aspect of that card too is just reach.
Reach.
Just being able to make sure you have another answer to a potential flyer with Shield Spike Hit if Devore has an answer to the Unliving Legionnaire, which he does in that Murdoch's Crusade.
Yeah, because he has more powerful creatures. I mean, you see Okoye sitting
Yeah,
right
but
there.
Devore's
but
thinking
reach
I would
is
like
massive.
a Kree Commando type card,
Totally.
right?
He drew, it is a Brave Brawler off the top?
It might be.
It was. This could get interesting, although is he going to equip?
He might not because of Murdoch's
Murdoch's
Crusade.
Crusade, exactly.
Right.
And he can still Murdoch's Crusade
The
the
Legionnaire.
Legionnaire this turn,
Yeah.
too.
I got it.
He has enough mana to do both, so it is
Right.
actually a decision for him.
For sure. Get that Legionnaire off the battlefield. the unfortunate thing is he's probably going to put it on next turn, but then you can't unequip it.
He doesn't
Right?
have any. But he might be able
Oh,
to.
if he draws something, absolutely, yeah.
And he's showing off a little bit here. Mountain, go ahead.
Well, Mountain no equip.
I know.
I
what's
know.
up. Mhm.
So then Nathan also has to think, okay, he's playing around this card.
Can you imagine being either one of these two players? And this is literally round 1 of your Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, just high level
this is an
Magic here.
insanely great match, and
Right.
it's the first one of hopefully many for both of these players this weekend.
Nathan with an Ultron here, just more blockers in play here. Has that Spider-Man to the rescue as well, which Devore, of course, knows about. So it makes attacking very, very difficult on this board. What can Devore find? Remember, Nathan's still only at 3 life. Can he find a flyer, an unblockable creature? Oh, that's a Night Nurse.
Night Nurse.
This is incredible. So now, I mean, Spider-Man doesn't even actually completely blow you out here because your creature's a 5/4, right?
Right.
If you make one of these creatures indestructible, if Nathan sets up a double block, you're still going to be able to kill one of the creatures. And of course, Night Nurse getting the card back here.
Getting back the Brawler,
Right.
becoming another threat, another lethal threat for next turn. Wow, this match just does not quit. This is
nuts.
awesome.
Nathan going, all right, do I double block? Do I really want to get this Brave Brawler off the battlefield?
top or
But I
bottom?
do have this Murdoch's Crusade, so maybe I don't want to kill it, right? Maybe I just let you gain the life just so that I can set up the Murdoch's Crusade.
Storer taking a quick look.
How do you block here? I mean, you kind of want to kill the Brave Brawler, right? You don't know that he drew the Night Nurse. And you kind of want to run out that Spider-Man just to put a clock on your side of the battlefield.
Totally. I mean, he did get Devore down to 13. Like, he's made some progress. Remember, Devore's up to 22.
I think Devore, of course, not really going to do anything here.
Nothing to do.
And Nathan maybe wants to save the Ultron, or okay, it looks like he's just okay losing one of these two creatures. Probably killing the Ultron here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Oh.
a Shield Spy Kit would be kind of a good top deck for Storer with the Ultron.
Right. Okay, gains a bunch of life. Get back the Brave Brawler here. Okay. Of course, play that out as well, and you can, of course, power that up too.
Sure.
And you can move the Shield Spy Kit onto the Night Nurse so that you still are not vulnerable. Oh, it doesn't, never mind. Okay, plays the land. Puts it on the Night Nurse. You still don't get got by the Murdoch's Crusade here.
Yeah, and I guess that Devore left the Ultron on the battlefield because if he draws his other Murdoch's Crusade, he'll have a target.
That's what it seems like. He's like, I want to make
Yeah.
sure I have access to that. This would be attacking as a 3/5. Devore can choose to double block or just take the damage.
Yeah, life totals wise, not that big of a deal,
But
but
the
getting a threat
scrying,
off the board and the scry
right.
is kind of a big thing.
Yeah,
There's one at
absolutely.
the top there for Stoyer.
But this is rough now because since you know about Spider-Man to the rescue, now you can't even attack.
Oh, he already has. Oh, it's Murdoch's Crusade.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he knew about that from
Oh, with the scry.
So that's why
That's
he
why.
left Ultron as we predicted.
Right, and this is an exile effect, so giving it indestructible doesn't matter with Spider-Man to the rescue, and you can't get it back with the Night Nurse. Now, what you can do is still play Spider-Man to the rescue, trade with one of these creatures, and then get back the Spider-Man to the rescue with Night Nurse, right?
Right.
So big draws here from Nathan, along with Devore. So a lot of back
Paul.
and forth. What's that?
Do you see that die on the left part of your screen there?
Time?
I think we're in time.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
This
This
has
has
been
gone
an incredible
forever.
match for sure. Wow.
So that means that
It's going to be tricky here.
Devore is
It's going to
turn
be
one.
hard. It's going to be very hard for Nathan to win, right?
Very hard with Devore at 15 and gaining more life every turn.
Attacking with what, 8 life linking or 7 life linking here?
Yeah.
I'm at 3, and you're at.
So Defore's on turn 1. That means that Stoyer was turn 0.
So both players get 2 turns to basically try to win the game.
With the Technic having the last of those turns.
Yeah. So now if you're on Nathan's side, I suppose you're just trying to salvage the draw here, just because it looks like it's going to be really difficult to win from this
Oh, that is
spot.
such a shame. This was such an amazing match,
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. And I wonder.
The question is, can Stoyer even do that, though?
Right. Oh, it looks like, oh, excuse me, Nathan's at
Getting
3, so he
flashes.
needs to play out Night Nurse
Just as a blocker.
and then
This gets
block and then
flashed
Spider-Man, and
in.
you wouldn't die.
I'm gonna
You
take
would go to
4 and
1
go to
because you
1.
take 4 from the Brave Brawler and you gain 2 from the Night Nurse.
Exactly.
So you go to 1.
Yes.
So you're
and
at
again-
1.
Night Nurse
Six,
dies.
7. 22 to 1.
And you gain 7.
Dev-
Yeah,
Devore
22
goes up to
1.
22, so it's 22
This
to
is
1.
really Devore's game to or match to win. This is
Absolutely.
turn 2 now for Stoyer.
Yeah, and Stoyer's certainly going to equip Shield Spike Kit. Oh, onto the Night Nurses here. So gonna stay alive here. Gonna go up to 5 life here, attacking with the Night Nurse with 2 Scries. So now at 5 with the blocker,
18.
Devore is going to
Right,
need
from 22 to 18.
a couple of timely draws here. You need to find a way to get that Night Nurse off the battlefield. Nathan splits up the Shield Spike Kit.
Did
Now-
he hit with the Spider-Man too?
No, I don't believe so. He scryed.
Oh, it has vigilance though, right?
Right, but you don't get the Shield Spike Kit triggers if you attack with both creatures.
Right, of course. So that's more important.
Of course, yeah. Especially because Nathan's
Because
just trying
he's
to stay
going for a
alive.
tie here.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
going for the draw here most likely. And now Devore thinking, do I need the scry here? You might have a Murdoch's Crusade, but I might not have a choice. But this is looking more and more likely that it's going to be a draw here.
So this is turn 3 for Detechnik, then turn 4 will be Stoyer, then turn 5
That's
for
right.
Detechnik.
So now Detechnik thinking, well, I can't win here. So now I want to gain maximum life
right.
and just attack you this turn.
So again,
So now in a weird way, both players are going for the draw?
Well, if Devore
you
has
can't
nothing to
win,
play, then Nathan's going
Right.
to try to win, but he has no chance here, right? So this is
Oh,
going to be a
man.
draw.
I
This is
cannot
a really
believe that
unfortunate
this
way
is
because
gonna
this
end
is
in a
such an
draw.
incredible game, or match rather.
Such a great match.
Yeah. I just don't think
I
they're going to have
wanna
the
know
time.
Who's going to win? Because they've
Nobody.
all. Yeah, I mean they've played out like their most powerful stuff. We already saw
Massacre Girl and Captain Marvel, yeah.
right. There's Brave Brawler power up, just all the lifelink
Right.
creatures you could ever want.
And this is going
And this
to
is
be,
it.
Yeah, Nick
This is going to
Fury,
be the last turn.
put it on.
No, that's it.
No, that's it.
Yeah,
Devore's was turn 5.
Devore's was turn 5. That's already over.
And I think you can see the disappointment in Nathan because he knows that if this game would have drawn out a little longer, very likely to win from this board
It
state.
doesn't matter. We're gonna draw unless you.
yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like Stoyer thought he was the last turn, but it's not
Yeah.
relevant
I mean,
here.
I'm gonna. This is turn 5.
It's
Attack
not.
for
It's not
6.
turn 5.
No.
It was your turn. When I called time, it was your turn.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
I guess the
So,
game's over.
Numbers check out. So the
Yeah.
match
You
is
wanna draw?
over.
You wanna
I don't think
concede?
it's
They
too
seem to go
early
Hold
to
on, let's see what they
concede.
say.
Okay.
That was no Stoyer
think I'm pretty
offering,
handily
would you
winning,
like to
but,
concede
you know,
to
I
me?
understand
And
that
because
you're, playing
sometimes they'll try to look at the board state, but nope, not going to be there this time, and it's just going
Yeah.
to be a
You
draw.
need what?
a draw to requalify. I can go 6-1.
6, 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Good luck.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is going to be a draw. Such a fantastic showing on our opening feature match from two top
Yeah, I
players
mean, I know your deck
going
composition, I
at
don't think
it,
you have
but
outs at that point,
unfortunately it
to be
doesn't
honest.
end in a draw.
In
Yeah,
your
I mean,
case,
just
I
really
understand.
high-level
I
magic
get it.
from both players.
But it sucks for both players, obviously, to draw.
I agree.
Yeah, I
luck
mean,
in
they're
the
just
rest.
talking
Good luck.
about,
Nice meeting you.
you know,
Okay.
it's unfortunate.
It is
because
what it is.
A draw is as close to a loss. I think Nathan was maybe hoping that, given that he was so far ahead on board, he might get the concession. But there's just, you know,
No
this
way.
early in the tournament, no shot that
No way.
anybody's going to.
Also,
concede in that
DeFore
spot.
made plays that he wouldn't have otherwise
Right,
made
absolutely.
to, with the consideration that
Yeah.
was be. You don't want to snapshot later on,
Of course.
and do it that way. But as Paul said, when we play this tournament structures that we play, 3 points for a win, 0 for a loss, but only 1 for a draw. So it is really kind of loss adjacent. Well, great stuff from the feature match area here in our opening round from Amsterdam. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, keep the fun rolling with the Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes in Brussels, Belgium, running July 24th through the 26th. It's an awesome format as well. Team Trios Limited, so if you're having fun here this weekend, hey, go over to Brussels next. I know a lot of people are doing that. You can find out more info at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Welcome back here to Pro Tour coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We have 362 of the best battling here for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. A look at the Pro Tour area here as the action gets underway here this morning. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend. I've got Frank Carson and Riley Knight with me here at the news desk, and we are in limited this morning, one of 3 drafts here, which is very cool. First time in 15 years to have a top 8 draft at the Pro Tour, which is really special. And Riley, you've been keeping track of our top pods.
Yes, of course, because we've got a lot of big names at our featured pods, as you would expect here at the pinnacle of professional Magic competition. As we turn our attention now to draft pod number 1, our featured draft between Nathan Stowe, of course, drawing with Davor there. But Sergio Garcia Gonzalez actually got up, winning his match, which means these 2 teammates will be playing against each other in the next round. We could confirm that pairing. Nathan Stowe playing off against Team Heavy Play Cosmos teammate Gonzalez Garcia. We move on now to our second draft pod, where Zevon Faust beat Sam Padilla in a lightning match there. 10 minutes Pardee was put in the ground. And Li Shichan also picked up a win, meaning that Zevon and Li Shichan will be facing off against each other in our second round as well. And finally, our third draft pod here, which is stacked with talent. Some huge names, Javier Dominguez, Gabriel Nassif, and look at that. They both won their first matches. What a surprise indeed. But it does mean that these 2 will face off against each other in round number 3 as well. So a bunch of featured players did really well, won their matches, and will actually now go head-to-head in the round that we're about to get into, Maria.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting round at number 2 here at the Pro Tour. Well, what does it take to win here in this limited format? We asked 5 team captains for their secret tricks. Riley talked to them yesterday.
I'm here with Andrew Ellenbogen of the Boulder Merline. Andrew, talk us through your team's limited preparation and how it's left you feeling.
Yeah, I think we're feeling pretty good. I think this time kind of our focus was trying to use data in an intelligent way, not use it naively and take it like purely in terms of our win rate, but also not ignore it and throw it in the trash can, trying to kind of tease insights about specific cards or specific art types kind of from the data.
Well, it's a big limited tournament this weekend, so the very best of luck to you, Andrew.
Thank you.
I'm here with former world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Jean-Emmanuel, you are the captain of Team Undying Baguette. Tell us about your team's limited preparations for this event.
So we didn't make many changes because the top 8 was draft, because we don't want to assume anything. The one thing we did change is having the limited meeting before the bootcamp instead of at the end of it, so that we start the bootcamp with all the data in our minds and try to position ourselves against it or in line with it.
And are you feeling confident about what you've discovered through your process?
So we feel like we understand the format very well, but I'm still not very confident. It's a format with a lot of bombs. The games are mostly decided by them. There's not enough removal going around. So I would say like confident about my understanding, but not about my results.
All right, well, it's a big limited tournament this weekend. The best luck to you and your team.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Eduardo Sajgalek, the captain of Team Worldly Council. Eduardo, talk us through your team's limited preparation for this event.
Honestly, we've done this so much that it's the other team's turn to catch up to us. So hopefully, we get into the top 8, we get to show the expertise, take down the trophy. Being more humble, I do hope we found the right approach. We'll have to wait for the tournament to see if it's correct, but I think other teams, it's more that reacting to other teams rather than us changing a lot for this weekend.
All right, well, best of luck across the weekend. We'll see how we go in limited at this Pro Tour.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Ryan Condon, the captain of Team Sanctum of All. Ryan, tell us a little bit about your limited preparation for this Pro Tour. What was your process like, and how do you feel at the end of it?
Yeah, so Sanctum, we really encourage a lot of our competitors to play a bunch of Magic Online single elimination drafts. We think those are very important to get a sense of how pod play is different from, your typical arena draft. And I think a lot of the competitors really bought into that this time, so I think we're feeling pretty good. We also did a bunch of draft log review where everyone sits around and, goes through everyone's draft logs and gives advice, talks about marginal cards, that kind of thing. So we're really dialed in on the details, and I think we are pretty well prepared.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the rest of the team in the limited rounds this weekend.
Appreciate it, thanks.
I'm here with Adam Edelson, the captain of Team Rampant Growth. Adam, walk us through what your limited preparations have looked like for this tournament.
Totally, yeah. So I would say, we start really just reviewing all the cards, learning the cards online, really playing a lot of Magic Online drafts so that, we're ready when we get to the house. Our goal is really to emulate the Pro Tour draft environment. So, our team made a recording of the draft pick process, and we really focus on the fundamentals. So, making sure everyone's up to speed on limited. And then, I make a long PowerPoint going through each archetype, kind of an overview of what's specific to this unique set and kind of what you have to keep out for. And we kind of, edit and adjust that as we learn more about the format. But really the goal is, to be really strong limited players overall by the time you get to the house. That way we can really emulate the Pro Tour drafts and, learn from those and see kind of how that shakes out compared to, when you're playing out online, when you're, in a group of 8 really strong drafters, kind of what the decks look like and use that to kind of predict how people will draft at the Pro Tour and succeed from there.
All right, well, I hope the preparation pays off for you. Best of luck this weekend.
Me too, thank you.
There's a look at the Pro Tour area. I talked to Eduardo about his draft team's strategy, and he just showed me a meme, unbothered, in my lane, moisturized, flourishing. And I'm like, you know what, that's a great strategy, going into this draft format. Just sit back, relax, and take what comes to you. Let's take a look at our next feature match here as we set up round number 2 here at the Pro Tour. We're going to stick with Nathan Stoyer, who has a draw from round number 1, up against teammate Sergio Garcia Gonzalez, who has a win under his belt already. Now, Nathan Stoyer, he was our featured drafter. We saw him drafting this morning, making some choices that perhaps not everybody was in favor of, but he seems pretty happy with his deck overall. 6 top finishes to his name. He's your current reigning Pro Tour champion, 2-time Pro Tour champion, as well as your world champion in 2022.
And the stats here, as we have a look at some of the bits and pieces that stand out, we can talk about the big picture stuff, the Pro Tour championships, the World Championships. But what really stood out to me here is this 66.7% day 1 win rate. Like, that is just unbelievable. This guy does not lose on, well, he does like a third of the time, but the point stands. That's an incredible win rate to maintain on day 1 at the highest level of competition, and it's a great augury for him in this match.
Absolutely. Up against teammate here is Sergio Garcia Gonzalez, who started playing in 2003, has had 18 premier starts since his first in 2007, missed playing for top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. His tournament goal, win the whole thing.
And here you can see, starting off with a win against Luis Salvato, teammates Luis Salvato. So he's off to a great start, obviously. Not too much more we can say about that. 100% win rate on day number 1 for him so far in this tournament. Great stuff. We'll see if he can keep it up against one of the best players in the world.
Well, Frank, why don't you walk us through the decks that these two drafted?
Yes, indeed. Well, let's start with Nathan Stoyer's deck, because we saw him draft in the morning where he was kind of waffling between blue and black. Well, in the end, he ended up leaving all the blue in the sideboard, favoring a consistent mana base, and I like that approach. It's a white-black deck that showcases the attack-alone mechanic with 2 copies of Spy Shield Kit and more. The featured draft table is also open deck lists, so his opponents will know about Massacre Girl and should make sure not to overcommit into that powerful sweeper. Likewise, Red Guardian and Spider-Man mean that opponents may have to think twice about attacking into 3 open mana. Now, on the other side of the table, Sergio Garcia Gonzalez is going to be Nathan's opponent this round, and he drafted 3 straight colors, though he has several land cyclers and fixing lands to smoothen out the mana base. Now, his deck has solid creatures and some late game potential by potentially recurring Project Deathlock Soldier and then tossing it to Bullseye or Kingpin's Enforcer for value, but it's overall a bit low on removal, no bomb rares, nothing too exciting, and Maria, just based on the quality of the cards, I like Nathan Stoyer's deck a little bit more for this matchup.
All right, let's find out what happens. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Thank you so much, friends. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round number 2 of our draft portion here at Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes. Corey and I, we're super pumped to be here.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to in the draft rounds, my friend?
Oh, man, just watching as much Limited as possible and getting to see Limited and every single day is going to be so great. I'm just pumped to be here. This is going to be a lot of fun.
It is going to be so much fun. This draft format has just been an absolute blast to play.
Yeah,
you know,
I've
between
loved it.
between the bunch of us back there in the commentators team, you know, like we have played so much of this format. It's a little ridiculous,
Yeah,
honestly.
I think we could compete in
We
these
could.
limited rounds for
Yeah,
sure. You know?
we probably get something handed to us on a silver platter, but yeah. I don't think we do very well against these players, at least not of the caliber that we see here in our feature match area. Sergio Garcia Gonzalez up at the top of the screen, up against Nathan Stoyer. Both on Team Cosmos, but I believe they're on the opposite ends of Team Cosmos.
Yeah, still teammates though. Sergio played a teammate earlier and just shows, well, how many people are on this team as well as, you know, just incredible players all around.
Kicking things off here, just got Deathlock on the board to kick things off. I was looking at Sergio's list before we came into this round, and it's kind of 4-drops.deck, huh? There's so many 4-drops there, but a lot of them, you know, they fulfill the role of removal. You got the Killmonger, you've also got Abomination, so definitely ways to get stuff off the board for him.
And honestly, the 4-drops in this format are very, very powerful.
Yeah.
That is kind of one of the things that, you know, is very unique to this format. Undercover Scrolls gets that much extra value when you can ramp into the 4-drops. And outside of that, you know, kind of what Frank was saying at the booth, Sergio's deck is okay. There's some really powerful cards, but then there's some less than exciting cards, you know, especially these 2 robots that are on the battlefield. They're good. They're okay.
You know,
but they're nothing amazing.
You know what, though? Like, we saw them as well. Like, he's got 2 Deathlocks in his deck, as well as the same Synthoids, but, you know, there is also the Bullseye in the deck. So if he's able to find that and leverage these creatures that can recur, like the Deathlock, you know, he's going to be pretty happy to pick off some key creatures from Nathan. And we've seen in the previous round as well, how gummed up the board can get from Nathan's side.
Absolutely. And Sergio's got to be pumped to just have perfect mana on turn 3 here because, well, his mana base is a little greedy. You know, 2 islands, 6 forests, 6 swamps, maybe not necessarily ideal.
It's got decent fixing.
Yeah, decent fixing. When you're splashing blue for a 3-drop that isn't necessarily a rare or a mythic, it is maybe not a little less than ideal, but still very strong when you curve out like this.
You look at his mana base and you're like, did you get Agent Nick Fury or, you know, or Thanos perhaps? You know, any of the 5 mana creatures or 5 color creatures?
Yeah, nothing too exciting like that, but hey, Pro Tour drafts are just that much harder. It's that much tougher to be able to get a 9 out of 10 or even an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
And Nathan's deck, though, really knocking on the door at that kind of power level. His deck is powerful, and that was just one of the most incredible matches to start our Pro Tour off between Nathan and Devore there. That was great.
Yeah, that was one grindy matchup indeed. And, you know, I did have to have a chuckle when I saw Nathan's final deck list. All those blue cards he picked up just didn't make an appearance. And, you know, probably rightly so. I bet he could have made he would have preferred to make a couple different choices in the draft, but hey, sometimes you just get convinced by Kang, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, he's on the board.
It's tough to ignore just playing the best color in the format, too. I mean, you know, the white color is just so powerful here in this format, and, you know, a lot of players can be in that color, and it still works out.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like he was being contested too much, as we see one of the premier removal spells in common, Murdoch's Crusade, taking care of Kang, not getting any connive value off of that for Sergio.
Yeah, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to just be able to put up a brick wall force against all these other creatures, take a couple of damage from the 2/2 flyer. Either way, Nathan looking really good so far. Pet Avengers is going to be a nice follow-up here for Sergio, but unable to charge it up here.
Yeah, no power up yet for the Pet Avengers. They'll bring their owner along with them a little later. I do love Pet Avengers type line, though. This has to be the longest in Magic, right? Dragon,
For
cat,
creature
dog,
type,
bird, frog, hero.
Might as well just put Changeling on that one, right?
Sure. Yeah, why not? I mean, there's no rat in there, but sure, yeah.
Yeah, that card's great, though. Just a solid 4 mana, 4/4 body here. Gets a little bit of a supercharge. And flyers are just that good in this format, as the removal is maybe not as prevalent. You know, you really got to put a huge priority on removal spells. So being able to have a creature that blocks flyers gains some kind of value.
Absolutely,
in those scenarios.
The Unliving Legionnaire on Nathan's side of things, I don't think is going to be swinging too happily in towards this Pet Avengers here. Unless he's able to get this powered up, but where is he going with his turn first? Looks like we're going to get Dennis Dunphy down, the Brave Brawler. That hits the board, and ooh, nice, some teamwork there. Gonna get Cruel Alliance to take care of the pup. I like that because that represents a roadblock in the skies as well as an extra body later on.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to get in a good chunk of damage here as well, and you can always power up the Brave Brawler at another turn. So being able to get a hit in for 5, have Sergio on a 2-turn clock is an excellent start here for Nathan.
Yeah, you know, Sergio was off to the races, but he's picked a couple of really key removal spells up, another one in hand and Helicarrier Strike, so yeah, no stress at all currently for our reigning Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, and not even a ton of removal here for Sergio. You know, there's an Hour of Defeat, a Widow's Bite. Outside of that, just not a ton of premium removal, so...
He's, yeah, like I said, he's probably going to be relying a lot on Bullseye if he can find it, or Killmonger. You know, he's only the one-off, but Bullseye is definitely a repeatable removal spell.
Yeah, absolutely. Bullseye would be great right now to be able to clean up this 3-2 before it can get powered up. But, I mean, just look at how powerful this equipment is, the Shield Spy Kit.
I love it.
Gorilla just took care of it here. You traded down, which
You respect it, yeah.
Gorilla is pretty tough to trade down, as it only would be 1-drops that you're trading down with. But that's just how good this equipment is. One of the best, if not the best equipment.
You know where that Spy Kit really shines?
Yeah.
When your opponent gives you the Guardian's token. The indestructible flying demon friend. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
There you
it's
go.
quite nice. It's like, oh yes, I have to attack, but haha, I can also block.
I'll be doing some blocking, the Void.
The Void, that's it. Here comes AIM Scientists on the board here now.
I mean, you got to just feel amazing whenever you can discard the creature that you're going to bring back over and over. That's just some nice value.
You know, this is
getting
kind
rid
of a
those
graveyard
soldiers.
deck. There are cards in here that care about the graveyard. Undercover Scroll being one of them, Killmonger another. So, you know, I like what Sergio put together here. I think it's pretty cohesive. You know, maybe a few too many 4-drops for my liking, but it's solid.
Yeah, very scrappy, that's for sure. You know, I mean, the Deathlock Soldier, it's not a card that I love to play, but there are definitely some good synergies whenever you can get some good connive stuff going. You feel like you've kind of done it when you just put it into the graveyard for free off a Surveil or a connive or something like that.
That's cool. Kingpin's Enforcers, another sack outlets. You know, there's not a lot of sacrifice effects in this format, but, you know, he has picked up pretty much all of them, I think.
Yeah. So Nathan did have land 7 here to be able to power up, but wasn't going to be lethal as there was going to be a flyer to be able to get chump blocked anyways. So now he's just really got to decide, do I do this now to avoid some kind of removal spells? And, you know, the card that comes to mind is a Widow's Bite. So Nathan's like, do I do it now? But if Sergio had a Widow's Bite in hand, it would be an absolute nightmare. But decides to do it now. And it would have been an absolute train wreck if Sergio's last card was the Widow's Bite. But Nathan really wants to cut down one more turn from Sergio, and you have to power it up. And you might as well give Sergio one less draw step, but he found it. Oh, that was huge.
Killmonger. Hey, buddy. And that's exactly what I wanted to see here from Sergio's deck. Killmonger sacrificing the repeatable, you know, fodder, essentially, and able to take care of the biggest threat on Nathan's board.
Yeah, and if he didn't deal with it right now, the game was over. So that was a gigantic draw from Sergio. Now Nathan's got to find another way to get through, as Killmonger is definitely charged up.
Oh, yeah.
And a little larger here.
Oh, yeah, definitely going to have more critters in the yard than needed. 2 or more required to get that +2/+1 buff. That's kind of thematic, you know. You have to have some stuff be dead before he can ascend to where he wants to be, you know?
Yes, I like that card. That card is quite... Normally a card like that is not the most powerful, where you have to get rid of something of yours. Even if it's your worst card to get rid of their best card, you know, you're still just not... You know, you're trading away one resource for one resource of theirs, but when you have these extra creatures that come back, that really pushes it over the edge.
Yeah, and, you know, he's got plenty of those. The shield deployment drone he's got, making tokens for him. He's got Falcon if he really wants to commit some bird murder. But a lot of times it might just be Falcon that gets taken out.
Yeah.
That bird is good. Red Wing is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't get rid of that bird.
No, it
Come on,
does more work for you.
I'd rather get rid of the 3/4 flyer than the 1/1 that surveils every
Yeah.
turn. I mean, come on. You could surveil one of the killbots to the yard.
You
I
could,
mean,
yeah.
That's just an absolute combo.
As things stand, A soldier. Ooh, Hour of Defeat in hand now for Sergio.
Sergio with 2 gigantic draw steps here with
Hell
Killmonger into Hour of Defeat. That is huge.
Indeed. And now he's getting feisty. So here comes Killmonger.
Yep.
Fears nothing with that removal spell in hand. And Nathan's got to sniff this out, right?
Yeah, and it is just a 5/4, so, you know, you are just threatening a trade with the Brave Brawler, or this strike is able to get it, so...
Yep.
That was just the classic. Sergio says, I got to get through this Brave Brawler eventually.
Yeah.
Could Hour of Defeat it proactively? But I think Sergio wants to save that for maybe a bigger, more impactful threat, like any flyer that
Yeah.
Sergio will have to control with him being at 5. You know, you really got to protect your life
speaking
total.
of flyers.
Oh, that was great. Now here's the problem is, like, can Nathan even resist leveling this up right now?
I mean, you want to, right?
You-
You get the other one back.
You do, but if you go to power
Or
it
was
up...
exiled.
No, I think it went to the graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, if you go for it proactively,
Yeah.
then you get an Hour and Defeat in response. So we'll see if Nathan says go, and then Sergio goes to play Hour and Defeat first or something like that.
Let's see. Is he going to go for it?
And you basically have to.
Yeah. Yeah, gets back the other one. Yeah, so you can just keep cycling these guys. if you
Yeah.
die. He he. You know, I wanted to like this Unliving Legionnaire when it was first previewed. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. It brings the thing back. It only brings it back to hand, so it's not as cool as, you know, Too Evil to Stay Dead, but it's still, you know, it's a big flyer. Flyers are a premium in the set, so.
Yeah, it's exactly fine.
It's
you know?
exactly fine, yes.
Making it to a 5/4 is good,
Yep.
but not anything to write home about, and
A
then
filler-
7 mana to
yeah,
return.
A
Yeah.
filler in most drafts, you know. But hey, at this point, it is threatening lethal, and Sergio does have to answer it. And there is Our Defeat, gets a Surveil off of it too. Does he like what's on top?
Yeah, now you just buy it right back,
Yep.
and the value never stops.
Churn, churn, churn. Nathan's pretty chuffed with himself. You can see he's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you one way or another.
Yeah, now Sergio's going to need a big draw step, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Definitely would love that. Does he have any recursion? That's
He,
the question.
he does and just cast one. Yeah, you normally do not see... this
Decoy play?
Yeah, decoy play played that much. You know, statistically one of the worst black cards, but
Yeah.
in a deck like this where you have a scrappy deck that plays a good amount of heroes and a good amount of villains,
Yeah.
this is the home for it.
Killmonger doing his best to keep this board clear.
Yep.
Takes care of the one Unliving Legionnaire. The second copy is still in Nathan's hand, though. These two Vampire Bros are helping each other out.
Just everyone returning everything. And,
Deja vu
yeah,
all
doing
over
the same
again.
thing over and over.
Oh, except Sergio is going to run out of answers before Nathan runs out of mana.
Yeah,
to
no
keep
kidding.
doing this every turn.
Yeah, these Deathlock soldiers coming back every turn, not as impactful, that's for sure. And with only one chump blocker here with Gorilla for the flyer, looks like Nathan will be able to clean it up here eventually.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, it's getting to the point where inevitability kicks in. Nathan looks like he will win this.
Yeah, there's a way to just attack through
Oh,
straight
yeah.
away.
And Sergio says, you know what, I cannot deal with Black Widow giving menace to a lone attacker. So the flyer gets in for the win in game number 1.
Yeah, and it did definitely seem like that game was dictated by the air.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
all of Nathan's flyers were really tough for Sergio to deal with. And Nathan, the fact that he was able to get that early damage in,
Yeah.
put him in that good spot where Sergio was just on the back foot the entire time.
And you just also see the difference that, you know, Exile versus Destroy makes.
Yeah.
You know, if Sergio had any of the cruel ultimatums that that Nathan's playing, like he would have much better in that situation.
Yeah, the Cruel Alliances. Cruel Ultimatum would be
Oh, sorry. Cruel
real
Alliance.
nice.
Oh, yeah, Cruel Ultimatum
yeah.
would be fantastic, but that's a completely wrong set and wrong colors, yeah. Cruel Alliance, also Murdoch's Crusade, just, you know, being able to permanently answer something is definitely what Sergio was needing in that game.
Yeah, I think the Exile on Murdoch's Crusade, like that card was already so much better than I thought it was when I first saw it.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
felt
yeah.
kind of narrow, but the Exile and the fact that there's so many, you know, 4 toughness
Yeah.
cards, that card went from like one where I'd play one, maybe two at the very most, to like, I'll play 3 of that card.
Yeah.
It's great.
When you look at that card previewed in a vacuum without anything else around it, it doesn't look that great. But given the context of the format, how much toughness is able to be added, and how many things are just base for toughness anyway. It's just been an overperformer in most cases.
For sure. And speaking of overperformer, Hero in Training. Never really thought that would be the mythic common, you know?
That is probably Paul's favorite card.
I think it's got to be.
Yeah.
It says draw a card on it.
Yeah,
so.
anytime he sees it, he's just like that one. It's like, but Paul, there's a Captain Marvel there. Okay, maybe take it. But Hero in Training.
Yeah, card's incredible. Ends up playing out so much better than I thought it would. I knew it would be good. You know, the 3 mana draw a card templated 2-drop or 2/2s have always been good, but
yeah, same with the shield deployment drone. You know, those 3 drops that create a creature. We've seen that, you know, in different forms, multiple sets now.
Always good, that's for sure.
Jeez, have some creatures, huh?
Yeah, attacking in with the 1 creature to allow Black Widow to get first strike or give first strike and menace. Just makes it so difficult to get into combat here. And wow.
Nice,
looks
okay.
like we do have the
Respecting
Helicarrier strike.
Yeah.
That's not even respecting it enough because first strike, you can kill Gorilla,
Got a first strike damage.
and then you can strike away the 1/3.
One of the other ones. Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
so good.
I mean, I think Sergio had to go for it.
Yeah.
If he had something to back it up, like an Hour of Defeat or something, next turn that, you know, he could have waited, then sure, but this seemed too juicy to not do.
That's a 3 for 1, huh?
Yeah.
The 1 too.
The one lives, the robot lives, yeah, because it's only first strike, not double strike. So Sergio almost binned it as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I felt like doing. I was like, well, crap.
Yeah.
Here comes a Falcon Winged Wonder along with Red Wing, his trusty sidekick.
This card's so good. I have been so impressed with this
same.
card. I'll splash this in basically any deck. You know, I mean, it being a 5-drop, you got so much time to get there.
Yeah.
And the Surveil 1 on that bird
so
is just so underrated.
Yeah, I mean, in any game where you can manipulate the top of your library, you are going to have such a higher chance of beating your opponent. You know, take a look at the shield spy kit as well. You know, those 1-drops or like 1 mana whatevers, they're just so good.
Yeah, normally equipment like that, even if it's 1 mana, 1 equip for
It's a short
+1/+1 vigilance, like that wouldn't be enough. But the Scry, the Surveil really throws that kind of card over the edge.
Yeah, and also working in with the whole teamwork aspect, being able to tap multiple things down. That Roft security officer has tapped multiple things down in a turn, and I've hated it when you have that thing on, so yeah.
Yeah, or even what we see here, the fact that if you have the Shield Spy Kit going, your opponent is so incentivized to clear out your creatures to prevent this inevitability that you're getting, making sure all your draws are great, and then that opens the door for your own take up the shield or something to really blow them out.
Here comes a Black Widow, getting in for some damage. Yeah, first strike and death touch, one hell of a combo.
Yes, very good. And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be able to boost it up. You know, that's another card I kind of undervalued right away is the 2/4 body that, you know, pumps a creature when you attack, but that card has been perfectly fine as well. So now Nathan's really only problem here is the skies. But even if he just charges up that Brave Brawler, can win that race there, you know, kind of straight away. And at any point, Nathan could just say, all right, I don't need to do this attacking 1 creature at a time thing and just kind of get them all sideways to close out the game if he senses weakness from Sergio.
Yeah. Lifelink has been pretty powerful in this format, too.
In every limited format.
Yeah.
One of the best keywords.
Keywords are good.
Yes.
Pick a card with keyword. Flying, good. Lifelink, better.
We'll be here all weekend.
Yeah. Brings a little body with him. Now, Sergio definitely wants to find a piece of removal, especially for this Black Widow, you know, giving his creatures evasion, making it very difficult to block.
Yeah, that's a must kill at some point and still just does not have that many answers. There are 4 in the deck. You know, Bullseye probably being the best one. Being able
Bullseye, Abomination, Killmonger, Hour of Defeat, Widow's Bite. So really like only 5 pieces of removal. Wiccan kinda, but not a permanent solution.
And that is a good amount, but it's not really as much premium removal besides Hour of Defeat. That one is just, of course, amazing, but Nathan's got a lot more unconditional premium removal.
Yeah, for sure. Now we see the Shield Spy kit getting equipped to Black Widow Double Agent, and here she comes. Attack, untap, scry, first strike, menace, death touch.
And just 5 power as well, so such a tough card to block. I mean, you do get the one free block with your 1/2, just bring it back every turn, but Sergio doesn't have that much mana to play with.
Yeah.
And this one came out of the sideboard here from Nathan.
Yeah, Viv Vision
Yep.
definitely didn't make the first cut of the draft, or the deck, I should say.
It makes sense, though. I mean, Nathan
does.
just saw how much Flyers ate him apart and how much that, there's not that much removal. So a card like this where you can level it up or power it up, and just start drawing a card and getting that ability from Black Widow, that'll be excellent if we can get to the amount of mana you need.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hour of Defeat picked up now for Sergio. Where's he going to aim it now that Nathan is tapped out?
Yeah, and that's the thing is you really want to wait until Nathan attacks.
No, you don't, because you know he's got
That's what I'm saying. Like, normally you'd want to wait because Nathan's going to attack with one creature. It's probably going to be Black Widow, and then you kill that to get kind of a turn off from Nathan's aggression. But take up the shield, you just cannot risk it.
Yeah.
So
The instant speed interaction in this format is so good. Like, most of the time, if my opponent is playing in that manner, I'm like, you're tapped out, I'm killing your thing at sorcery speed. Yes, I see it says instant, but that thing needs to die.
especially against white, take up the shield is just such a blowout.
Yeah.
That you just kind of have to.
And
So I would assume Sergio's going to agree.
You know, he's not playing a Stolen Stark tech, but that's also another instant speed interaction that prevents any destroy effect. So it's like, okay, I kill you now. Hopefully he goes for it. Nice. All right. Once again, the Gorilla smashes the Shield Spy kit into pieces.
Doesn't agree yet to play the Hour of Defeat, just trying to get some value going here first. Get some creatures, kind of go wide, use your life as a resource, take a couple hits. That was a great draw. I mean, that card's just incredible. That card has played out
Red
so
Guardian.
good.
Grief, yeah. Oh, you have a Thor or something enormous? Die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like, kind of the level up moments is whenever you just see your opponent who's playing white, has 3 mana available. Whenever my opponent doesn't attack into me.
He's doing what you wanted, Corey.
There we go.
Turn things sideways. Now that the main reason not to is gone. And Nathan's got so much backup. So now any block that Sergio makes, even if he thinks it's safe, it's sure not, because Red Guardian is likely going to come down after this, depending what he blocks with.
Yeah, the scroll is supercharged, so you're able to just cast Red Guardian to kill the scroll, for instance, which I bet is what Nathan would do, and just hold on to the Take Up the Shield to keep one of your creatures alive. But, of course, if we can just win the game, that would be good as well.
I don't think he's got enough oomph for that.
It doesn't look like it, unless Sergio goes really shallow on blockers.
Actually,
Yeah,
Nathan might be able to win here if he doesn't get another block.
Yeah, if those 2 creatures stay home,
Yeah.
as you do get the plus from Colleen.
He's respecting it.
I'm at 11, right?
So this is pretty nice. You can kind of do a bit of a blowout here with Take Up the Shield. You can take up the shield on the hero in training, put the counter onto Black Widow. Oh, no,
No.
that one doesn't move your counter.
Yeah.
That's right, okay.
All good. +1, plus
Plus
on
one
life.
counter on just Colleen, yeah.
Yeah, Colleen will trigger off of, it being cast, and then the Take Up the Shield puts the counter and lifelink, and indestructible.
Yeah.
All the things. Keywords.
So you're going to take 7 down to 4?
Yes.
I'll gain.
So now the creatures are vulnerable, but at this point, 1 removal spell doesn't really matter, because now you Red Guardian away the scroll.
Ouch.
Oh, thank you. I gained 4 more. I'm at 19.
And now Hour of Defeat is basically going to have to kill Black Widow, but at that point you have a 3/4 and a 2/2 up against 5 creatures from Nathan. So looks like this is just GG.
Yeah, Kang, you're good when Sergio's ahead. Not so much right now.
Yeah, can't even double spell.
That is rough.
Yeah, this looks like all she wrote. Sergio maybe could have Hour of Defeated at upkeep to try to find another castable spell,
Sure,
but
yeah.
then if you draw one of your bigger threats, then you kind of regret that. So This one a lot faster than the last round,
Sure
and
was, yeah.
will not be resulting
It's
in a
not
draw.
going to be a draw. We will not see a draw here, friends. Sergio Garcia Gonzalez passes the turn back to Nathan Stoyer, who is moments away from picking up a 2-0 victory in round number 2. There's the handshake. Congratulations to Nathan Stoyer. Gets it done in, I wouldn't say record time, but certainly faster than the first round win.
Yep, and I do think Nathan's deck was a little bit better. You know, Sergio had some scrappy draws there for game 1 that put him in a position where he might have been able to pull it out, but Nathan's deck just definitely seemed better. You know, the white cards are very, very good. You know, even the average white cards are definitely performing a little higher than maybe green and black cards. And yeah, of course, Nathan knows how to play them pretty well.
He certainly does. You would expect nothing less from the reigning Pro Tour champion. 2 times over, by the way, and also world champion. So
no big deal. Pretty good resume.
Checked off everything, basically. So we're going to take a very quick break, friends. And when we come back, we'll have more from round number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes here in Amsterdam. We have MagicCon happening at the same darn time, and look at all of these wonderful friends who have come to hang out with us. Magic players, Wizards of the Coast stuff. We have folks from Hasbro here. Everybody, that's anybody, is here. And the most important people there in that room, you know, the fans.
Oh, absolutely.
The Magic players. Everyone who's here to come and see the artists, to play games with their friends, meet the creators. It's just such a great vibe out there.
The energy in these Magic Cons is just unmatched. You know, being able to walk, see the main stage of different, you know, cool Commander games going on, panels, artists, like, it's incredible.
It is.
Yeah.
Please come to the next one. It's such a fun time. We would love to see you there. And also, you know, the Pro Tours here happening at the same time. So if that is your jam, you can come and see some of your favorite players, 2 of them being right here, right now. Javier Dominguez, 2-time world champion. Gab Nassif, absolute monster when it comes to top finishes. 16, and both of their deck lists, Corey, are something to write home about, for sure.
Unbelievable. I mean, they are incredible. Javier, I mean, these are 2 you know, mythics, I mean, rare and mythics, they usually don't see together.
Yeah.
The coming of Galactus and the superhero Civil War.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit of an ambitious deck with very powerful cards. And then, I mean, this is, everyone buckle up here.
Yeah.
Naseef's list, let me just list some of the rares here. He's white-based. It looks like no one else at the table was
It doesn't
white.
look like it, no.
He's got Avengers Assemble, 2 Captain America Wings of Freedom,
That's a 3-1,
Captain
yeah.
Marvel Earth's Protector, the Mind Stone.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
Good grief.
unreal. And Gab did win game number 1
He did.
in, you know, extremely fast fashion here.
Blistering fashion
Yeah.
indeed. Ant-Man taken care of. Claw, Sonic Subjugator now gets to take 1 card out of Gab Naseef's hand. You always feel so big brain when you get Claw down for like 3 or 4.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. That was not the correct list. So not all that powerful stuff. Okay, I was going to say he is green-blue here, so that...
Yeah, I was like,
Okay.
That's a strange mana base for the white cards.
Yes, but yeah,
Apologies
still,
for that, friends.
Naseef did win an extremely blistering fast game 1.
Yeah, Pin Particles there. Surveillance Room now, getting rid of a forest off the top of the library. And Claw, Sonic Subjugator getting in now for 2 points of damage. So, yeah, well, let's see then. What does Naseef have that won him a game that quickly, huh? Oof.
I
another
love
strike.
Claw. Claw is a phenomenal card. Even if it's just the classic, you discard 1 card. I mean, anytime you can get a 2-for-1 on a body, those creatures just overperform. Hero in Training, for instance, you know, it's very similar. You know, obviously, they lose a card instead of you gaining 1, but still very powerful.
Am I seeing things correctly here? Did that Red Room recruit just chuck a lightning strike?
I believe it did.
Okay.
Yeah. So Javier's hand, pretty solid.
Must be, yeah.
I think I saw a Crimson Operative. A card that, you know,
strikes, no biggie.
maybe not amazing, but hey, it is still another one of those cards that fits the role of being a 2-for-1.
Turn pass back here now, I believe, to Gab Naseef. Curious what Javier has in hand. The Wondrous Wasp. Gonna tap down the Red Room recruit. It's not really as effective as this card has been and can be.
Yeah, but it's still just a great card.
Yeah.
2-1 flyer for 2, already good enough. You would play that. And the fact that it has a very relevant and pretty sweet ability.
It's found a home in the Humans deck in Modern.
Yeah.
I got beaten up by it.
Oh, there you
Quite
go.
a lot yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually found you know, a spot in a lot of different Modern decks, or at least a lot of teams were saying they were messing around with this.
Yeah.
Matt Nass, the brewing, you know,
Oh, yeah,
specialist,
yeah.
was like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
tried to play this in so many decks.
Yeah, the 2-drops in the set have been really, really fun to play with. As we see Atuma hit the board.
I like this card quite a bit. You know, not a lot of merfolks. There are a couple cards that synergize with it, but either way, just 4 mana, 3/4. Whenever it connects, getting to draw a card is still very relevant.
Oh, Punishing Punch decides that, yes, that is quite a nuisance to deal with. You know, the 3/4 body that draws you a card. So definitely want that off the board. Gab Naseef just left with Wondrous Wasp.
17-14.
In for 2. Ha, nice, more birds,
There
okay.
we go.
Falcon, Winged Wonder once again. We'll bring a Red Wing along with him. So again, we're seeing the skies being the place you want to be, pretty much, as Crimson
Yeah.
Operative now hits the board and exiles another Red Room recruit.
Yeah, and it definitely does seem like Javier's deck is a little soft to creatures that fly. Just has the 2 lightning strikes, has 2 punishing punches.
Yeah.
But either way, Javier's, besides his very, you know, amazing top end of the 2 incredible 5-mana sagas, is pretty mid. You know, nothing too exciting outside of that. So really looking for the power of those 2 cards, even as playing Call Damage Control. When you have 2 great sagas, that's
that makes
basically the
sense.
only time I play that card.
Yeah, White Widow's another great one to get enchantments back from the yard. So getting to recast one of these rares, you feel real good about it.
Definitely.
So he has some work to do here to stave off this damage coming through in the air. He does have a couple of reach creatures. He's got Red Hulk, Pet Avengers, to name just 2 of them. I'm not sure if he has any more, but, you know, he definitely wants to find something to get him out of this. White mana would be great, especially if he does have the Superhero Civil War in hand.
Yeah, I didn't see it when we caught a glimpse of his hand, but of course could have just drawn it.
How many times have you lost to this card?
So many. I mean, I have been playing so many Maddox Crusade just because it deals with this and is a solid removal spell. So that's pretty much the only time I ever beat it, is when I immediately have that card to get my creatures back.
Again, Murdoch's Crusade overperforming.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the most winning card. You know, this is statistically one of the highest percentages of win rates that we've seen from basically any card in the last couple limited sets. It's that good.
Red Wing and the Wondrous Wasp getting in here. Little points of damage. A Surveil 2 off of the bird.
Yeah.
And Reptile gets chucked in the bin.
And looks like we're just holding back the 3/4. A little afraid of the crack back here.
Oh, nice. All right. Icing down the Crimson Operative.
Ooh, that was a Saga in Javier's hand. I don't know which one it is, but I'm going to guess it is the Superhero Civil War because, well, the other one would be on the battlefield right now if we had the Coming of Galactus. So.
Yeah, he's got the mana for that one.
Yeah, but that it definitely is. It's one of the alt version.
Planes.
Okay, that is a Plains. That is the Sentinel. You can search for that.
Cycle for it.
Yeah, so he just drew the Plains.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and he can cost it this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, now it's just a question of...
you can just steal these 2 non-token flyers.
I mean, it comes down to, does Gab have the counterspell? We say the Nay is definitely being represented.
Yeah.
I mean, what's Javier going to do? Like, cycle, hope to draw land 9 to play around it? Like, I feel like he's a little too far behind.
Do you think that's why he left up the Falcon? To be able to teamwork it? Or is it
no. I don't think so. I think it was just to block, you know, to be able to win the race here. And Nassif is going to give a read to that one. He's like, oh, I haven't seen this card. And then you read it and you're like, ah.
Yeah, I've seen this plenty
I've seen this
times.
plenty, yeah.
The cool alternate comic book art. And it resolves.
Yep. So now you get 2. I imagine the 3/4 and the bird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, excuse me. It is 5 mana. Can't take Wasp. 4 mana, 3/4 fly would be a little busted, especially with the token. So,
yeah, no kidding. No
Falcon
kidding.
has swapped sides, brought his bird with him.
And now, like anybody who's been playing this limited set, kind of understands, like, if I don't deal with this right now, the game is over.
You did. Looks like we get a game 3 out of this, though. I'm not complaining.
I do love Javier's mana base right now. Pretty ambitious, but looks like he was probably just in one of those seats.
Yeah.
Maybe opened the Superhero Civil War Pack 3 and was like, well, I'll break my mana base for this. It's totally worth it.
Absolutely.
So you just have games like this where you look like the board's at parity, maybe Javier was a little behind, and then just you slam the door.
Yep. This is what you call a bomb.
Yes. Maybe even 3 or 4 Bs on that bomb for sure.
With some sound effects.
Yes.
Yeah. And definitely a lot easier to splash for than the Coming of Galactus is.
Yeah. And he is more base green black, so the Coming of Galactus is just very much a part of the deck.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
We are really a Jund deck splash white. His mana base is 5 forest, 4 swamps, 3 mountains, 1 plains, and then 3 duels. So it does have a pretty solid mana base. But if you play against a hyper-aggressive white deck, sometimes you just don't have the time.
Just fold over.
Exactly. To be cycling and
Yeah. Because, the white decks usually come with a good suite of removal, too, if the pot allowed for it. Javier now, checking out all his critters. They all get a big boost, +1/+1, and vigilance. And then you get to fight stuff. I always like fighting the 2 creatures you stole against each other.
Yeah, there you go.
It's real funny.
I mean, you can always do that, or you fight whatever the biggest thing you took from them, and the biggest thing they have on their battlefield now. So, I mean, as it stands now, you'd be able to fight the Falcon and the 4/4, just get rid of the Falcon.
Yeah.
But first, you get a gigantic attack in.
Yeah. Don't tap it. Don't tap it. Don't tap it. Unless it's been tapped down.
Yeah,
Something?
they
No.
do both have vigilance. Yeah.
VG. So it's what, 4/5 and a 2/2?
Yep. 4/5 and a 2/2, but the 4/4 on the other side from Nassif did brick wall the Red Room Recruit and the Claw.
Yeah, sure did. There we go.
So, I mean, if Javier just drew a land, you know, some of the rare times that Superhero Civil War just naturally resolves, you just got to be so far ahead to still win that game. But, you know, right now Nassif, I would say, is very far ahead if Javier didn't draw something nice here.
Yeah, what's the follow-up? Because we still have removal on the third chapter.
Yeah.
Pseudo removal.
I think the fourth time Nassif has read that card, he's like,
Yeah.
it can't be that good. I got to be misreading
You know what? Some of these
something."
comic books you just can't put down. You need to read them over and over again. That's all it is.
That's good, yeah.
Turn passes back to Gab, down to 4.
Didn't want to block with the Wasp on the Falcon or anything. Of course, you're kind of 2-for-1ing yourself as you'll be getting that Falcon back.
Well, you hope.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding. And doesn't look like Javier, besides that call damage control, there's no Night Nurse or anything to really have just an amazing turn with Superhero Civil War. Anytime you can bring it back, I mean, it's just it's an eye roll moment of,
Yeah.
okay, sure.
Audible groans from the feature match.
Yes.
Hall of Famer up against a man who's had a Hall of Fame-worthy career probably twice now at this point.
Yeah.
Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, no kidding. 11 top finishes. I mean, that's incredible.
insane.
World champion twice.
Yeah. Won the Mythic Championship.
Yep. Took second in a world championship to William Jensen as well. So, I mean, just an incredible resume.
This is why everyone copies his homework.
Yeah,
I'm
no
looking at you,
kidding.
Chris Larson. What would Javier do?
That is the slogan most of the time of their
Yep.
team, that's for sure. So now the Chapter 3 going, what does Javier want to do for fighting? Looks like just wants to get 2 creatures off the battlefield, prioritizing that. And now let's see what the follow-up is. I mean, Nassif is ahead right now with what's on the battlefield. And,
Yeah.
ooh, the God of War.
Oh, nice. Ares. This guy is fun. Man, it makes attacking so easy.
Yeah, no kidding. Just no matter what, get in there. And it's so good with Claw. I mean, honestly, it's good with Red Room Recruit, too, getting that connive back. And Nassif is not at a life total where he can just be like, all right, I'll take it a couple of times.
Yeah, so Wasp and Red Wing off the board there for Nassif.
Now, the
Still
one
has a flyer.
The one thing that is brutal is if you do get a little frisky and you turn these creatures sideways and then you're able to
Yeah.
bounce the God of War
Yeah.
or able to kill it
somehow.
then you just threw away all your creatures.
For no good reason.
Yeah, but now you got to think, like, is Javier at a position where he's able to not attack?
Yeah.
And I would think no. I would think he's got to get in there.
It's always so tempting, especially when you have insurance, as it were.
Yep, and he is trying to minimize the damage here instead of attacking with both. He's just attacking with one.
Can you imagine Wasp at this point up against Ares? It's like, oh, cool, you're attacked with everything. Aha!
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Nice
Well,
ability.
I don't know if it actually still works. That's a rules
I wouldn't
question.
think
I have
so.
to
It
ask
shuts
the
off
judge.
the ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loses the ability, so that text isn't there, and Claw would just go straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, some of them are weird. It's like, if this is on the battlefield, this remains. And then if it still loses its ability, then the thing,
Yeah.
it's whatever it's done to the board remains or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I would definitely call a judge
Yeah.
regardless in that
I
spot
would
to make sure, but I
certainly
would
not.
assume that's how it works.
Oh, hey, nice. Trickster Stratagem is going to kick Ares back to the second card.
Okay.
Yep. And we get a Connive here. Which critter is going to get the counter if he decides to chuck a non-land spell?
An excellent answer to it. Buys a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Now, if Javier has a brick in hand and top deck's a brick, Nassif could be in a position where he could actually start attacking with the Falcon.
Yeah.
Yes.
For a second there, I thought that was Javier's hand. I'm like, how did he get that back? Nope, just the yard.
Yeah.
All right. So, Falcon getting the buff. 4/5 flyer. Yeah, that's a quick clock if he can keep these ground critters in check.
Yeah, and I think Nassif has to go for it, especially if he doesn't have an answer to the God of War, as eventually it's going to get you.
Ooh.
But looks like that is hellbent for Nassif, but that is kind of, the blue fireball, as people have been saying. Like, that's able to attack for 6, unblockable next turn.
Oh, is that just out of reach then? That
yes.
land? Oh my gosh.
It is. That land just
I
kept
heard
him
Gab
alive.
chuckle and I was like, did that just save Javier?
It did, because
That's tapped land.
Yep, but if Nassif top decks a land, it would still be lethal with the Falcon and the powerful 1-drop.
Yeah, stature. I've died to that card many times.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. We're doing math here. Let's see. Can he kill Javier Dominguez?
Yeah, you do need Yeah, it would be 10 damage right now, and the other 2 creatures you can block, but if Nassif senses that Javier has nothing, maybe
okay.
you would just send everything in. But
Yeah, all right, this is cool. Ben Grimm triggers when creatures do damage, but are we going to get there? I wonder if Gab's going to risk it for the biscuit here.
yeah, I would think at least you're going to block with the stature.
Yep. Stature size shifter, man. I had no way to get lethal there, huh?
Nope. Nope.
Sorry, I mean, I'm guessing there's nothing.
Yeah, because that was the top deck. Nassif was hellbent.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you just attack with all your creatures, you do force some kind of weird blocks, but the recruit could just go on the 2/2, and then you throw the claw away. And now Javier knows what he's drawing, and it's not necessarily an amazing one here.
Not really. And he doesn't really have that much time to mess around here because the thing is enormous and has trample.
I mean, the flyer and the 1-drop is going to just win the game next turn. So Javier has a redraw here where this Red Room recruit is able to just re-connive.
Well, does it die? That's the question.
Oh, yeah, that's a
it
good
doesn't
point.
Die, yeah. It didn't kill it, so Gab Nassif with a heads-up block there, making sure the recruit does not get to go back.
Javier looking at a forest, and that just means if Nassif goes for it, he's got this 2-0.
Yeah. Jeez. Nassif clawing it back here at 2 live, able to pick up the win. Stature size shifter would sneak in there, get pumped up after blocks. And that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. And I love that you were saying, you were mentioning Cruel Ultimatum earlier. Nassif definitely knows a few things about Cruel Ultimatum. So.
He does, yes.
Yeah.
It was all planned and prepared. I didn't get 2 cards mixed up.
Genius.
No.
Genius.
No, we know it. We know what cards are. Well, friends, that is, I believe, going to do it for round number 2 of Limited here. We're going to have a break, and when we come back, we'll be into round number 3. So don't go anywhere. Hey, do you like Modern? You can check out the Spotlight series The Hobbit coming up in August 28th through the 30th in Brisbane, Australia, or September 4th through the 6th in Dallas in the US. You can find out more info at mtg.social/spotlight HOB.
Hello and welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. Got a lot of players here battling for a $500,000 prize pool and more than 17,000 people attending the MagicCon here this weekend as well. So tons of excitement out on the floor. I was walking down there just moments ago and it was awesome to see so many people here celebrating Magic the Gathering. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Murray Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight here hanging out with you as we're getting in the draft rounds this morning. Riley, what updates do you have for us?
Well, some very important ones indeed as we head towards the business end of the first of 3 drafts, of course, across the weekend. A lot of players will be playing to trophy the draft, as we call it. This is when you put together a perfect 3-0 record. And the person in the driver's seat to do that here is Keisuke Kirito on 2-0, facing off against Nathan Stoyer, who at 1-0-1 isn't in a position to trophy. It can technically go undefeated, but 2-0-1 won't be enough. So Kirito, a chance here to take out our first table there. On draft pot number 2, well, look at this. Li Shi-chan on 2-0, unsurprising. The Hall of Famer doing very well. Andrea Botti, here, the opponent here for Lee to trophy this draft. One of those two will likely emerge undefeated at the end of our day 1 draft, exactly where you want to be. And finally, it's another Hall of Famer here who has done extremely well. Gabriel Nassif, the Frenchman, on 2-0 against Raymond Santos in this round, also on 2-0. So these are the players whose morning has come together really well. Their draft decks obviously performing for them, and so far so good. We'll see who is able to take out the trophy across these 3 tables.
Yes, and drafts so very important this tournament, of course, as we have 3 drafts this weekend for the first time in 15 years. Top 8 will be draft this Sunday, so you don't want to miss it. And a good reason to watch all of these drafts here this weekend as well. Keep a close eye on what the players are picking and when. So very interesting. Thank you so much, Riley. Let's set up our next round here, round number 3. Let's find out who will watch this time in our feature match area. Sticking with Nathan Stoyer, our featured drafter this morning, had a draw in the first round, is trying to battle his way back. We'll be up against Keisuke Kirito, who's currently 2-0. Take a look at Nathan Stoyer there on your screen. 6 top finishes to his name, despite being so young here in the game. Your world champion in 2022, a 2-time Pro Tour champion as well. So lots of impressive stats for Nathan Stoyer.
Yes, and we can dive in a little further into the numbers here, and something you can see right at the top of his player statistics there, which is just so incredible. 8 events that he's played in since we started recording these stats back in 2023, the return to Paper Magic. He's made 3 top 8s out of those 8 events. That's an incredible conversion rate. Obviously, he's defending champion. He's hot to trot, in a great position at the moment, and we'll see if that momentum carries him through to a 4th top 8.
He'll have to get through Keisuke Kirito, who started playing Magic in 2007. This is his first Pro Tour, qualified via top 16 finish at a regional championship where he won 6 in a row to clinch his spot here. Says he's very excited for top 8 draft here in this tournament.
And you can see getting off to a great start, 2-1 in round number 1, 2-0 in the second round as well. This is how you want your Pro Tour to start, particularly your first Pro Tour. Getting off to a solid start, building the confidence, feeling as though you belong here. That's something I talk to first-time players a lot about. That feeling they have deserved to they've earned their spot. They deserve to be here, and so maybe shaking off some nerves, settling in nicely. This is where you want to be. Then again, Nathan Stoyer now to contend with. So certainly not playing on easy mode today.
That's how it goes here at the Pro Tour. Frank, what about the decks these players drafted?
Yeah, let's start with the deck of Nathan Stoyer, our featured drafter and the reigning Pro Tour champion. He drafted a white-black attack alone deck with 2 copies of Cruel Alliance as a standout removal option. I talked to him in between rounds and he graded this as like a B, slightly above average. If I can also point out his opponent, Keisuke Kirito. Now, he drafted a red-black deck, 2-0 with that, which is quite surprising because this was widely considered to be the weakest archetype. And the colors at the table weren't even exceptionally open with 4 black and 3 red drafters at the table. But what stands out here is synergy. 3 copies of Hawkeye Young Avenger that can turn every ping from a Hydra Assault robot into 3 damage. And possibly even more once you boost Hawkeye's power with one of the many equipment in this deck. Actually plenty of equipment synergies in this deck, and Nathan will have to keep the 2 copies of Stolen Stark Tech in mind as a 2-mana combat trick. I'm just excited to see if this red-black deck can take a draft trophy here.
Yeah, this would be really interesting here in our featured pod. Can red-black get it done? Let's find out. Marshall and Paul are in the booth with the call.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are well and truly into the action here on a Friday in Amsterdam. It is time for the third round, which is, of course, still booster draft before we transition over to Modern. As we just showed in our feature match area, Nathan Steuer still scrapping it out. He's got that draw, that unfortunate draw. We got to watch round one. It was an excellent match.
Absolutely.
But it was also a very tight, scrappy match, and it ended up going to time. And so that one ended up being a draw. And then his opponent here, Keisuke Kirito, in his first Pro Tour, sitting here at 2-0 and playing against Nathan Steuer, trying to clean sweep the draft portion.
Yeah, 2-0 with a very interesting build here, too. We kind of talked about how red-black is kind of considered the worst color combination, but if the lane is open, you can still put together a nice deck. Now, Keisuke doesn't necessarily have all the cards you would want in a great red-black deck. However, it's kind of a combo deck, right? You have kind of that nice equipment package in the deck, and the 3 copies of Hawkeye with several ways in his deck to actually deal chip damage. But when Hawkeye's in play, it's no longer chip damage. You are chunking your opponent for 3 damage at a time anytime you get a ping effect off.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think that this is how they kind of saw the black-white deck.
Right.
It hasn't really performed at that level in reality, but the pieces are still there.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And certainly a card like Ronin is one of the cards that you want, right? Because then you can play cards like Stolen Stark Tech, use it as a combat trick, and then later sacrifice that equipment to give a creature -4/-4.
You see Red Room Recruit here from Kirito.
Yeah, discarding one. I mean,
Big Hawkeye.
And that is, given that there are 3 copies of that of Hawkeye in his deck, probably thinking, well, there's a decent chance I'm going to find another one.
Nice follow-up here for Steuer. He started off with the Brawler, and now he gets to play Black Widow double agent, which means the Brawler gets to attack safely past the Red Room Recruit. That Kirito even put the counter on to try to be a better blocker.
Right, yeah, that Red Room Recruit just thinking, well, there's not too many things you can do to really punish me here, but certainly Black Widow would be one of those cards. Now, he does have access to Widow's Bite here to kill Black Widow, utilizing that, saving the Web Up. A little bit worse in terms of how you utilize your mana, but Web Up is unconditional removal, so that allows you to kill any bomb that Nathan Steuer might play out.
Widow's Bite on Black Widow?
Is that...
Would you even feel that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they can't just program protection from Widow's Bite onto a card. It would seem kind of weird.
That's right.
Yes, but very good removal spell, very efficient. I have gotten blown out by this card before where you give Death Touch to a creature and you kill something small. And a really great turn here from Keisuke, getting Jessica Jones, one of the main reasons to be in red, an incredibly powerful uncommon. If she stays on the battlefield and you can activate her just once, that can often be enough.
That's right. It can power you through the middle part of the game, fueling the cards going onto the battlefield. And it looks like Keisuke's okay with kind of playing the control route at this point. He's just left his creatures back every time.
Nathan going wide here with a Burrow backup, which Keisuke is thrilled for. He was just thinking, please don't kill my Jessica Jones, because if she stays on the battlefield here, now Keisuke can use the Jessica Jones, hope to maybe hit a land and a spell to play, and then just kind of build upon that card advantage that Jessica Jones provides.
So let's kick off the festivities with Jessica Jones being activated. It's going to get a stun counter.
Okay, so Murdoch's Crusade has no targets, but you can still play that Swamp, of course, for a turn. And noting for Jessica Jones, there are different cards with different templates. Crimson Operative, for example, is an effect where you have to play. You get the next turn cycle to play out your card. Jessica Jones, you need to play those cards immediately.
That's right. But great news for Keisuke as, again, Jessica Jones survives, and then maybe even in another couple of turns, he'll get to activate it again. You can dream.
Yeah, and Nathan really just doesn't have a great attack here either.
There's Cruel Alliance, though.
Oh, I thought it was Massacre Girl, because he always has one in hand.
Yeah, this is the first time we've covered him without it in his hand, but fair enough.
Yeah, but good interactive piece. Doesn't necessarily have to fire it off this turn, given that there is a stun counter on Jessica Jones, so can maybe look to build out your board here instead if you like. You can run out, for example, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., get in for damage, or even power up the Brave Brawler.
It's a little awkward here for Stoyer as well, though. You see Armin Zola on the other side, and Kirito maybe just wants to trade off the Red Room Recruit or even just chump block with the Project Deathlock Soldier to get that second creature in the yard.
Absolutely.
And start activating Armin Zola every
Yeah, Arnim Zola will now get turned on. Of course, needs 2 creatures in the graveyard here to start activating it. It has been kind of underperforming as a card in general, but I think it's just difficult sometimes to just get the 2 creatures into your graveyard.
Yes.
And I believe the token comes into play tapped. So you kind of have to set up a stalemate situation. Then, of course, it can run away with the game.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the cards in red and to a lesser extent black have felt like they've underperformed. It's also like they don't have the best friends. You know, they're kind of in the wrong friend group.
I mean, when you're
like
a villain,
other
do you
red
have a lot of
cards. Yeah, no, you
friends,
don't, right?
Yes.
They're kind of out on their own, and it doesn't really pan out.
Now, this is a really nice combo here. Bullseye, oftentimes you have to discard a relevant permanent or discard a relevant non-land spell, but with Project Deathlock Soldier, that's kind of the combo because you can just use the mana to get the Deathlock Soldier back from the graveyard.
This is really impressive from Keisuke Kirito.
Right.
He is really just kind of moving things forward. Now he's left the 3 mana up for Armin Zola, and he still has Jessica Jones just sort of at the ready for next turn. Like,
yeah, I mean,
kind of pulling away from this one.
Yeah, and Nathan's kind of in a tough spot because he only has the 1 Cruel Alliance. He's got 2 cards that he really wants to kill here. Probably going after the Jessica Jones, but hey, that Arnim Zola, couple of turns, that's all you need.
Yeah, and the Arnim Zola's every turn going to just be pumping out these tokens.
And Shield Spike getting in. No Scry here or untap, but just making sure that both creatures are at least the 3/3 so that Keisuke, if he wants to deal with one of these creatures, would have to double block. So Keisuke probably looking to just trade, although does have actually Stolen Stark Tech in hand.
No, it just feels risky, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially into open mana, you leave yourself vulnerable to cards like Helicarrier Strike, and also take up the shield, which we know is in Nathan's deck.
Is it a opportunity for Kirito to use his life total as a resource, or does he need to force it? No, he's going to take the damage.
Yeah, can just take the damage. I don't know if Nathan has a ton of ways to, for example, have reach, right? Does he have a billion flares? I'm not really sure. And
which of your card advantage engines do you want to kill? As it turns out, Stoyer is going to take down Jessica Jones.
Right.
So the literal cards in hand will, or maybe not literal, but the cards will stop flowing. But we will see a token made here on end step from Armin Zola. And I think we're going to see that for many of the turns as we move through the rest here. Web Up, a Stolen Stark Tech, and a Stark Industries Executive are what's in hand for Kirito. He's really kind of gotten a little creative here with this one.
Yeah, just kind of using multiple cards to make things happen. Stark Industries Executive, not really a great card to play, but hey, if you're looking to splash, you have a couple of Hydra Assault robots, which can ping your opponent for 1. You combo that with Hawkeye. Hey, those are the little minor synergies that you can kind of put together to really scrap out a win.
This also lets Kirito leave up Bullseye activation or Armin Zola.
Yeah,
and it looks like he's just deciding if there's a clean attack. And you know what? At this point, the longer this game goes, it feels like the better it is for Keisuke.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, every single turn you have the option of dealing 2 damage to something if you like, or just making a 2/1 menace creature every turn. Nathan has an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. here, which would allow him to attack for 4 with a Colleen Wing. Now Keisuke can choose to block with a villain, then finish it off with the Bullseye. Because I don't think, we're kind of getting to the point where you can't, it's going to be much more difficult to utilize your life as a resource here, as you're at 9 life.
That's right.
Oh, just making a token here. Is he? No, it's
That's
tapped.
tapped, yeah,
it's
yeah.
tapped. See, it doesn't work. So perhaps needs to go for a double block here and kind of hope. Or you just chump block, but then you're not really advancing your board state. So kind of a tricky spot here. Yeah, it does take it here. Now it has the double block available for the next turn.
Yeah, this is the first turn where Keisuke's really been completely stabilized at this point.
Right.
The question is, Can he maintain that?
Right. Now draws Hydra Assault Robot here.
Kirito perhaps showing a little bit of nerves there that last play. This is
Right.
his first Pro Tour, and he's literally playing against the guy that won the last one.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that's kind of rough.
Playing against
Amazing that he's 2-0.
yeah, one of the best players in the field here, in Nathan. Came very close to winning that first match as well. So the deck's certainly performing.
You see the Cruel Alliance there off the top of the library for Stoyer. Again, some decent targets out there. The Armanzola is the one that's been really kind of getting Kirito ahead and ahead and ahead.
Yeah.
Also, Paul, I can't help but just keep thinking about Massacre Girl. Like, ooh.
Right.
That would be excellent.
Yeah, that would certainly get you back in the game here as well. Nathan's sitting at a comfortable life here. I imagine he's going to be looking to utilize that Cruel Alliance here. Ooh, okay, so moving this over leaves the Colleen Wing certainly vulnerable to a Bullseye activation.
He's going to get the Scry from Shield Spy Kit.
Right, and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. currently attacking as a 4/6, so blocks are pretty difficult to line up here.
Thinking.
Maybe he just blocks with one token.
I'm thinking about the Scry.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's a 4/6, so you don't really have a great block lined up here. You might just look to chump block with the one drop here, for example.
Yeah, that'd work too.
Nathan on the Scry there. Okay,
it's
just puts a
gonna be
token.
A token in front this time. And then while the shields are down on Colleen Wing.
Yeah, before, okay. Can you sec? I don't think you. I think you can sack artifacts and non-land cards.
And discard
yeah.
a non-land.
So again, yeah, as you mentioned, this is Keisuke's first Pro Tour. You're playing against a former World Champion and former Pro Tour champion.
Current
Pro Tour champion.
That's rough.
It does feel like there might be some nerves here.
Yeah.
For Keisuke here, still 2-0, but certainly that is not what he had planned here. Can still utilize the Bullseye here if he likes, but would, of course, have to either discard a non-land permanent, would need to discard a non-land permanent to finish off the Colleen Wing.
That's right.
And if you're Nathan Stoyer, tricky spot, you can either try to just add more to the board by dropping the Okoye, or, hey, that Arnim Zola continuing to just generate advantage, perhaps this is the time where you want to fire that off. You fire off the Cruel Alliance here.
KSK does have the combo there with Bullseye as well with the Stark Industries executive.
Yeah, and also remember the Project Deathlock Soldier in the graveyard. So if he loses the Arnim Zola, then you have another engine for your mana.
I asked him if we're in the second main phase. He confirmed it. That's a completely legal play. Why would my opponent be able to get outside assistance for that? He tapped his mana. Nothing. There's no reason why he can't do that.
That's funny.
You were watching the match.
So if you remember when he activated Bullseye and was told you can't do it, then Kirito never untapped his lands. He just said, okay, I won't do it anymore. And now the judge is saying, well, he should have untapped his lands. And
Right.
Nathan is arguing why.
So is it my responsibility then, as
Well,
the other player?
yeah,
am
but
I
Let's listen to what he says.
there?
So you agreed that an error had occurred and you undid that action, right?
Yeah.
You can't undo the action without undoing all the action. You know what I'm saying? Like, so by interrupting saying, hey, you can't do this, you are both responsible for returning the game to a legal state. We did not do that. So we are either going to, we can...
Is it not a legal state to have 3 tapped lands?
That's not
what
what
you're saying.
Like,
No, I'm asking.
Nathan's arguing that KSK just tapped 3 lands for no reason and was happy about
That
it.
is a legal play, but of course...
That is not what happened.
Right, he tapped the 3 mana to activate the Bullseye. The Bullseye could not be activated, so the judge is explaining that, hey, we're just going back to the previous state because that was an illegal move. Untap the 3 lands and, of course, the Bullseye.
Floating, right?
He never had 3 mana. Your opponent never had 3 mana.
Okay, that's the point that you're making.
Because if we activate an ability and pay for it, and then we say that ability is illegal, we would undo all of it at the same time. This isn't a situation where your opponent floated mana, did things, and then didn't use the mana.
That would be
right?
different.
Because, like, if it were the mana was generated prior to the activation and they were consuming floating mana, then I agree with you that the mana would be there and be lost. Like, which is more common in just decks that produce an excessive amount of mana that they later consume during the turn, then I would agree. But in this situation, and in most situations with paying for a cost all kind of at the same time, we've never had a state where we were just floating mana.
That's fine. I mean, he can untap his lands, but I'd like to know for the future, as the other player, if it's my responsibility to tell my opponent that in similar situations. That's the point that I'm unsure about.
So the suggestion that I have for you is whenever you have an error in a game like this, and you're unsure what's going on, we should call for judge at the moment, rather than allow the situation to be ambiguous.
But it's not an illegal game state.
But it wasn't illegal. We had an illegal action that we self-corrected, right? As the players, which we completely allow, we don't have to involve a judge when something goes wrong. However, we can't allow that to allow an advantage to occur.
Okay.
And in this situation, that is more akin to what's happened than your opponent unintentionally utilizing their leaving mana and reducing their resources.
Okay.
Like, so in the situation of if your opponent themselves entirely tapped mana, did an action, and then themselves left their mana tapped.
That's what happened.
No, you corrected the mistake. Correct? From what I saw?
Yeah,
I
You
did say
interjected,
that.
right? So you were involved in what happened?
Yeah.
So both players are then responsible for getting the game to a legal state.
Okay, I understand.
And that's not what happened here. And that's why we want to intervene and correct the land.
Yeah, so
Because
Kirito's going to
this
have
is
his
a
3
setback
mana
situation.
untapped.
Yeah, you can untap your 3.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we talk more about this
There we
next
go.
match.
Yeah.
Let me just get a time extension
We
and then.
paused your clock, so you're going to get the full time.
Thank you. You're good. I just didn't know that was how the rules worked.
Yeah, so getting good clarification here from the judge. And we get to kind of get back to action here.
Yeah, and it does mean that Kirito has the opportunity to either activate Armanzola or use Bullseye. And what I mean is he can use Bullseye either with the executive or not.
And Keisuke does certainly have cards he can throw away here if he wants to just manage the board and get that Colleen Wing off the battlefield. It's always scary. You know it's very unlikely that they have too many things to do with the Colleen
Right.
Wing, but it just takes that one counter with the Scry, and you're just getting your value there.
Stoyer maybe deciding to build out his board here instead.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here. It's like, all right, well, you have your choice of... And, oh, the Shield Spike Kit was moved here.
No, he is going to go ahead and use
the Cruel Alliance.
his Cruel Alliance on Arnim-Zola.
Arnim-Zola, and choosing not to gain the 3 life here, just keeping the Colleen Wing back.
Okay, so I
All
guess the Stark Executive was summoning sick.
Right.
Kirito down to 5, but now he has that little 1-2 punch. But no, he's just going to go ahead and scoop him up.
Concede?
He scooped.
Sorry, it wasn't about this call. I'm fine with the mana thing. I just didn't understand.
That's
the
okay.
reminder of
That seems like a pretty early concession.
I don't
'cause
know why he scooped there.
He had a Project Deathlock Soldier. He could have gotten back the chump block.
Totally.
He was at 5 life. Unless
He
the life
also
total-
had that combo of make a treasure token, sack it to
deal,
Bullseye, right?
to deal damage.
That's 5
Yeah.
mana to do 2 damage. I mean, it's not
Okay.
super efficient, but
Yeah, I mean,
in combination with blocks, you can start taking out
right.
attackers.
Certainly Nathan was in a good spot there, but I felt like that was a little bit early there to concede there.
19.
Right, curve here from Keisuke. Now, I will say, I am impressed that Keisuke is 2-0.
How is he 2-0 with this deck?
With these cards that, you know,
Vibranium, daggers, and
there are multiple.
Look at the start.
Look, there are multiple cards in play that I have never played, and I've done over 50 drafts of this format. So this, you know, it's impressive that Keisuke was able to find these pieces that seemingly have worked really well together
How?
here.
How did this happen? Stark Industries executive with Vibranium Energy Daggers is not the curve out I've ever seen before.
All right.
What's the next one? Bullseye.
Okay, Bullseye is fine. I probably just either discarding that stolen Stark Tech or getting rid of the daggers. Yep. And hey, I mean,
get in there with the executive.
Yeah, he's got the board advantage here. And hey, look, if you run out of things to do, you can move those daggers over.
That's right.
You can put that on the Bullseye.
Or sacrifice them.
Right, sure. Oh, and there's a Ruinous Wrecking Crew. So you can just play that, and you can sacrifice, of course, the Stark Executive, but that would also make Nathan sacrifice the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oftentimes you want to fire it off for more mana if you can here, but you can still just do it for 1 here and choose the each player sacrifices a creature mode. Oh, it has a land as well, so. See if we can get the different modes on the Ruinous Wrecking Crew. Not a lot else you can do here, right? So I just imagine you're going to just want to play out the land and just fire it off. But keeping the land here, you don't want to just play it for more, right? Like, you just might as well.
I mean, I guess if you're going to discard it.
Right? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Do this for 2 here. So 2 life and sacrifice creature is my guess.
Sorry. You're choosing what?
Yeah, choosing the lose life and the sacrifice.
Well, Keisuke found the benefit of having unplayable creatures in your deck. You can sacrifice them.
Got there. Yeah.
Still, the Ruinous Wrecking Crew is one of the highlights of the black-red color
Absolutely.
pair.
Avengers Under Siege and Ruinous Wrecking Crew are like kind of the reasons why you end up in a black-red deck.
They perform well, like actually well, and
Yeah.
that's even in the context of their archetype being the least performance. So
yeah,
it's actually pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Now, Keisuke here does have the ability to move those daggers over, and that's 8 damage coming in here.
Seriously?
Can put that on the bullseye here and set up a really nice thing. Ooh, actually just drew a Hawkeye off the top,
Whoa.
which then combos quite well with the bullseye too, right? Because you play that, then if you can sacrifice an artifact, you can go 4 damage to any target.
Any target you want, including Nathan.
Or you can move the Vibranium daggers onto the Hawkeye, and she'll help you deal even more damage.
Yes.
So,
that is Night Nurse just on end step there.
Right, just needs to play something, wants something to equip, move, put onto the shield, spike it. Now Nathan
This is incredible.
Nathan also has a take up the shield, so might just move it over and use take up the shield if Hawkeye blocks. And this also kind of looks like it might be a desperation attack, but Keisuke probably just good to just take it here.
21
right
life,
at 21 life.
Probably, even if you sense desperation.
Right.
Which it does look like that. But Keisuke's just not in a position to need to take really any risk.
Right.
No blocks.
Takes it here, and Nathan has a Brave Brawler and a land drop for the turn, so can just play out the Brave Brawler and still take up the shield here.
A lot of lifelink.
Yeah. Would have liked to see kind of black mana up to represent Widow's Bite, but I guess both players know the decks, so. All right, Keisuke here with a very very nice board. Ronin.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
all these pieces kind of working well in harmony.
I guess all you need is all uncommons and you're good to go.
Yeah, and a rare.
And a rare too.
Yeah, really interesting spot here for Keisuke. Every turn he keeps drawing action, has access to that bullseye. I mean, you could just consider attacking with just the Ruinous Wrecking Crew, leaving up the bullseye and see what happens.
Yeah.
Right, because then you don't get got by the take up the shield here.
Right.
There's no scenario where Nathan can really blow out Keisuke here. So Nathan might just have to take the damage here.
That's a big hit, down to 9.
But Nathan does have 2 big life linkers. And yeah, runs
There's
out
Ronin.
the Ronin.
Battlefield.
Okay.
This is a motley crew.
Oh, and remember, Ronin, you can use that mana, which I have not used before.
Wow.
Immediately to move the daggers over, so now you can have a great blocker available.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, it gives you 2 mana here, and of course, Keisuke is at a high enough life total. And yeah, moving it over to the Hawkeye, because if you do, then whenever you get triggers off of that bullseye, I mean, you're dealing a lot of damage.
That's right. And Keisuke can move it back over to Ronin Shadowstalker if he'd like to use the tap ability of that.
Of course, yeah, definitely. Ooh, Massacre Girl!
Oh, and it's Massacre Girl for Stoyer!
3, 4, 5,
Is that enough to kill the Hawkeye as well?
It is!
Oh my gosh!
What a rip there for Nathan Stoyer!
Unbelievable. I mean, we've seen this Massacre Girl completely carry Nathan Stoyer over the course of this draft. Wow.
Unbelievable. Is that Jessica Jones there, though?
That
for
is a
Frito?
Jessica Jones.
So that is the ideal rebuild
Oh, yeah,
plan.
absolutely here.
Unless there's a removal spell. No, there isn't one for
Yeah.
Stoyer.
Nathan will be able to get in for 5 here with the Shield Spy Kid, perhaps just running out that Unliving Legionnaire, maybe get into a racing situation.
Yeah, that does seem tempting. And
Oh.
it does put pressure on Kiske to hit something off of Jessica Jones.
Oh, Nathan didn't move the Shield Spy Kit there. I imagine you want the Scry. Yeah. Right, gets the Scry. Bottoms a land immediately.
Take 5.
3-2 flyer.
Go. All right, this is huge here. A draw step plus 2 looks.
Yeah, Murdoch's Crusade, web up, needs a removal spell here. Would love to be able to kill the Massacre Girl. Oh, draws the Murdoch's Crusade naturally, but of course you also want to hit your land drops here. And remember, Nathan is 2 lands away from activating the Unliving Legionnaire.
Right.
All right, there's the land. Okay, land.
Drops acquired.
So you can cast Murdoch's Crusade and move the daggers over. Those seem to be that seems to be the options here. Murdoch's Crusade. But if you do leave yourself vulnerable to Murdoch's Crusade.
That's right.
So things still looking pretty good here for Nathan. He's getting that Scry every turn. Drew a land, which isn't technically the worst, because the 6th land means now any draw off the top is a good relevant card, right?
That's right.
If you draw land number 7, you can power up the Unliving Legionnaire, and of course any creature is just another threat to play on the battlefield.
He's also just winning this race pretty nicely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
2-turn clock here from Stoyer realistically.
Keisuke needs something here. Another removal spell, a web up. That is a land.
Oh, it was a land off the top.
Okay. That gets Keisuke down to 2, and now Nathan has Take Up the Shield and Spider-Man. I just don't think Keisuke is going to have enough here,
there's
given
no
that he
way.
goes down to 2.
Even
goes
with
down to 3
Jessica
here.
Jones.
Right. Because you have to tap her.
Right.
But you do look at 4 cards, right? Because it
Yes.
keys off of her power.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I suppose if you can find the perfect combination of spells here to play, to somehow
Just exile effects,
you need
basically?
you need a web up here, and that is not a web up.
Nope.
That is not going to get it done.
Yeah, it looks like Stoyer with that very timely Massacre Girl is going to, I'm going to say this carefully, remain undefeated.
Right? Yeah. No. I mean, there's just Keisuke has nothing here, so
2-0-1.
It looks like he's going to go 2-0-1 here, and probably going to frame that Massacre Girl.
No kidding. Every single
It just
time
won him
we saw
every
that.
single game, basically. No. Yeah.
Stoyer drew his card, then decided, actually, on your end step, I think I'm going to play Spider-Man.
Okay. Spider-Man gets in. Now, Keisuke just bluffing something here, because of course he could have moved the daggers over.
Yep. That's going to do it. Nathan Stoyer picks up the win and improves to 2-0-1. That draw in the first round kind of sticking around. He felt like he also maybe had the chance to win that one if there was more time as well. So almost a 3-0 there for Stoyer. He's going to have to settle for 2 wins and 1 draw here.
Yeah. No, great run. And I mean, this is what happens, right? The kind of narrative of the limited format going into this was white is the best color. White was open, and Nathan is now 2-0-1.
Yeah, that's right. And he successfully stayed Justin White. He had a few different veers in the draft. You can go back and watch it if you missed it from this morning. He is who we watched in our feature, but ended up on straight up black-white, and it did carry him to a very nice record here in the opening one. We have more Magic for you here. We've got Gabriel Nassif playing against Ramon Santos. And as you can see, it's a little bit lopsided.
That's a lot of top finishes,
16
Marshall.
top finishes in a Hall of Fame. No top finishes yet for Santos yet, as I said, but they are going to join this one in game number 2, and Santos is up a game over the Hall of Famer. See if he can't pick up a match off of Nassif. That is no small task.
Definitely not here, but up a game here against one of the true greats of the game. Ramon representing his country here, as you can see. Got the Puerto Rican flag on his sleeves.
That looks sweet.
Yeah, it's nice.
Typical opener here for Nassif.
Island.
Pair of Island.
We say Dine, maybe? What? Oh, that's a Hawkeye.
Okay.
All right. Really strong 2-drop there. Does a lot of work, and Nassif does not have an answer for it right now. Does he have a Frozen and Ice?
doesn't
Misses
have a third land.
drop. That is rough, because with 2 blue mana, there's not that much you can be representing outside of Counterspell. And of course, if he had it, he would have fired it off here. So now Ramon can attack, maybe rummage, deal extra damage. But of course, against an opponent who hasn't played anything, you just want to build out your board here.
Nassif was my pre-tournament pick to win the whole thing, but he's not going to do it by missing his third land drop.
Yeah, I mean, but look, if Nassif is 2-1 in the limited portion,
yeah, I'll take it.
He doesn't lose in constructed.
That's
so.
right. That's right.
I'm at 16, yeah.
Red Room Recruit, given Nassif missed his land drop, I imagine Ramon is really going to look to discard a non-land permanent here. That's a Hydra Infiltration, which would have been great. But I guess when you have 2 decent creatures in play, you're not going to get that attack by yourself trigger.
Oh,
Firing
Pim
off
particles.
Pim particles. Okay, hits the land.
It actually hit the forest,
Right?
though.
Does he have a scroll or something? No, that's a Reptile, and that is not going to be that strong here.
No, not great without extra mana available.
Right,
So he's going to
it's-
be taking a beating here in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a good mana sink, but it's a 1/2. It doesn't really block that well. And so Ramon can safely attack with both creatures here. The only thing Nassif could be representing is a D power, but Ramon wouldn't lose either of his creatures through that. Can he follow this up? Madame Hydra.
Well,
all right. Well,
interesting. It's at least nice combo with Hawkeye there too, right?
Yeah. Yes. So Madame Hydra. So now if Ramon just runs out villains, just gonna start making a bunch of tokens here. And wow, this is I was thinking with Nassif got the 3 mana, he'd play something, nice like a Justice or a Shield Deployment Drone. That is an Atlantean Cavalry that is in play here. And Ramon, remember Hawkeye also makes it so you can't block with a creature. You can pay a mana to do that as well. So this is a tough spot here.
Especially with a removal spell in addition.
Right. And now you get to get in for everything. And you can just, because the Reptile is only a 1/2, just deal 2 damage. Go to the face.
Sure. 2 more to you.
Yeah.
You don't have any blocks anyway.
Yeah, and now you go down to 4.
Yeah, this is GG. I don't see any way out from blue-green for Nassif, even if he finds his 4th mana.
Right,
and that's going to do it. Ramon Santos evens things up and picks up the pod in a tough pod, having to face down Nassif in the finals, no less. And he picks up that 3-0. That is really impressive.
Yeah, just a really, really good curve there. And Nassif looks like kept a bit of a risky hand. It is interesting because maybe Nassif was already on a mulligan or something. We're not entirely sure what happened, because if you keep a hand like that, you'd at least expect by the time he gets to his 3rd land, he's going to play something really strong.
The fireworks should start it instead
But
it's Atlantean
it was
Cavalry.
Atlantean Cavalry.
Yeah.
So,
So not really where you want to be. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. But when we come back, we'll be back at the news desk to help you set up for Modern. Don't go anywhere.
See you at MagicCon Atlanta, November 13th through the 15th, the final MagicCon of 2026. Badges are on sale right now. You can get yours today at mcatlanta.mtgfestivals.com. It's going to be a good one. Welcome back here to coverage of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. It's a beautiful day outside, but it is heating up inside as well. More than 17,000 people here gathered inside the convention center to celebrate Magic the Gathering. Over here at the news desk, we're focused in on the Pro Tour. We are out of the draft rounds this morning, and Riley has a roundup for us on what's happened there.
Yes, indeed, Maria. Thank you very much. We do have some draft trophies to award. This is the term we use to describe it when someone has managed to get through the draft, not just undefeated, but also 3-0. So let's have a look at our featured pod number 1 here. Now, Nathan Steuer, who doesn't quite technically speaking get the draft trophy after his incredible performance here, only 2-0-1. So undefeated, yes. Draft trophy, no, doesn't go on the stats there. Sorry, Nath, old mate. But 2-0-1, still a great start for him. After that draw, ripped off a couple of wins and ends up at the top of his pod there. The other players not assembling a record quite as fearsome as his was. We can move on now and hand out our first draft trophy to Li Shiqian, a Hall of Famer who went 3-0 at this table, vanquishing all that went before him. Good to see Sam Pardee bounce back as well after an early loss to Zevon Faust, ending up at 2-1, and Zevon also 2-1 there, along with Andrea Botti. So well done to all of those players, but Li Shiqian undefeated at 3-0 draft on table 2. And finally, draft pod number 3, well, would you have a look at that? It is Ramon Santos, who beat Gabriel Nassif here, relegating the French Hall of Famer to 2-1. But Santos with a clean 3-0 start to his Pro Tour, perfect, unfortunately, for all the Javier Dominguez fans out there. 1-2 for Javier. So hopefully he'll bounce back and be back in the conversation before very long.
Yeah,
He always does.
We got 2 more drafts here, Javier. We want to see you in them. Well, everyone, there is a look at our featured pods, but for the first time, we're going to now take a look at the entire leaderboard and find out how our players are doing, at least as far as the 3-0s are concerned. Oh, excuse me. First up, we've got some teams. All right, I'm taking it back. We're doing the leaderboard.
We're doing the leaderboard.
Preview. We will check in our teams here in just a second. Here is our leaderboard, the first page of it. You can see who is starting off their tournament on the right foot. Manoa, they're starting out with a 3-0, had a top 8 at Pro Tour MH3. Tristan Wild LaRue starting out with a 3-0, a long-time grinder there for him. Tony Portolan,
wow,
starting
what a
out
shock.
with a 3-0. Shocked.
What a
truly.
surprise, Tony Portolan going 3-0.
The guy can't lose.
Oh dear. And we've got our second page of standings here as well. You can see a bunch of other names that you'll be familiar with. Li Shiqian, we already mentioned the fact that he went 3-0. Derek Davis, Sandy Garcia-Romao, Bernardo Torres, Anna Huschenbett. Good to see some players off to the races here, Maria, with 3-0 starts.
Yes, and we are not done. We're going to show you all of the 3-0s here. And check this out. Hall of Famer Seth Manfield kicking off the tournament with a 3-0. Congratulations to him. There you see Nathan Steuer in 48th at 2-0-1. And well, we gave you a little bit of teaser, but we're going to check in on our teams, see how they're doing, Riley.
Yes, indeed. We're going to kick things off here with Team Cosmos Heavy Player Español. Let's see how they started their mornings here. And look at this. They've got a couple of undefeated players, 4 of them, in fact. 2 3-0s, Christopher Larson, Victor Hawkins, and Josep Sanfeliu and Nathan Steuer, as we've talked about, 2-0-1. Looks like a couple of others trailing there in the 1 and 2 bracket, but I'm sure they'll come back. Cosmos Heavy Play English, on the other hand, we can have a look at their results and see how this group went. The other half of the team here, not quite as impressive. We've got 1-2-0-1 in Brady Munro at the top of the tables. Then, look at that. So already we're going to see this team, they're going to have to do some hard work to get themselves back into it, Frank.
Meanwhile, Team TCG Player, which is filled with Hall of Famers, had a slightly above average result in the draft rounds, with Manoa, Martin Juza and Seth Manfield all picking up those draft trophies, and many of the other players picking up 2-1 records as well. Nathan Goldberg at 0-3 will have to battle back though.
Let's take a look at Team Handshake Moxfield. How are they doing after the first draft of the weekend? Drum roll, please. All right, we've got 3 players on 3-0, so a good start for them. Johnny Gutman coming in with a draw at 2-0-1, and then a couple of 2-1, so I'd be pretty happy if I was this team with this result. That's Handshake Moxfield.
And Team Moriyama Japan, meanwhile, put several players in the 3-0 trophies as well. Reigning Player of the Year Ken Yukihiro, 3-0. Takumi Utsunomiya, also 3-0. And as we are going to transition into Modern soon, I'm particularly excited by the deck that many of these team members brought. An awesome Eldrazi Ram deck with Slumbering Trudge and Fight Rigging. As we go into the Modern rounds, going to be really exciting to watch that.
And finally, I believe we're going to have a look here, not at a team necessarily, but these are the players who have done the best in Limited so far since we started, since we returned to Paper Magic in 2023. And it'll, well, no surprise.
Are they good at Limited? Let's find out.
No surprise at all. I mean, I'm not going to bury the lead. Tony Portland, 3-0. Okay, it's another Pro Tour Friday, and he's undefeated at the end of the third round. Ken Yukihiro, Alex Rowe, and Arno Huschenbed, all of them on 3-0. Unsurprising to see these Limited All-Stars doing very well. A lot of 2-1s as well. But there are some players who, again, will probably be thinking, well, got to dig in deep, got to get stuck in the Limited, in the Constructed rounds, so I can come back and draft again, defend that Limited record I put together.
Absolutely. Let's check in on our Player of the Year race. This is where we're at coming into the weekend with Christopher Larson just standing head and shoulders above the rest of the field here. A full Matt Nass ahead of the field, or an Eduardo Sajgalik 21 points ahead the next place. How did they do in draft here this morning? Well, they did very well indeed. Christopher Larson starting off with a 3-0, might be able to lock up this Player of the Year race here this weekend if he continues to do as well as this. Won't even need to play the World Championship to lock that up potentially. We will find out this weekend. Well,
just incredible.
Well, I mean, it is. It is just incredible. We're switching gears now from draft into Modern here this afternoon. And it's been a year since our last Modern Pro Tour. Frank, you're very excited. It's a cool metagame. Talk us through it.
Yes, exactly. Maria, Modern is just my favorite format in all of Constructed Magic. And let's just put up an overview of what it is to catch everyone up. Modern is a non-rotating format based on expansion sets, core sets, and straight to Modern sets from 8th edition forward. And it features a very deep card pool spanning 103 sets, over 22,000 unique cards, spanning nearly 23 years of card history. Now, recently, Flage and Lotus Field were added to the banned list, and already introduced in 2011. This will be the 12th Modern Pro Tour, the last one being around 10 months ago in Atlanta. Now, with that last Modern Pro Tour in Atlanta, what basically happened since then? Well, there's 3 things I want to highlight. First, some new cards were printed, like Price of Freedom and Erode, that punish Modern decks for running very few basic lands, and this led to the emergence of basically a brand new Boros land destruction deck.
Which I just absolutely cannot wait to see.
It is so evil.
I hate it, Frank.
It's so good, man. I love it.
Yeah. Secondly, Lotus Field and Flage were banned in May, which forced Boros Energy to find alternatives, and it severely weakened Jeskai Blink. And third and finally, various new cards were introduced over the past year that found a home in established archetypes, most recently Hex Magic to booster Ruby Storm. So going into the Pro Tour, Boros Energy and Izzet Affinity had already established themselves as the format's premier contenders, and they are indeed the most played decks, tied at 12.7% of the field apiece. No major surprises there. Now, Eldrazi Temple decks like Brood Scale combo and Eldrazi Tron all actually proved a bit more popular than many had expected, with Kozilek's Command as the most played non-land main deck in the format. Now, there's also a bunch of combo decks with Esper Gorgios rounding out the big 5. Overall, there's just a lot of diversity and a lot of potential for great games. I'm looking forward to the Modern rounds. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, but critically, how many people are playing Boggles, Frank?
0, I believe. Sorry, Maria.
Yeah, I mean,
everyone has their favorite archetype in Modern.
Well, that's what is so great about it, you know. You can have a pet deck, and you can do well with it, too, which is very cool indeed. Speaking of doing well with decks, a lot of players here this weekend qualified for this Pro Tour at a Spotlight Series event. So if that sounds interesting to you, that's something that you can think about. Riley talked to a bunch of Spotlight people who qualified for this Pro Tour by playing a Spotlight Series. Let's hear from them right now.
I'm here with Anthony Pepe, who qualified for this Pro Tour through the Spotlight Series. Anthony, you had a killer run at the tournament in Richmond. Tell us about it.
So yeah, I went 12-0. I started 12-0, kind of lost it at the end there, but I made top 8. My goal was to get to Pro Tour. and 12 wins got me there, so that was kind of what I was looking for.
Easy peasy, just rattle off 12 wins at the Spotlight Series, and you're at the Pro Tour. Anthony, best of luck this weekend. Thanks for joining us. I'm here with Stanley Franks, who qualified for the Pro Tour by making it all the way to the finals of a Spotlight Series. Stanley, tell us about this tournament. What was the experience like?
So I kind of went to Spotlight London a bit on a whim. Decided quite last minute to enter, as I found a Mardu discard list I really liked, and undefeated day one, which was fantastic, and then went all the way to the finals with it. So yeah, it was a fantastic experience.
And now you're at the Pro Tour. It must be incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've got words can't describe. Feels great.
Well, mate, best of luck this weekend. We're excited to see what you get up to.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very cool to get success at the Spotlight Series and find yourself here at the Pro Tour. Well, we're going to see one of those players in the feature match area here for round number 4. Let's find out who will be watching do battle. Take a look. Anthony Pepe, who we just saw on camera there, running Esper Gorgios up against Tony Portolan on Golgari Yawgmoth. But both of these players currently starting out 3-0, so have draft trophies to their names already. Anthony Pepe's been playing the game for a long time, started playing in 1994. This is his first Pro Tour. Congratulations on making it here this weekend. Like we heard, qualified at a Spotlight Series and won 12 in a row. Qualified to be here this weekend.
And to get off to such a great start as well in your first Pro Tour, we talked about what that can do for your confidence. It can what it can do to make you feel like you've earned your spot here. Anthony Pepe, I met him yesterday, as you saw. I got to have a chat with him. Seemed to be very happy. You know, one of the old guard of Magic, been around for a very long time, but it's great to see people making their Pro Tour debut, you know, after having played the game for decades. So I'm really, really pleased to see Anthony get off to such a great start.
Yeah, it's a very cool story. Up against Tony Portolan's been playing since 2003. 2 top finishes, came in 3rd in last year's Player of the Year race. Interestingly enough, missed day 2 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, but Tony here battling to have a better record here this weekend, hopefully.
And we've already talked about the fact that this bloke's win percentage in limited is just unbelievable at 75.8. Like that, I can't really tell you. Like the people who may be tuning in from other games and thinking, "Oh, how good."
That's God tier.
It's so good,
God
right?
tier.
But then we look at his constructed win rate, and it's 61.4% as well.
Demigod tier.
That is all, I mean, yeah, it's not 75.8, sure, but it's still so good. Tony is such a talented player with an enormous level of consistency. We talk so much about his limited prowess, but it's important to note as well, this guy's really good at constructed as well. So Anthony Pepe, you know, a great start to his debut Pro Tour, but he's got a massive hill to climb from just I mean, you'll talk about the decks, Frank, but just from these players matching up in terms of experience and a proven track record. Tony Portolan, he's such a contender.
Absolutely. Frank, tell me about the 2 modern decks these players have brought this weekend.
So we're going to start off with Esper Gorgios, which is what Anthony brought. Fairly popular archetype, around 9% of the field. And its plan is to discard Atraxa to a card like Psychic Frog or Faithful Mending, and then return it to the battlefield with Gorgios Vengeance. Now that by itself already generates a massive lifelink swing and a fresh grip of cards. And then ideally Ephemerate afterwards blinks your Atraxa, granting another trigger, and she won't even have to be exiled. Now that's an ideal draw, but the deck is quite flexible and can also pivot into a controlling role with Solitude, Thoughtseize, Prismatic Ending, and a whole sideboard with interactive cards. Now, on the other side of the table, Golgari Yawgmoth is Tony Portolan's deck of choice. Only 2 players brought it to the Pro Tour, but it is an all-time favorite. It combines Undying Creatures alongside Yawgmoth Thran Physician to generate card advantage and achieve infinite combos. And one such loop involves Yawgmoth and 2 copies of Young Wolf, one with a +1/+1 counter, the other one without. And then when Yawgmoth sacrifices the wolf without the counters, it'll return thanks to Undying. And then the other wolf receives a -1/-1 counter, which then cancels out against the +1/+1 counter. And you repeat that for a whole bunch of card draw and eventually set up like convoluted infinite combos. Now in this matchup, actually going back to the main deck, Agatha's Soul Cauldron will be particularly essential. Not just to exile the Walking Ballista or Yawgmoth to grant that ability to your creatures, but also to exile the opposing Atraxa, counter that Gorgios Vengeance. That may be quite key in this matchup. And honestly, I wouldn't bet against Tony Portolan with that win rate and like playing a deck that his opponent might not have even practiced against.
Sure, great point there, Frank. Thank you so much for that insight. Well, one of the teams that's been dominating the last 2 Pro Tours is Cosmos Heavy Play. How do they do it? We asked them and they said they've got a mantra. What would Javier Dominguez do?
What would Javier Mingus do before the tournament?
Sleep for 12 hours.
Excellent advice.
I've told that so often at the regional championship, people get into the top 8. They in Australia, maybe it's their first pro tour, and I say the cheat code. This is from Javier Dominguez himself. He sleeps for 12 hours a night at every single pro tour. When you're coming back tomorrow, when you're fighting for that world's invite that's on the line at the RC. Go home and get a good night's sleep. That's the biggest thing. This is one of the best players in the world who's giving you that advice. And
wow, yeah.
It's worth following.
Yeah, I think it's a good advice because, I mean, I've played a bunch of Pro Tours, but I have never won more matches on a day than the amount of hours I slept in the night before. So, Javier has this locked up.
Okay, great point, Frank. Well, here we go. It's time for the modern rounds here at the Pro Tour. Excited to get underway with Constructed with Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Corey, so in theory, if we sleep for 12 hours and we're in a Pro Tour, we win 12 rounds? Is that how that works?
That's the cut, is 12 wins to be into the top 8. Javier has had this figured out for years, it seems.
Okay, all right. So go get your sleep, Pro Tour competitors. Welcome to the Constructed rounds here, friends. We are jumping into Modern, and we have got a extremely varied field in terms of archetypes, players playing different decks. It's going to be such a great time. Let's talk about this matchup here, Corey.
Yeah.
We've got our Espegorios up against our Golgari Yawgmoth.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be seeing these kind of matchups that we really don't see often. You know, you're going to see the Boros versus Affinity, the kind of go-to decks, but in Modern, it is just such a wide variety of decks that, you're going to have to really be educated in the format to be able to know what you're doing in a lot of matchups. But I think Frank said it best. The Agatha's Soul Cauldron basically countering Goryo's Vengeance here from Anthony. That is so brutal when you have a card that's not only great in your deck, but it's also a hate card to main deck against these graveyard decks. We see it from Affinity where they main deck Tormod's Crypts. That is going to spell some really rough news here from Anthony.
You know, Graveyard Hate is a standard in the sideboards of plenty of players here. If not all of the players here have something to interact with the sideboard, but Tony's got it in the main deck, So if he doesn't have anything to do, you bet he's going to be munching on whatever Anthony Pepe is able to put in the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is in hand there for Tony. He has the ability to play it right now. And it looks like from Anthony's side, no land. There's double Goryo's Vengeance.
Nice.
So this Agatha's Soul Cauldron is going to do a nice job of preventing that from going wild. But Anthony on the other side does have Prismatic Ending as well as March to be able to deal with Soul Cauldron. So this should be a nice game.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how these two decks, match up against each other. This Malevolent Rumble now for Tony, finding the eponymous Yawgmoth, as that's definitely something that he needs to get the combo going.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the main card here in the deck, and even if it's in your graveyard, it can still do some nice work. But Tony was just like, I don't need more lands, so I'm just going to put it in hand to make Anthony kind of deal with it twice.
For sure. So now Anthony's got to hope that he finds answers to 2 threats that he knows about, one already on board and the other in hand.
And I think first step, he's got to find land number 2, so we're almost assuredly going to see one of these Surveil lands. My guess would be a white-based Surveil land, so you can have access to March or Prismatic Ending. But yeah, needs land number 2, but on the draw, with all these fetch lands, with all these Surveil lands, keeping a one-lander, not so bad. And of course, can backfire.
It can backfire indeed, but I actually wanted to ask you, in terms of the Modern metagame, which of the decks do you think mulligans the most aggressively?
Mulligans the most aggressively? That is a really good question. I would say Neoform. Neoform would probably be the number 1.
Okay.
Any kind of really just, as fast as possible combo deck, they're going to be trying to mulligan quite aggressively.
Undercity Sewers there, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles art.
I mean, for him doing so well at Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
it's appropriate.
Yeah, I would theme it up as much as I can. And I was casting that event. It was a pleasure to watch Anthony dominate the event. Was the number 1 seed after being 12-0, and just an incredibly nice guy. Was happy to be there and was playing really well with his mono green landfall deck. We saw him wear the forest
the mono
shirt.
green. Yeah, you mentioned that. That's so cool. Playing mono green landfall and playing it extremely well.
Yeah,
Up
absolutely.
until round 13, but you know what? We don't talk about that.
he
did
got
what
the
he had to
goal.
do. Yeah,
Exactly. But man, what an opponent to play in your first constructed
match,
round.
yeah.
Tony's one of my favorite players to watch. He's not only so nice and so, just a pleasure to play
Yeah.
against, but he's just so good.
And so humble too, you know. Like he's
Exactly.
always just talking about, you know, how he can make the deck better, how he can help his teammates more.
Oh, this.
Yeah, he's just an absolute gentleman, and it's really great to see him back here, and hopefully he'll get a better result than he did at the last one.
And that's just the sign of a true, you know, absolute legend of the game, where you're always a student. You know, you're always
Yeah.
a student of the game. You never think, okay, I got this figured out. I'm crushing it. I took third in the Player of the Year race. I don't need to learn anything else. Like, that's not the mentality you ever want to have. That's for sure.
So Malevolent Rumble number 2 here. Nothing much happening on Anthony's side of things. Not yet anyway, but was able to get rid of Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
And I really love Tony's build of Yawgmoth. You know, we haven't seen this deck for a while, and back when it was a little bit more popular, you know, the ways that you were kind of winning was Yawgmoth, 2 Young Wolves, and a Drain Effect, like a Blood Artist kind of thing. So, you know, the fact that this is now 4 Agatha's Soul Cauldron, it maybe was 1 or 2 before, it's a very teched out list.
Yeah.
And, you know, Tony and the rest of the team on Sanctum always bring some spice.
They do, yeah.
So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
A couple of interesting includes that you might see at this matchup. You know, Spy Master's Vault, he's got 3 of those in the main deck. So curious to see what shenanigans he'll get up to with that. You know, maybe just an extra Surveil, but looking at the hand here for Anthony, he would love to have a critter in the yard and not a second copy to deal with of the Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
I mean, I think he kind of has it, right? Because the Walking Ballista is in the yard. We have Yogg and Young Wolf, so and we have 5 mana. So from what I'm seeing, there is a win on the battlefield next turn, barring literally no interaction. And we see the Solitude. You know, we see March. There is interaction, but as it stands, if Tony had the option to go for it, he could win the game this turn.
Do you think he will?
I mean, his hand doesn't really do anything else, so probably will.
Okay.
And he'll get to draw some cards here. And depending on how Anthony respond, you know, if you just go to Solitude Yawgmoth after Young Wolf and Yogg is already in play, you can be like, well, in response, I'll kill you. So Anthony has to deal with the Soul Cauldron basically with Yawgmoth on the stack. So we'll see if he respects that.
All right. Yeah, very difficult to break it up once all the pieces are on board. Windswept Teeth, the easiest thing here for Tony to do. So now he has a big think. Into the tank he goes. What could possibly go wrong?
And I mean, you know, there's just so much interaction from the Espergorios, you know, deck that Tony's going to have to go for some kind of action here, but he's got to understand, how do I play around 1 piece of removal? Can I beat 2 pieces of removal? These are kind of the questions that he's asking himself right now.
Yeah, and the Scorio's list, you know, it can play a pretty good, you know, control role in the matchup until it's ready to go off and do its own ridiculousness.
Yeah.
So in response, Marsh Flats, go get another land, and looks like we're going to try potentially here for Anthony to get either the Wolf or the Soul Cauldron off the board. What do you aim for?
Soul Cauldron. Soul Cauldron is just the best card against you because, I mean, we see 2 Gorios Vengeance in hand. There's a Psychic Frog where you can discard Gristlebrand and bring it back next turn if you find land 4. So that's definitely the most problematic card straight away. And then when Tony starts to do the value of drawing extra cards with Yawgmoth, then you can Solitude while Young Wolf is in the yard with the Undying trigger on the stack.
Yeah. The only issue with that is that was the only other white card in hand, so no free Solitude at the moment.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Anthony's going to have to find something to help him out in that regard.
Yep, that is a very good point. So we can clean this up right now.
What are we munching on here?
Eating.
It doesn't really do anything, does it?
Not really. It does still just put a counter on something. You know, the untap ability is not necessarily great, but you might as well get yourself a counter, get a little value going here. And as it stands with no other white card, Tony can at least sack the Young Wolf, draw a card, sack it again if you really want to draw a second. So we'll get a little bit of value here.
Okay, so these Agatha Soul Cauldrons, they're all separate instances, right? So whatever was exiled with that second copy, the third copy will never see.
Exactly. Yep. They do not see each other in any way, shape, or form. If they get blinked out, they're reset, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. So Yawgmoth on board. What's up, Thran Physician?
just one of the most powerful creatures
Yeah.
that we've seen in a long time. You know, this deck has kind of fallen out of favor as of late.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 players playing it this weekend. Alexander McIsaac is the other player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wo-
Usually,
I wonder if he
rocking
has
mono
a-
red or something like that, but
I wonder if he has a poison dart frog in his sideboard.
I hope so.
We're going to have to figure that out
Yeah.
soon. That's another one of our spotlight winners. Played a poison dart frog in every sideboard. Could never cast it in his decks. It was
It was
just
the
his
moral
buddy.
support pet, okay?
Exactly. So, with drawing land 4 there from Anthony, Anthony has some nice options here.
Yep.
At the very worst, you can play Psychic Frog and then discard Gristlebrand and bring it back, draw a bunch of cards, and then Solitude
I love that
Yawgmoth.
art. Ah, that Psychic Frog is beautiful.
Oh.
That version of the art. I love it.
Interesting. Decides to not go for it right now. And is trying to maybe set up the at Tony's end step.
Yeah. To
you
keep
know.
it for the turn.
Yep, and that's fine. Gristlebrand, when you have a Traxa, you really want to be able to ephemerate
Sure,
it.
sure.
But
Gristlebrand's kind of meh.
you know, I mean, I would have discarded it, and then I would have attacked with Gristlebrand.
Oh, yeah,
went up to 22, maybe drew 14 cards. I would have made sure I had an extra white card in my hand.
Yeah.
To
That's a big-
Solitude.
Yeah.
Now he's a little vulnerable. Let's say Tony top decks another Young Wolf. We could be.
Well, he can still interact, right? Because instant speed, Chorus.
Yeah, but you.
And Gristlebrand you can activate whenever.
Yeah, you can, but you don't get the connect.
Gotcha,
You don't
yeah,
get
you
to
don't get the
attack
life,
and gain the life.
For
yeah.
sure. And Tony's deck's not about attacking. If it can never attack, it's having a great day.
Yes, exactly. It does not need to attack, that's for sure. And now there's a couple draws from Tony that can really affect Anthony here.
Such as?
Soul Cauldron, of course, would be the best.
You willed it into existence. Anthony's just like, really?
I mean, right now, Anthony has to discard Gristlebrand and Gorios to try to find a white card, I would think. But doesn't do it, and now the combo is just here.
Yep.
And I don't think anything matters anymore. So, and here is the classic thing we were talking
Yeah,
about.
if he'd gone for it, he would have had an answer, right?
I mean, that, but also, like what Frank was saying at the desk, Anthony has probably never played against Golgari Yawgmoth because, well, it's not a deck that's played a lot. Tony has played against Esper Gorios plenty.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the value you gain when you play a deck that's really off the meta
Yeah.
in the other category for sure,
Dredge's Insight now for Tony. Gets to look at a couple more cards.
Yeah. And now the second Young Wolf should be the insurance policy that if that resolves, then Tony could beat a piece of interaction. He could beat a Solitude.
Sir, dead. Yeah.
It's like, you're dead.
You're dead.
You sack this.
Here goes the combo. And that's all she wrote for game number 1 here. All right, game number 2. Let's look at sideboard options for Anthony. What do you expect to see him bring in?
Definitely anything that can deal with Soul Cauldron, I would assume. And as far as things that he has to deal with that, not a lot, actually.
Wrath of the Skies, maybe?
Yeah, and that's a really expensive answer. Teferi to bounce it looks pretty good. But he kind of has the things in the main deck to deal with it. 3 Prismatic Endings is kind of the best thing you can do, but...
19? 19, yes.
Yeah, I think Anthony had some better lines there that he could have taken with attacking with Gristlebrand. As long as he had another, black land, of course he did, with that fetch land. Should have been able to do it.
Spy Masters, Undercity Sewers here for Anthony, off of the fetch land. I'm going to surveil something into the yard. Hopefully it's big and costs a lot of mana.
Yeah.
If he can do a turn 2, reanimate, he'll be very happy about that.
Yeah,
Tony on the other side of things, starting off how he did the first game, the Lighted Halfling.
Looks like Anthony must have mulliganed a few times and has kind of the plan B that Esper Gorios has to operate with. The Warp a Riddler on turn 3, ephemerate it, get some value going there.
I do like that.
Oh, I love it. But, I mean, that is, the free entomb, as we say. Being able to just surveil Atraxa to the yard. I mean, you feel like you're doing it.
Gorios, though.
Yeah.
No Gorios Vengeance in hand.
And we'll see. He's got 2 choices here. Warp one of the extra Riddlers to get a card, or could have Prismatic Ending the Delighted Halfling.
Did you see what he picked up?
Was it Gorios?
Force of Negation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, to counter a possible Cauldron if it gets played is huge. And I mean, Tony has it and should probably play it. But he does get one of the powerful new additions
Hey,
here,
buddy.
Badgermaul Cub, to then
Oh, yeah.
use the Delighted Halfling for 2 mana and then play the Cauldron.
Comfortable.
Very nice. There's the Cauldron.
Yep.
Now, does Anthony respond to this?
4.
Or is he waiting for something else to get?
Attraction.
Yeah.
Because it has to be a
Yep.
non-creature spell. I mean, that's the best non-creature spell you're going to get.
Yeah, but it is with Delighted Halfling. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana to cast a legendary spell, and it can't be countered. So,
But oh, that is legendary.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Yep, never mind.
so no force of negation to interact there, which is
Disregard.
huge.
Yeah, yeah. Insurance policy intact there for Tony Portland, so he gets to get Atraxa. Oh, he gets to get Atraxa.
So good. I mean,
Yowza.
Anthony does have the prismatic ending to, get rid of this Soul Cauldron, but the damage is kind of done. You
Yeah.
lost your big creature in the yard, so it's a lot rougher here for sure.
And you've got to be able to do it all in one go, basically, while Soul Cauldron's tapped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeesh. Alrighty, well, I guess we'll try the Riddler plan once again.
Really hoping to draw an untapped land.
White source.
And that was a huge risk because now you don't have any Riddlers for this Ephemerate. And you didn't prismatic ending away the Soul Cauldron, so yeah.
Yeah.
Everything going up Tony's way here for sure. And Anthony did mold to 5, Tony mold to 6 here, so that's always brutal.
He's got a Surgical Extraction in hand. You can try break up the combo somewhat.
Yeah, and it definitely can. Get rid of the Young Wolf with the
Yeah.
Undying trigger on the stack. That can definitely be a thing.
Rumble is good.
With the Rumble, Anthony's looking at the spot of, well, I need to counter something. Rumble's one of the few things he can counter.
Yep, and it's not a legendary. Haha.
Yeah,
Got him. That's not a got him, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
Young
And-
Wolf, another Cauldron in hand. Catacombs and Dredges inside for Tony.
So just missing a couple pieces here. But man, I really like Tony's list. The Dredger's Insight to be able to fill your graveyard out a little bit more. We've seen these lists play Quarter Calling as kind of the go-to search. Green Sun Zenith with these 2 mana ramp spells. The Dredger's Insight and the Rumble just
Green,
feels
white,
so much more smooth.
Yeah.
I really like this list from Tony.
Yeah. We could see a resurgence if he does well with it this weekend.
Yeah. And I mean, he's going to 6 unlimited, so he only has to go 6 and 4
Don't
in
commentators
Modern.
curse him. Don't make predictions.
I mean, 72% win rate before he just 3-0'd?
Yeah.
I mean, what? I don't know if I've ever had a 75% win rate just playing on Arena. Like, he's doing this at the Pro Tour level.
Yeah.
These numbers are
crazy.
truly extraordinary.
He's one hell of a player.
Yeah, he really is. Took second out of Pro Tour already to Christopher Larson here in Richmond.
Yeah.
Richmond was good for both of these
That was
players.
a really close finals. You were stressing.
I really was.
You couldn't sit still. You were just like pacing back and forth. Like,
It's
oh
only
my
for
gosh.
legendary spells.
Yes.
I love me some good magic.
You do,
okay?
yeah. It was good magic.
This green and colorless from this.
No, colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, colorless and green. If you tap it with Badgermaul Cub, that is what happens.
No blocks.
Oh, Badgermaul's attacking. Remember what I said about if he's attacking, it's not a good day? Well,
Yeah.
okay, maybe I was wrong, but still.
I mean, to be fair, Tony's deck does have the ability to still get aggressive because there is one Ouroboros.
Oh, yeah, there is.
So, Green Sun Zenith for 4, you can really present an aggressive clock with that.
Yeah, and all the fetch lands, yeah, you're definitely getting landfall triggers for days, so.
And Tony does have the very powerful combo of having a Grist in the yard and your Soul Cauldron eating that. All your creatures with counters on them turn into Grist Planeswalkers. That's always spicy.
Insane.
Yep.
What?
It sure is. It's really tough to keep track of, I'll tell you that. You got to have loyalty counters, regular counters. But the game doesn't go on for that long when you accomplish that combo. I'll say
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't think it would. And also with Badgermaul Cub, being able to sacrifice the lands if needs be and then bring them back that way, like, there's some cool little bits of tech in this deck. I like it.
Oh yeah, this is a spicy one, and we're going to be seeing this all day here in the Modern rounds. You know, we see the metagame. 12% as the most played deck, tied with Boros and Affinity. But there are so many other decks and so many other players that, well, think that they did it.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks they have the best deck on round 4.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, at the end of the day, you really see who has the spicy decks that are doing well.
So another Cauldron in the bin it goes. How many Cauldrons is that now? 2 with 1 in hand or 2 in hand? Good
Yeah,
gravy.
2 in hand. I mean, it's
Has
the
he just
best
seen
card.
all of them?
I mean, the thing is, the Riddler plan with Ephemerate is the only way that you can kind of win the game without using your
Yeah.
graveyard. Psychic Frog can do some damage as well, but when you have all these Cauldrons in play, you're never doing the Goryo's Vengeance thing, and Anthony is just playing a less than exciting Esper mid-range deck if you can't do the powerful over-the-top thing.
Yeah, certainly is. You know, missing lands definitely not helping his cause here. And up against a really tough first round opponent in, in the constructed rounds.
And I mean, to be fair,
deck-wise and player-wise.
Yeah. And to be fair, qualified via standard and just 3-0 to draft at the Pro Tour at your very first Pro Tour. I mean, that's
Hell yeah.
already amazing. So
Yeah.
Go to 11.
Anthony down to 11 now. And here comes the young Awu. No Yawgmoth to speak of just yet, but at this point, I don't think he's going to need it.
yeah, it's just good beatdown plan. Have that Soul Cauldron untapped, and you're just able to make sure Gristlebrand or Atraxa doesn't come into play.
Put the Goryo on the bottom, or I did put the Goryos on the bottom, but I could have done something in your draw step, and
Yeah. He's lamenting the fact that he could have done something in the draw steps.
Yeah.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Oh, he really should have. Surgical'd the Soul Cauldron in draw step.
yeah.
Would have got not only the one he just played, but the other one in hand. Surgical, I'm going to go on my little rant here.
Sure, please.
I think Surgical is the most overboarded card in Modern.
Yeah?
I think it is brought in far too many times. But in this situation, it would have been incredible.
Yeah, he would have absolutely shut down at least that
Yeah.
game plan. But like I said, I don't really think he's going to need it because he's amassing a pretty wide board here. Anthony's at 10 with no real way to interact at all. So
Yeah, the creatures that are attacking still would have done some damage, but you would have been able to pay 1 and double Thoughtseize your opponent.
Sure, yeah, I mean-
since Tony did draw a 4th Cauldron, that would have been an incredible play, but...
how many Cauldrons would you like on your board? Yes.
Yes.
Good thing they're legendary, huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
Ooh, okay, Witherbloom Charm. I think that's a 1-up in the deck.
It sure is. And that card is kind of all the modes are
Yeah.
exactly fine.
Yeah, you know, it's nothing super exciting.
Yeah.
Just a good little utility modal card.
It's a tough card to play around
Mm.
as it just does such a wide variety of things, and it's a 1-of, so...
Yeah, and pretty good with the amount of non-land permanents under 2 mana value or less.
Yep.
In this format.
Yeah, kills a lot
Yeah.
of things, lets you draw some extra cards. You can sack Young Wolf at end step to
Oh, yeah.
make it a 2-2 instead of a 1-1. And Wrath of the Skies off the top was a pretty solid one. I mean, Wrath for 2 would be excellent, but I don't think Anthony has land 4.
So he's playing all these very pretty variants, but I don't think any of them are a land.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he might be priced into playing this for 1 anyways.
So that gets the wolf, that gets the token, the delighted halfling, and the lands. Yeah, the land.
Yeah, I believe so. He does have the Witherbloom Charm to get some value.
Sure. You can, you can turn one of the creatures into a card.
Let's take this for mana. Sure. I'll add another colorless.
So pay 1, artifact,
Yeah.
enchantment, and critter, less
Yeah.
than 1.
It is a creature, though, so I would assume the Overgrown Tomb would still die, come back, Earthbent. But
colorless, 1 black.
Yeah, I'll spend the black green.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah,
Charm.
Witherbloom Charm. Maybe
Yeah,
a
yeah,
chomp
yeah,
on.
that's good.
yeah, the land makes sense. That or the Halfling, kind of the same. The one thing you don't want to eat is the Young Wolf,
Yeah,
because
'cause
that's
it'll
actually
come
going to come back. And now, I think no matter what, Tony has lethal, because Young Wolf is going to come back. That's going to be a 2-2. That's 5 damage. Agatha Soul Cauldron eats the Delighted Halfling, puts another counter on Young Wolf, and attacks for 6.
Not too shabby, eh?
For a delightful
Yeah, I picked the
finish
one
here
Yeah.
from Mr. Portalone.
Yeah, man, just one land, and Anthony would have cleaned up there.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been huge.
Yeah.
That really would have been huge.
Top of the deck, just unkind to him here in round number 4.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing with Espergorios. When the deck looks amazing, I mean, it looks like one of the best decks in the format, but you are still playing a bunch of cards that cost 8 mana.
Sure.
You're playing a lot of pieces that you need to have this A plus B combo, and if you draw too much of B or too much of A, sometimes it can look a little awkward.
Wolf and the land. No, 4. The land. Oh, the spawn. Yes, 4. Yep.
I see Tony just explaining all the things that got eaten and whatnot there.
I think this is the Spy Master's Vault here to be able to connive X equals 4 when you lost a bunch of things.
Yeah.
I mean, Tony's playing 3 of this land. I haven't seen this land played that often. Yeah. I haven't seen this land played incredibly often. You know, that you'll see some decks that are going to play it. But man, it looks incredible in this Golgari deck.
And it's something that, you know, his opponents are going to have to keep an eye on because they are giving him answers if there's a board wipe. So
yeah,
it's going to be something to keep an eye out for.
And I mean, this game is fully done, but Tony's kind of assuming that Anthony has a Solitude because he has to, otherwise the game is the game is over. So Tony is just kind of doing what is the best against one Solitude.
Doing the best he can with the information he knows about the opponent's deck. Vexing Bauble, just to make sure. A little bit of insurance there, yeah? And that is going to do it. Tony Bordelon picks up a 2-0 against Anthony Pepe in his first Pro Tour. So, yeah, hopefully the next round goes a little better for him. But Tony, he's on a roll once again.
Absolutely. That Vexing Bauble was the classic. Well, if you got it, you better do it now.
Yep.
And didn't have it. But, yeah, that's a really, really first tough opponent and tough deck to play against.
Absolutely.
Not only do I think that's a really bad matchup for Espergorios, but when you're playing up against an absolute pro like that, Tony's not going to give you anything, that's for sure. So.
No little edges you're going to get against Tony, that's for sure, friends. We have more magic from this round to show you, friendos, but we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes, coming to you live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It is MagicCon, it is a Pro Tour, it is a good day to be a Magic fan. Plenty of action out there. All of the accessories that you can go and pick up. All of the artists you can have sign your cards.
Yeah.
There's just so much to do. And of course, Magic to play, because who doesn't want to just do that all day, right?
Yeah, everyone's so happy out there. I mean, just people grinning from cheek to cheek.
Oh, yeah.
Just getting in. You know, it just opened not too long ago. It looks like an absolute blast out there.
It does indeed. You know what else looks like an absolute blast? Our next feature match, because it's Boros Land Destruction in the hands of Kundavas up against Matthew Stephenson playing Amulet Titan. One of the mainstays of the format. This Land Destruction deck is a bit of a newcomer thanks to a couple of spicy extra cards.
Very much a newcomer, and let me tell you, if you just want to make all the friends in the world, bring this deck to your next tournament. It is a very frustrating deck to play against, and let me tell you, I've been playing this deck quite a bit. It's very fun to play. It's a little evil to play, I must say, because, well, you're trying to take away every single land your opponent has, as well as every single permanent. So most of the time, your opponent concedes by just not having anything to do.
Basically, everything becomes, Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshares, just without any of the benefit attached to it once all the basics are out. Now, to Matthew's credit, he does have 4 forests in the main deck. So let's see what happens. I can tell you in game number 1, Kundavas won this pretty quickly, and then Stephenson won an absolute grindy matchup in game 2. 21 minutes it took him to get that. So they got to be a little cognizant of the clock as well.
And so normally the dynamic of this kind of match is you're just like, well, I'm playing a deck that destroys land, and Matthew's playing a deck that combos with lands.
Oh, sorry.
You would normally think you just have the best kind of matchup you could possibly have. It is still a deck that can just kind of win out of nowhere from Matthew's side. So yeah, it's not the same as
Corey, that
yeah.
was so funny. Did you see that?
The
Solitude on the Dryad Armor. It's
Yes.
land destruction, but not in the way you expected. Price of Freedom now getting rid of one of the lands here from Stephenson's side. So, oh my good gravy, this is going to be beautiful.
I will say from Devos, the thing that you gain from this deck, open deck list, where you just get to know how many basics that you got to get from your opponent, is a huge advantage to these kind of players. So.
Oh, Cleansing Wildfire now, blowing up some lands. That Price of Freedom took care of the single copy of the Amulet. You know, the key card in this deck for popping off with the Primeval Titan, Cleansing Wildfire. Doing a good job here, too. Now, let's see, what's that? The third mountain, forest. The third forest out. Let's see, one left.
Already.
There's one left.
And you might be wondering why we're blowing up the basics here. It's because you have a lot of ways to blow up non-basics, the Demolition Field, Field of Ruin, those kind of things. So anything that says destroy a land that doesn't specify non-basic, you go for the basics to clear those out because you got so many other ways to clear the non-basics.
Caroline Pardee was ready with that.
Yeah.
Ready with that. Our
Her
Boreal
favorite card,
Grazer
for sure.
on the board, on our screen. The king is back.
Absolutely. And the other thing that's really funny about these Boros land destruction decks is the win con is on the table. The Kahira in the companion zone. That's pretty much how you win. Or with the Quarry Mountain Monastery to find yourself the one of Legend of Roku. Or, of course, aiming 4 high noons upstairs. That's the kind of win con this deck plays.
There are 4 high noons in the main deck, yeah?
Yeah,
it's
incredible.
just like, I'm going to stop you from playing the game, and then I'm going to win. Eventually. It'll take a while, but we'll get there.
Yeah,
At least there's Castle Ardenvale to kind of make creatures. You know?
Yep, and there is Solitude, so that is a little of an exaggeration, but
I like your narrative there. I agree with it.
But now we are at the spot for Matthew where you're able to go land 6 here, play a Primeval Titan, and, Devos did a great job of neutralizing. Oh, that looks like a reprieve on the Primeval Titan. That's huge.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Devos did a great job of neutralizing the early game, but when you have 4 basics, these Cleansing Wildfires are not land destruction, they're just kind of land filtering.
Yeah. Beautiful version of reprieve there. And another one.
Oh.
Wowza. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. So, no fun at all, says Devos.
There's the fun, though.
Yes. Get in there, little guy. Our Boreal Grazer attacks for an astounding 0.
Yeah, players having fun, that's for sure.
Yeah. You love to see it, man.
And now Matthew decided to not play anything because, well, the reprieve is going to be face up. It's going to go away now.
Bye-bye.
So that was a choice by Devos to do that proactively.
Sure. Yeah, it's kind of an unlucky top deck there, as it were, but there is another copy in hand we can see there. Got Wear and Tear there too. Quick glimpse we got there from his hand. Looks like there's just more land destruction and ways to blow things up in hand.
Yeah, playing the full 4 post board.
So Quarry Mountain Monastery finding a Rest in Peace. Meh, not really too excited about that.
Not terrible, though.
Not
because
terrible,
that
yeah.
does
It does get rid of
prevent,
land.
It does prevent the Aftermath Analyst kind of loops.
Sure.
Scape Shift, you know, the Woodlands, Hopping Analyst, that kind of stuff. So Rest in Peace is definitely not terrible in this matchup.
All right, Wear and Tear, taking care of Urza's Saga, so no value off of that. You're not going to go and find an Amulet of Vigor. Turn passes back now, and I see Kundavos using the Sunken Citadels extremely well to be able to activate his lands for slightly cheaper.
Yeah, 4 Sunken Citadels in this list. It's like your best land. Helps with Demolition Field and Field of Ruin to be able to start getting those going as early as turn 2.
Yeah, also the monasteries and creating tokens for Castle Ardenvale when DeVos eventually decides it's time to win the game.
Yeah, I was really interested to see what kind of impact the Boros land destruction was going to have on this tournament, both in the numbers that it was played, because on Magic Online, this deck was tearing
everywhere.
it up. It was tearing it up.
Everywhere.
There was like 3 in each top 8, like, you know, mostly a lot of people trying it out, is this deck real kind of thing. But I also wanted to see the impact that this deck would have just on mana bases. Like if people could think, hey, should I play 2 basics? That's a little low. Maybe I'll play an extra.
Just in case,
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're going to have it. They're going to have at least a copy in their opening hand, if not more.
Oh, yeah.
So Rest in Peace now. Looks like we did play that, and everything in the yards is exiled. Bye-bye, old graveyards.
So now, even if Primetime comes down, you're not doing the combo aspect without Amulet, without Spelunking in play. You're not giving this haste. You know, you can do the Boseiju, pick it up, and kind of interact that way. But yeah, in response, able to clean that up. But now if Primeval Titan just comes down as a supercharged Colossal Dreadmaw, then you can just deal with it with one of the Pass, a Road, which DeVos has a ton of in hand.
Yeah, he's got ways to deal with creatures.
Yeah.
He's respecting the Arboreal Grazer, though, as he should. But yeah, DeVos will have to take care of Primetime over here because, you know, they start swinging. It's going to start hurting. But we won't see, at least I don't think we're going to see a combo win here from Matthew's side.
Yeah, because you really need the Spelunkings, you need the Amulets, and kind of, we're going to see Amulet a lot. This is a deck that we saw at Edge of Eternity. It put 1 player into the top 8, but it was kind of the boogeyman at that tournament. And it's kind of the same here. You know, it is something that I'm really unsure going into this event how many copies there would have been. And 7% of the metagame, I think, is maybe a little low. This is still just a deck that is so hard to play that a lot of people are scared to kind of play it.
I mean, it is intimidating. Like,
it is.
I've seen Dom Harvey's Bible on this.
Yes.
That is an intimidating stack of cards and how every little interaction works, and then, you know, which lands are the best to put in here, and then, okay, Lotus Field got banned, so it took away some of their toys, but it didn't slow the deck down all that much.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely did a little bit, but Lotus Field, the most recent banned, as well as Flage, Lotus Field definitely targeting this deck, and it wasn't, you know, Amulet wasn't taken out of the picture where it would kind of end the deck. It was like, well, you're going to take away this convoluted loop with Analyst and Shifting Woodlands. Turns out that loop is still there. It's just a little bit harder to do. You know, you used to be able to win with Scape Shift and 4 lands. You know, it's a lot trickier to do now.
Tricky, but not impossible.
Definitely
Frank
not.
was trying to explain one of these loops to us yesterday. And he went on for a solid 30 seconds trying to explain it, and we all just mentally checked out. We were like, how? What? No.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's a lot of mirror pool, copying Scape Shift on the stack, and I mean, there is just a plethora of silly things that you can do. Green Sun Zenith here to pick up the Colossus. This is a one of in these lists. That is still extremely powerful and probably the best card that we can have here. We'll see how many lands you're able to get, but looks like the Solitude to clean it up prevents all the fun.
No fun at all for the Primeval Titan.
You do still get to draw the cards, though. And most of your deck is lands. So Stephenson's able to kind of pop off a little bit here. All right, so a couple of lands in play, and oh, there's the Wrath. I was going to say the Urza Saga can start actually cleaning things up and, you know, start making some Saga or making some constructs and getting some good value going. But, of course, the land destruction deck is all about destroying anything that could possibly win your opponent the game. It's just,
Destroying,
it's magical.
Destroying all the toys. You love this. You're beaming from ear to ear. You can't see Corey Bellmeister right now, friends, but you can certainly hear it in his voice. He is just reveling in all of this land destruction happening here from DeVos' side.
Yeah, I don't think this would have been the deck I would have played, but let me tell you, I've had a lot of good times testing with it.
Yes.
Preparing for this event.
I might have run into you a couple times, actually, because every time I try Amulet Titan, I didn't get any lands to play with, so it's just like, oh, okay, well, cool.
Yeah, and most of the time you would really think, like, okay, this would be a great matchup for the land destruction deck. You're blowing up the lands where, you know, Simic Growth Chamber, for instance, produces 2 mana.
Yeah.
So being able to ever clear that out seems great for you, but you can still kind of win out of nowhere from the Amulet side, so you're kind of never safe against that deck.
Yeah, especially not when there's a bunch of hasty Titans to deal with. Oh, there's the fourth forest. We found it.
Okay.
Green Sun Zenith, what are we getting?
Definitely a Titan. The Colossus is already gone. And now with an Amulet here, you're able to get Gruul Turf and the Hanwar Battlements. Never mind, it's gone.
Never mind, it's dead. I think DeVos has every answer he could possibly need for Matthew in this matchup.
It does look like all we have left is Kahira, but with Quarry Mountain Monastery, you're still drawing 2 cards a turn. Sure. And Rest in Peace is gone now, but kind of the damage has been done, as you don't have any lands in your graveyard.
Yeah, now all of these effects are just clean answers. There's no downside at all for Kunt DeVos firing this off. Here comes Kahira. Hey! Hey, remember Companions?
Yeah. And it does do a nice little combo with Solitude. You're able to attack for 4 with Vigilance. The Vigilance aspect doesn't matter that much in this matchup. You're not doing a lot of blocking, but...
Pick a land, any land. What would you like to blow up?
And I think that's all the forests in play,
Yes,
so
all the
this is
forests
just
now.
a Stone Rain draw card.
No Armageddon style effect, though.
Yeah.
Thankfully. That would be painful. Oh, good.
Ooh.
Whoa, okay. High noon. Hey, buddy. All right, so now your plan of, you know, just fire off in the face. These high noon activations will certainly be troublesome for Matthew Stephenson.
I mean, you can't play multiple things is now valid because Rest in Peace is gone. The Scape Shift loops could be back in play now that you can use your graveyard. But with High Noon, it is much harder to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, certainly Matthew needs to find an answer for that before he can start doing any form of comboing. So let's see what he goes to first.
Float 6.
And I think the High Noon is kind of the reason why this deck is awesome, is because there's so many decks that it's just good against on surface value. But let's see, here's
Use the
Aftermath.
remaining mana to bring these 2 lands back.
Yeah.
This will float 1 green.
Uh-oh. When your Amulet Titan opponent is explaining to you some things, it usually means you're dead.
Yeah, but there's a High Noon. How does he...
You don't have to play any
You
more
don't
things
have
if you
to.
have Shifting Woodland.
I'm going to cast...
Oh.
I don't think you can cast
You
anything.
don't cast anything,
so
yeah.
this is 4 mana where 2 of it is green. And then I'm going to float another colorless.
If he's casting
So I
anything,
have
that's not legal.
green and colorless.
Right,
and
because
one
you
and
have the
one.
analyst
Okay.
here.
Yep.
And then I'm going to cast Escape Shift.
Ooh.
This mana's going to go away. Holding
Alright.
priority.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to use...
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so DeVos is on
You
it.
cast the analyst, right?
Oh, sure, you're
That's
right.
High Noon.
And
You're fine.
High
yep,
Noon's out,
okay.
so...
My bad. Okay.
So unable to cast that. So all
I don't know if that
the...
warrants a judge call. My opponent tried to play a second spell with High Noon in play.
And we are going to go to a judge call here. Kundavos is going to chat to the judge about what just happened.
Yeah, I did.
I can also
You're
tell
right.
you, though,
You
that
could get me on that. That's fine,
Matthew
I
has
guess.
already
I might get a
had
game
2
loss.
warnings in
It's either this or like...
matchup.
Oh.
Up to this
Probably
point.
lose
So this
if
is
I-
his
if
third
I'm allowed to untap.
GRV, and he will unfortunately automatically lose the match. So
You probably got me.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
it is, yeah.
But man, it's a tough deck to play against.
Yeah.
It's a tough deck to play against, that's for sure. There's a lot of really interesting and kind of wild interactions. When your opponent has a bunch of cards that say you can't do this, this doesn't work the way it should. So unfortunate ending.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you know, such is. Hopefully, he'll be able to pick himself up and carry on into the next round, which is where we're going to be heading after this short break. You'll be with Maria and the news desk.
Hey, are you interested in playing some more Limited coming up here July 24th through the 26th in Brussels, Belgium? We have Magic Spotlight, Marvel Superheroes going on, and it's not only Limited, it is Team Trios Limited, which is a super fun format if you've never tried it out before. Assemble a team and play some Sealed. You can get more info at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. A lot of players here battling for the top prize of $50,000, the title of champion, and the trophy. We're out of draft rounds this morning and heading into Modern here on day one of competition. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend. I've got Frank Karsten and Riley Knight with me here at the news desk. Let's check in on our tournament and find out how our players are doing by taking a look at our leaderboard. Here are how things sit after 4 rounds of play. Tristan Wild LaRue, 4-0 in this tournament, a long-time grinder, putting up results here on day one of competition. Pro Tour champion at Pro Tour 25th anniversary, Andrew Ellenbogen, currently sitting at 4-0. Another Pro Tour champion, Ken Yukihiro, also at 4-0.
A couple of other 4-0s on our second page here as well, including Hall of Famer Seth Manfield. You can see that undefeated cohort of players with a perfect record is growing ever smaller and will continue to do so as we winnow the field down. But then a bunch of 3-0-1s as well, including defending champion Nathan Stoyer. We saw him during the draft rounds. And then as we head into the 3-1s, you can see some familiar names crop up now and again. Derek Davis, we saw Anthony Pepe in the feature match area before his first Pro Tour, 3-1. Still a great start. 3-1.
Oh, yes.
Pro Tour day one. You're cruising.
I'll take it, Riley.
Yeah.
I'll certainly take it. Now, we're also going to check in with our teams and find out how they're doing versus the other teams in the room, Riley.
Yes, indeed. And so this is a sort of a combination, an aggregate, Frank? Would you say it's an aggregate of all the team scores? Is that correct?
Well, it is an overview.
Overview.
A
Okay,
table.
so no is what Frank's saying. The word aggregate is not correct here. But you can see there the combined records of those teams coming together as we monitor which teams are doing well, particularly Heavy Play Cosmos with their split approach. This team, half of them, very regimented, very focused. The other team a little more laissez-faire, leaning into the diversity of Modern. Very interesting to see how these teams go throughout the weekend.
Well, we've got a fantastic metagame for Modern here this weekend. And if you're interested in trying some, here's some players now with some opinions on what you should play if you're playing Modern.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura and Koshiki Okai. Guys, what are you playing this weekend and what does your deck do?
We decided to play Mono Green Eldrazi deck. Yeah, you know, it is a really unique deck. Yep.
And what's a good matchup for this deck and why?
Against Affinity.
And what's a bad matchup for the deck?
Esper Goryo.
Good luck this weekend. Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm here with a man who has 5 top finishes to his name, Sam Pardee. Sam, what are you playing at the Pro Tour this weekend, and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Brute Scale, and it puts a Blade of the Blood Chief on a Brute Scale and makes it really big.
And what's a good matchup for this deck, and why?
I'm excited to play against Boros because we have early interaction for their threats, and then we go way over the top with either Emrakul or our combo.
And what's a bad matchup, and why?
I'm a little nervous about Tron because Karn the Great Creator shuts off almost all of our cards.
Sam, best luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I'm here with Spotlight Champion Koen de Vos. Koen, what are you playing this weekend, and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Boros Land Destruction, and it destroys lands.
It does what it says on the tin. What is a good matchup for this deck, and why?
Tron.
And why?
I don't think I have to explain, no.
And what's a bad matchup for this deck, and why?
The Chant deck, Doran's Chant deck.
Best of luck this weekend, Koen.
Some truly awesome decks there.
And some really great analysis as well. Why is Land Destruction
I don't think
good
I need to
against Tron?
That's awesome. So I'm excited to see some more of those as the weekend progresses. Well, we've got some players here this weekend who qualified for the Pro Tour through a regional championship. How does it feel to play in a Pro Tour through winning in RC? Riley got to talk to a couple of players who did just that.
I'm here with Sam Boak, who qualified for the Pro Tour through the regional championship system. Tell us about your pathway to the Pro Tour and how it went for you.
Yeah, I qualified via a RC queue at my local game store. I played Mono Green Landfall at the RC. I played Green White Landfall at the last PT. Didn't go super hot for me, but I decided to go back to Mono Green since there was going to be a lot of control at this event. I made that call with me and my teammates, and it turned out really well.
Back at the Pro Tour once again, my friend. It's good to see you. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Dawson Corson, who qualified for this Pro Tour by winning a regional championship. Congratulations on the win. You must be very happy to be here at the Pro Tour. What was the regional championship like?
It was great. It was long. It was tiring. Took a long nap after, but I mean, winning is the best part, right? So.
And was it a tournament you prepared for a bunch, or did you sort of turn up and see how it went?
I mean, like, I definitely prepared for it. I made a deck switch like very last minute, a couple days before. So played it with very little prep, but it worked out for me. So minimal prep, but a good result, I guess.
A great result. Now you're at the Pro Tour. Best of luck this weekend, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you.
Very exciting. A lot of players here at their first Pro Tour after qualifying via a regional championship. It could be you. Let's take a look at our next feature match here for round number 5. A couple players who've done exactly that. Jordan Selesnik on Domain Zoo up against Rei Hiroyama on Simic Neoform. Both players currently sitting at 3-1. Let's take a look at our players here. Jordan Selesnik's been playing since 2017. Won an RC in DC back in May. Started 1-1 and then decided to never lose again to make it here for his very first Pro Tour. Congrats, Jordan.
Well, it looks like we may be on for the 1-1 and never lose again here for Jordan
Could
at
be.
the Pro Tour. If this is a winning formula, why move away from it? But no, you can see finishing the draft with a 2-1 record. That's obviously a very respectable way to get things started. But opening the modern account with a win here is a great way to start the constructed round. So off to a good start for him.
Take a look at the opponent here in Rei Hirayama, who's been playing Magic since 2015. Here, tournament goal is advancing to the top 8, qualified via Japan Regional Championship, the Champions Cup final. Won the whole thing.
Yes, indeed, and the Champions Cup final in Japan, taking in the Korea region as well. These events are incredible. They're covered as well. Japanese language coverage is available for these events. I watch them because they're one of the main events that's in my time zone over in
Yes.
Australia. They're fantastic to watch, and it's really, really good to see a player like Rei Hirayama doing well at the Pro Tour. An early loss, obviously shaken that off. Rattled off 3 wins here, but now comes up against another RC battler in Jordan Selesnik.
All right, very cool matchup here. What about these decks, Frank? What do they do?
Well, Jordan Selesnik, Maria, is playing Domain Zoo, which is a well-known disruptive aggro deck featuring 2-color and 3-color lands to really unleash Territorial Kavu and Scion of Draco. Now, those creatures hit hard, and they also turn Stubborn Denial into a reliable counterspell. Leyline of the Guildpact is a key card in this deck, also synergized with Scion of Draco to give all your creatures a bunch of combat abilities. And the deck had to reinvent itself after the ban of Flage. Here was replaced with cards like Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog, Practiced Offense, and a bunch of interactive cards. And the sideboard has way more interaction, a lot of counter magic if it comes to that. On the other side of the table, Rei Hirayama is playing Simic Neoform. Now this is a combo deck that can potentially win as early as turn 2. It seeks to cast Allosaurus Rider for no mana by exiling 2 green cards, and then upgrade it into a game-winning creature with Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. Now the premier target is Galta, Stampede Tyrant, which can then flood the battlefield with a whole bunch of creatures. In particular, Xenagos can turn it into a 24/24 with Trample. However, this deck can be a little weak to the combination of a damage clock and disruption, and the Domain Zoo deck has both, especially with all that counter magic in the deck.
All right, well, we begin some tournament advice from Team Cosmos Heavy Play, who have a very important mantra here at the tournament, which is, what would Javier Dominguez do? We got some great advice from him last round, sleep 12 hours before your matches. Let's find out what he has to say this time.
What would Javier Dominguez do after mulliganing?
Keep loose.
Did he say keep loose?
Keep losing?
Just keep whatever?
Well, okay, I'll keep loose.
Yeah.
I thought he meant keep lose, as in like keep on losing. I'm like, what do you mean keep on? You don't lose. You
No,
Javier Dominguez.
Javier
You
doesn't,
don't lose,
he doesn't
dude.
lose.
Come on, man.
He doesn't lose.
You just keep the 6-card hand no matter what it is.
No matter what.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
That's
right.
the heuristic. But that's Frank's very highly advanced algorithm for keeping. Just keep the 6 no matter what.
Yeah, that's loose.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. We'll have more advice from Javier as we continue on. It's time now for round number 5. Marshall and Paul, we got some more Modern.
That's right. If you want some loose keeps, you came to the right place right here. One-landers all day long in the booth. So we've got our next round of Modern lined up for you here. Paul, what do you make of the matchup of Jordan Selesnik versus Rei Hirayama? It's Simic Neoform for Rei, and Jordan's on Domain Zoo.
Yeah, I think I really like all the extra disruption that the Domain Zoo has access to, especially after sideboard. You're already talking about a deck that has access to 4 copies of Stubborn Denial, which is going to be very, very crucial in allowing you to counter those Neoforms and Eldritch Evolutions. And then after sideboard, you get to even bring in maybe cards like Consigned to Memory as a way to counter the trigger, if you do somehow manage to resolve that Neoform. So the fact that you have both disruption and a clock means that, I kind of like that side. At the same time, it's only 4 Stubborn Denial. If you don't draw this disruption, this deck is capable of killing you on potentially turn 2.
I see that Leyline of the Guildpact in the opening hand here for Jordan, so he'll get a turn 0 Leyline onto the battlefield. He's on the draw here.
Yeah, you got 2 Leyline Bindings as interaction along with that Stubborn Denial as well. Does need to find a land, it looks like here. There's only there's a Polluted Delta in play and no other land, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Perhaps finding a Surveil land here, if you do have one in the deck.
Try to dig for more.
Right. Yep, there's a Meticulous Archive. Now noting that all the lands do tap for all of the colors with Leyline of the Guildpact, so it really just needs to find that second land to get that Psychic Frog in play. The problem is you play out that Psychic Frog, you're tapped out, right? And then Ray can absolutely just have it all here. However, taking a look at a Ray's hand, doesn't have the Allosaurus Rider in hand just yet, but can perhaps find it with the Planar Genesis that he has in hand.
Jordan likes what he sees there with the Surveil, decides to keep it on top. And
It has
draw
to
it
be
for
a
the
land.
turn. So yeah, you'd assume untapped land would be even best.
Yeah, it's a Godless Shrine here, and now you have to, and that, I mean, that's just the scary thing about playing against this deck, right? You're like, well, if I tap out, if I don't have a clock, then that's rough, right? But if I tap out, I could just lose on the spot.
That's right. And it may be tempting to wait till next turn to deploy the Psychic Frog so you can leave up Stubborn Denial, but you don't know if you're going to hit that land.
That's the thing. You're just kind of at the mercy of the top of your deck, right? And Jordan's like, all right.
Jordan reluctantly putting Psychic Frog on turn 2. Normally it would be a play you'd be pretty excited about, but you can tell by the vibe that he's like, well, don't do it.
Yes, don't do it. And I mean, currently Ray does not have it, but does get to dig with the Planar Genesis. Nice impulse effect. Here we go. Let's look at the top 4. Can we find an Allosaurus Rider? He didn't do it instantly. So I don't think he found an Allosaurus Rider here.
Jordan's on the roller coaster ride of hoping your opponent doesn't find the pieces they need.
Right.
But as you said, that's
yeah, because the moment Jordan untaps, then he's kind of in the driver's seat, right? With access to that counter spell.
And the Psychic Frog rolling.
Right, absolutely.
You can see Jordan intently looking on as Ray surveys the scene.
Okay.
And he's going to be pretty relieved to see this one.
Yeah, main phase here, Planar Genesis. Did find a Pact of Negation, however, which would allow him to perhaps fight a counter war if Jordan tries to go for a Stubborn Denial. Now, noting if Jordan really wants to find more lands, he can warp out the Quantum Riddler. With Trigger on the stack, you can discard down to 1 card, draw 2 cards, discard more cards, hit with the Psychic Frog, right? Draw 2 more cards. That you're very likely to find a land there, and that keeps up Stubborn Denial while also providing a huge clock.
No, but did you take a card with this one?
Oh, yes.
I like that.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Both hand. Okay.
Yeah, both hand. Don't need to reveal. Doesn't even play a land either. Wow.
Okay.
And of course, I mean, this is the issue with decks like the Neoform deck. It can just lose to itself, right? I mean, you have to find the combinations of cards. At the same time, you just don't have access to that much disruption.
Yeah, this deck for the most part is a pure combo deck in the sense of not having a fantastic plan B. Some of the decks you'll see over the course of this weekend kind of have the best of both worlds. They have, you know, combos that will more or less put them in the driver's seat, but they can play a somewhat fair game to back it up, and Neoform less so.
That land was huge here for Jordan. And one other note here is Ray did find Allosaurus Rider off the second Planar Genesis. So has kind of everything lined up here, and is just kind of hoping that Jordan just completely taps out here. Because Jordan can play a second Psychic Frog, but choosing not to, actually trying to get it up to maybe close to that 4 mana, the 4 power mark. That way the Stubborn Denial becomes a hard counterspell. It becomes a negate.
Ray probably noting that that happens to be exactly where Jordan stopped.
Right. 2 cards in hand, so you have to think it's at least a Stubborn Denial, but you do have Pact of Negation here.
Man, and Jordan discarded some heat too.
Absolutely, he did here. So has access to Leyline Binding and Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, he's winning. He's in full on. I'm going all in on this frog.
Right.
I'm going to protect it / not let you combo off. And he discarded Leyline Binding, a second copy of Frog, and the Riddler. I mean, that is some action.
And Ray is certainly not in a position here against an active Psychic Frog to basically not go for it. He just has to. And he's going to do it here. Here's the Allosaurus Rider. Can't counter that. And here is the Neoform. Certainly this will meet most likely a Stubborn Denial here, would be my guess.
And there it is.
Pact. All right.
And it happens.
All right, so now Looks like it will resolve here. Ray in hand has a Disciple of Freyalise. So if you get a Galta, you're not really getting too much going here necessarily. So is this just an Atraxa to refill up your hand? And that is... Is that an Ureni?
Maybe.
It might be. It's there's a lot of nice treatments to these cards. I believe this is Ureni. Yeah, okay.
Because he's saying, I'll do the damage here, but...
Okay.
Not enough.
Sure.
What's the text on Ureni?
Well, it's huge and has protection from the frog.
Protection white, protection black, and when this enters, it deals damage equal to the number of lands I control, and I can divide it. Like I can go through.
Yes, yes. And no trample.
Number of lands. So it's only
only
2 damage,
flying protection.
but it is an 11/11 with Pro White and Black, and the Pro White is the very important part because you can't get it with Leyline Binding.
And you can't attack through it with the frog.
Right? Does it have? It does not have vigilance.
No, but it does have flying, so there is
Right.
it brick walls the frog.
Right.
And it can't be removed by the removal spell. It is definitely a big problem here for Jordan.
Absolutely. And Ray, of course, does have the consign to memory here to counter the pack trigger that he does need to remember here, or else he'll just lose the game.
Then that would be the easy way for Jordan to win.
Right. Oops. Wrath of the Skies. Not quite enough energy here to get that Ureni off the battlefield here. So Jordan kind of discarding all the action in hand and now can't do anything. This gives Ray a lot of time here.
Yeah,
Now-
Jordan was all in on this plan.
And now the question here for Ray is, do you just attack? You go, all right, you got a couple of draw steps, but hey, this is a 2-turn clock.
It is. And the question
Yeah.
also just becomes, what could you draw that would matter?
Right. Leyline Binding is your primary interactive spell.
Right. And it need not apply.
There's practiced offense. Would
Ragavan.
Would that be enough?
Oh, I'm sure
No.
it would. It
Right.
it would have to be, right?
If you had 5 mana to be able to cast it and flash it
Oh.
back, right? But it might
I mean,
just
you
be
can
enough by
still
itself.
just
Yeah,
get
you,
double
you can
strike.
just discard all your entire hand.
Exactly.
All right. What can you find here? Possibly off the Ragavan. Does Ray have some kind of removal spell in his deck that can?
I know, that's what I was
But like,
wondering.
it would need to kill an 11/11.
Right.
Right.
Right. And it needs to be not white or black.
Right.
Treasure. It is.
And
It was
now Ureni.
stacked.
Yeah, that's not going to
Summer
do it.
Pact, yeah.
Yeah, what a
And
great.
he's just going to get hit in the air.
That's tough. I mean, just what a great
Wow.
one of here. Just actually unkillable here, at least against Jordan's main deck configuration here. Can play a Psychic Frog, but it is a black creature.
Yeah, won't be able to block even with flying. Or jumping, as it were.
And step. Here we go.
And he's just going to
Just-
pass the
just
turn back and
attack,
just
right?
say, I'm going to make you turn the thing sideways.
All right. Beat down.
Fly the frog. Protection.
Yeah, yeah.
He said, I'll fly the frog, but
not gonna work. Now, keep in mind also, by the way, with Leyline of the Guild Pack is actually not good because it turns all your creatures into all colors, right? So when you have the Ureni in play, it literally just none of the creatures can ever block.
Wow.
Right.
Not that that one could have anyway. But
Right.
Any
If
future
you
creatures
somehow
could.
had something else,
That's rough.
like if you had a Scion of Draco, for example.
Here we go. Turn 1 Ragavan, though, for Jordan on 6. Ray Hirayama also on 6 cards.
Yeah,
But
and
let's see if this Ragavan can go nuts.
Right, has a couple of Scion of Dracos, but gonna take a little bit of time here to actually get it going.
Card treasure.
Well, can play that if
Maybe
you
he
want.
plays it.
I mean, he doesn't really have any other great plays this turn, right? At least given what we saw in the hand earlier. You're very likely to hit a land too if you want to actually just ramp, right? And if you do that, then perhaps you'll have enough.
If it's a land in play, yeah. Otherwise, it just
Hand, yeah.
Yeah, you might have enough land drops here to get that Scion of Draco in play online.
I'll go to 15.
Finds a Quantum Riddler here as well.
Yeah, that hand's a little rough around the edges with a double Scion of Draco.
cast it. Okay.
And he's going to cast it.
Good.
Try to find some interaction here if you can. Now, with all 5 land types, Scion of Draco would cost 2 mana. Can he find one of his many 1-mana counter effects? Just finds a Psychic Frog here. All right, Thunder Trap Trainer here for Rei Hirayama. I know that one, I think.
You see the Hooting Mandrills
Right.
in hand here as well for Hirayama.
Right, which is another card that you can play out here. It's kind of Allosaurus Rider number 5 for your deck here. Does have the Neoform in hand. And has a Summoner's Pack, so can actually get that going next turn. Summoner's Pack for the Allosaurus Rider. Oh, but Jordan actually finds a Spell Snare here, which is a nice answer to the Neoform. However, Ray also has, I believe, a Mystical Dispute in hand, which can help you fight the counter war against the Spell Snare.
Scion.
Sure, so gains first strike?
Yeah. Combat. Sure.
So you can trade here, or not trade because you play the Scion pre-combat. So now I believe Ragavan has first strike, but you can still chump with the Thunder Trap Trainer if you don't want to provide a treasure, but looks like Ray not interested in that. Hit a Summoner's Pact. Perhaps another Scion here, or just Psychic Frog.
Yeah, he's got Psychic Frog. it
Yeah.
looks like. Go.
So now all your creatures
Pretty
have
impressive board here
Yeah.
for Selesnik.
So now all your creatures have Hexproof, Lifelink, and a First Strike, I believe.
Wow.
Which you can see down there. Or, excuse me, the Psychic Frog has Hexproof and Lifelink. All right, I mean, this board is getting very threatening here. So now if you're Rei Hirayama, kind of need to get something going this turn. Starting things off with a Hedge Maze here.
Disciple.
Okay, giving himself one more turn here to set things up. Jordan finds another Scion of Draco. I mean, this is basically very close to a 2-turn clock here for Jordan Selesnik.
Discard. Sure.
Okay, so it looks like Jordan is going to be trying to go for maybe give the Psychic Frog flying to ensure that you can draw an extra card here, but you also have the Quantum Riddler in hand, so you can discard down to 1 card here.
Warp.
Yeah,
Yep.
there it is.
And just has the Spell Snare in hand, so yeah,
this
that'll
will
draw you 2 cards.
2 cards instead. Really nice synergy here with the frog.
Ray's considering going for a Mystical Dispute, maybe? Oh, no, just a Nature's Claim. Great answer. Wow.
To kill the Scion of Draco.
What an efficient answer to Scion of Draco here.
Gain 1 mana.
Yeah. Gain 4 life, that's fine.
Enjoy.
Draw 2.
Okay, just making sure that that resolves. Jordan can find another 1-mana counter. Would be really, really strong here. All right, giving the Psychic Frog wings here. You can, once again, discard down to 1 card, deal a bunch of damage, and draw 2 cards off the Riddler if he wants. And now, because Scion of Draco is not in play, Ragavan would be trading
Discard. Sure.
Oh, sure.
with the Thunder Trap Trainer. And Ray just wants that Thunder Trap Trainer to graveyard anyways because of the Hooting Mandrills.
10, these will trade.
Yeah, he just wants it in the yard.
Yeah.
And then draw 2.
Oh, trigger on the stack. You can consign this trigger, so
Sure.
Jordan doesn't find it. So now all you have to worry about is just 1 counter spell here.
Wow.
Right?
That was nice there for Hirayama.
Right, and now the Quantum Riddler will get warped here.
Signaling that he's ready to go for it.
Yeah, Discarded down to just the one card, and that got countered.
So he has Spell Snare left?
He just has a Spell Snare that Ray needs to fight through. And I mean, he does have a Mystical Dispute, so that would work.
Yeah.
If you Summoner's Pact, but you can't actually pay for your pack now because you cast your Consign, right? Because there's only 3 lands in play.
Right. So he's going to go for Hooting Mandrills.
Okay. And just going for it here, but of course we got Spell Snare here.
Spell Snare?
Yep.
Neoform gets Spell Snared.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, and
that's brutal.
He just kind of had to go for it and hope that the last card wasn't a counter spell. But given that Jordan discarded down to 1 card, it was just so likely that it was some kind of counter spell there.
So what now?
I mean, you just got to try to rebuild, but he's so many pieces away, right?
Yeah,
and
he's going to take a big hit here.
Yeah, we got the Psychic Frog coming down, and hey, look, with that treasure, Jordan can just play the Quantum Riddler next turn.
Get those cards in the hand, and of course, those also do pump up the Frog.
Right.
I mean, there are scenarios where he could just go through enough cards to get lethal here, right?
Right.
It's going to be tough.
Drew a Consign as well.
Ooh.
Or surveilling one, rather, here. It's an interesting spot because you know you really want to play out that Riddler next turn. I mean, it's still not bad just because you draw for the turn, play the Riddler, draw 2 more cards, and then if you don't find a land, you can pitch down to the counterspell, and then you're just within 4 draw steps. You just feels like you're pretty likely to draw a land.
Definitely.
Yeah. So it does choose to keep it here. And Jordan probably just going to run out that Riddler here.
Jordan still just with the 1 card in hand.
Riddler?
Yeah, just the Consign to Memory that he surveilled to the top.
All right, so he'll get 2 cards.
Okay, if he has a land, he's going to play that immediately. Doesn't have the ability to... Oh, and that was big. Now has access to that Consign to Memory here. Discard the land. 2-turn clock here. Draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, he's put him in check.
Yeah.
Ray Hariyama has to come up with something right now.
You're good.
And Selesnik has a nice backup plan here, too. So he's maneuvered beautifully. And that is going to be game number 2 going to Jordan Selesnik. He's going to even things up against Ray Hariyama. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll have game number 3 for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. We're in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And check it out, there's a MagicCon happening here. Literally thousands of Magic fans flooding the convention center here. It's a beautiful sight to see. Over here, though, we're battling, Paul. We're in the high-level competitive play of the Pro Tour. And as we line up here, we're coming into Game 3 between Jordan Selesnik and Rei Hirayama. A bit of an interesting matchup, Domain Zoo versus Simic Neoform. And as you mentioned, Paul, you know, you liked the Domain Zoo side of things. It really has played out that way. Rei was able to just get across the finish line in Game 1, but the combination of pressure plus some amount of disruption has been very good for Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing for Rei is not only do you need to assemble your combo pieces after sideboard, you also need counterspell backup to make sure it resolves. And
It's a lot to ask.
That's just a lot to ask.
Yeah.
You need to hit your land drops, right? You need to find your Allosaurus Rider or a way to get it. You need the counterspell for their counterspell. There's just a lot. And if you're in a situation where you even have to cast something like a Summoner's Pact, you also need a Consign to Memory to make sure you can pay for that as well. So, but if you do find all the cards, well, the deck will feel unbeatable. I mean, and Rei is on the play. Looks like a mulligan, though, here. Yeah, but with the 4 consigns, 4 stubborn denials, with that clock, it's tough.
It's interesting. Rei has had a mulligan at least once every game.
Right.
This match. Is that typical?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Neoform deck, ideally you don't want to, but you just need to make sure that you have the right pieces to kind of get things to work. Because, look, you only need those cards. You don't need necessarily a critical mass. So you just need to make sure that you can find, you're at least, if you're 1 piece short of the combo, you can keep. But if you're 2 or more, then you just need to ship it back.
Looks like Jordan has also found a keeper here.
It's a deafening silence. Oh, whoa. Is this a 5? Did not know that.
Oh, it does look like it.
Jeez. Okay. And has some lands in a deafening silence is what I see. And a Quantum Riddler. Okay, I mean that's one way to unmulligan, but that's not. But you're not putting pressure the first couple of turns, and Rei Hirayama is on the play.
All right, let's get into game number 3 here and see who's gonna pick up the win. Yeah, 6 cards for Rei, 5 cards for Jordan.
Right, surveils a Gristlebrand into the graveyard. Of course, there is just it does functionally nothing if you do draw that card. Turn 1, deafening silence here.
Each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn.
Yeah, and that works really well if on any subsequent turn you have counterspells. Because now Mystical Disputes or Pact of Negations don't do anything anymore.
They can't re-counter you.
Right, and if you just play out your Allosaurus Rider, you can't cast Neoform that turn, right? Which gives Jordan a window to perhaps use a removal spell if he does have one to deal with the thing. Oh, excuse me, with the non-creature.
4.
Does that even say what the card does? All right, just making sure.
Each player can't cast more than one.
Non-creature spell.
Yeah.
Sure. Uh-oh, this is rough. Jordan's already going, oh no, are you counting right now?
You never want to
Turn
see your
2?
opponent count.
I mean, he has to have it here. I see an Allosaurus Rider.
I see a Grizzlebrand. It's kind of another
Does he have enough
mulligan.
green cards here with the Neoform?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, he looks pretty excited here. It feels like he's got it all. Oh, yeah, he's got the Allosaurus Rider plus the Neoform here. Okay. This is what you mulligan to.
Jordan's tapped out, can't
It
do anything
resolves.
about it.
Right. Is it?
And he's going to get a Rennie again.
Yeah, Rennie going, hey, I know you just don't have any clean answers here. Most decks just, you're really just relying on Leyline Binding to be able to kill things, and this just puts you on a 2-turn clock. And look at Jordan's hand, right? I mean, it's just, all you're going to do is turn 2 cycle with that Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, that's really tough. let alone the concept of any pressure. The deafening silence did nothing.
And I'm looking at Jordan's sideboard here, and I don't see an answer here to the Areni.
Yeah.
15?
Decks with the name Zoo in it don't usually play like sweepers or those type
Right.
of things.
You're good.
And he's just going to have to
This
draw
is-
a card and pass.
I just don't see an avenue here for Jordan to win this game here.
Yeah, it looks like Hirayama just knows if I get a Rennie on the battlefield, nothing's
it.
going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it. Ray Hirayama picks up the match
How do you feel like this
2
card
games to 1 and improves to
I
4
don't
and
think
1
it's
here in
that
the
good because
tournament.
in this matchup it's pretty hard to resolve the Xenover's plan if you actually have mana up. So like basically it's the same equivalent to not doing anything and getting covered. So,
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I figured it like takes you off the pack lines.
yes, of
so
course.
which is nice. And then
This is great.
Yeah.
Potentially like just fighting over counters.
I think it depends on what you board out.
It's really just because the ley lines don't do very much
yes,
in this
yes,
matchup.
yes, of course.
And then the 5 removal spell.
Yeah,
Obviously
these are
don't do it. So I
true
feel like all
rubbish.
9 of these. Maybe the ley lines are
Yeah,
better.
this actually makes your mana good, which
But I'm just not that worried about my life total. I feel like either like
Yeah.
you're comboing me.
These guys might replace us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is a nice breakdown.
My
of
thought
what-
process was like you're either comboing me or I'm like holding you back. So I figured that like the life loss from this isn't super relevant. But maybe you're right. Maybe deafening silence just isn't good enough.
Yeah, just
Same with
because
Consign. Consign is so middling.
because it
Yeah,
doesn't
you
stop
should-
you
you
from
shouldn't
going
play
Allosaurus Rider into
It's-
Neoform.
that's how it felt
Maybe
too,
it's
but
just
I
not
just- yeah,
effective
maybe the
enough.
ley lines
Yeah.
It only works specifically if you can play it and then have it counterspell magic,
Right.
counterspell mana
'Cause, I mean,
on
the top
following
end of my
turns.
side-
Yeah, and it
sideboard
feels like
cards,
for a
and even,
really
like,
potent
hands are quite
sideboard
good, but
cards,
the
you
bottom
really
end is
would
quite
want them to
bad.
stand
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, but I think the issue was Jordan was just saying, look, I have all of these bad cards. Fatal Push has no targets, right? And then also Leyline Binding. If Ray just gets Areni every single game, then the Leyline Binding is not going to really do much either. So with that argument, you just go, hey, I'm just looking for anything out of my sideboard that looks somewhat useful.
Totally.
And that's why he brought in those.
Yeah,
deafening
try to
silences.
prevent it from hitting the battlefield in the first place. But it did not work. We've got more Magic to bring you here. Let's take a look at our next matchup, which is Sam Bogue versus Matt Ju. And if you take a look, they're both sitting at 3 and 1. Matt's list. Who needs colors? Just colorless.
Yeah, there's
That's Eldrazi.
many iterations of Eldrazi. We've seen some, of course. We've seen the Brute Scale decks. We've seen that really exciting Eldrazi ramp deck that I want to see at some point as well.
Yep.
But this is just the colorless version.
Is it prowess in the hands of Sam?
That's right. And this is certainly,
18.
yeah, it looks like we're going to get maybe those graphics adjusted here. Got Majusu on Eldrazi Tron here against Izzet Prowess. Now, there's a card that's really, really important here for Matt. If he's on the play and can get it into play early enough, it's Chalice of the Void.
Oh,
If you can get a Chalice of the Void on turn 1 or turn number 2 for 1, I mean, I just don't know that the Izzet Prowess deck has enough. I mean, sure, you have Corey Steel Cutter, but it really shuts down a giant portion of the Izzet Prowess deck.
I mean, you're cutting a huge chunk of their deck just straight up out of the equation, right?
Right. Also has 2 copies of Trinisphere, which makes things really, really expensive.
Oh, yeah,
as well.
that too.
Right.
Maybe even worse.
Oh, but Justin Urza land. So Sam on the play with the Prowess creature here. This deck is explosive. With the right draws, I mean, you can kill your opponents potentially as early as turn number 3.
Wow. Double Monastery Swiftspear here to
okay.
start for Sam. And he's
Yeah.
even got triggers for them with
got-
the Mishra's Bauble.
We got a bubble here.
This is some business.
Spore damage coming in. There's lava darts. There's mutagenic growths. There's lightning bolts. What do we got?
Here's a land.
And which one is this one?
Declare attacks. This is 6.
Is that a lava dart?
I'm going to say Lava Dart.
Yeah, I'm going to go with lava dart too. It kind of looks like a lava dart,
a little
right?
bit.
Yeah.
There's some lava.
Was that a lightning bolt?
Maybe. Impossible to say, really. Yeah, it does look like it. 'Cause
Right.
That's down to 10.
Right.
So that was 6 plus 9 plus 1 damage.
And this was a turn 2 chalice, but you were on the draw. And now you can still just play your spells and get him countered, and it still triggers the prowess off of the Swift Spears.
That's the problem.
So this is one of those instances where Chalice might be a play-draw type situation. Oh, but we still have a 2-mana play here. Now you can just play a 1-mana spell, get it fizzled, and still just trigger everything.
That's right.
I think that's Corey Steelcutter. This is 6 damage coming in.
3, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, 8 damage coming in. You just flashback, and that's 2 more damage.
Flash it back, and even if
3
it
more
gets
damage.
countered both times,
Right.
it's 3 damage.
Yeah, and that's lethal.
Plenty enough.
Turn 3 kill here from Sam Bogue through a Chalice for 1 on turn number 2.
Wow, ignored it.
Well,
That's incredible.
That is what the Izzet Prowess deck's looking to do. And hey, look, the Eldrazi Tron deck, you know, if you get to turn 3 or 4, it's able to kind of take over the game. But if you kill your opponent before then, well, I mean, that's what this Prowess deck does.
Totally. It's just, it has the ability to put so many spells on the stack so quickly.
And that is a Vexing Bauble, which shuts down all of the 0-mana spells here.
Man, Swift Spear into Swift Spear.
That was a great,
Mishra's Bauble
amazing
bolt
draw.
you.
Right. Dragon's Rage Channeler here from Sam Bogue.
Into Steel Cutter, Dart.
Yeah.
What in the world?
I mean, it doesn't really get better than that.
That's incredible. And even though the darts got countered, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it still just dealt the extra points of damage through that prowess. All right, well, hey, look, now we're on the play with the Chalice for 1. This is a very, very different game here now. How many cards does this brick? Because now the Mishra's Bubbles all get countered, and all of your 1-mana spells.
Sure.
Counter it.
Yeah. So Sam hoping to try
Just to get a Surveil.
He's trying to get Delirium here off of this Dragon's Rage Channeler,
Yeah.
turn it into a 3/3, provide some semblance of a clock here. What is this? Something that gets countered. Okay.
It was a 1-mana play. It looks like maybe Preordain or something.
Yeah, it's a preordained. So now there's a sorcery, a land, and an artifact in the graveyard, it seems. And can we get an instant in there? Well, that's going to get... Oh, that gets a creature in there, so now that's 3 damage.
Yeah, that was the idea. At least it's the clock.
Yeah, use all your resources, and now you have a 3/3 flyer every turn.
Still, how excited is Sam about the situation?
Oh,
I mean,
not
it
at all.
cost
Not
a
at all,
lot
Marshall.
to get that going. And that was dead anyway.
Just turn 3 natural Tron?
Wow.
Never didn't have it. This
this has been a real showcase.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
In
Play
the
draw.
first game, we got to see exactly what Sam wants to do. And in this game, it's Matt's turn.
I mean, this is...
Oh, my God.
This is how you win Pro Tours, right?
Bauble, Chalice, Natural Tron. Wow.
All right, and now there's a Thought-Knot here. So if you had a castable spell... Well, I mean, look at this hand. You can't cast anything.
Yeah, dead card, dead card, dead card.
How about all these nothing burgers? And now Sam is at 9, and he's presented with a lethal attack next turn on turn number 5 against the Tron deck.
Oh, man. Matt said, I'll take a nothing burger with all the fixes.
Yeah,
please."
and this is where Sam goes, well, just you wait.
Yeah.
I get to go first next game.
That's right.
Because this one is over.
Draws are incredible.
Okay.
Corey Steel
Look at that.
Cutter and
Oh.
a countered but still trigger on it.
We have a 2/2 creature that will now get chump blocked here by Devourer of Destiny. Unless, oh wait, there's something else.
Another one.
Yeah.
Wow. You know,
Well,
when it rains, it pours.
it sure
and
does.
It's dumping rain on Sam Bogue right now.
Jeez.
But he did win game number 1. So.
Right. Just the natural Trons.
I'm going to keep.
Man. All right. So now we've got a chance to see exactly what both of these decks are trying to do. Now we'll have them both do it, and we'll have a real game.
Yeah. Well, maybe not. I mean, if Sam's on the play and just plays a Swift Spear, what are you going to do?
It was a plan. You know, I'm trying here.
Right. Now, Matt does have 4 copies of Ugin's Labyrinth in his deck. That would be a way to get Chalice of the Void for 1 on turn 1 on the draw if possible.
It'd be really nice right now. The Dragon's Rage Channeler hits
Yeah.
the battlefield, but
Less scary than the Swift
it.
Spear.
definitely.
All right, what is the land here? He's thinking. It's not just an Urza land, probably. Oh, that is an Ugin's Labyrinth. He does have Ugin's Labyrinth here. I mean, if you got a chalice, you just got to go for it. But do you have a 7-drop here in Hand to Exile?
Yeah, you do need that.
Right. It's a tough spot here. It looks like it might be a tough spot here for Matt. I mean, I see a chalice in hand too.
Me too.
All right. I mean, if you have
had
anything,
7 cards.
I
How
feel
can he
like
not have
I feel like if you can do it, you're just supposed to go for it here.
This is really
Perhaps he doesn't have any more action afterwards and is a
Yeah.
little bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, we all have seen those type of games play out where you do the thing that you're really excited to do on the first turn. It blanks a lot of what your opponent does, and then you don't do anything forever.
Right, but you can just get the card back.
Okay,
right?
he did have
Yeah,
it.
He
did have it.
Yeah.
Chalice on one
I wonder if
go.
I wonder if Sam's going, what are you thinking about?
Yeah. Well, I wonder what
Right.
other bad things lurk in that hand
Right.
if you're Sam. Because
Hand must be amazing.
There was a better
Oh,
option, maybe?
Maybe he has an expedition map in his hand or something. You know what I mean? Because now the chalice would, of course, counter that too.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
Right.
point. That might be it.
Oh,
it
Sam
was preordained, by the way.
Sam kept the 1 lander here.
Well,
all right.
And he had to burn a preordained just to surveil
Just
one.
to surveil and get a sorcery into the graveyard. And that's Dismember.
Oh, Dismember to kill the only threat left.
Yeah, now the only thing Sam can play, he needs to find a land
And
to be able to play
Corey?
a 2-drop.
Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, or a Slickshot Show-Off.
He
and
found a
finds the
mountain.
land. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the Steelcutter in hand.
Does he have a free spell
And he
to
has
play?
a show-off in hand.
Okay.
He can do either one.
Right. It might be time to just run out that Slickshot Show-Off here. Certainly can't play any of the 1-drops. Get
There
it
it
for
is.
1. All right.
Clock reacquired.
Yeah.
Matt's down to 14.
And didn't, of course, have that have another Dismember here for the Slickshot Show-Off. Thought Not Seer here, turn 3. Just going to take that Corey Steelcutter.
Yep,
Most likely.
Everything else only costs 1 mana and would get countered.
Yeah, but now noting the Lightning Bolt and the Monstrous Rage would trigger the Slickshot Show-Off's ability. So every
Yeah.
1 mana spell, if you want to draw 1-drops, you want them to be spells. At
Definitely.
least that's representing 2 extra points of damage every time you cast them.
That's right. And it was another one. It was
Right.
mutagenic growth, it looks like.
There's also 1 copy of Meltdown in Sam Bogue's sideboard. Could use that to perhaps go for the Chalice of the Void.
But for now, he's going to have to be
Right.
content with just tapping mana for 1 to do 2 extra. Is there any reason to not just pile on as much as you like? Just do 2 of those right here.
No, he's going for it right now.
Yeah.
He just sees the opportunity here.
Well,
Doesn't go for
couldn't
both.
Go all in though.
Yeah, because I suppose, again, maybe you boarded in the Meltdown, right? And if you draw that, you tap 2 mana and cast it, and then you just get the Chalice off the battlefield, then your 1-drops actually do something.
I see. So he's taking the kind of middle ground.
Oh, Eldrazi Temple here. So now we have 6 mana available here for an Eldrazi, or 5 for a non-Eldrazi spell.
And the clock's real too here. Thought
Yeah,
Not Seer
absolutely.
gets the chip in also. That's 4 damage each time.
Okay, so that is a bauble. That does not get countered. There is no Vexing Bauble
Oh, he
in
actually
play.
gets to resolve a spell. Cool.
Right, so that's 3 more damage coming in. And hey, look, that's 2 more spells in hand, by the way.
Yeah.
Does he just fire off the Lightning Bolt now just to get in for 2 more points? Mutagenic Growth is a free spell, so you can just do that whenever.
But you have to worry about the possibility of a threat leaving the battlefield.
Right.
So he's trying to kind of split the difference here and not just do everything all at once.
Yep.
I'm gonna bubble you.
Bobble's nice here to know what's coming on. What's coming
Yeah,
up as
maybe
well.
help figure out whether or not you want to fire off more spells here.
Yeah, get maximum information before making the decision. Sam right now attacking for 3. And yeah, he's going to
5.
go for the lightning bolt.
So that puts Matt down to 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
5-2. I am passing priority.
And he could do more, but he says,
Right.
I'm going to pass priority this time.
Yeah.
6.
6, and so he has a Mutagenic Growth. That's 2 more damage. So that would be 3 damage coming in. Any spell would be 5.
So
and, yeah, and
close.
hey, look, you're drawing a card this turn.
Yes, that too.
It looks like a land.
It was.
So Sam would not have enough here. All right, and now this is 7 mana. This is the danger zone, right? This is where you can start slamming some of your 7 mana spells if you do have them in hand.
Yeah, Matt would really love to have an answer here for the only threat. I think he would feel very much safe at that point.
4 damage coming in.
As it stands, it's still very scary.
Yeah, there's a Devourer of Destiny, but that's currently been exiled here. We might actually see that get returned to Matt's hand on the next turn cycle here. And then play out a land and then just cast it.
All right, he's past the turn.
Oh, Expressive Iteration!
That's pretty good.
Okay. So that's 3 damage coming in. That's a Lava Dart.
Lava
Oh,
Dart.
and a Mishra's Bauble.
Yes.
Does he have a land in hand? I think he does.
He does.
So you can play the Bauble and cast Lava Dart, and that's 7 damage.
Absolutely.
That's 3 spells this turn.
Does Matt have
Wow.
any way to interact with the Slick
Bauble?
Shot show off?
This 5.
Because it's going to kill him. That's Fiery Islet, I think.
Or it could be a fetch land.
Or maybe it's a fetch. Yeah, I have
right.
no idea. It looks sweet, though.
It's a nice looking land here, but that is a 5/2 Slick Shot show off, and Sam can simply fire off fire off a spell in hand here to go for a lethal attack.
He just asked Matt, are you at 6? That's yeah.
This is convenient.
Currently.
Mutagenic Growth.
Matt looks at his hand. Is there anything he can do? Because it looks like Sam is about to go for it.
I mean, if you have a Dismember, you're just going for it here. But he would have done it on a previous turn. He
would have
pretty
already.
clearly doesn't have one.
No, I don't think he has anything.
Yeah.
How did
Unless
he
he
have
has
all that mana and have nothing to spend it on?
He could have drawn Kozilek's Command.
Kozilek's
maybe.
Command.
Yeah. Could have that. But of course, Sam's just going to go for it here.
Does he have Kozilek's Command?
Wow. He just ripped 3 spells, basically.
Yeah, he did. And the show off is still on the battlefield, which is maybe even the more impressive thing. Because if it had left, those would all just be dead. And there it is,
perfect
Mutagenic
card.
Growth just for the trigger.
For lethal. Matt,
is it enough?
Do you have
It's
it?
enough. Sam Bogue takes down the match 2 games to 1. And we kind of did get the one side, then the other side, and then they kind of clashed in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, truly impressive. Being able to beat a turn 1 Chalice, right, from the opposition there. Got to sneak that 1 creature in, but Matt had a really, really great hand. But Sam finding a clutch Expressive Iteration there to be able to find the final few points of damage.
All right, let's get a little more action in here for round number 5. Liu Yu Chen versus Yuya Tase on the other side of the battlefield here.
All right.
Liu Yu Chen, always a top performer out here at the Pro Tour. Paul and I kind of have a running joke that when we see his name, it always seems to be near the top of the standings. He's a very consistent performer.
Absolutely. And if an aggressive deck is a top-tier archetype,
even better.
Yeah, because I believe he has multiple top 8s with mono red back when it was one of the most dominant decks in standard. And so, Boros Energy, also a good aggressive deck. Not surprised to see him play the kind of de facto aggro deck of the format.
That's right. He's in his happy place here. He's got Ragavan Nimble Pilfer on turn 1 on the play.
Yeah.
That's where every aggressive player wants to be. Oh, but it's going to get Prismatic Ending right out of here.
Right.
That's no fun.
Are there any more follow-ups here? That is in a Johnny Nakatl Pariah. Great follow-up here. Good clock.
What a curve.
Yeah, good curve.
No wonder this deck is so good.
And I did see a very, very nice card
What
there.
did you see? What was that?
Well, you know what? It's not a nice card. It's a really mean card. What is the meanest card in the format?
Maybe Nemesis?
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon! Oh, that's a really mean card.
Right. Now, Yuya does have Polluted Delta, so can play around it a little bit there. You can use that to fetch a basic if you need. 3 damage coming in, down to 15. Likely getting a Plains here off of the Marsh Flats. Still probably just run it out here. Yeah?
There it is. Man, he's got the Dark Blood Moon, too?
Yeah, of course.
That's classy.
And Yuya likely can't get a Plains here, so you can't set up a situation where maybe you can get a Prismatic Ending going. Does get the island here, so does shut off the Godless Shrine, unless Yuya has some kind of counterspell here. for the Blood Moon.
White. Yeah.
2 mana. Is this a Faithful Mending, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, Celestial Purge. So did have the answer there. And just choosing to keep his life total a bit higher there by choosing to get a basic. And a Flooded Strand. So Blood Moon is really not going to be that big of an issue here, even if Liu Yu Chen has a second one. Is that an activated Dalkovan encampment?
Yes.
All right, that's 2 more
Does
damage
look
coming
like
in.
it.
Look, if you have nothing else to do, you got to do what you got to do. So this is Liu Yu Chen going, I got nothing else. I'm just trying to get you dead before you set up your combo.
Yeah, I made you use some mana to take out 2 of my things.
Right.
I've got something left over, and I'm just going to start jamming.
Yuya digging now here, getting a Meticulous Archive.
Is he going to get something in the yard off of it? Well, yeah, but it's just a
Overgrown
land.
Tomb. Did take a damage from that. There is a Wrath of the Skies in Yuya's hand. So with a land, could actually clear the board here. That's another
that
basic.
land.
Might just fire off Wrath for 2 here. Turns off the encampment as well. Yep.
And it's back to square one here for Liu Chen.
Yeah.
He's got his opponent down to 8.
There's a slow
But he's
squeeze
a little
here.
threatless.
That's a Guide of Souls and a Goblin Bombardment. I imagine both are going to be played here.
Those count.
Yeah, for sure. That works, and it's a really nice combo with the encampment. That lets you basically deal 4 extra points of damage with 1 creature in play.
Just anything that can turn sideways.
So if Yuya has any removal spell, would be very interested in just getting that Guide of Souls off the battlefield.
Yeah, for multiple reasons at this point. This is game number 2 between our players. You can see that Yutase is up. Oh, there's a Psychic Frog.
And just main phase discards. Oh, this means Quantum Riddler.
The QR code's incoming.
Yeah, there is the Warped Riddler here, drawing you 2 cards, and it's going to be really hard to get that Psychic Frog off the battlefield with that Goblin Bombardment, given all the cards here in Yuya's hand. And the tokens themselves from the Guide would also get you 2 energy from the Guide of Souls. If Liu Yu Chen can find maybe another cheap creature to play here, could perhaps give the Guide of Souls wings, and that on top of perhaps the tokens could be enough to get the Psychic Frog down. Right now there's 3 cards in hand, right? So we're looking at a potential 5/6 Psychic Frog.
And growing by the minute.
Oh,
Is that Ephemerate? Oh, my
wow,
goodness.
found that off the Riddler.
Incredible. That's 2 more cards in the hand,
jeez.
by the way.
That is savage. All right, now this is going to be a tough board to come back from. Huge Ephemerate off the top here.
He gets to
for
keep the
Yuyatase.
Riddler,
You
too.
get to keep the
Good.
Riddler. You have 2 gigantic
Yeah.
creatures in play. Liu Yu Chen has no cards in hand and just needs to find a way to just deal 7 points of damage here. Does he even have a way to kill these creatures?
I mean, I'm going to assume
Like
no.
this Galvanic Discharge just wouldn't be enough.
No.
Thraben Charm also wouldn't be enough.
These are huge creatures.
Right.
Yeah, this is where you look across at your opponent's board and you're like, why didn't I play that deck?
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like
he spent like 4 mana and
Right.
got like 6 cards of 4/6 flyer.
Just
It's
get
like,
to
what are we
draw the
doing?
cards, get all the value. Also has a deck that has plenty of interaction. Definitely one of the top kind of mid-rangey interactive decks in the format here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Liu Yu Chen's like, well, I paid 1 mana.
Right.
Got myself a little buddy. 7 life for Yuyatase.
Yeah, so just needs to play it fairly conservative here with the life total. I'm just assuming Yuya has at least 1 removal spell, given all the cards he's seen.
Yeah, for
he
sure.
Gets the Ephemerate again, and if it's just a pile of lands, if you don't care about dealing the extra 4 points of damage, you can just flicker the Quantum Riddler again and go down to 1 card and draw more cards. Yeah.
A long think there for Liu Yu Chen, and he decides, just to pass the turn back into
Yeah.
the brick wall that Yuya has now built.
Yeah, no attacks here. Now Yuya just thinking, all right,
What
let's
is
do
he
some
thinking,
math here. Don't have enough to deal damage, but he's just kind of adding up how much damage he can kind of get in next turn. There's a
End
Goryo's Vengeance in hand too, but I don't think there's a Legend of the Grave. Oh, this is an end of turn discard.
Yeah, is he trying to set
Yeah.
up just a draw step, 2 extra cards?
Right.
Which
so,
is just a,
so the
the
ephemerate.
normal Riddler?
So the ephemerate goes off on upkeep.
Right.
So this, So this, you're gonna flicker the Riddler here, draw 2 more cards. Before the draw step, you can then discard.
You can
like you
discard
said,
down
2 more cards.
again.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just turning, what are otherwise free cards into +1/+1 counters on
Right.
Frog. Ephemerate.
He's like,
gonna come off.
do I want to do this or do I just want to attack?
Oh, I see. He's trying to decide if he even wants to
it's just
rebound
4
it.
damage versus 2 damage, right?
Right.
Because you can just put the counters on the Psychic Frog
Exactly.
with the flicker.
But you see more cards.
Right.
Perhaps he already has what he thinks
Yeah.
he needs to win anyway. But
Yeah. And this is still upkeep here. Fatal Push. So that's 1 damage that's going to go to the face here. And probably discarding down to 1 card again. Yep. Remember, Quantum Riddler can't attack. So now we're at the draw step. 2 more cards here for Psychic Frog.
Goodness sake.
Jeez, this combination. No board here for Liu Chen. Psychic Frog getting in for at least 6 points of damage. Possibly more here, given that the Quantum Riddler's in play.
man, Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler, best friends forever.
Oh yeah, that interaction is extremely powerful. One of multiple combo type effects, right? You've kind of got that nice flicker package with the Ephemerates and the Quantum Riddlers, and then of course you have the Goryo's Vengeance package with with the Atraxes and such. So 6 damage coming in.
Right now it looks like it's
Oh.
giving Liu Chen about as much as he can handle.
And look at that, actually choosing to not discard down to 1 here. Just likes the cards in hand, which is a really bad sign if you're rooting for Liu Chen. Yeah.
Liu last turn.
Right.
Oh, he's just going to go ahead and extend the hand here as Ocelot Pride not going to get the job done. Yuya Tase with a very impressive mid-game there that was able to really dominate that board. I mean, that wasn't close. Once the board gets to that stage, it's really way too late.
Yeah, I mean, once you got that Ephemerate on the Quantum Riddler, it was just basically extremely difficult for Liu Chen to kind of come back from that. I mean, he was really leaning hard on, he was basically hoping that the Blood Moon would have been enough for him to kind of cheese Auto in there with the Ajani. But you had the answer in the Celestial Purge, had a bunch of basics, and again, that clutch Ephemerate off the top, off that Riddler was enough. I mean, I think he was already kind of ahead on that board because Liu Chen ran out of the action there, but of course that just kind of locked down the game.
Yeah, and it let him hang on to his board state. We have, yes, that's right, even more Magic for you this round.
Yeah, let's go.
Justin Chin versus Jakob Pablo on the other side there, and this one, is it prowess on both sides?
All right, is it prowess mirror here? So very, very interesting. This is one of those spots where things get kind of awkward, especially when you're on the draw where you can't really block ever, right? Because you just have to assume your opponent just has a million spells to pump up their things. So one of the important things is just interaction. How much interaction can you find? Any lightning bolt likely will just be targeted at the prowess creatures just to try to just, it's kind of last threat standing.
That's
that
what
ends
it
up usually
feels
winning
like.
These types of matchups.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you see this with red and these type of matchups a lot. They become very attrition-based, which is a weird thing. Looks like we're coming into game number 2 here with Justin up a game.
Yeah, this is where a card like Corey Steelcutter, right? Just a way to generate continuous tokens. Probably the most important card in the matchup.
Yeah, the mirror breaker, if you will. See Mishra's Bobble get cracked. Jacob says, this is what I got. Thumbs up from Justin, and they proceed into Jacob's turn.
Yeah, curious what Jacob has to play out here. It's a Corey Steelcutter, probably running it out. There it is.
Does he have the follow-up too?
Yeah, is there a Mishra's Bobble here?
Right.
There it
Yes,
is.
there it is.
Ideal start.
So powerful, the Steel Cutter.
Right. Justin thinking here, perhaps posturing, maybe trying to represent a lightning bolt. Could just have the lightning bolt here, and if you do want to try to fire it off,
Yeah.
looks like a lightning bolt.
It does look like one. It's always that question of like, is that the fight you want to fight?
Right, because if there's a mutagenic growth in Jakob's hand, then that becomes a blowout. And mutagenic growth is certainly going to stay in the matchup, just because it does allow your creatures to survive lightning bolt. So Justin, instead, just choosing to take the damage, might go for an end of turn lightning bolt. It's a little counterintuitive because you want to just kill the creature right away, but this makes it so that if Jakob does have the mutagenic growth, well, you don't take more damage. Going for Thundering Falls here instead.
He's going to resolve his Surveil. Ooh, put Lava Dart in the yard.
Does not want the Lava Dart.
That's a nice place for it to be anyway.
Absolutely.
See, he's got his own copy of Bauble.
There is a, that's got to be a lightning bolt, right? Or Unholy Heat, maybe? Unholy Heat, I think. Gets the job done.
I'm going to trust you on that one.
Oh, I don't trust myself.
Yeah.
That's not the, I'm not familiar with that picture.
It's Unholy Heat.
Yeah,
I'm all in on Paul Cheon.
Okay.
It's Unholy Heat.
Fair enough, but
you
Ja-
can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah, but Jakob does have Corey Steelcutter in play.
Right,
And,
that's
I mean,
the
it's just so
problem.
easy to turn it back on.
You just can't sit here and try to fight 1-for-1s against Corey Steelcutter. You will lose that fight.
Exactly, and that's an expressive iteration here from Jakob.
Wow.
Good.
Oh, another Steelcutter. That one's going to go into the hand here. Oh.
A little awkward.
Yeah, so doesn't actually want the second Corey Steelcutter here. Choosing to get...
Play my land.
Oh, okay.
Go to 17.
Yeah, he exiled.
Yeah. Right. Exiled the land. Kept expressive iteration. Is that just the... Okay. Here comes spell number 2, Lava Dart to the face.
And once again, we see the Corey Steelcutter do its thing.
Right, and now that's representing a potential 3-3. But of course, not going to run out that Lava Dart here. You don't want to put yourself down a land. This is very much an attrition matchup at times.
It also can be the second spell on a later turn.
That's right.
It's Unholy Heat.
Oh, and yeah, okay, and basically Justin just running it out just to kind of put Jakob down a land there, but the token still lives.
Oh, he
This
needed
might
another
be a
trigger to
quick
save
game.
it.
I mean, doesn't even have a creature here to play.
So what does he have?
That card, Expressive Iteration.
Sure.
But I mean, like, you just don't have an answer to the Steelcutter here. You have the Bauble. Do you have a land this turn to play? I don't even think. I don't even know if Justin necessarily has a land here.
Goodness sakes.
I see another iteration. Another Bauble. Just a lot of spinning your wheels.
He's just churning through his
Right.
library here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is. I mean, Jakob could just win this turn potentially, depending on his hand, right?
Yeah,
Play
he
out a couple
definitely could.
spells. One of them's a mutagenic growth. Justin's tapped down and at 12 life here.
This is really showing off the power of Corey Steelcutter here.
Now, we do know that he has at least an expressive iteration in hand. Oh, Slick Shot show off.
Wow.
Okay.
Monstrous Rage.
Monstrous Rage.
This has got to be
much worse for Justin.
Right.
I think
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage coming in.
10.
Yeah, 10 damage.
That would more or less do it. Justin would
3,
drop
4,
to
5, 6,
2.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 damage coming in.
6, 8. Yeah.
All right, so Justin down to 2 and is basically facing, I'm just going to say it, 3 lethal attackers, right? Just
right.
You're playing against a prowess deck here. So unless Justin has a sweeper here and a way to kill Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, he is in terrible shape, and he is going to scoop him up. That means Jakob Pablo is going to pick up game number 2 and force a game 3 decider between our two players.
Corey Steel Cutter advantage there. Justin keeping a very reactive hand in that particular game, right?
Yeah,
Just
for
no
sure.
creatures whatsoever.
It's got to be tempting to board into a bunch of reactive spells, but primarily this deck is assertive. Scalding Tarn's going to start things off here for Justin. Steam Vents for Jakob.
Preordain, okay.
And my favorite cantrip of all time, Preordain.
Go ahead.
And keeps
One top, one bottom.
one top, one bottom. Actually did not want the Slick Shot Show Off, I believe. Has the Corey Steel Cutter in hand. Justin fetching out that Thundering Falls. A little bit of deck manipulation here. Kept that very quickly. So it was a second Slick Shot Show Off
Yeah,
here.
he's got all the threats you could want.
Right. Looking for perhaps a basic mountain here. Keep that life total high. Yeah.
That
Very
may
important.
come in handy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it gets really scary if you just play out a Slick Shot Show Off here, and then you're on Jakob's side and you have removal. Will you just die if you somehow just play out a Corey Steel Cutter here?
He's going to go for plot on
Yeah.
the show off.
Basically protect it. And yeah, Jakob actually
No play.
representing more removal. Oh, and a mutagenic growth off the
Ooh.
top. Huge, huge draw here for Justin Chin. Can actually play out both Slick Shot Show-Offs now, but actually choosing to perhaps set up a combo kill here.
Wow, so he's going to
Playing
plot
it
a second
patiently
one?
because he's just probably thinking, look, at any given point, if you have a shields down moment and I get both of these down with the mutagenic growth and the cards in my hand, I can probably kill you in one turn.
Right, and with double or 2 mana available there, he didn't want to play into it.
Right.
Hard to blame him.
Yeah, I mean, even with that mutagenic growth in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, next turn, you're going to have access to a ton of mana, right? You're going to be able to play both of these cards and
For
just
free.
For free, and then play whatever spells in your hand with that mutagenic growth backup.
Right. Preordained
I don't want
here for
either.
Jakob Pablo, nope.
Jakob wants some lightning bolts, maybe. Passes with 2 mana up. All right, is this the turn? Feels like this is the turn.
Yeah, what is he trying to set up? Like casting 3 or 4 or 5
Yeah,
turns
like
or
multiple
something?
mutagenic growths. I don't know, or perhaps maybe if you find another prowess creature like a Monastery Swiftspeeder. Okay, it's coming.
One of them goes on the stack.
Yeah, is there a spell snare or something along those lines? That is a spell snare. That should work unless Justin has a spell pierce in hand. All right, second one.
Maybe this one can go the distance by
Okay.
itself. There's preordained.
Okay.
So it's up to 3.
That's another preordain and mutagenic growth. Bottoms the mutagenic growth, keeps the preordain. One spell has been cast. Shouldn't be enough here.
No, getting from 17 is a little rough. With
Right.
2 of them, it's easy.
Yeah. Ooh, there's a Swift Spear and a mutagenic growth here on top. So that's tempting to perhaps try to keep both. Maybe you don't want the extra mutagenic growth with only one creature, but with the second one.
Definitely want the Swift Spear. I'd like to have a backup plan for your
Right.
Slick Shot Show Off.
Oh, there's a Violent Urge and a Lava Dart here. How close are we to Delirium? There's a creature, a sorcery, and an instant, and a land in the graveyard. So with the Lava Dart, I mean, that is double strike off of the Violent Urge. But Jakob does have that 1 mana up.
And he kept both mutagenics.
Right.
He kept the second one. Combat it
Right.
is. Let's go.
I think it might just be 5 damage here. Oh.
Jakob
Lava
picked
Dart.
up his pen like, yeah, that's
Yeah.
enough for me. But
damage.
no, that will just be the beginning.
Oh, okay. Going
On
for it here.
Urge.
Do you have a bounce spell? Jakob needs a bounce spell. Do you have an Into the Flood Maw, for example?
Right.
If it's just a lightning bolt, it's not going to work.
No, damage is not going to be enough.
If it's Unholy Heat, he doesn't have Delirium. So that's not going to be enough. And with the red mana
And
here,
it's
I mean,
red
this is just
mana.
lightning bolt, so this should do it here.
Lightning bolt in,
Yeah.
and there's mutagenic growth, and that is going to be the game. Justin Chin picks up the win, improves to 3-1-1. And knocks Jakob Pablo down to 2-3. He's going to have to put together a bit of a run to finish day 1. But a great showing there of Modern this round. We got to kind of tour the world, if you will, and we ended up on a mirror match.
Yeah, we did. And just wanted to highlight Justin's play there in that last game, choosing to play it very, very patiently. Just saw the cards in his hand, probably had that Violent Urge for a while, thinking, look, I don't need to get in for 1 damage here. As long as I can set up one of these creatures, one of these Slickshot Show-Offs in conjunction with the Mutagenic Growth and the Violent Urge, I'm going to be able to take this game down, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, once he saw that it was just a mountain,
right,
good to go. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, though, we'll be back at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, you're watching a Modern tournament. Chances are you like Modern. Well, we have some chances to play it here as part of the Spotlight series, The Hobbit, in Brisbane, Australia, August 28th through the 30th, and in Dallas in the US, September 4th through the 6th. Like I said, it is a Modern Spotlight series, so if you're watching the action this weekend, you say, hey, that looks awesome, I want to do that. You have 2 chances coming up to do so. You can find out more info at mtg.social/spotlight HOB. Hey everyone, welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour here this weekend. Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes at Fimblethip wandering the convention floor here in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Might not be totally lost because we just found them. There's a look at the area where all the players are battling here today, the Pro Tour area. We've got more than 300 players with us here today, more than 17,000 attending the Magic Con. So we have a full house here in Amsterdam. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. We're in the Modern portion of day number 1 of the tournament. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight here with you at the news desk. And let's find out where we're at after 5 rounds of play here on day 1 of competition. And I'm telling you, the first page of this leaderboard is really shaping up to be something. Check this out. We've got 3 Hall of Famers here. Martin Yuza, Li Shitian, and Seth Manfield, all undefeated here after 5 rounds. Pro Tour champion Andrew Ellenbogen also starting out undefeated.
As we move into the 4-1s as well, a couple of names to keep an eye on. Ian Robb has done well in recent years. Ken Yukihiro, of course, a name we all know. Anna Huschenbetz has proven he's got the chops to run at the highest level of competition. 4-1 at this stage, still looking really, really good, especially when we think about the cut to day number 2. So these players are off to a great start here in Amsterdam.
Yes, things shaping up really nicely here. Well, before the tournament started, we asked 5 team captains, what do you think will be the most played modern decks, the top 5 modern decks you're going to see here this weekend? Let's see who got it right, and more importantly, who got it wrong.
Here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, we challenged some of our team captains to see if they could predict what the modern metagame would look like. We asked them to guess what they thought the top 5 archetypes in the modern metagame would be. Let's find out how they did. Here we are with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, captain of Team Undying Baguette. Your predictions for the top 5 here. Number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Izzet Affinity. Number 3, Eldrazi Tron. Number 4, Espagorios. Number 5, Broodscale Combo. The actual top 5 is number 1, Boros Energy. Pretty good. Number 2, Izzet Affinity. Oh, doing very well. Number 3, Broodscale Combo. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron. And number 5, Espagorios. So, while you did actually get a perfect score, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, you lose many, many points for getting the order wrong.
Yeah, so I would happily take the credit for that. This is actually not my prediction. I asked our modern consultant, Thomas Méchamp, to give us his top 5, and I just went with it. I'm sure he will do better next time.
You could have... Oh, so had I been like, great job, well done, amazing, you would have been like, it was all me, but now you're throwing your team out under the bus.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, and that's leadership, everyone. All right, I'm here with Andrew Ellenbergen, captain of the Boulder Merline. Andrew, your predictions for our top 5 here at the Pro Tour this weekend. Number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Ruby Storm. Number 3, Eldrazi Tron. Number 4, Izzet Affinity. Number 5, Espagorios. I can tell you, you did pretty well. One outrageous stinker, but apart from that, in reality, we've got number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Izzet Affinity. Number 3, Broodscale Combo. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron. Number 5, Espagorios. 4 out of 5 ain't bad, but Ruby Storm.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely a big miss on that. I mean, kind of my opinion is we think Ruby Storm is good and we were surprised it's so unpopular. Like, some of us are playing it. I don't really understand why no one else did, but I can't say I'm sad about it.
All right, well, maybe you can prove everyone wrong, Andrew. Well done, 4 out of 5.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel bad about this at all, and honestly, I like the proposed metagame for our decks.
I'm here with Eduardo Sajkolik of Team World League Council. You made your predictions. Here they are. Your predictions for our top 5. Number 1, Izzet Affinity. Number 2, Boros Energy. Number 3, Broodscale Combo. Number 4, Espagorios. And number 5, Ruby Storm. Not a bad effort from you, my friend. 4 out of 5. You're not the only person to have made one particular mistake, because in reality, number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Izzet Affinity. Number 3, Broodscale Combo. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron was the one you missed. And then number 5, Espagorios, Ruby Storm not appearing, but still a pretty good call, I would say, on the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, we pulled our team, so they obviously didn't respect Tron. But, you know, I think that's reasonable as a take. We also been surprised that we thought a lot of more players would be like on either Storm or Amulet. We thought those are very good decks to just learn and do well at the tournament with. So that was a little bit of our surprise. But yeah, mostly it's modern. A bunch of decks, you face one every round that's different. That's part of the beauty of the format for me.
Yeah. And 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Well done, Eduardo. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Here we are now with Ryan Condon, the captain of Team Sanctum of All. Your predictions for our metagame top 5 this weekend. Number 1, Izzet Affinity. Number 2, Boros Energy. Number 3, Espagorios. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron. And number 5, Ruby Storm. Now, I can tell you, you're not the only team captain to have been tripped up by one in particular. 4 out of 5, though. Not too bad.
Yeah, pretty good. I think Modern is a format that just has a bunch of viable decks, and so pretty happy to get 4 out of 5. I think we were mostly at a good, estimation.
Yes, and Ruby Storm being one that quite a number of teams missed. But the reality here to compare against your prediction, Boros Energy number 1, number 2 Izzet Affinity, Broodscale Combo number 3, Eldrazi Tron, and then Espagorios, the deck that appeared that you didn't predict. But still, 4 out of 5 for you. You're on the money.
Yeah, I think pretty good. Like Broodscale, we respect it as a top deck. I think it was our 6th. It's a very good deck. Not super surprised that a lot of people brought it. There's just a bunch of really good decks in Modern.
All right. Well, best of luck both with and against them this weekend, Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, here we are with Adam Edelson, the captain of Team Rampant Growth. Here are your predictions for the metagame here in Amsterdam. We'll see how you went. Number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Izzet Affinity. A great start. Number 3, Espagorios. Number 4, Ruby Storm. Number 5, Izzet Prowess. 3 out of 5. Not too bad. Not too bad. Boros Energy and Izzet Affinity, 100%. They are, in reality, our number 1 and number 2. Brood-Scale Combo making an appearance in our top 5. Eldrazi, Tron, and then Esper Goros as well. Quite a number of people got tripped up by Ruby Storm there, Adam. But still, 3 out of 5, not bad.
Not bad, yeah. No, not the greatest if it's your exam score, but you know, you take it. I think Brood-Scale surprised a lot of people. I think Brood-Scale is a good deck. I think it's definitely great into Affinity and struggles a little bit into Prowess and Boros, which were kind of 2 of the more popular decks on Magic Online. So I think that's part of why it surprised us and maybe surprised some other folks. But, you know, it's a powerful, strong, proactive deck that, you know, is good into one of the top decks. So hard to argue against that. You know, our team is playing Eldrazi Tron, which is not a great Brood-Scale matchup, but we're happy with the rest of the matchup. So I think it'll be a good weekend for the team and excited to see how we do.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the rest of the team across the weekend.
Thank you.
Wow, Ruby Storm, what is the deal there, Frank?
Well, I think many players expected Hex Magic to make a big impact from the latest set, but ultimately it just has not really caught on as much.
Okay, well, we'll see how they do this weekend. Well, 2 players who are part of our field this weekend, and indeed since the return to Paper Magic, have made every single day 2 since the return to Paper Magic. They have not missed in 14 out of 14 tournaments. That is none other than Eli Cassis and Javier Dominguez. What will happen this weekend? Well, I can give you an update on their scores. Eli Cassis is currently sitting at 2-3, so he has a loss to give for that day 2 berth. Javier Dominguez, on the other hand, is sitting at a very precarious 1-4, so he needs to win out the rest of today to keep his Survivors run going. We will keep you updated on what happens there. No matter what, an incredible run for both of these players. Let's take a look at our next head-to-head matchup as we head into the next round here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. And it's going to be a good one. Ken Yukihiro on this super sweet Eldrazi ramp list. Boros Land Destruction in the hands of Kuhn DeVos, hometown hero. Both players currently sitting at 4-1. Here's a look at Ken Yukihiro. Started playing Magic the Gathering in 2008. Your Pro Tour Final Fantasy winner, 2025 Player of the Year, top 8'd at the last World Championship. Can't say enough good things about Ken Yukihiro.
Well, I'm going to say some more nice things about him as well, because he is our number 1 ranked player on the Pro Tour when it comes to an overall win rate. Ken Yukihiro is the winningest player on the Pro Tour with a win rate of 68%. That means he wins 68% of every single match he plays at the Pro Tour. He's the best player in the field by that metric. It's incredible.
Wow, just unbelievable. On the other side of things, we have Kuhn DeVos, started playing in 2018, has a goal of making it to day 2. This, his first Pro Tour, like I said, hometown hero from Amsterdam here, qualified through Spotlight London with Azorius Momo. So congrats to Kuhn on making it here for this tournament.
Yes, indeed, and you can see that after picking up that early loss in the draft, he's begun to win out, and having the hometown advantage may be of some use here. You know, you certainly don't have to worry about things like travel and jet lag and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, even if you lived all the way on the other side of the Netherlands, completely on the other side of the country, it'd probably take about 20 minutes to get here by train. Frank, you can attest to that.
Close enough. I mean, it might be an hour or 2, but still, yeah, you are very fresh in your own country. Yeah.
And we have cool decks from both of these players, so let's get into it, Frank.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited about this one, because Ken Yukihiro is playing Eldrazi Ramp, not just any Eldrazi Ramp deck. The archetype as a whole is fueled by 2-mana lands like Eldrazi Temple and Ugin's Labyrinth, aiming to cast Emrakul, the Promised End, as soon as possible, with Malevolent Rumble and Kozilek's Command also providing more ramp and filling the graveyard to reduce Emrakul's cost. But the really exciting part is that 9 of the 12 Eldrazi Ramp players in the field, mostly from Team Moriyama Japan, use Slumbering Trudge alongside Fanatic of Ronas and Fight Rigging. Now the Trudge is a 6/6, so after Fight Rigging turns it into a 7/7. You get to play a Hidden Away card for free. Now if you had hidden away an Ulamog or an Emrakul with Fight Rigging, you get to cast it, even get the cast trigger, so that can be a game-ending sequence. It's a really cool deck that already had found some fringe success on Magic Online following the release of Slumbering Trudge and Secrets of Strixhaven, but it's really breaking out this weekend. So far it has actually posted a 72% win rate across the first 2 Modern rounds.
The other really very cool thing about this is that it's the first time I've seen fight rigging actually really rig fights.
Oh, yes, yeah, for sure. Now, on the other side of the table, Kundavos is one of the 9 players in the field on Boros Land Destruction, which is also a relative newcomer to the Modern metagame. It capitalizes on the fact that many decks in Modern run only 2 or 3 basic lands, which means that you can overwhelm opponents with effects that let them search for a basic land. And after they run out of that resource, well, Erode and Path to Exile just become 1-mana removal spells with basically no drawback. And meanwhile, cards like Cleansing Wildfire, Price of Freedom, Demolition Field, Field of Ruin, even Avengers Disassembled effectively become hard land destruction effects. Really evil, but Yukihiro's deck has 5 copies of Basic Forest, so running him out of basic lands, it's going to be tough. Still, I'm really excited to see both of these decks in action.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing matchup. But before we get there, we've been getting some great advice from Javier Dominguez. Sleep 12 hours before your day. If you mulligan, keep a loose 6. Let's find out what he has to say and what would Javier Dominguez do.
What would Javier Dominguez do right after the match?
Play some arena between rounds.
So he finishes playing a match of Magic at the Pro Tour, and the first thing he does is get Arena out and start playing more Magic.
Absolutely.
You gotta love the game to do well.
I guess so. I mean, you know, they say you've got to spend 10,000 hours playing something to become a master. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of hours Javier Dominguez is in at this point.
Well, what do we do in between rounds? Play Arena.
That is actually true.
We can't deny it. It's time for round number 6. Ailey and Corey in the booth, and they can back me up on this one.
Yeah, you see, Wizards of the Coast has a habit of putting the Arena Directs on the same weekend as the Pro Tour.
What are we going to do, not play them?
Just saying. We like playing Magic on Arena 2 in between rounds. But yeah, that is some sage advice there from one of the greats of the game. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney joining you here for our 6th round of coverage. And we've got, like Frank mentioned, a sweet list here in the hands of Ken Yukihiro. I can't wait to see it turn to Emrakul.
Yeah, this deck is so sweet, and I first saw this in the hands of my personal favorite streamer, Aspiring Spike, who pretty much designed Modern. He builds so many different decks, and you know, eventually some of them are going to really break through, and this is for sure one of them. I played against it a lot online. You know, kind of unsure if it would translate to the Pro Tour, but man, a lot of great players picking it up. They tuned it a little bit, and it has some powerful draws. You can go turn 1, Slumbering Trudge, turn 2, Ugin's Labyrinth, fight rigging, put Emrakul under it, and put an Emrakul into play as soon as turn 2. The deck is awesome.
I would love to know how many times that has happened for this team, because like you mentioned, or like Frank mentioned as well, a lot of the Eldrazi Ram players are playing this variant thereof.
Yes, it's awesome. And the other thing that's very important is Ken has 5 basics. So, I mean, you know, Kundavos is able to path or erode creatures in response to the fight rigging targeting the creature.
Yeah.
But you're getting a lot of basics, and Kundavos kind of has to hold up mana like that. So I would think this is a pretty good matchup for Ken.
Yeah. This deck, I should say, is such a blast to play. I gave it a spin yesterday when we saw the deck list, and I was like, what is this? This is so cool. You know, and just being able to control your opponent's turn as well. I sacrificed their entire board to General Kudro. It was delicious.
I mean, it is a great deck. Anytime you can Emrakul someone, that's half the fun. You know, most of the time Magic's all about finding the best possible play, but the flip side of finding the worst possible play you can have is equally as fun.
I do love that. I'm like, do I play a land here? Do I try and like make them fight each other? There's just so many options when you get your opponent's hand.
Yeah, it's really awesome. And big shout out to Kundavos here, making day number 2 already in his first Pro Tour, and just playing an incredibly fun deck for specifically him.
Well, and
not his
people.
opponents, you know, but...
Frank called it evil.
Yeah.
Is this the villain we've been looking for?
Yeah, I like that Frank was saying, it's evil, but...
That's
a great way to start a sentence.
You know, it's not so bad. There's beautiful forests coming out of Ken Yukihiro's deck.
Yes.
Mighty awesome John Avon. And we see Malevolent Rumble chucking a couple things in the yard there. We see our big Eldrazi friends. And we see a little spawn guy to help. Jeez, you think we're just going to ramp into?
Yeah.
Eldrazi.
Definitely possible, and getting Sowing Mycospawn to be able to, even if you just play it for 4, where you can get an extra land out of your deck, that's great. And of course, you can turn the tables of actually destroying your opponent's land and be a little bit of the land destruction deck.
I too can play that game.
Yep. And now that is another land destroyed, and this is land number 5. So
Ooh.
every other land destruction spell after this will just be a straight Stone Rain instead of just a Price of Freedom type effect.
Let's see. Does our card popper upperer have a Stone Rain on hand?
Got to dust that
That's
one
an
off.
old
That's
one,
for
yeah.
sure. Yep.
An oldie but a goodie, and that's exactly the game that Kundavas is playing here. Price of Freedom once again blowing up a basic, and there you go. Good job. Blowing up a basic, and no land to be gotten for Ken Yukihiro.
Yep, fail to find. There's some of the cards that make you search anyways, so a little bit of different aspects of it, but not the Price of Freedom.
Yeah. May search equals no shuffle. If you, I mean, you could still shuffle if you want to, but
Yeah. And this is perfect. Save your Eldrazi Temple, save your Ugin's Labyrinth until that final moment when you cast a big spell and is able to go get, you know, an Ancient Tomb style of effect. And hard casting an Emrakul, we are not that far away. One other thing that is very important that Ken has to avoid is Ugin's Labyrinth imprinting something up against the land destruction deck. You lose the card underneath, so Ken's probably not going to be doing too much imprinting.
Yeah, I don't think so. One of the temples taken care of. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana available. Yeah, we could just see an Ugin come down.
6.
Oh, excuse me, no. That is Sowing Mycospawn, not the little mana dork.
Yeah, could be up to 7 mana total with imprinting Ugin, and then we got to check the types in the yard. We have land, creature, sorcery, enchantment. So that's 11. Looks like we're going to be too short.
Okay.
But, you know, it's not really a race up against this Boros land destruction deck. You have time.
Yeah. These games can go long, and we saw from DeVos' side, you know, the win condition is Kahira. That's a companion. Or, you know, making critters off of Castle Ardenvale. He's in no rush. He's just playing with his prey, basically.
Exactly, yeah. Winning is definitely the secondary thing to think about.
Ooh, fight rigging. Let's go. What do we find? Anything good? Anything good? Freylies.
Okay.
Freylies isn't terrible.
Yeah, not bad at all. Being able to play 4 of the Disciple of Freylies is great. Just the fact that it's a land, or you get to do something gigantic. Because naturally, if you're playing something off the Hideaway, you've just created a 7/7 creature at minimum.
Yeah.
So being able to sack that, draw 7 cards, is just
it's
great.
awesome.
Gain 7 life. That can be GG up against a lot of different decks.
Sure can. You know, there's some really cool inclusions here, some big hits off of this fight rigging that you can get. Obviously, we still need 7 power on board to be able to do it. What do you say? What do you see?
Green Sun Zenith for 1. So we have it.
We got him.
Oh, Green Sun Zenith is so good in this deck.
What did he put underneath?
It was the Disciple, I believe.
Okay.
But we're going to find out right now, I'll tell you that.
Da-da. All right, it's sleepy, but it's okay. It doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah.
What? Okay. I was like, please don't do that. Nice. Nice. All right.
There we go. Get the creature that's been stunned out of there. Draw a bunch of cards and get on in there. Beautiful.
Did he not put the counter on the dredge?
Yeah, you would think
you'd have to, right?
Yeah, you would
it needs to
have
be
to.
one creature, not combined power.
Yeah, I was kind of interested about that as well.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that counter came from the fight rigging, but that wouldn't have triggered it.
Yeah.
Because that guy's a, what, a 3/3? Yeah.
Yeah, should just be a 3/3 there, but we'll
Mine's a
see.
4/4.
Maybe I'm missing something there.
Ugh. Avengers disassembled. Everything goes boom. So 3 damage to each critter.
Yeah, and now the fact that you just get to have the fight rigging hanging around, sure, the ability is gone, but you still get that +1/+1 counter every single turn, which is a really big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Can run away with the games, especially if you're up against an opponent who's not applying too much pressure other than blowing your lands up. But fight rigging number 2 here now for Ken. Pretty good lead.
Yeah, that is... I mean, I do think this was resolved incorrectly here, as you'd have to put the counter on the 6/6 to be able to do the fight rigging aspect, which then the Mycospawn would
not have survived the Avengers disassembled.
Yeah.
This one and this one. Okay.
There's a path in response to the other one. I'm not sure exactly what was put underneath of this fight rigging.
So, Kuhn has a lot to deal with here. We've got 2 fight riggings, something big waiting to come down, and there is a high noon. So at least we'll slow Ken Yukihiro down a little bit here.
Yeah, and that's going to be solid. But the value from these fight riggings are going to keep coming, and now you can stack it in such a way where the one that doesn't have any hideaway underneath it, you put the counter on first, and then the 7th counter gets put on, and you get to hideaway once again.
How many does 4?
So, Micah Spawn trying to do the hard carry here. Get this free spell out from underneath. Green Sun Zenith. Are we going towards that first and foremost, or are we besagering away that high noon?
Yeah, hard to argue with Green Sun Zenith for one. Most of the time, that's just getting a mana accelerant of some kind, but when you can get a 6/6 tapped, pretty impressive stuff. And Kundavas does have the 1 erode to be able to interact with it, but the Galvanic Discharge is not going to be very relevant.
Nah, not in this matchup with these giant critters on board. So, Boseiju first and foremost. Doesn't count as a spell cost because it is a channel ability. So, does Kuhn have a response to this? I wouldn't imagine he does, huh? Because he can't blow it. It was a 3 minutes to blow it up?
5, yep.
Yeah.
So no ability to do that, but still has just a road
This one.
to be able to deal with the Trudge here. I think you pretty much have to because, well, underneath it could be an Emrakul, could be an Ulamog.
Yep. And DeVos does exactly that, gets rid of the biggest creature on the board because that would allow for a free spell to be cast. So what happens if High Noon wasn't down and Ken played another spell first? Would he be able to cast the...
No,
he wouldn't be able
it's
to,
still
huh?
casting, yep. So
Does
High
it-
Noon would definitely shut down being able to cast the spell
Sure.
underneath fight rigging, yep.
Yeah.
And it is a May for
Yeah,
fight
it is a
rigging, so
May.
you don't have to do it, but...
All right. Ooh, Legend of Roku. I like this card so much. Gets to exile some stuff, give DeVos a couple more answers here. I bet he would love to get that Wrath of the Skies. Take care of some pesky critters on the board here.
Yeah, I think
He
this
had 5.
this
yeah.
game is just over to the attack of Sowing Myco Spawn.
Yeah. Alas, Galvanic Discharge ain't doing nothing.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It's going to be a tricky matchup for sure, as, man, this looks incredibly powerful for sure. There's going to be certain matchups where, you know, you can just deal with the fight rigging.
Yeah.
A fatal push in response or something is going to be very effective, but there's not a lot of ways to deal with a 6/6 just straight away, you know? There's a lot of Galvanic Blasts, a lot of Lightning Bolts out there.
Yeah, stuff that does 3 damage.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like prepared for the itty bitty critters, right? From like
Yeah.
Boros Energy, that type of thing. But yeah, this Aspiring Spikes innovation here of this 1 mana 6/6. It's pretty fun.
Is really, really cool, that's for sure. And I mean, the thing is, your plan B of just playing a slower game, eventually casting Emrakul, you know, this kind of stuff, you have the time against Boros Land Destruction, and you wouldn't have the time if you had 2 basics, because you can actually slow down your opponent with a plethora of land destruction spells, but 5 basics is so hard to get through.
Yeah. And, you know, it hasn't really slowed Ken down at all. Like, sure, he's missed out on hard casting an Ugin or something similar, but
1, 2, 3, 4.
he's doing all right. It's got DeVos down to 5.
Trigger, okay. Response. Okay.
Solitude.
Okay.
Oh, hey,
We're
buddy.
still gaming.
Yeah. All right. Exile the big guy.
Game's not just over right now. The spawn's going to get busy.
It's
Next
gonna
turn.
do its best. Yeah, I've never seen a spawn this big. But hey, Galvanic Discharge does get to do something, in fact. And it can take care of the 3 toughness friend on the board here before it can get any counters.
Yep, and now Ken's definitely going to just sack it in response, so Kundavos doesn't get any extra energy hanging around. And now we really got to look at the Emrakul count, because we have 7 mana, and then it just depends what we got for Delirium count for the different types here in the yard. Ken's got to be pretty close. And with Kozilek's command at end step, to be able to get 3 spawns, putting the typal and instant in the yard, you got to think that Emrakul is just good to go next turn. And
that Wrath of the Sky should be gone this turn as well, right?
yeah, I believe it should be gone
Yeah,
this
until
turn.
the end of your next turn, yeah.
I think this is the next turn, though, so
Yeah.
it's able to cast it this turn.
Okay.
So probably it's just going to be able to Wrath of the Skies and get rid of the fight riggings, but it's going to be Emrakul time.
Call the squirrels!
Yeah. Kundavos does have kind of the best card against
Oh,
Emrakul, is Solitude, to be able to, it's one of the few answers you can actually
I can
have.
play it at instant speed, but it's not an instant. Take that, you big spaghetti monster. Hard cost Emrakul. Things I didn't think I'd see this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding.
Who's just got 13 mana lying around, I ask you? Well, the Eldrazi do.
And an Ulamog as well, so probably able to cast that one. I would think Emrakul is going to be better most of the time. I could even see Ulamog just being taken out. Now, of course, you got to figure out your numbers of how many hits you have for fight rigging and stuff, so maybe you kind of have to leave them in, but destroying a couple lands and then just losing the creature to a path or something is a little less than exciting.
All right, so Legend of Roku flips next turn.
I have 1 mana.
Yeah.
Draw.
Just making sure the right amount was paid for Kahira, and you get 1 mana off Legend of Roku.
Yep. 1 mana of any color, so it gets to go in hand. And it's a white spell. That's cool.
Tapping a bunch.
Whee!
Yeah, I suppose this makes sense to start with Ulamog because, well, this is actually going to be a more expensive Eldrazi creature. Rest in Peace could really mess with the possibility to Emrakul at some point. So if Kundavos is able to find Rest in Peace, that could be a problem in sequencing a bit. But
Well, Ulamog did do a good job there of getting rid of the Legend of Roku, so not all for naught there for Ken Yukihiro. Sitting on 39. Good grief. Thanks, Solitude.
yeah, let's see. It really kind of needs to be a Rest in Peace here. All right, we got the goods.
Ooh, big tappies. What's happening here, huh?
Probably a Wrath of the Skies.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Nice.
It's a big deal.
DeVos is doing an excellent job of clearing this battlefield.
Yeah, I was pretty interested that he didn't do that last turn, but leaving up Solitude, really paid off for him.
Yeah.
With another Wrath of the Skies on the top.
Now he's just got, what, a 13-turn clock? 12-turn?
Yeah, yeah. Well, there'll be something with 13 coming into play. It'll be a 13-13. Should be in the promised end territory here.
Hey, Trudge, you're late. It's all right, though. We have Emrakul. Here comes the big Eldrazi.
And my favorite time to see how bad Ken can make Kundavos play his turn.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got to look. It's always, does this say target land or target land on
An
opponent's control?
controls,
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. But wait, yeah, I suppose.
Oh,
Yeah.
rough attack there. Really shouldn't have attacked into a 13-13.
Yeah,
but-
what is Kundavos doing? No, Ken Yukihiro is mind controlling.
Yeah. We'll see if it's interesting decision to cast the Price of Freedom at all. Maybe you find another card like a Path, then you could play Kahira and Path it or something like that.
Yeah.
But decides not to.
This is silly.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Bonk. March does nothing.
Whoa!
Oh, Solitude.
Found a Solitude off the Price of Freedom.
Excuse me. Holy moly. Okay.
That was huge.
Wowza. How big is this trudge?
They're-
He's got to be
yeah.
large, right?
Always
6-6?
6-6s,
Yeah.
but no stun counters on this
yeah,
one.
Yeah, this one gets to do some punchies.
Yeah, but these are the kind of situations with Ken not having an Emrakul in hand now.
Yeah.
Gundavas can definitely just find an answer to this Trudge in a couple of turns. And now all these demolition fields, Field of Ruins, they're actually doing their job here. And one-sided stone raining.
Yes. Yeah, definitely cutting the mana sources out here from Ken Yukihiro's side. But yeah, you mentioned a couple turns. He's only got 2 because this Trudge by itself can just get the job done if he doesn't know where to kill it.
Yep.
He's got the March of Otherworldly Light. He's fine.
Yeah, March can clean that up. You're able to get in for 7. And then the Fanatic of Veronis actually at least puts a little bit of a clock into play. But yeah, so far, Gundavas is definitely clawing his way back
Oh,
into this.
yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, padding his life total just a little bit, up to 10. And here we'll see our flippity-flopped Fanatic of Rona. So now this is a 4-4, I believe.
Yep.
Yep, back from the yard.
A nice clock here, and just the land off top. So a 2-turn clock now. Gonna need something big, but I mean, you get a Wrath of the Skies or something. You gotta like Gundavas' chances.
Yeah, absolutely. But then how does he win the game? How many more Solitudes does he have?
One does not win the game with Boros Land Destruction.
Listen here, okay. He's got 4 on the main deck, so he's got critters.
Yeah, that is the true problem, though. Like,
Yeah.
you can, of course, win with Castle Ardenvale. That can go the distance, but Emrakul is always going to lead to some problems, that's for sure.
yeah, because that just blasts permanents there.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, no, that was Ulamog.
And here's another one of the hideaway lands, being able to have 10 or more power, and I think that was an Emrakul underneath, but...
The Mosswood Bridge?
Yeah, if there's 10 or more
Yes.
power when Ken untaps, he can just attack for the win, so yeah, it looks like that'll do it.
Oh my goodness me. Man, DeFoss hung on for dear life there. I could just imagine him like hanging onto one of the Eldrazi's tentacles for dear life there, and he did his best. But alas, he got yeeted into next week.
Yeah, this matchup definitely seems pretty rough for Boros Land Destruction, I must say. And I gotta say, in Modern, there is not a lot of like really lopsided matches these days. It is very close. A lot of the matches are very, very close, but this feels like one that could definitely be in the 70-30 vein. Price of Freedom cleaning that land up. Ken definitely didn't imprint this time, had the option to. But yeah, it doesn't look like Ken actually has a ton of lands in this hand.
No, he does not.
Ooh, beautiful draw there, being able to hit a Rumble here.
Yes.
Or the Fanatic of Veronis, and then Rumble next turn.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing is when you have 5 basics, the land destruction is not land destruction except for a few more turns.
Yeah. You got some
You got
reprieve,
time.
DeVos can start double spelling soon, but yeah, he's got Path, he's got Erodes, and Wrath of the Skies. So one of our buddies is gone here for Ken Yukihiro, so that won't be coming back from the yard later.
Really smart play there from Gundavas. If you let the 6/6 come into play, all of a sudden your Fanatic of Veronis adds 4 mana, and I mean, Ken could have just put an Emrakul into play if Gundavas didn't have any interaction there, which just shows the explosiveness and, I'll just say awesomeness of this deck. It is so cool.
Respect the plant beast.
You gotta.
Yes, she is blocking the path. Are you volunteering to move her?
That's great flavor text. Now, the one thing Ken wants to just always avoid, you feel so bad whenever you flip over with your Rumble one of the basics, or, God forbid, 2 of the basics, you feel terrible.
All right.
Wrath of
Wrath
the
of the
Skies.
Skies, yep.
Cleans up a couple creatures.
Is there any downside to it only being a
Uh-oh.
1 mana fund, huh?
But we're ready to go. We got 5 mana. We got another Green Sun Zenith for 1 plus fight rigging, so...
Ooh, let's see, what did we hit?
And there's no Solitude from Gundavas.
Oh.
So whatever this is coming into play. That's an
Ooh, good. All right.
Wow.
Gross. I love it, but gross.
Yeah, this deck is incredible. I'm looking forward to seeing, the win rates of their team.
Absolutely.
Going into the next day. And gotta love our reigning player of the year here. Doing this in style.
Oh, yes. That's so silly. Oh,
And got to have a
good
counter
gravy.
on the Trudge as well. It's got to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
to
yeah. It needs to be
7 power. Yeah.
So got to make sure we get that on there.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. He's got it.
2 different dice. There's the stun.
Yeah.
As well as the dice.
Ugin. Ugin is a pain in the butt to deal with.
Yeah.
So gaining life, drawing cards.
Yeah, and Erode is the answer for it, and there are
Mm-hmm.
a plethora of those in hand, so is able to cleanly erode both, problematic
Yeah.
creatures, and even the Trudge just isn't a problem for a while.
No,
you don't
no,
have to
he's-
clean that up now, so.
Unless there's another fight rigging. In that case, you'd rather have him dead too.
Yep. And Kundavas thinking about that, it's much better to erode on Ken's upkeep, then that land comes into play tapped, you have 1 less mana.
Yeah, nice.
And now we're going to be just doing Emrakul math again. So we got 4, 5, 6. Planeswalker is 7. There was a land is 8. Rumble is 9. And I couldn't see the rest of it. Ken will maybe do us a favor and fan that out.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just see if we have enough to get Emrakul the Promised End down, do we?
I mean, an Eldrazi Temple off the top has definitely got to help.
Yeah.
If Ken's not going for it, I would assume not.
Okay. Instead, going for fight rigging number 2. What do we find?
That's an Emrakul,
Yep.
but there is a path here
Yes,
for
yeah.
this one. So you get to cleanly deal with this.
Yep. So go to combat, make sure we get that off the board. Triggers on the stack. They see no 7 power creature, and they go, not this turn.
Yeah,
So,
man,
next
just
turn. Next
leaving these fight riggings around just so at any point Ken can just play a big creature and get access to that. Puts the Boros Land Destruction deck in such a weird spot where they always have to leave open at least 1 mana for an Erode or Path or have Solitude. It really puts the deck in a rough spot.
You know, Wrath of the Skies is something that DeVos would love to have access to, just to clear the board like he did previously. As it stands, it's just a single Erode in hand. Quarry Mountain Monastery has made an appearance, though, so he will be leaning on that for the turns to come.
That is a big deal. The popular play patterns that we see with that is at the end of your opponent's turn, activate, then you got your whole next turn to play that card. But now we're once again just seeing if we can count to 13.
I can only count to 10.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
There it is.
We have enough.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Not this guy.
Technically, you could double Emrakul Kundavas here, but I imagine this is just going to become a 15-15, and Ken is going to decline putting the other Emrakul into play.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
And protection from instants, so there is no eroding this one, which I believe is Kundavas's last card in hand.
Does look like we just have a judge stepping in here.
Okay.
See if we can have a listen in if it's anything of importance.
Yep. And always good anytime you have a question. Always talk to your judges. They're your friends.
When you've made probably 2,000.
You use a 3D printer or 2. My dad has really gotten into 3D printing. It's actually not a bad idea. So
And
for
we're
myself.
up a game. Both players at 20. No damage dealt yet.
I have those too. Not with
I'm wondering if this is maybe about the previous game or if this is something that has just happened this game. We'll see. But either way, this is looking great for Ken.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, has the Emrakul. The Erode's not going to be able to do anything. And that's the thing against the Boros Land Destruction deck. When you take their turn, you usually don't have that many great options. Maybe you have 2 paths, and you can do something like buy Kahira, play Kahira, aim a path at it, hold priority, aim another path. Like, that's kind of like the best thing you can do.
2020.
Just waste every resource that the opponent has.
Exactly.
Really is pretty silly. It's kind of the epitome of quit hitting yourself. Quit hitting yourself.
I remember when Emrakul got first, printed. I remember playing in whatever Pro Tour that was, and I was just testing with my brother, and it's like, all right, so now on the Emrakul turn, just try to play as bad as possible the other side. So just play how you normally would play. I'm like, wow, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. Yeah.
That's such a brother.
That's
thing
the
to
classic
say.
brother aspect. Yeah. So that's always been my favorite line. Your cast an Emrakul.
Just play how you normally
Yeah,
play. Love it.
Hi, folks. I just wanted to double check. Has Avengers Disassembled been cast in this game?
Yep.
Or
So that is definitely going back to
the three damage.
game 1.
I
Yep.
think it has been cast, yes.
Okay.
And that was very,
give us
you
one
know,
second.
detrimental to how the game played
I
out.
believe so.
Not
yeah.
this- not this game.
not this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think what we saw, where the counter didn't go on the Trudge and went on the micro spawn instead,
Yeah.
that wouldn't have triggered the fight rigging.
Yep. You never would have been able to play the Emrakul off of it. You just would have had a 6/6. You would have had a 4/4. You know, you got to pick one. You either got to make a 7/7 and have a 3/3 and then put the card up. But yeah, wasn't caught at the time.
Yeah, didn't catch it then. So.
But of course, we don't want to speculate. We'll see
No,
exactly what
yeah.
the judges are going to do.
Let them who enforce the rules give us the ruling.
Yep.
I have a question about the previous game. I believe at some point you cast a Green Sun Zenith.
Green Sun Zenith, yeah.
Yes, for the 6/6.
6/6,
yes. And then you cast a spell off of your fight rigging. You used which requires a power 7 creature.
Yeah.
Did you have a power 7 creature at the time in the previous game?
Sorry, Japanese chat.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Because it was a previous game, we obviously can't go back and fix anything. So we might want to talk to you more about this later, but later. Okay. So you can keep playing for now, and we'll talk more. We'll talk more later, but continue to play.
Continue
okay.
게임을 아토데 하나씩.
Okay, so okay. After Okay.
Okay. Figured it out there.
All right. So play continues, and
nothing, no use.
the judges will check in on that later and chat to Ken about it. But for now, let's get game number 2 resolved here as Ken Yukihira gets to play as badly as possible.
Yep, so the two different lands. They're templated a little different. One forces the opponent to search. That's the Field of Ruin, but I think all of them do say opponent.
Yeah.
So no way that you can, destroy your own Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Yeah, that would be nice, huh?
Yeah. And you can't really erode anything.
No. So really nothing here for Ken Yukihira to have fun with, and I bet Gundavas is very happy about that.
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, you could activate your own Quarry Mountain Monastery. That's not ideal. I think what we'll probably see here is buy Kahira, play a land, and erode it, fail to find.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
That does still give a land drop to Gundavas, so I could see Ken just not caring about that, because Kahira is really not what the games are about. Yeah.
No, it's just there.
Yeah. And one of them was revealed off Quarry Mountain Monastery. I believe it was the demo field.
Maybe.
So the demolition field is in the exile zone, unable to be cast. The Field of Ruin should be in hand.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think they got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it is that one.
There's
I
4 or
thought
5
it was
sets
the
of
other
eyes
way
around
around,
that
but
table.
yeah.
They'll figure it out.
It very much is basically the same card.
Basically,
in this scenario.
It is kind of funny. There's a lot of cards in this format that are basically the same card. You know, Pyretic and Desperate Ritual, barring the whole arcane thing.
Yeah.
And you got your Demolition Field and Fields of Ruin. Like,
I mean, when you have so many sets and
It's
so
the
many
same
cards in
thing.
a format, you get some overlap. That's for sure.
insert the Office meme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's going to be nothing to deal with Emrakul. So Emrakul is going to be able to attack for 17 next turn, but that is not lethal. But one thing Ken can do is trade in this Emrakul for the other Emrakul.
Take another turn.
And control the next turn. That makes it even better because now you can just put the counter on that instead of wasting the counters on Emrakul.
Yeah.
So then you can create 2 lethal threats that Gundavas has to deal with. And believe it or not, Wrath of the Skying an Emrakul away is not the easiest thing to do.
How much mana do you need for that, Corey?
Way too much. Way too much.
Sorry, thinking.
How much energy, I should say. Yeah. Well, there is a 1 Wrath of God in the main deck.
That is true. That is probably the best possible draw. Now, this is post-board. That's a card that doesn't seem amazing in this matchup, but you kind of, there's some cards you just kind of can't touch.
Yeah. Hoo-wee. All right. So Boseiju, who endures? That's a decent answer for a high noon. Yeah, Ken doesn't know about that yet.
Yeah, and High Noon, not that effective at this point.
Not really.
It does shut down the ability to play a Trudge and then, you know, the card off fight rigging, but you can kind of just play them one at a time.
Trudge. Big Trudge. Make sure it's not sleepy.
This will be interesting to see if he does want to Emrakul this time because, well, then, I guess you can just Legend Rule the new one.
Yeah, and still get the same
and
effect.
still get to attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, that seems pretty solid to me.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey. That's so funny. What's down to 3? Oh my goodness, Ken Yukihiro with all the answers here. Nothing to do for Kundavas except extend the hand and shake Ken Yukihiro's. And that's going to be a 2-0 there for our reigning player of the year.
And at the end there was able to play High Noon and deal 5 damage to myself,
Yeah.
unfortunately, to end that off.
Why
so.
not? Like I said, Corey, quit hitting yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, that really cool deck by Ken. That was a
sweet.
really fun match to watch.
Yeah, I hope we get to see more of it later, you know, in the hands of his teammates to, you know, if they're having a good day or not. But just a slumbering Trudge at the Pro Tour. I wouldn't have thought to see it, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. Once again, shout out to Aspiring Spike for creating such an amazing deck that, you know, I didn't expect to be at the Pro Tour. I played against it so many times online, but turns out it's got some legs.
It sure does. Let's see how far it can run indeed, friendos. We're going to run to a quick break. You're going to go and hydrate, do whatever you need to do, come back because we have more Magic coming up. Welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes, coming to you live from Amsterdam. We are in the Netherlands. We are loving all, I don't know how many thousands of people here, like 12, 15? I don't know.
A lot.
There's a lot. I'm sure we'll get attendance figures soon, but this has been such an awesome event so far. Corey and I have just loved seeing everybody and getting to hang out with these players who are sweating buckets in the feature match area.
Yeah, we've we've dipped our toes out there a little bit, but there's rooms we haven't even seen yet.
Oh,
This
no.
place is gigantic, and well, the action is definitely heating up here in the Pro Tour area for sure.
One thing you can always trust is it'll be a good show when you come to a MagicCon, and here to put on even a better show for you, friends, Rui Zhang playing Band Control up against Mateo Ferreira playing Eldrazi Tron. So both these players sitting at 3-2 would love to lock up that 4th win to make day 2 of play. And we are going to jump into this game in action and see who can take it down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see
This list is sweet.
This was a deck that was built the night before deck submission.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Wow.
So just an absolute spicy brew, but I mean, that is something we have seen from Rui Zhang as well as the rest of Team Sanctum. Sanctum of all, I mean, they always come with the spice, and this deck is no exception, that's for sure.
Combo for the sake of combo, baby.
Yes.
Although, you know, it's maybe not so much a combo, just innovation. You know, we always see this from this team. Consigned to Memory here, taking care of the expedition map. So no land being found for Mateo. That kind of sucks for the Tron player who's really looking to find those 3 important Urza's lands.
And it's hard to not call this deck a little bit of a combo deck. Whenever you have Wilderness Reclamation, you're not exactly trying to play fair, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But this is just trying to utilize Wilderness Reclamation. There's some divergent equations in there.
Seeing Wilderness Reclamation took me back to like 2019.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
This was doing things just before the pandemic hit, and it wasn't anything fun for the opponent, I'll tell you that
I
much.
played that card quite a bit, I must say. That's for sure.
You would.
Yeah. Rui Zhang, of course, off a fantastic performance here at Pro Tour Strixhaven.
Yeah.
So they just had to include some Strixhaven cards and, relive them.
What does Divergent Equation do without reading it, Corey?
Of course, you get to return
Hey, you stop reading. I'm just giving you trouble there, buddy. So as things stand now, both players getting their lands down. Mateo not being able to utilize the expedition map like we said, so wonder how many of the big Eldrazi he has in hand itching to get onto the battlefield.
Yeah, and still a deck that any blue deck is going to play 4 consigned. So Rui Zhang, they have access to the greatest card against Eldrazi.
Yeah, this is the most played sideboard card.
Yes.
In the room.
Yep.
Like by a fair mile.
Definitely would have figured that one out. It's just so good against so many different things. You know, Cascade with Violent Outburst being unbanned. It's able to get the Cascade trigger, great against Eldrazi, and it has so many other corner cases.
Yeah. Like you're going to see it used in ways you didn't think possible. Here comes Disruptive Flute. What card name are we choosing?
Yeah, we'll see if we can get confirmation of that, but that looks like Natural Tron there.
Whoa. Okay. Trinisphere's that's a tricky pickle here for Rui Zhang.
Yeah, and I would think, of course, it's impossible to say like how this matchup plays out because, well, Rui Zhang just created this deck. And there's a Sphinx's Revelation. That's a card we haven't seen in a long time.
A throwback.
That brings me back for sure. But I would think this style of control deck is going to really struggle against Eldrazi. They just go over the top. You know, they have different access to, really big cards like Ulamog, Emrakul. Even Karn looks excellent here.
Yeah. They are difficult, colorless things to deal with here. Trinisphere now on the board as well. Making things that would be cheap, not so much anymore.
Yeah, very difficult card to deal with.
Reclamation. Okay, Wilderness
Okay.
Reclamation. Nice.
Yeah, and I was going to say the best way to get out of this is Wilderness Reclamation to kind of gain you that advantage of mana.
Yeah.
And then at least you can kind of cast
Not
2
today.
spells. But when Wilderness Reclamation costs 7, it is going to be a lot tougher to utilize that card.
Yeah. Mateo picked up a win in the first game here. So looking to 2-0 and lock up his day 2 performance, or day 2 appearance, I should say. Where does he go from here?
Looks like we don't have anything else in the tank there, as with Eldrazi, there's only really one spell that you're passing with, and it is the command, so still could see that.
I cast Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah, this is also one of the most played cards in Modern.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the best cards, if not the best card. Card's
Alex Command,
absolutely incredible. The only knock that it really has to it is Consign is the most played sideboard card, and I think they directly correlate. With this being such a good card, you have to have answers for it.
And
Yeah.
you didn't shuffle.
I mean, if you're not playing consign, what are you doing?
Yeah, not playing blue, I guess.
Losing, probably. Or that, yeah, if you're a blue deck, I should say.
Looks like they're just
Good. So what we're going to
maybe
do
one
is
extra
just
card was grabbed,
decide
maybe
the
dexterity
velocity
error off consult.
We're shuffling with a 1 card, right?
Yes.
Only that one.
You get
Yeah,
one
yeah,
card
you
of
just
Plane of
shuffle.
Genesis if you don't put a land on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And now you can shuffle this into the Rumble portion. Okay.
Looks like we're correcting that. Thank you, judges. Shout out to all the judging staff here this weekend. All the operations staff, too, putting this all together. Allowing our players to have the best possible tournament they possibly can.
Yeah,
It's okay,
absolutely.
So there's a warning here. You can get next
And
cards.
a consult on the stack, so able to pick up a couple good cards here, but kind of looking at ways out against Trinisphere. There's a March.
Okay, this is your actual.
Yeah.
That's it?
There's some prismatic endings, and then Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
That you're able to cast if we can have 5 lands. So
I
a
guess you get
decent amount of
Teferi.
answers, but not a ton. There's a lot of 1s and 2s in Ray Zhang's list, so they're definitely going to struggle against Trinisphere.
So Arms Chant in here. No Scepter, though.
Okay, there is a Teferi. So Teferi is pretty excellent
Yeah.
here. At least bounce it, and then if Ray Zhang is able to go Teferi bounce and then Orm's Chant to kind of unlock the mana.
Yeah.
And keep Trinisphere off the battlefield, and then maybe counter it on the crackback. That could be a big deal.
Could be Waterlogged Teachings there, or is that the land?
Just the land.
Okay.
But just said go instead, holding up counterspell, because, I mean, like what I would have expected as well is Mateo just pass. You got to think that there is a command, but there was not.
So just holding on to that. There's the other side of Waterlogged Teachings. So Consign.
Yeah, Consign almost always the card you select when you're playing against Eldrazi.
What's the other option there?
Yeah, looks like we got Spell Snare, March, and a couple of lands. Looks like one Endurance in hand as well. I wonder if Endurance, honestly, I don't even wonder at all. I know Endurance is to target Ray Zhang's deck just so they can get all the cards back.
Yep. Could be relevant elsewhere, you never know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But I think the primary purpose is so I can cast all my spells again.
Yes, please. You know, the amount of digging that the blue decks do through the top of the deck, you might get to a point where you're worried about decking yourself. So
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this deck is very similar in some ways to the Boros Land Destruction deck, where winning is definitely an afterthought.
Yeah, I just want to take many game actions and try and prevent you from doing so.
Exactly.
Well, that Trinisphere is putting a bit of a wrinkle in the plan here for
Yeah.
Ray Zhang.
I was wondering if this was going to be the spot that they would go to Fairy
Teferi,
for
yeah.
3 and then have either Consign or Counterspell to protect it.
Sure.
And then bounce Trinisphere, kind of unlock it. But patience, the name of the game here.
Yeah.
Is that 20, yeah? Yep.
Ray Zhang always pretty decisive about how they play, when they play, what they play.
Yeah.
Here comes the Endurance.
Just one of the best players on the Pro Tour right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're always going deep or making top 8s and stuff, and
Yeah.
always doing it in style
Yeah.
with spice.
Yeah, it's not going to be long, and they're going to be hoisting the trophy.
Oh,
That's my
I would
prediction.
totally agree. Yeah.
Endurance in for 3. All those yummy cards back in Ray Zhang's deck, like you predicted, friend.
Yep. And now we'll see. I mean, the one card that's usually so good against these control decks is Emrakuling. But when
Yeah.
you have Consign and you're able to counter the trigger and the body, it seems a lot better. And Mateo's just got to be flooded out here.
me just say-
Nothing else would make a lot of sense.
Thank goodness they created Consign to Memory along with all the cards that came in that set.
Yeah, yeah. Eldrazi would be quite good, that's for sure.
Yeah. So it's Fairy down on 1. Consign in hand for Ray Zhang. In case of emergency, press button, Arms Chant, first things first. Make sure you're not doing anything this turn, Mateo. And this is where Roy gets to have fun.
Yeah, Teferi with Orm's Chant is a really, really brutal combo. Now, we don't really see any Isochron Scepters.
No.
That's kind of the lock.
Scepter
you have
Chant.
Teferi, Scepter Chant, you get that going. This is just, whenever you find a chant, it's a time walk. A 1 mana Time Walk when you have a Teferi in play.
Pretty icky.
And yeah, that indeed does look like a lot of lands there in Mateo's hand.
Flooding out, man. So if you get Tron twice, do you get 1,000,000 mana?
Absolutely.
Yay!
yes.
Good for him.
I think we might finally see a 7 mana Wilderness Reclamation here.
Yeah. I mean, if not, why not?
And then one of the popular play patterns here for anyone who didn't get to grow up enjoying this card is you get to go trigger on the stack, float whatever mana you have, untap, and then continue to use your mana. This card was absolutely dominant in its time.
It didn't get banned, but it was pretty close. You know, people were calling for it to be.
I think it did get banned.
Did it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it did get banned in Standard. I could be wrong. It has been that long.
Yeah,
But
it was 7 years ago.
I remember playing with it until I was told I no longer can play with it.
Okay, all right. So, Rejang picking up the win there in game number 2. Here we go, game 3. Let's see if Mateo can find something else besides lands.
Mateo had a great start there.
Yeah.
Once that Trinisphere locked down, we of course couldn't see his hand, but it felt like this was going to be a 2-0 Mateo
Nice.
match, but just didn't have the follow-up.
Pre-game action.
Yeah, Devour to do some library manipulating.
Yeah, that's a sweet card. I like it.
Yeah, it is really cool. Looks like Consign there right in the window for Wei Zhang.
Lets you keep some sketchy hands otherwise. The
Oh,
Devour
yeah.
of Destiny.
Yeah, I think a lot of the hands in this band control deck are going to look pretty similar. You know, of course, having Wilderness Reclamation and 4 lands, that's something you want at some point. But for the most part, if you got 3 lands and 4 spells, you're probably keeping.
For sure. Survey land here for Rejang off of the Windswept Heath. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I wish I could shuffle that fast.
And that is the map that was unable to be countered.
Yep.
Consign, of course, not able to counter the activated abilities. So Tron will be online here for the rest of the game. You know, there's not any way to destroy a land, you know, prevent Tron from doing its thing from this bank control deck.
Yeah. Teferi can't hit permanent, right?
Teferi?
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, a land.
can
You can
hit-
do
can hit
artifact,
a land,
creature,
yeah.
or enchantment. Okay.
And there's the Devourer, not able to actually clean up anything, but still just a good 6/6 creature.
Yeah. We've seen quite a few of those in this round, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
This one does slightly more than the Slumbering Trudge we saw previous
Whoa,
match.
I don't know. Those were doing a lot.
Yeah, true.
Let's see. Now it's the question, because just the 6/6 body is not that scary. But if you got no way to deal with it, you might still have to consign the creature there. And Wei Zhang agrees.
Yeah, protecting the life total.
Their hand is not great, though.
It's not. That's a lot of land, right?
Looks like a Spell Snare and a Consult the Star Charts, and then essentially land. You do have
Yeah.
the Waterlog Teaching, but... So starting with the map and sack it, then you can usually just get another tower, just a way to be mana neutral, but you still set yourself up for next turn to have a little bit more mana.
How much do you
Oh,
need?
no.
Oh, golly, another one. Hello.
Yeah, and that card's great if you're able to destroy a Wilderness Reclamation or something, but that's literally the only target
Yep.
for Devourer. But really not a lot of ways to actually deal with it. You can Teferi bounce it, Wrath of the Skies for 7, which is
Ugh.
near impossible.
It is,
and
yeah.
then there's 1 Erode as well and 1 Solitude.
Yeah.
Not a lot of answers to a big body like that. Prismatic Ending, Wrath of the Skies can deal with small stuff.
But yeah. Oh, Cityscape Leveler? Hey, buddy.
There we go.
Cool. This is fine.
It looks like that's the one out
goodness.
of the sideboard. And normally you leave cards like that in because you are a Karn deck, but that's the classic, okay, I have so many dead cards
Yeah, yeah.
against this kind of bank control deck, I just need to bring in anything with a pulse,
Yeah.
essentially.
I'm gonna quote you on that.
There you go, yep. Yeah, anything that does anything will be
Yep.
in, and then you, of course, still want to leave 1 or 2 really good hits
Yeah.
in your sideboard so that Karn still has some good targets, but
I haven't seen Karn once.
Yeah, liquid metal coating is basically the one
Yeah.
Karn target that I would guess is still always going to be in Mateo's sideboard.
Oh, yeah. Make anything an artifact and then make it die.
Yep. And those are some solid cards. A couple chance, consign, and then the Strixhaven bomb of Divergent Equation.
Oh, yes. What does it do?
We know Rui Zhang has cast that card a ton in that limited format.
Yeah. Just more about getting things back from your yard. All those fun things I used to annoy you opponents, I'm going to get them back.
Yep.
Painter Genesis here. Let's dig through the top of the deck, see if there's anything. Ooh, another chant. Okay. What do we take there?
I didn't see exactly. But we'll see if off that first consult, if we did just take double chant, because, I mean, looks really good right now. No matter what, pay 2, it's a time walk. And Mateo, of course, can have a Kozilek's command.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
But Rui
Consign?
Zhang does have the answer. It does have a consign.
Yeah.
And a consult. The hand is a lot better now. I think that is double Orum's chant.
One is a different version.
Yeah,
maybe?
the one in the back maybe is an Orum's chant, but we'll see. Either way, that's exactly what Mateo wants to just keep drawing. Keep drawing instants. That's the only spells that he can play for a while if there is double chance. And wow, is this resolving? That is
moly.
That is really. I mean, that's a big decision.
Yeah.
There's the consign right there. We
What
see
is that?
it.
X is how much?
Well, let's see. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's X is 6. We're presumably making 6 scions, and we're scrying 6 and drawing a card. And presumably that's going to find another command.
8.
Yeah, it looks like 8. What do we have?
Huh.
Yeah, okay, yep, 10 mana, so X equals 8.
Wowza.
And now you just get to fix your draws for the next 5 turns. That's wild to me that that resolved.
What's Ray scared of? If not that. Oh, Emrakul.
Yeah,
okay.
because your chants are not forever.
Yeah,
you know, your Orum's chants are not going to last forever. So you can. That is another, normal chant in the back, and then there's the alt art one. So it's going to be multiple turns. Mateo's not going to be able to do anything during his main phase.
Yeah, just boss turn back.
And if you got multiple chants and then one divergent equation,
yeah, you just keep replaying them.
Yeah, you just keep replaying them.
Let's build your own Septuagint lock.
Yeah, and I mean, if you do have both of your divergent equations, okay, I guess they do exile.
They do exile, yeah. They thought about that.
They did think about that.
Good game designers.
Smart.
Good. Otherwise, things would be a little too busted.
Yeah, you could do a lot of kind of infinite loop type things.
Yeah.
There looks to be kind of the namesake card, Wilderness Reclamation, to the pile. And now Wilderness Reclamation, just you think about it, if you play round 7, you just add 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana to your mana pool.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, pretty good.
And then what are we doing with all that mana? Let's find out.
See. Now, end step, you go trigger on the stack, then you get to float as much mana as you want.
Warlock Teachings, flippity-flop that, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of the shortcut most players
Yeah.
do, but of course on camera, you got to make sure to do it right.
Yep. Are we going to the end step? Let's find out. Yeah, Spell Snare, Consult, another Arms Chant.
Yeah, got the goods for sure.
Yeah.
Float 2 blue at end step, then untap.
Okay, Planar Genesis first. Nice. Oh, gross. And yeah, you
Wow.
get to get the new land if you find one untapped.
Yeah, that might have been a little risky. I guess Rui Zhang just didn't really care if another command resolved.
Okay.
I mean, because the mode of Kozilek's command exiling all the stuff in your graveyard could be relevant.
Yeah, that could be brutal.
Yeah, and you could always wait, float the 2, and then untap, and then cast the Planar Genesis. But
Yeah, I agree with you, friend. Consult the star charts here. Mateo locked out once again.
I gotta say, this deck looks like an absolute blast to play.
Yeah,
I
you-
love me some Wilderness
You wanna go
Reclamation.
fire it up after
Oh
this
yeah,
one?
absolutely.
Oh, let's do it. There have been some really spicy decks.
Yeah.
I believe Frank Carson's put out an article about some of the one of fun ofs.
Yeah.
So if you're
and
interested,
the fun interactions
Yeah.
and stuff, that is a great article to go check out.
Go check out magic.gg for the latest.
And I think I just saw Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, to really get the fun going.
Fun?
Yep. I mean, Wilderness Reclamation and Teferi Hero of Dominario. We saw that in Standard. It was a nice little Turbo Fog deck. It had Uro. Oh, yeah.
No, no.
Everyone.
I tried to repress that. Oy, oy, okay. I mean, yeah, it's doing what it wants to do, this deck.
It definitely is. I want to say that was the last chant, though. So I would think if we want to do another... Nope, I think there was another one in the back. And now second Wilderness No, that might be a Solitude, so... Now the way that these works, for anyone not familiar, end step, you get 2 triggers on the stack. You can float 3.
Doubles? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Untap, float 7, untap.
I guess that's what the X spell is for then, huh?
Oh, definitely.
X can just be a billion at this point. It's like, oh, I built my own Tron. Look at it.
Yeah, so 17 mana available right now for Rejang.
Oh, that's so funny.
And the one Waterlog Teaching, I can put you down to 13 mana. You can get Divergent Equation, pick up the 3 chants.
Oh, gross. But then how do you win, Corey?
There's one Kahira in the Companion Zone.
No, man. Kahira needs a break, okay? Everyone is relying way too much.
I mean, realistically, the way you win is you deck your opponent.
Okay. Is there a way to do that, though?
You're just naturally drawing.
No. Like a target opponent or player draws X cards, whatever.
No. They just draw their cards, and Rejang is always going to Endurance all of their cards back to the bottom. So, yeah. I think this is just the classic natural decking style of WinCon here.
Oh, my goodness. We're going back to Esper Hero. Remember that deck?
Yeah, with Teferi as the only WinCon.
That was not fun. Anyway.
So big Sphinx's Revelation here.
Jeez. Draw the cards. There's another Endurance. And what, there's 2 Endurances? Is this the loop? No, there's only one Endurance.
There's just one, yep.
Okay.
But you can stack it in such a way that your Evoke sacrifices it first.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then you put itself on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be seeing a Sphinx's Revelation for 8. I'll tell you that.
Me neither. That's another one for the bingo card, huh?
Absolutely.
Oh, alrighty. So there goes Cityscape Leveler. Dealt with.
Yeah, and now we'll just see if there is a chant or something. This might be... I didn't see one, so this could be Mateo actually getting a turn. Actually getting to play.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Not yet. I'm still playing.
I think that is still the Waterlog Teaching, so they have 6 mana available, could search up another chant if there's a 4th one in the deck. Okay, there's a command.
All right.
And we'll see if this one resolves as well. There's got to be multiple consigns in play at this point, but...
One would hope so for Rejang's.
I wonder if they even care. They didn't care about the other one.
Yeah.
Where that one felt like it was like a must counter to me.
Yeah, it did.
And they definitely thought about it.
Yeah. I mean, they got other plans here.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That one is not allowed. No fun for you, Mateo.
And that's the thing is, even if Mateo is allowed to have a turn here, you know, just attacking for 6, not that great, but it could be, you know, Emrakul, could be Ulamog. There's a Disrupting Flute. So it looks like this is Mateo kind of waiting multiple turns to now deploy a bunch of things. So we'll see exactly what was named with the flute.
Yeah, Flute has the Flash. Waterlog Teachings now. I'm going to go and find an Arms Chant, no doubt.
I would assume. And this is only 1 mana left, so this is just chant you can attack, but being at 12 or 18 here kind of doesn't matter that much. And another command, okay.
Right. Now before Ray has a chance to go and... This is on the stack, right? Waterlog Teachings?
Yeah. Teachings
so
on the stack.
They haven't found what they're looking for yet. Look at all these little spawn.
And that's the thing is just, you know, if Mateo's just able to just pick up his whole deck and pick cards to cast at instant speed, there's not a lot of options.
No.
There's another Disrupting Flute that you could find. You could Disrupting Flute on Orm's Chant. That would be great.
Yeah, make that cost a lot.
Yeah. I mean, making it cost 4 would really change the game.
At this point, like, does it really matter with all
It matters for this specific turn.
The specific turn.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, it was
consigned,
consigned.
Okay.
But if you're able to find another flute and you
Mhm.
flash in with the teachings on the stack and then name Orum's Chant, then Ray Zhang's not able to
Oh
Orum's
yeah,
Chant
this
now.
turn. Yeah, yeah, I get you, I get you.
And then maybe Mateo could Emrakul, and I would love to see what Mateo would do with an Emrakul turn from this Bant control deck, where you have 18 mana at your disposal.
Oh my word, that would be a ridiculous turn.
Yeah, but looks like Silence
Oh yeah, yeah.
is chosen.
Okay.
That's really smart too. If you're gonna flute on Orum's Chant, be like, well, I have one Silence in the deck, so take that.
And he does have access to the 4 flute, 2 in the main deck, 2 in the sideboard.
Does look like it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the type of card that actually gets sided in.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of the time when you're a Karn the Great Creator deck, you leave pretty much everything in the board, but Disruptor Flute is one card that is brought in.
Yeah, Karn's brought some of his toolbox into the game here.
And now this game gets a lot easier when you have Teferi on the battlefield. Rue's just able to just kind of not think about things. Be like, you can't interact. All I need to do is assemble my combo, which once again, it is hilarious that we're saying Divergent Equation with 4 Orum's Chants as the combo.
Gosh. Hey, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, I saw in hand there. So, Teferi.
Yep. And here is the floating of the mana. Didn't even play Teferi, didn't need it.
They thought about it, but
Yeah.
going to be consult the star charts first. You're loving this, huh?
I am loving this. And you know Rui Zhang is loving this
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, too.
Look at all these game actions.
Yeah, they're probably having an absolute blast. So there's the teachings.
Yeah, yeah.
Which there's 4 teachings in the deck. So presumably, I mean, every time I've thought a play that Rui Zhang would have done, they've done something else. But you would think teachings 4 Divergent Equation here kind of locks it up.
Yeah. Yeah, if Rui Zhang can, demonstrate the loop, if there is one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's most of the decks that you kind of explain to your opponent how
Yeah.
you're dead. I would assume Amulet would be doing this.
Yeah.
Not Wilderness Reclamation Control.
Here comes Endurance.
Yeah, and one thing you don't always have to evoke, you can just play it, put all the cards at the bottom, and then just at some point to Fairy Bounce your Endurance.
Yeah, yeah. That works too.
This deck's a work of art. And the fact that this was like a final hour deck build.
Submission, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, what cards do I have with me? I like these ones.
Yeah, yeah.
I bet there was more to it than that, but, that's crazy.
Yeah, we really don't see Rui Zhang too often playing, Boros Energy.
Oh, no.
Or, Is It Prowess? Kind of the go-to
too
deck of
boring
a
for
foreign.
them.
Exactly. And you gain so much equity playing something that's so off the walls.
Yeah. You can have the answers for the format, and they don't know how to do anything against
Yeah.
you. This is the only banned deck at this tournament.
Yeah, you can safely assume nobody has prepared against Wilderness Reclamation Bant control.
Waterlogged Teachings once again. My concern here, though, is time. I don't know what the time is in this match.
That would be my concern for just playing this deck in general.
In general,
You
yeah.
know,
Look at all the shuffling that's having to be done here.
I would be far too terrified to play a deck like this
Yeah.
at a Pro Tour. I just would picture that I would think too much and I would end my Pro Tour
Yeah.
at, 3, 2, and 3 or something.
I mean, yeah, we did go back to Ravnica for this Wilderness Reclamation. Just whip out a Hydrate Crisis. Why not?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a flashback.
Just a big tramply idiot that draws you cards.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Alrighty, where are we going now?
And you would think the way that this game just actually ends, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, ultimating, exiling all the things, but at the end of the day, it really does seem like it is just a natural decking deck.
Yeah? Okay, the turn
And there's
bounces
turn
back.
1, though.
Oh, okay. Hello, time. No, wait. Was that turn 0?
I don't know. Ray Zhang's taking all the turns, so I'm confused. Yeah, I think it was Orum's chance for Mateo,
Okay,
so Mateo's turn was extremely fast, or I guess now
So-
it's back to turn 1.
Okay. So now it's turn 2, yeah. Because Ray had 0, 2, then 4. We might have a draw here, friend.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. And you got to assume, if there was enough time, Ray Zhang would win this. you know, Ray Zhang has this locked up. But the thing is, it's a Pro Tour. Things happen. You go to
Yeah.
time.
This little army, they're just like, we'll get in the way here.
Yeah.
Don't worry, bosses, we got this. To Emrakul and Ulamog sitting in the wings.
Yeah, I just don't think it's possible for Ray Zhang to win within the
Win
turn.
game with one extra turn.
No.
Cannot, but
I think I can't either. Yeah. So I do.
All right. All righty. Looks like the players have decided
That's okay.
it's going to end in a draw. So
Yeah.
handshake extended.
I think that was the classic. Can you win within 2 turns? No, well, I can't either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. So lots of game actions being taken with that deck.
Yeah.
Oh, that it concerns me. I'm a little worried about the next few rounds
Yeah.
for Ray Zhang because I love watching them
They
play.
haven't drawn up until this point.
No, they haven't. So yeah, let's hope that the deck can get the win quicker in the next couple of rounds because draws are fine. They're not losses, but you definitely don't want too many of them.
They are losses in day one, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
You
are
need
pretty
4.
tough, that's for sure. But yeah, that was still a very cool deck.
Sweet deck,
and,
yeah, as always.
I want to play it, that's for sure.
You want to go now?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go battle.
Okay. Bye, everyone. We'll see you after this break. Hey friends, see you at MagicCon Atlanta, November 13th through the 15th for the final MagicCon of 2026. Badges are on sale right now and you can get yours today at mcatlanta.mtgfestivals.com. We'd love to see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the beautiful Netherlands. We had a fantastic day one of the tournament so far. There's a look at the entire tournament hall. More than 17,000 people here this weekend, all to celebrate Magic the Gathering. Welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight hanging out with you here on day one of competition. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 6 rounds of competition here on day number 1. Things already starting to heat up in here. Take a look at our players with the undefeated records. Technically 6 here in the room, as our 6th place player is 5-0 and 1 with a draw. But we have 3 Hall of Famers there sitting at 6-0. That is incredible stuff this early on in the tournament. And then plenty of big names currently sitting at 5-1 as well, in really good position here in this tournament. But how are our teams doing? We've been checking in with them all weekend long. Let's do some more of that right now and find out how our biggest testing teams in the room are doing so far. Riley.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of the biggest testing teams in the room, Cosmos Heavy Play have split up for this event. They've taken 2 different teams with 2 different approaches. Kicking things off here with Heavy Play Espanyol. This is the Madrid-based team under the leadership of Javier Dominguez, who unfortunately at 2-4 has not had the start that he would wanted. However, Tony Ramirez Pascual, Nathan Stoyer, Victor Hawkins, Christopher Larson looking much better. 5-1-1, 4-1-1. Sorry, 5-1, 4-1-1, 4-2, 4-2. Pretty good from those fellas there. We move on now to look at Cosmos Heavy Play English. This is the team led by Anthony Lee. Of course, these teams will be coming back together for Worlds, but for now, working separately with Sam Bogue at the top of the table here at 5-1. Look to be doing reasonably well, the Heavy Play English contingent. Lots of 4 and 2s. Michael Plummer at 3-2-1. So well in the conversation here.
Meanwhile, Team TCG player is also off to an excellent start. Hall of Famer Martin Juza 6-0 with Boros Energy. Hall of Famer Seth Manfield and the reigning world champion 6-0 with Ruby Storm. Pro Tour champion Alan Wu 5-1 with Brute Combo. So everyone on the team picked a different modern deck to play to their own strengths and playstyles, but they have multiple players in contention to finish the day potentially undefeated.
There's a look at TCG player. What about Team Handshake Moxfield? Now, they destroyed the last tournament we played, putting 3 people into the top 8 from their team. Let's check out how they're doing on day 1 of competition. Not too shabby. 3 players currently sitting at 5-1, a couple of 4 and 2s following them up. So doing all right, Handshake Moxfield here on day number 1.
Team Moriyama Japan also has several players in 5-1. We've already seen Ken Yukihiro and that spicy Eldrazi ramp deck with Slumbering Trudge. Toshihiko Okai is playing the same deck as well, 5-1. Also, Rei Hirayama and Takumi Utsunomiya are 5-1, but they are playing Simic Neoform. So a variety of decks, but an excellent start for some of these players on the team as well.
And finally, I want to tell you about this team, Novo TCG eBay, who are doing exceptionally well, and we want to draw your attention to just how positive their results have been. This is a very strong team here. It's a group of 11 Italians, as you can see on the screen here. And not only do they have an undefeated player in Lorenzo Gruppi at 6-0, look at that, 3 5-1s, a couple of 4 and 2s as well. Really, really powerful stuff from this team, who are one of the best performing, if not the best performing team in the room, as we're going to come to.
Let's check out our Player of the Year race. When we came into the weekend, Christopher Larson leading the pack by an incredible margin here, 50 points, just truly pacing the field. Let's find out what things look like now after 6 rounds of play here in Player of the Year. How are our players doing? Well, Tony Portalon, I mean, just incredible. Currently sitting at 5-1. He was 3rd in last year's Player of the Year race, so making a name for himself here this weekend for sure. I mean, he already had one, but you know, continuing to do so. Arna Hushenbet, Ollie Curley sitting at 5-1. Now, talking about those teams, how about these rankings here, Frank?
Yeah, out of all teams with at least 4 players, adding up their wins and losses shows that Riley was right. Team Novo TCG eBay, that Italian group, is leading the pack by an incredible margin. They've won 2/3 of their matches so far. TCG player, second best, far behind, like a 58% win rate, followed by a whole bunch of other teams with similar numbers. But yeah, Novo TCG eBay, many of their members are playing Brute Skill Combo, is really crushing it so far.
That's what
incredible.
I was gonna ask. It's like, well, they're obviously doing something right at this tournament to have such an incredible consistency across their results. Brute Scale Combo, definitely a deck for us to keep an eye on now.
Yeah, and it's also helpful when you're testing in a team where everyone speaks the same language, from the same region, get all those Italians together. Just makes it more convenient.
Yeah.
Probably some good pizza too. Hey, let's check out some more modern decks. We've got you here covered with some deck bites.
I'm here with world champion Seth Manfield. Seth, what deck are you playing this weekend, and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Ruby Storm, so I'm trying to just cast a ton of spells in the same turn and grape shot my opponent and win in the single turn with that.
What's a good matchup for your deck, and why?
A good matchup is a deck without a lot of graveyard hate, no Damping Sphere, no High Noon, no Jailer, no Orm's Chant.
And what's a bad matchup, and why?
A deck with lots of those cards in the sideboard.
Seth, best of luck. Thanks, mate.
All right, thank you.
I'm here with Andrew Ellenberg. And Andrew, what are you playing at the Pro Tour this weekend, and what does your deck do?
I am playing Amulet Titan, it seeks to take a very convoluted series of game actions that ultimately results in winning the game. I won't get too much into the weeds.
Well, this is supposed to be a brief interview after all. What's a good matchup for Amulet Titan and why?
Our best matchup is probably Eldrazi Tron because you're simply faster than them and your deck naturally disrupts them through Boseiju. So kind of as you execute your plan, you also stop them from executing their plan.
And what's a bad matchup and why?
The worst matchup in the format, I think, among the popular decks is probably it's probably Neoform, because simply put, you cannot stop them and they are faster than you. So it's kind of the exact reverse of the dynamic in the Tron matchup.
Well, best of luck this weekend, Andrew. We'll see how it goes.
Thanks.
I'm with Alex Friedrichsen. Alex, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Izzet Affinity, and I try to cast Kappa Cannoneer on turn 1 or 2.
And what's a good matchup for this deck and why?
I'd say I'd like to play against Gorios. You can kind of pick it apart. They try to hate you out, but in my experience, it doesn't get through.
And what's a bad matchup and why?
I'm a little scared of Amulet Titan. Their combo is pretty fast and resilient to the hate that you bring, and they enforce the vigor usually. So,
well, Alex, best of luck this weekend.
Thanks, Riley.
I love Andrew Ellenbogen there. What is your deck, and what are you playing? What does it do? I don't know. Nobody knows.
Bunch of game actions.
No one ever knows. Sometimes it wins. Hey, let's check out our next feature match, everyone, here as we get ready for round number 7. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat up against Jake Bailey, both players currently sitting on 4 and 2. Esper Gorios versus Samwise Gamgee combo. Let's get to meet our players. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, 8 top finishes to his name as your world champion in 2023, became our formidable speaker when he got his face on a card, has top 8s across basically every tournament you could ever ask for.
And a very modest tournament goal there, making day 2 for someone who has won a world champion. He's playing on easy mode.
I
this
love
week.
him.
But no, look, his opponents certainly don't play on easy mode when it comes to win rates. Look at this, a 67% win rate in Constructed, which just so happens to be the format that we are playing here. JED is all smiles. He's a lovely bloke, but I tell you what, he will put you in the ground when you're playing a game of Magic the Gathering against this fella. His Constructed win rate really top of the, it's incredible.
Yeah, Jake Bailey here, the opponent coming up in round number 7, started playing Magic in 2001. Goal, win the Pro Tour.
That's better. That's better.
Come on, JED, take some notes.
There we go.
That's how you say it. His first Pro Tour this weekend.
And you can see here a bit of a checkered beginning, win and a loss, but seems to have evened out. Put a couple of wins together on the trot here. So Jake Bailey maybe steadying the ship a little bit. 4 and 2, still a fine way to start the Pro Tour. Has a mountain to climb. We're in facing off against a player of JED's caliber, but I'm excited to see what Jake brings to the table, especially with this deck.
Oh yeah, it's a spicy one. I can't wait to see this in action for sure.
All right, Frank, talk us through these decks.
Well, we're going to start with the decklist of Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. He's playing Esper Gorios, which has been a popular choice in this field, around 9% of the metagame. Now, what does it do? It just aims to discard a Traxa Grand Unifier to Psychic Frog or Fateful Mending, and then return it to the battlefield with Gorios Vengeance, perhaps blink it with Ephemerate afterwards. But it's not just a graveyard combo deck. Ephemerate can also blink your Quantum Riddler, and the deck has a lot of efficient interaction, allowing it to take a controlling stance if need be. But on the other side of the table, now Jake Bailey was the only player in the field to register Samwise Gamgee combo, so there is some spice here. Now the deck's main game plan is to combine Samwise Gamgee, Golden Familiar, and a Sacrifice Outlet to form an infinite drain loop. You sacrifice a food token to return Golden Familiar, then drain your opponent, create a food with Samwise Gamgee, sacrifice the Familiar, and repeat. Now, besides traditional sacrifice outlets like Viscera Seer and Carrion Feeder to set up this loop, Bailey's innovation is the addition of Goblin Bombardment, especially alongside Ajani Nakatl Pariah. This is a combination we've seen in Boros Energy, but it also features in this list. And with an abundance of sacrifice outlets in the deck, transforming Ajani into a Planeswalker is rarely going to be a problem. So this brew really pushes those synergies to their maximum potential. In the matchup we're about to see though, I think the Evoke Elementals may play a big role, with Solitude being featured in Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's deck. And there's a singleton Endurance, a Court of Calling target, in Bailey's list that can actually stop the Gorios Vengeance. So both players are playing some sort of combo, but they have free interaction that can make this game a treat to watch.
All right, there is a look at the players and the decks. Now, we've been getting some good advice from Javier Dominguez here this weekend. Sleep 12 hours before your day of Magic. Keep loose if you've gone down to 6. And the third piece of advice was just like, what was the third piece of advice?
When you finished your
Oh yeah,
Tour
play
match,
arena.
go and play arena,
Play arena
to
in
wait
between
till
your
next-
matches.
Yeah.
Let's hear from him. We got one final piece of advice for you here.
What would Javier Mingus do in the future?
Keep making the tour at the PT until Cassis doesn't.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay,
dear.
so we've got the survivors. Ely Cassis and Javier Dominguez have made every single day 2 of the Pro Tour, the past 14 Pro Tours. Guess what? Javier Dominguez, he was on the cusp of maybe not making it. He's still alive at 2 and 4. So the dream
He's got some work to do.
is alive, but
Because imagine the rub-ins, man. Like
Oh,
that's
yeah.
gonna motivate Javi more than anything. Forget the tens of thousands of dollars. Forget the trophy. The rub-ins from Ely. If he doesn't make day
gonna be
2, man,
rough.
it's gonna be real rough
He-
for Javier Dominguez.
He has done it 14 times in a row. He can do it another time, I'm
let's
sure.
go. Come on, man.
All right, it's time for round number 7. We're going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Selecta. Thanks so much for joining us. This is an interesting one, Paul. We have Esper Gores in the hands of Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, a deck that we're familiar with and that makes up a pretty sizable chunk of the metagame. But then this is one of the features of Modern is that there's little pockets of combo decks and decks that people specialize in. Jake Bailey has Samwise Gamgee Combo in his hands, a deck you don't see very often. He's the only one playing it here.
Yeah, the only player in the entire field to rock the Samwise Gamgee combo. Now, we've seen iterations of this before, and then we've also seen other creature-based combo decks that utilizes Yawgmoth, for example, as a value engine. And this tries to kind of mash all of them together. The innovation of, hey, a Johnny plus Goblin Bombardment's an awesome combo. Why don't I put it into my deck already? Just because, I already need kind of that ungated sacrifice outlet for my combo anyways. It stretches your mana base a little bit thin, but it is a very, very powerful combination.
Speaking of sacrifice outlets, we've got a Sylvan Safekeeper here from Bailey.
And I wonder, did Jake mulligan down to 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah,
Right.
you got it.
And he got the Yawgmoth Thoughtseize, so all he has is a Sylvan Safekeeper
And-
with 2 lands in hand. One of
Well-
those lands can get maybe a Dryad Arbor, but that's it.
It's not going anywhere.
Oh. Yeah, Jake would love to find something like a birthing ritual here just to kind of get the ball rolling. Gilded Goose, certainly a fine card here, but not really putting a ton of pressure here. And, JED's deck has access to a ton of interaction, right? You have Hand Disruption and Thoughtseize, you have Solitude, and, once we get into the sideboard, he has 3 copies of Wrath of the Skies, which seems like an amazing card in this matchup.
Yeah, all interaction so far for Jean-Emmanuel. He had the Thoughtseize, and he also has Solitude, March of Otherworldly Light, and Force of Negation. The only thing now, which he just drew, is Goryo's Vengeance as something that doesn't actually interact.
Yeah, so has the Goryo's Vengeance, though, but missing a few pieces, right? You don't have the legendary creature in the graveyard or a way to put it into the graveyard, so going to be really leaning on some of those interactive spells here. So, Jake might have a little bit of time here just to try to find some threats, but right now it's only 1 damage coming in.
5 cards in hand? 5.
Yeah, he cannot be feeling good about the way that this has gone.
Yeah, it's like
5 cards in hand. He looks down at Windswept Heath and goes, must be nice.
That's a lot of cards. Surveil does not need the Cauldron Familiar. In fact, you want it in the graveyard. Chose not to return it to the battlefield here. That is a food in play. And, finds a Birthing Ritual, so that's really big. That allows you to kind of turn these 1-mana creatures and helps you dig for perhaps Samwise Gamgee. Now, JE does have Force of Negation, doesn't have the blue card, but does have a Solitude here. But yeah, huge, huge find here. JED does have a March of Otherworldly Light and that Solitude, but would have to exile it. So actually, JED's hand is just not that strong either here.
No, it's all interaction, but kind of not really what you want at this point.
Now, he can fetch for a Surveil land, and if he gets very lucky, can certainly hit a legend
Oh.
and surveil that into the graveyard. So if you hit an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand or something along those lines, no Gristlebrand here, just an Atraxa, that would be incredibly powerful.
Sure.
All right, now we return to Familiar and use that as the card that you sacrifice here to the Birthing Ritual, perhaps.
16. Maybe I have. Did you get the last City of Brass ping? It's possible I missed it. It's possible I have the wrong life total.
That is City of Brass there that Jake has as that opening land.
Yeah, not a
Whenever
common.
it becomes tapped, you take a damage.
Right. And not a commonly
okay.
played
Yeah,
land.
you're right.
Mana
I'm at
fixing
16.
in Modern is so
You're
strong with the
Sorry,
combination
I'm at
of the
17
fetches
now,
and
you
duels.
are
But
at
when you add that fourth color for Goblin Bombardment, it is nice to have one or two copies of a land that just gives you all the colors.
Move to end step.
It's going to go to end step here and trigger the Birthing Ritual, or at least try to.
Yeah, you're at 12.
All right, shocking here.
I mean,
Probably
John
getting a-
Manuels is down to 12 somehow.
Right. Yeah, getting the Birthing Ritual here, exiling the Solitude here.
Yeah, that's going to make the march a little bit cheaper.
JED does go down to 12, and his hand basically is nothing here. So, I mean, there is some damage that can come in here. Did Jake not attack with the Sylvan Safekeeper?
It looks like no.
Okay, was afraid of. What was he afraid
What is
of?
it?
I don't see a flash creature. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Yeah, but he did say go to end step, right?
Right?
He wanted,
he wanted to
trigger
go
the
to end
Birthing
step.
Ritual.
So the Sylvan Safekeeper certainly. I mean, that's a point. I guess maybe you're trying to represent a Court of Calling, but he doesn't have one. Doesn't fetch for a Dryad Arbor either. I feel like you want to just start putting some pressure here, getting some damage through.
Come back.
Looks like Jake is very concerned about some kind of creature coming in here. But, I mean, you mulligan the 5, and your opponent has a bunch of cards. You kind of need to attack.
Right, you don't really have a choice.
Okay,
Just a
keeping that
Familiar
back.
down to 11. And it's just
Yeah.
Temple Garden go. Oh, Jean Emmanuel certainly has been given a fair bit of time to get something
Right.
rolling.
Just a little extra damage here.
Now he wants what, a discard spell?
Yeah, Faithful Mending. Get that into the graveyard would be nice. Or, of course, just blind flipping an Atraxa here. Or just even a Psychic Frog, right? Just anything to get this going. That is a land?
That's a land.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, Psychic Frog or Faithful Mending would be fantastic here. There's a Psychic Frog.
There it
All
is.
right, and now Jake doesn't really have any way to kind of push damage through here. But if he does top, can he? I guess if you top deck Samwise, you do have, Force of Negation doesn't work there, right?
No.
So if you top deck Samwise Gamgee, but you don't have the ungated sacrifice effect to actually just kill JED, you would need the Bombardment or a Viscera Seer or something along those lines.
JD sits and awaits his fate.
Yeah, this is a big turn here for Jake Bailey. Can he find something to run out here? You know, even an Endurance off the top would be nice, right? And oh, that is a Goblin Bombardment. JD's at 10.
Wait, there's your sacrifice outlet.
There is the sacrifice outlet.
Still
so
need Samwise.
You
but-
still need the Samwise.
15.
But now, I mean, you could even potentially get a Dryad Arbor. That's another thing you can sacrifice if you like. You do have the City of Brass that you can utilize to tap for red mana here. So just having any number of creatures in play certainly helps you just whittle JED's life total down. But of course, we know that JED has the ability to gain a bunch of life back next turn with the Atraxa and the Goryo's Vengeance. If he can find an Ephemerate, I mean, he's just going to have a completely full grip.
JD looks ready to pounce here.
Combat.
Okay. I'm assuming JD is just going to block here. You got 10 life.
Yeah.
JD thinking, can I afford to just take the 1 here?
I mean, I guess it's the same amount of damage either way.
Right, because there's the food token in play, you can get the Cauldron Familiar back onto the battlefield. So it takes the 1 here. Jake deciding whether or not he wants to run out this bombardment.
2 cards in hand, 3. 3.
I mean, the nice thing is if you get your opponent to Force of Negation this Goblin Bombardment, then they're not going to have the ability to,
14 to 9.
Goryo's Vengeance, right? So running it out here, this represents at least 3 damage in play, plus the Cauldron Familiar, drain 1, and you sack that as well. So that's 5 damage.
With John Emanuel at 9.
Right. And if this resolves, if you keep the Gilded Goose back, if you Goryo's Vengeance the Atraxa, you can block with the Gilded Goose and sack it to the Goblin Bombardment so that the lifelink doesn't happen. But it looks like we are just trying to main phase make a food.
We should speed up a little.
Go ahead.
No, he's just going to pass turn back over.
Right.
Big turn here for John Emanuel, though.
Yeah, the bombardment was a very, very annoying card for JED because he was kind of anticipating gaining the 7 life here from the Atraxa. Still going to go for it here because, of course, you do get to draw a ton of cards. And you could just find a removal spell for the Gilded Goose somehow. Of course, there is a Sylvan Safekeeper in play.
And there it is. He puts Goryo's Vengeance on the stack. It's going to be targeting Atraxa Grand Unifier, and boom, it is now on the battlefield.
That's half of it. That's a kind of a miss. But there is a Solitude and a Faithful Mending here. But remember, the Sylvan Safekeeper will be able to protect any of Jake's creatures. So just choosing the best options here. So
It's 4 this
hits.
time.
Okay.
That's probably about average.
Yeah. We're kind of getting to that point where JD might just be interested in just getting to 5 lands and just casting Solitude to just have a life-linking creature to kind of buffer his life total. Really wanted to find an Ephemerate there just to be able to flicker that Atraxa.
Didn't hit it, though.
Yeah, and certainly Atraxa going to be attacking here as it will die at the end of turn. And anytime you're facing against Goblin Bombardment, even the 2 life from the Faithful Mending will be relevant here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Especially at 9 life, Jake is very much doing math about, how can I whittle that down so that I can just sacrifice my whole board and have you dead.
Right.
But there does not seem to be a great way through at the moment.
Yeah, so what we're going to see here is JED attacking with the Atraxa here. Jake likely going to be blocking with the Goose, tapping, making a food, then sacrificing the Gilded Goose from the Goblin Bombardment to get that 1 point of damage in. The question is there a such scenario here where Jake has enough to just finish off JED here? Because remember, you can make a food, so that's 2 Cauldron Familiar triggers, right? So that's 2 extra points of damage. And then you sack the Familiar, so every cycle, that's 4 damage, and we already have a food in play.
Right.
Flying Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink.
No train. Okay.
I'd attack with both.
Looks like Jake's just going to take it?
No way.
What did he say?
No, I think before blocks, JED is just making Psychic Frog go to the skies to draw the card.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so you make a food, then you sacrifice the Goose to the Bombardment.
Sorry, I already used it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm tapping
So
these
you're at 13 already, or?
I was at 15 to 14.
Okay.
Yep.
Make a food. I will shoot you for 1 before.
Shoot you for 1.
JED down to 8 life here.
Yes.
This is going to be a close one.
So this is right now, so this is at 8. You sack the 2 creatures, that's 6.
Okay.
And every Cauldron Familiar
Yeah, of course.
cycle is 2 points of damage. So that puts JED effectively down to 2 life here. But we know that JED also has Island Faithful Mending to gain 2 life.
Damage?
Sure.
3, I get.
He actually is going to get 1 more counter thanks to a Thoughtseize being.
You could also Solitude your own Atraxa and just gain 7 life.
It's a lot of life.
If you feel like you're just going to die to the Bombardment. Certainly an option here for JED too. Because the Solitude, it's not like it does anything against a person who has a Sylvan Safekeeper in play anyways.
Right.
So why not just pad your life total so you can't get bombarded out?
Landing.
Okay.
Gain 7.
No,
Yeah.
that's
So
not-
so
Oh,
now this
sorry,
bombardment
retract.
plan is just not going to work.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, this is going to completely derail that cutting it close plan that Jake Bailey was going for.
However, I mean, now we're in a spot here where if Jake can find Samwise Gamgee off the
Oh.
top, he's just going to win the game.
Oh, boy. That is a hold your breath moment for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. He
Yeah.
plays his land and passes the turn.
Wow,
Can
okay.
Jake find it?
Yeah, Chord of Calling won't work. Birthing Ritual won't work because there's Psychic Frog plus Force of Negation here. But if you just naturally top deck Samwise Gamgee, that would get it done.
What did he draw?
Combat.
Start things off by attacking for 2.
Okay, okay.
Okay, that's the easy part. Oh, just the Haywire Might.
Go ahead.
Nothing to do
No,
with it.
yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, he wanted to try to rip the namesake card for his deck. Wasn't able to do so.
Right, and now JED gets to...
Does he get to hit with this frog again?
I imagine we're going to be exiling cards again. You don't want to just have the Haywire Might chump block and fling with the Goblin Bombardment.
no
3 damage coming in.
I'm at 8. Yeah.
And JED has the mana to actually play Psychic Frog and hard cast Force of Negation here.
Oh, very nice.
So I imagine if he had, yeah, he's got the blue source, so yeah.
Yeah.
So now double Frog, hard cast Force of Negation. So still looking pretty good here, but again, Samwise Gamgee off the top.
Yeah, he has
There's 4
another-
copies of that card in the deck.
Another top deck at it. Can he find it?
Just a Misty Rainforest.
Wow.
All right.
So Haywire Might into Misty.
So
not what he
JED's
wanted.
currently at 4 damage. He drew. So he does technically have lethal here, right? Oh, no,
Does
you
he?
don't because you have the food.
Yeah, the
that
food
you have to
can
fight
just
through the food
change it.
tokens
Yeah.
and the College of Familiars. So.
Still a rough
Yeah,
spot.
but drew a pending off the top here, so that gets the Goblin Bombardment. So now Samwise Gamgee is no longer an out.
Wow, Door really seems to be closing on Jake Bailey
Jake
here. as
had
we-
3-ish turns there
Seriously.
to just find that Gamgee.
Yeah, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has kind of methodically worked his way through this board.
Right.
A little bit of extra help
right
from these frogs, too.
Yeah, might give the 1-2. Oh, no, actually giving just that one. Right.
No blocks.
Attacking with the 3-4 here, so Jake down to 5. So JED does getting closer to lethal here, but of course have to grind through the food tokens as well. And has double Force of Negation up now. Not a lot of great draws left here for Jake now that the Goblin Bombardment's out of play.
This is right when Samwise will show up, right? No, it's actually just another land.
Yeah.
Yikes. This game's really kind of fallen off a cliff here under Jake Bailey as Jean-Emmanuel Duprat continue to push his advantage.
Yeah, this was the game I feel like Jake really needs to win
Mhm.
because I feel like it just gets worse.
Oh,
JD is
really?
effectively playing an Esper combo-y control deck, and then he can just turn it to a full control deck after sideboard.
He can just gear it up for all the great
Yep.
sideboard cards that he wants. Here comes
the classic
Yeah.
Riddler Frog combination.
Friends forever.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh my
An
goodness.
Ephemerate, too.
And
Holy
the Ephemerate,
smoke.
and has the Force of Negation to cast here as well. Now Jake can potentially go up to 11 life here, off the food tokens. So JD doesn't quite have a lethal attack here.
But he can set up a 2-turn
Right.
clock
But
and leave up Force of Negation as a backup plan.
yeah, but JD in a commanding position here.
He's going to discard the Faithful
Yeah.
Amenity once again, go back down to 1 card, and that's going to allow him to get 2 cards
Right.
thanks to the QR code there.
Another Riddler.
Jeez. I mean,
and a consign to memory here.
how much can he get through for us?
Yeah,
Like,
it is a lot. I feel like it's going to be tough to get to 11, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is 7 damage from both the frogs, 3 cards in hand. That would be 10 damage. You can also sack the Haywire Might to target your own food and then sack the food, and you would gain 2 extra life from the Haywire Might.
and Jake's effectively
Yeah.
at 11.
Yeah. Okay.
And it looks like that's going to do it. So
Right.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is going to pick up game number 1. Again, kind of methodically moved his way through that
Yeah.
game. And then once it hit the tipping point, it looked like he was in full control.
Did JD keep a one-lander here?
17.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, down to 5 cards maybe?
5-card one-lander.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
And Vexing Bubble card out of the sideboard here from Jake Bailey. Turns off the Force of Negations and Solitudes from JED's deck.
JD plays Island, but he has not found a second land yet.
Oh, this might be quick here.
Jake doesn't know it.
Yeah, JD, yeah, he was kind of leaning on this Solitude here. He was probably thinking, hey, maybe Solitude plus Ephemerate if I find a Plains is my path to victory here. But now, I mean, JD needs to find a Godless Shrine just to get out that Psychic Frog or perhaps get closer to being able to run out the Wrath of the Skies.
Well, there's Samwise.
Yeah.
You can go ahead. Okay. I'm just going to show
Piece 1 of the 3-card combo here. You have the Court of Calling in hand as well. That can get you the other piece. Oh, and he does have the Goblin Bombardment, but don't think he has a way to cast it yet. So JD.
And that is a missed land drop there for JD.
That is rough.
And it's an island, too. Oof.
I mean, to be fair, this is what Javier said he would do. Mulligan to 6. Mulligan to 6, keep loose.
It loose.
Keep loose.
Yeah, look at his hand, though. He's
Yeah.
got 2 double white spells, although one of them Solitude.
Right.
And then 4 other white
Yeah.
spells.
Are we going to sack this Samwise or we just keep it in play?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Wow, this
you get
is
to look
super
first.
rough.
Yeah, you get to look first and see if you can find something better than Samwise here.
This feels like a game 3 incoming soon.
Yeah, unless JED can find
What does
a
he
land
want most?
this
Just a
turn.
Just a Plains?
Yeah, but you can't get a land into play, right? Off the Birthing Ritual, you can just get creatures.
Trigger.
Oh, Johnny. I mean, certainly with the Goblin Bombardment, if you can find that red source,
Yeah.
you know, that can certainly run away with the game. Increase the clock by 1. Needs a land here.
Back over to John Emmanuel. Can he find a land, or is
Fetch land.
more or less game?
Yeah.
Oh, go
Oh, and he has to go to discard. Cleanup step.
Yeah, Jake. I mean, if Jake can just find a City of Brass or a fetch land here, would be huge.
Yeah, the
'Cause-
cleanup step does not lose often.
No, I mean, Jake, to be fair, is also just on 2 lands here.
Yeah,
So
but he seems to be humming right along.
Yeah, and there's a Samwise, and I mean, this is just
Move to instant.
just a decent clock here. 5 damage coming in. We have another Birthing Ritual trigger here. If you find a 1-drop, you can sack the token and flip the Ajani if you'd like, but you kind of feels like you just want to put maximum pressure here. Oh, no, but actually going for the sack.
The familiar.
Notably, Cauldron Familiar, also a cat for the Planeswalker side of Ajani.
Transform the
Oh, yeah.
You take 1, I get 1.
14, 15 the other way.
Yep.
It's a bit of a stray.
15,
Or the
But
flip
it'll work.
effect as well. So, I mean, this is... JD also missing his land drops, but now, I mean, you have to deal with a Planeswalker, and Wrath of the Skies does not kill Planeswalkers.
And
that's
he
an
just drew a
Atraxa.
Trox. I mean, it is kind of cute to be
Yeah.
able to put it into the yard, but
But you need to top deck Goryo's Vengeance and a land.
and a black source at the same time. It's going to be a little tough.
Yeah.
And he just put a Traxa in the
See
yard.
that Ajani putting a counter on all your cats.
14 to 15 life totals, but
Okay.
that is not telling the full
Ooh,
story.
And this is it, right?
Play safe.
You have the Safekeeper here, and you have the Bombardment, and now you have the full combo here. Samwise Gamgee, Cauldron Familiar, and Goblin Bombardment, assuming you can just go get a Stomping Ground off the Verdant Catacombs.
Okay, trigger.
And what's the end result of that? Infinite?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to end step here. Wait, what is happening? Did he not use the Ajani as well?
Trigger, get a food.
Did he activate Ajani?
I don't think so. Well, I
Well,
don't. I mean,
it didn't
in fact, no,
matter.
he did not. There's no cat.
Right, it
There's
didn't
no-
matter, but that's very odd.
That was a weird one.
Yeah.
But it turns out that Jake was so far ahead of John
It didn't
Emmanuel.
matter.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
So maybe we can get a nice fair fight here like game 1?
No, I mean, JD's, okay, got a 2-lander here. Couple of Ephemerates, though, and nothing to go with it, right? So this is something, you know, oh, never mind. I take it back. That's a Solitude here, so JED just needs Jake to play out another creature here, and he can play Solitude, blink it, and kill 2 creatures.
And be left with the 3/2 lifelinker after all.
Right.
There's
Well,
the
Jake
familiar.
continues to draw that 1 copy of Sylvan Safekeeper, but might just run out
16.
Birthing Ritual here instead.
You took 4. And
Oh, yeah, I'm bad at math. Sorry.
Yeah.
17, 15.
17, 18.
JD might be okay with just letting one trigger resolve off the birthing ritual because he does have a prismatic ending that he can use to deal with the ritual here. I guess he could also play a Johnny.
And there's the birthing ritual.
Yeah.
Go to end step.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those tricky spots where you go, am I okay just trying to do the Solitude thing? Do I just Solitude away the Cauldron Familiar, use Prismatic Ending, and hope my Solitude plus Psychic Frog is good enough to go all the way? Wait, I thought JD had a second land in hand. He just doesn't.
He doesn't have a second
This is
land.
another one-lander.
Oh, wow.
Oh, jeez. So now your the prismatic ending is just not even going to work, right? You need to find a second land here. So
Yeah, so that kind of forces this issue,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
JD's only play here is just, I hope my Solitude gets it done here. Wow.
He is going to get to keep it around.
Needs a black source off the top. I mean, if you can get that frog in play, you're looking okay. But you need to draw it this turn.
These mana issues have cursed John Emanuel.
Oh, excuse me. He was on a mold of 5.
Okay,
It sounds like.
so that makes
a lot
sense.
more sense, of course. And that is rough. But no land here for JED. Just a Solitude, and Jake Bailey has a handful of action here.
You see the prismatic ending there for him.
Right.
Rough.
We see a Johnny Nacatl Pariah, Sylvan Safekeeper to protect your creatures here with that birthing ritual.
They're both exiled.
They're both exiled.
Yeah. I'll
JD,
take
of course,
2 on that.
choosing not to cast Ephemerate on the rebound, given that there were no other targets for the Solitude. Probably want to lead with the Safekeeper for protection. And now you get the Ajani. Sacrifice the token, flip the Ajani for value.
I mean, this is a nice deck here from Jake.
It is
fair, but with a infinite combo is kind of my favorite thing.
Right. Like Ajani just doesn't really do anything in terms of helping you progress your combo. But if you're already playing Goblin Bombardment and you're in the colors, this just gives you kind of that plan B aspect where you just play creatures and just play what you believe to be the best cards in the format, and that can get it done.
Yeah, you put your core combo pieces in, and then it's a matter of, well, what are the best possible things left that I can do?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, JD also does a similar thing, right? Where he kind of has that fair game plan of Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, and Interaction, and then he's got the Ephemerate side of the combo and also the Goryo's Vengeance side. But when you're on a mold of 5, well, and missing a bunch of your land drops, I mean, your opponent could be playing a standard deck, right? And it doesn't really matter.
No, I mean, John Emanuel's looking at this like, I have not got to play a meaningful game in the last 2.
Right.
And this one seems to be slipping away as he's drawn Atraxa for the turn. Rather than a land, he's drawn a 7 mana spell. This is
yeah, it's a little dicey.
This is what you would prefer to avoid. As you said, though, man, if you can find a black source, all of a sudden Psychic Frog comes down.
Now on the flip side here, Jake, I guess he doesn't have the Cauldron Familiar just yet here to be able to fully, because he does have the Viscerous here as the ungated sacrifice effect. So if you can just find a Cauldron Familiar, one already exiled, as you can see, from the Solitude. That's a Chord of Calling.
Oh, there's Chord. That'll find one.
That's a Chord of Calling, right? You can go Viscera Seer here, and then Chord for 1, and that sets up the lethal. And JED has nothing in hand here.
Trigger.
So the only thing JD could have here is a Force of Negation to counter the Chord of Calling. But in order to play around that, you can cast Chord of Calling on your opponent's turn, right? Because Force of Negation is only free when your opponents cast a spell on their turn.
That's right.
And right now, I mean, there's no real reason. So yeah, I like this. I like the patience here from Jake going, look, I can try to just cast this on your upkeep so that you can't play Force of Negation, and then I have Samwise Gamgee, Viscera Seer, and Cauldron Familiar in play.
Really smart, because that is the type of card that could easily be stuck in John Emanuel's hand. And the only way he can get out of this is by casting something for free.
Right.
So Jake really kind of playing the boa constrictor role and just slowly squeezing the advantage.
Because removal doesn't work.
And John Emanuel
With
just
Sylvan
has no options here.
Yeah, with Safekeeper in play. Upkeep.
Yeah, on your upkeep.
There it is.
And there's the Chord of Calling. Go get yourself a Cauldron Familiar.
You probably want to do it for more than 0. Oh, is he getting a Yawgmoth? He's doing it for 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
First off, does it resolve? And the answer is yes, it does.
Perhaps just going for the value angle here. Nope.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, remember, you can just get 4 or less.
Yes. And there's a Cauldron Familiar.
There it is.
This is a combo we have come here to see today. And he says, do I have you?
Let's wait for the last one.
Yeah, do you have a way to exile my Cauldron Familiar at instant speed? But with multiple food in play,
you can just redo
the effect here.
So that's actually pretty robust.
Right.
I'll return the game.
I mean, once you get all 3 cards down.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on JD's face, it's
yeah.
this is it.
And basically, Jake is doing what we call demonstrating a loop,
Right.
where he says, and I'll do that as many times as it takes to kill you. And Jake Bailey with Samwise Gamgee combo takes down Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Now, I will say, Jean-Emmanuel had severe mana issues in both games 2 and 3, and there's nothing much you can do. You see the shrug from him there.
That's all you can do in spots like that, right? I mean, you go into that third game. The second one, maybe that was slightly risky, right? Because I believe it was a hand of 6 cards. But in the third game, I mean, you mull the 5, you got Solitude Ephemerate with the 1-lander. You just kind of got to keep and just hope you get there. But you just know you have a huge uphill battle to climb, hoping to find some lands there, but couldn't. And then, of course, then we just kind of got that non-game there.
Yeah, just did not line up for Jean-Emmanuel. He's going to take a tough loss this round. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll be gearing up for Nick Talbot versus Alexander Rosdahl. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Wow, take a look at that. That is the Mana stage here at the MagicCon, where we have game nights happening, live and in person. So many amazing things to do out at a MagicCon event. There's really something for everybody. If you happen to be somebody who's really into high-level competitive play, you'd like to try to find the absolute best way to approach something like this, you're going to be happy here with us at the Pro Tour. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. And we've got more action here, including some more spicy builds.
Yeah.
We've got Hollow One.
Hollow One.
In the hands of Nick Talbot here. He's from Australia, as you can see there. Alexander Rosdahl from Sweden is on a more traditional build.
Sure.
Boros Energy. Haven't seen Hollow One in a while. It had its time, but
right there. You know, I remember when it first kind of broke out. It did top 8 of the Pro Tour, and it looked really, really strong. But of course, Modern has evolved a lot since then here. But hey, the deck also looks a little bit different here. Going up against kind of the traditional aggro strategy in Boros Energy. There are some fun sideboard cards here from Alexander Rostal. As you can see, he's already up a game here. But the one card that I want to highlight is 2 copies of Sanctifier and Vec in the sideboard. It's a 2-mana 2/2 creature with pro black and pro red. And if a black or red permanent would be put into the or a card not on the battlefield will be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. So
Okay.
any black or red card that would hit the graveyard just gets exiled immediately.
Nethergoyf to start things off here for Nick.
Okay, so currently a 1/2. It's a Guide of Souls.
As you mentioned, Paul, Alexander already up a game here in the matchup, so we are in the sideboarded games.
Yeah, it does look like it's perhaps a bit of a tricky matchup here. There's also 2 copies of Thraben Charm main, which just exiles all the cards in your graveyard, right? And this is a card that does care about returning things from the graveyard. You have cards like, Detective's Phoenix, which of course does a lot of work. So we'll see how this plays out. It's a Street Wraith in the graveyard here for Nick Talbot.
It's going to take 2 from his Blood Crypt.
Okay, and just
down to 13.
Passes here. Yeah, with Street Wraith, you are taking a ton of damage here.
And let's see what he wants to do with this mana.
Okay.
Pyroclasm?
Yeah, because this is an attack for 3, so just using that to start pressuring Alexander's life total here.
Yeah, and the timing does work, layers, however it works.
Right.
It does work out that the Nethergoyf will see that Pyroclasm.
Right, so if it was a 1/2, it would just be a 2/3.
Yes, as it stands, it's big enough anyway.
Right. Yeah, if Alex does happen to have the Sanctifier in Vec, would be quite nice here, right? You can just exile the black card out of the graveyard, shrink the Nethergoyf, and just it having protection. And it just having protection from black, being able to.
Yeah, that probably hits a whole lot of decks, huh?
I mean, you can't kill it if you're on Nick's side.
Right.
Right, so. Yeah, also pretty effective against Storm, right? Ruby Storm, where it's something that allows you to put pressure on the battlefield. And your opponent can't cast Past in Flames.
I guess Nick can just cast Hollow One.
I mean, that's of course the other side, right? If you can manage to get Burning Inquiry with a Hollow One in your hand, that's kind of the quote-unquote combo that this deck is trying to assemble here.
Yeah, this feels like a blast from the past.
Oh, yeah.
Hollow One. This is not one of the top decks in the format, though it was at one time.
Yeah, the last time
remember when Ken Yukihiro
Ken
brought it?
Yukihiro, I
Yeah.
remember. I was paired with Riley Knight for that one in the top 8. I
Never heard of
remember
him.
both of us just losing our mind in the top 8 because Ken put like 3 Hollow Ones in play on turn 2 or something. And we're like, what the heck is happening? Yeah.
That seems right for Ken. Okay, so Nethergoyf continues to chip in. You see the Guide of Souls replacement there for Rostal. And then, what is he playing, a Surveil land or something?
Yeah, it looks like an Elegant Parlor here.
Okay. Well, slowly but surely for both of these players.
Yeah, it's just going to be hard to race, especially if that Guide of Souls is just active, right? Because you're just going to play creatures here, and all you have is that Nethergoyf. Really curious what Nick Talbot's working with here. I generally expect more explosive turns when you see somebody's playing Hollow One. This is kind of more of a Nethergoyf control start.
Yeah. That does happen sometimes when the sideboards come in. Sometimes the complexion of the deck can change quite a bit. That might be what we're seeing.
Yeah. If you're concerned about graveyard hate, maybe you just trim a bunch of cards to make your deck a little less explosive, but able to grind a little bit more into the late game.
Yeah, those kind of all-in decks like the Hollow One deck have a really cool move that they can make where they can go to a more fair game plan and kind of sidestep the sideboard cards. And then the players have to guess which one you're going to do.
Exactly.
Because sometimes people will say, you're just going to sidestep this. I'm going to bring in a bunch of removal and fair stuff. And then you just keep the broken Hollow One plan and just bust it up.
I am just curious how strong this slightly controlling strategy works against a Boros Energy deck. You do have the Pyroclasms, and certainly Pyroclasm would be great here if Nick has a second copy to play.
But man, one thing that Boros has always shown us is it is very resilient.
And actually, there's only one Pyroclasm in the sideboard. There is a Rough and Tumble, so I suppose that would do a similar thing.
Is that Orcish Bowmasters?
That is an Orcish Bowmasters here, but might not be interested in killing the token. We'll see where this 1 damage goes.
Yeah, you always have to be careful with the Johnny.
Right. Yeah, it just goes to the face.
He went upstairs. Okay.
Yeah. Rakdos midrange.
That is, if you did not put the title on there for me, Paul, I would just say, what is this?
Yeah.
Orcish Bowmasters Nethergoyf. I mean, this looks a lot like the Cube Draft.
Yeah, I do see a hollow one in hand, but of course, not able to play it unless you can discard a few cards to get the discount here. I see, it looks like perhaps a Moon Shadow in Nick's hand here as well. Oh, we are cycling the hollow one.
Okay.
Sure.
Do what you got to
Hey,
do.
that puts an artifact in your graveyard for the Nethergoyf.
Oh, sure. Yeah, again, not exactly plan A here for Talbot.
Definitely not here. And on the flip side of things, the Boros Energy deck, we're already on 2 energy, so if you want to start getting it for a bunch of damage, just needs to play out 1 more creature, go to 3, then utilize the Guide of Souls here. Oh, Detective's Phoenix here, and we are bestowing.
It does look like Nick has transferred over to a much more fair game plan. I mean, these are all really high quality creatures that he's
Absolutely.
playing.
I mean, this is, I mean, you're putting +2/+2 on haste onto something here.
Yeah.
And I mean, Alex is already down to 11 life.
Yeah.
Alex representing Galvanic Discharge here, so debating whether or not he wants to fire it off now. Although if you have the discharge, you can, if it's targeting the Bowmasters, you can just let it resolve, let him attack with it first, and then use the discharge. Because if you kill the Bowmasters in response now, the Phoenix still enters the battlefield, and you can hit for 2 in the air. Oh, it was targeting the Nethergoyf. And this is an attack for 4, it looks like. Wait, no, 5, right?
5.
Artifact, creature, land, and then the Detective's Phoenix. So 5 damage, and Alex is now down to 6 here. Right. And there is the discharge here. Lots of energy. So did Alex bring in something like a Wrath of the Skies? Would that perhaps be good enough here? Although you kind of lose your whole board.
Yeah, it's a
doesn't
weird
seem like the
card
type
to-
of card that you might want to bring in. So
Right.
probably better to just rely on spot removal in a matchup like this.
And this is where, if you're Nick, you want Alexander to draw some narrow sideboard card that doesn't affect the board,
Right.
and go, ha ha, no
Yeah.
hollow ones for you, you know. And he's like, sure.
Yeah.
So far, all we've seen of the hollow one deck is just 1 hollow one get cycled.
Yes. I mean, Alex has been missing land drops, so you do know he's working with action here. With all the energy in the world. Maybe just, getting aggressive
Holy
here.
smokes.
Guide of Souls going to the skies here, and this is 6 damage coming in, so.
Yeah. Do you want to race?
Yeah, putting Nick very close to a 2-turn clock. You could just jump with the 1/1, right?
Yes.
But I guess you don't want to block the 2/1, so if you did, you would just be blocking the 1/2, so you would only be preventing 1 damage. Maybe a Ranger Captain? No, a Seasoned Pyromancer.
Spicy.
Yeah, you gain 3 life here, and you give yourself a bunch of blockers here.
Yeah, because he did actually discard
I'm
2
gonna gain
spells.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
This board state escalated very quickly here for Alex.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have that unchecked Guide of Souls, right? Just
Yeah.
anything that you can run out here.
Yeah, he played 1 early, it got killed, but there was a replacement the next
Right.
turn, and it is stuck around.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty tough matchup here for the Hollow One deck. Doesn't find a land, though, so can't go land represent discharge here. Is there a way for Nick to find the final few points of damage to kind of close things out? The Nethergoyf currently representing 4 damage.
And it is in the air, right?
It is in the
So-
air, but Rostov's at 9. Is there a way that you can kind of sneak 5 extra points through, they have to all be in the air because you're just not going to have enough on the ground.
Looks like he's considering another hollow one.
Is it going to be another hollow one cycle?
It might
I feel like
be.
that's not where you want to be in Modern, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, if Nick can close the door on this game
Might
this turn, he really wants to. This is going to get much, much worse for him next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he might have to cycle it and try to find the one copy of Rough and Tumble that he has left in his deck, because he's already played the Pyroclasm. And if you cast Rough Tumble, you at least get to kill all the ground creatures, and all you're then left with is the Guide of Souls, which is currently sitting at a 3/4, 5/6 next turn.
I'm going to
So-
That's what he's going to do. Hollow One's going to get cycled.
Lady or outs, I suppose. And that is just a basic mountain.
That may be the tipping point here in favor of Alexander Rostal.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Talbot has a lethal attack here. Nick might have to keep that Nethergoyf back on defense here just to block the flyers. Because if you attack and you block a Seasoned Pyromancer, that's just going to be lethal, unless you have a removal spell in hand. Yeah?
Yeah, he's
That-
just got to
that's
pass the
rough.
turn back. And I think if you're Alexander, that looks like a white flag being
Right.
raised in surrender, perhaps, because this is not plan A for Nick Talbot.
Bombardment. Oh, yeah, I mean, that should
Goblin
be enough.
Bombardment's
Yeah.
going to do it, and Alexander picks up the game win here. And he's now 5-2. But Nick Talbot's still fighting it and going to be scrapping it out for day 2 in the next round to see if he can get there with Hollow One.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's not what you're anticipating when you are playing the Hollow One deck. I feel like if you kind of, I mean, I don't know exactly kind of how he sideboarded there, but certainly that was kind of more of a mid-range plan. And I just think if you want to play kind of a creature combat style matchup, the Boros Energy deck's just going to be kind of superior there. So maybe you just need to lean into the graveyard strategy and hope to kind of dodge those cards. Curious to see, it might just be a bad matchup as well. But I mean, still 4-3, made day 2, and still has the chance to kind of close out the day with a positive record.
That's right. All right, well, we're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. We've got one more round to bring you. It's Modern. It'll be at the news desk. We'll be back with more right after this.
Hey everyone, if you're hanging around in the area, you can head on over to Brussels, Belgium, July 24th through the 26th for Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes. It's a super fun format. It is Team Trios Limited, which is really fun. Play some Limited with your good buddies. More info at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Remember to join us tomorrow, everyone, for rounds 9 through 16 as we work our way towards our top 8. There are the times on your screen really early if you're in Eastern time, but come on up, get up and hang out with us tomorrow morning for Saturday Pro Tour. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. 17,000 people here at MagicCon Amsterdam as well this weekend, all waving hi to the camera. Take a look at the free play area. Thousands and thousands of people here this weekend, all playing Magic, some casually, and over here, we are playing competitively. Welcome to the news desk, Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight here with you. And speaking of competition, let's take a look at our leaderboard. We have one more round to play here on day 1 of competition. What do we look like? 2 players in the room remain undefeated with perfect records. 1 player 6-0 and 1 also technically undefeated, but the 2 7-0 perfect records, Martin Yuza and Lorenzo Gruppi, currently sitting at 7-0, pacing the rest of the field. Lots of other names currently following behind them at 6-1, like Ken Yukihiro, your current reigning player of the year, Li Shitian and Seth Manfield, also at 6-1, Hall of Famers there. Tony Portolan, we've been talking about him a lot today, currently sitting at 6-1, came in 3rd last year in the Player of the Year race. So lots of big names at the top of the leaderboard here with 1 round left to play on day 1 of competition. One player who is feeling very good here playing his first Pro Tour, doing really well, currently sitting at 5-2, is none other than Jake Bailey, who won over JED last round. Talk to Riley.
I'm here with Jake Bailey, fresh off a win against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, a former world champion. And Jake, this is your first Pro Tour, so things are going very, very well. My goodness.
Yeah, it's going great so far.
Talk to us about what it was like coming, making your debut on the world stage, playing against some of the best players in the world. How are you feeling? It's obviously going well from a results standpoint, but how are you feeling about it all?
I've been feeling very good going into the weekend. I'm playing an unusual deck choice, but I play a lot of Modern. So this being my first Pro Tour, I get to use all my Modern experience where other people don't necessarily have that.
Well, that experience is going to be very useful across this weekend. You've already locked up day 2, but I want to ask you about this deck. You're the only player in the room who is playing Samwise Gamgee combo. Is this an old pet deck of yours? What made you choose it for this weekend?
So I've been a long-time Yawgmoth player and switched to Sam probably around the last RC, the last Modern RC. Felt like it was better positioned into the field. I like creature combo decks. I feel like they're well positioned. I feel like you can gain edges on people where they don't necessarily know all the interactions. Not everyone has played against this deck, where I have played lots of reps against the decks I'm playing against.
So it gives you a little bit of an edge, that unexpected element.
Yeah, and then I also came up with some really cool tech for this weekend where I'm playing the Ajani Bombardment package, which is not common. I don't think it's been seen at all in this deck, just to shore up the mid-range matchups. And it also synergizes well with your normal plan.
Well, it's going very well so far, but I want to look to the future now. You've locked up day 2, not something that everyone does on in their debut Pro Tour performance. You said coming into the weekend your goal was to win the Pro Tour, which is obviously, a very confident goal. How are you feeling about what, the rest of today and tomorrow holds in store?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. Modern's going great. I just enjoy the format. It's by far my favorite format. Going into day 2, just try and do decent in the draft, well enough, hopefully, to set me up at a shot at the top 8. But yeah, you hope that you do well, which is why I put that down as my goal.
It's fantastic, Jake. Well done on the win so far. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
All right, well, Riley, Frank, what are your favorite decks in Modern?
At the moment, Boros Land Destruction, baby. Gotta play your basics, so I'm gonna get ya.
Evil. What about you, Frank?
Gotta be Affinity. I have loved that deck even before the Modern format was created. I mean, my Mox Opals and Arcbound Ravagers will never leave me.
Okay, I love those answers. What's your favorite Modern deck? You might find it here in these deck bites.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Martin Yuza. Martin, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
Hey Riley, I'm playing Boros Energy. It's an aggressive linear deck, lots of one drops. I kind of like these types of decks. But the reason why I'm playing it is mostly because I always played the villain in the testing house on Boros when people needed to test against it. And then later on, I'm like, hey, I'm already 100 games deep with the deck, so might as well just play it. So yeah, that's the reason.
You've done the reps. What's a good matchup for this deck and why?
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of great matchups. Your best matchup is when you both multi 5. Because if a combo deck keeps 7 against you, you're usually in trouble. You're trying to make up for that with sideboard cards, but yeah, usually the combos decks nut draws beat your nut draw, but if both players have average draw, then that favors you. So I'm not even really sure what I'm hoping for. I guess everybody's just multi 5.
My next question was, what's a bad matchup for this deck and why? I feel like you've kind of already answered that. Martin, best of luck this weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm here with Pro Tour superstar Ely Cassis. Ely, what deck are you playing in Amsterdam this weekend and what does it do?
We're playing Tron. It assembles fast mana and it plays very expensive things to go over the top.
And what's a good matchup for this deck and why?
Good matchups are pretty much everything that isn't planning to beat us. So if you really want to beat us, you just put some good sideboard hate in and you can. But otherwise, we're a pretty good favorite.
And what is a bad matchup and why? I suspect it's going to have something to do with the sideboard.
Yeah, but actually Boros Energy has the most sideboard options to fight us. So that's really the one we want to dodge. But if we win the die roll, it could still be okay.
Well, the best of luck to you this weekend, Ely.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Alexander McIsaac. Alexander, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing Golgari Yawgmoth. I'm playing the Birthing Ritual version. So it does two things. It has a mid-range strategy where you basically get Marionette Apprentices, Sephiroth, and other things where you can't really board wipe me because I got so many creatures. And I'm just going to swing at you. You board wipe me, you lose because of the drain. Otherwise, basically you have the typical old school Yawg combo. So you get Yawgmoth, 2 Young Wolves, you flip the counters over with the Blood Artist, and you drain your opponent.
And what is a good matchup for this deck and why?
I would say Boros Energy is one of the best matchups, which is nice to see it on top. I know it was expected. Affinity is pretty good, especially post-sideboard, because of the sideboard cards that you have in green that are good against it.
And what about a bad matchup and why?
Ruby Storm is probably the worst matchup after Neoform. Ruby Storm, at least you have some sideboard cards to deal with it. Neoform, you gotta pray for those Vexing Baubles.
Best of luck this weekend, Alexander.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with the Hall of Famer Reed Duke. Reed, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
Hi Riley, I'm playing Esper Goryo's Vengeance. It is a combo deck where you use Goryo's Vengeance to return Atraxa Grand Unifier from your graveyard. But while Goryo's Vengeance is the flashiest card, the actual key card is Ephemery to get a second enters the battlefield trigger and make your creatures stick around forever.
And what's a good matchup for this deck and why?
A great matchup is Boros Energy, and that's a big reason we chose the deck, is just to, feel good against one of the most popular decks in the field.
And what's a bad matchup and why?
I think the scariest matchup is Mono Blue Charbelcher, but that is not a popular deck this weekend, so I'm looking forward to playing.
A good choice this weekend. Reed, best of luck to you and the rest of the team.
Thank you.
Well, we've been following 2 players across the last 14 Pro Tours who have managed to make every single day 2 of them. We call them the survivors, Ely Cassis and Javier Dominguez. An update for you now on how they're doing. Can they make it 15? Ely Cassis says yes, currently sitting at 4-3. Congrats, he is through to day 2. Great news there. Javier Dominguez, on the other hand, is on the cusp, currently sitting at 3-4, although he did go from 1-4 to 3-4, but he needs to win this round to keep his streak.
He's got the wind in his sails now. Come on, Javi, let's go, mate.
I mean, Frank, in this position, how are you feeling if you're Javier?
Honestly, just another day in the office. He has done this 14 times already. He can certainly win this win-in once again and keep the streak alive.
I would love to see it. I would love to see this just keep rolling as long as we possibly can. We'll let you know what happens with Javier Dominguez here, the final round of day number 1. Speaking of the final round, let's set up our feature match here for round number 8. It's our last 2 players in the room with a perfect record. Lorenzo Gruppi up against Hall of Famer Martin Yuza. Brute Scale combo up against Boros Energy. Both players 7-0. Take a look at Lorenzo Gruppi here. Started playing in 2016. This is his third Pro Tour, but this is his first day 2. Congratulations to him there. He's certainly done better than that here this weekend. Is on the winningest team here on day 1 of competition.
And it'd be a big reason behind that, Maria, given the fact that he hasn't dropped a match, and in fact has only dropped 2 games in draft. Not only undefeated in constructed, but like hasn't lost a game in since we in the modern rounds as well.
Yeah.
So we talk about momentum, we talk about wind in the sails. Lorenzo Gruppi firing on all cylinders here.
Up against Martin Yuza, the Hall of Fame. Started playing Magic the Gathering in 2000. Wants 10 match wins to qualify for the next Pro Tour here this weekend, creeping ever closer to that. Martin Yuza is a Grand Prix legend, if you don't know. 32 top 8s and 5 wins to his name.
And, look, with, every respect that every piece of respect that Martin Yuza deserves here as we look at his record, I don't think there's anyone more surprised than him that he has 7-0.
Did you hear him for the deck fights segment? He didn't think his deck was good.
Based on the conversation I had with him and that interview that we did, he really didn't seem to. What did he say his best matchup was? When the opponent mulligans to 5. So obviously been a lot of mulligans for old Martin Yuza. No, to give this bloke credit, he's one of the best the game has ever seen. He's in the Hall of Fame. It is honestly no surprise that he's at 7-0. But it's also a great pleasure. It's fantastic to be hosting this event in Europe, a continent where he's seen so much success traditionally. Great to see him back at the Pro Tour, and terrific to see him at 7-0.
Yes, absolutely. Frank, walk us through these decks.
All right, Maria, we're going to start with the deck of Lorenzo Gruppi, who is playing Brute Scale Combo. Now, this deck is named after the 2-card combo of Blade of the Bloodchief and Boss King Brute Scale, right? Sacrificing an Eldrazi spawn triggers the Blade, which puts a +1/+1 counter on the Brute Scale, creating another Eldrazi spawn, and then you can loop that for infinite power and infinite mana. But it's certainly not an all-in combo deck. This particular version also splashes red for Unholy Heat and Writhing Chrysalis, which can pressure opponents alongside declaring Flash Raker or just ramp into Emrakul, so lots of game plans available. This list also notably includes 2 copies of Thought-Knot Seer, which is not seen often in this sort of deck. Here instead of like the 3rd and 4th copy of Ancient Stirrings. So all in all, this deck can also play a fair game. Now, Martin Yuza already explained how he was playing the villain in testing with just this aggressive strategy that fits his style, and he stuck with it. Boros Energy, it was the most expected deck coming into the tournament, powered by Guide of Souls and Galvanic Discharge, just using the energy mechanic to dominate the battlefield, and applying a lot of pressure through Ragavan, Ocelot Pride, and Ajani, just flooding the board with cat tokens. Now, this list features some spice, I want to highlight, because it's the only deck in the whole tournament to include Reckless Pyrosurfer. Even had to look this one up. This card is just a 2/2 with haste that boosts all your creatures with landfall. Right, Battle Cry gives it +1/+0. So this synergizes nicely with both the tokens and the fetch lands, and it emphasizes the deck's aggressive potential. It takes the slots that many other Boros Energy decks would dedicate to Ranger Captain of Eos. So Martin likes his aggressive starts. He'll come out of the gates swinging.
All right, Frank, which player do you think is going to have the lone perfect record after the dust settles here?
Yeah, I actually looked at the stats of this matchup.
Like you asked me, and I'm just like, I don't know, man, vibes. Like gut feeling, Martin Yuza's really good. I'll just go for him. But Frank's like, no.
Frank, check the math.
We've got some numbers to check.
No way.
Here. Oh my good. Oh,
but based on the first couple modern rounds, and it's exactly 50-50.
Oh,
so honestly,
right.
It's anyone's game, and we
and
could see anyone end up undefeated at the end of this round.
Wow, this is very exciting. Let's find out who our lone perfect record in the room will be. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey with our final round on day 1.
Frank, that's a cop-out answer. Pick someone. It can be 51-49, and then you just pick,
I mean, he used the numbers to cop out on it, though.
Sure
so,
did.
that's fair. That's fair.
You know what? Frank's a numbers guy. It's totally fine. It's 50-50. We'll see who comes out of this match here. It is our final round. Ailey learning alongside Corey Baumeister.
That sounds like Riley math there. It's 50-50. It's either going to happen or it doesn't.
Anyway, on to the feature match, friends. We've got a pretty sweet matchup here between our 2 undefeated players, Hall of Famer Martin Yuza and Lorenzo Gruppi in his 3rd Pro Tour here. His 2nd day, too. He's locked it up, so he's going to be feeling super, super great about that. And we're looking at 2 of the most played decks here this weekend. It is Boros Energy in the hands of the Hall of Famer Martin Yuza up against Brute Scale Combo, which has kind of seen a resurgence in popularity and a lot more represented here this weekend than I think many people expected.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I got to go back to what Martin was saying. I ran into him after round 1. I was like, you still got it, buddy? You know, like you haven't played one in a while. It's like, I think so. He's like, but my deck, he's like, but my deck is bad. I need my opponents to multi-5 and then I got a chance. And I'm like, okay, Martin. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I think Lorenzo did multi-5. So
oh my.
Did Martin use a cost Hex Magic on Lorenzo?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wait,
Juza,
no, this isn't limited.
Juza has the perfect matchup here, the multi-5. Yeah.
And a perfect start here, too, with Ragavan Nimble Pilferer on the board. There's a Saga down for Lorenzo. Plenty of targets for the powerful land enchantment to go and find.
Yeah. But Lorenzo does have the perfect answer here. The Dismember waited till the perfect opportunity. You always want to let this Ragavan get into combat, just in case there's a second Ragavan.
Yep, Ragavan off the board, dealt with via Dismember and paying life for that. Now we see a Johnny Nakato Pariah with his kitty cat friend. Now, can Martin start chomping on those kittens? Not yet.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly the 2 lands you do not want to start with from the Brood Scale side as well. They are temporary lands, but at least you really wanted a green source here, so Lorenzo was able to Malevolent Rumble or get a Brood Scale going. But Kozilek's command here for 0, getting to clean up a token and just draw a card is excellent.
Wowza. Yeah, and Exile too, so, you know, a Johnny doesn't get angry about it, at least not as things stand, so.
Yep, and now Urza Saga about to go off. You can go select something. Can get a Springleaf Drum. That way, if you can find yourself a creature, which we do have the Haywire Might, you can get green mana this turn. So Lorenzo will be kind of ready to go. Top deck the Stomping Ground, which is going to be excellent as well, but we'll see if Drum is still selected. Or you can, of course, get Blade of the Blood Chief. Get one of your combo pieces. You have the Basking Brood Scale already in hand, ready to go.
Yeah. 2 important pieces for the combo. Without it, not much is going to happen, but they still also need a payoff for it. You can't just make a giant dude and, you know, infinite mana and hope for the best, right?
Yeah.
You have to have some way to benefit off of that.
Exactly. Got the Emrakul. That's a great benefit. Yeah. That's kind of exactly what you want. That should be good enough to kind of get it done. Of course, Glaring Fleshraker with it is just GG.
Yeah, yeah. Glaring Fleshraker. Fleshraker. That's a mouthful.
Yep.
Certainly a way to get it done quickly and efficiently. But we'll start things off here with the Blade of the Blood Chief.
Yeah, and if we didn't top deck that Stomping Ground, you kind of had to get the Drum.
Yeah.
And then the second Saga could get Blade, but top decking Stomping Ground was excellent here, so great draw for Lorenzo.
Yeah, so what does the next part of his turn look like here, Corey?
Probably begins with the Rumble here. You can go Brood Scale and equip, but then you do not have the ability to adapt or get a Scion in place. You have the combo, but it's not ready to go. I want to do the Rumble first and set up, and then maybe win the game next turn if Martin doesn't leave up a Lightning Bolt and respect the combo.
Would you say he's getting ready to rumble?
I would not.
Okay. Fine, I thought you were fun. And you see 2 answers for the Brood Scale in hand for Martin User, Lightning Bolt and Galvanic Discharge. And then a way to clean it all up once it's all said and done in Reckless Pyrosurfer. This card isn't usually included in this list, is it?
Yeah. No, definitely not. That is what Frank was saying. It was not played by literally anyone else, and it's kind of in the Ranger Captain of Eos slot.
Sure.
We see those a bit, but I mean, hey, it's an incredible card. Whenever a land enters, you know, you get that Battle Cry ability, and fetch lands will count as 2. So, I mean, you have some cats going, and you're able to double Battle Cry. You can present a really quick clock. So, I like it.
Yeah,
it's a card I, you know, have not seen played ever.
Yeah.
So we have 1 token.
Yeah. Every good aggressive deck needs an Anthem-esque effect, so
Yeah.
Reckless Pyrosurfer fulfilling that role. Hey, you notice maybe it gives him an edge in the mirror matches.
And it's another red permanent for the backside of a Johnny, so it does some things here. It does some nice things. Martin will very much want to top deck Arid Mesa, just the best possible draw he could have next turn.
Yeah.
Get the double landfall triggers and be able to hold up Lightning Bolts would be gigantic.
Yeah. Oh, and you can do it in combo too once the creatures are made off of the Voice of Victory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They wouldn't get. They
absolutely.
wouldn't get both pumps because, they'd have to. The land would have to be in play already.
Well, it gets Battle Cry, so that's upon attack. So you can stack it in
you're right,
such a way where you get the Warriors and then the Battle Cry
then the
goes
Battle
off.
Cry, got you,
Is how I would understand it, but...
Neverland enters, gains Battle Cry until end of turn. Oh.
Yeah, and then Battlecry is the
Okay, each other
attack
attacking
trigger.
creature gets. Yeah, all right, all right.
So Martin just top decked a very interesting card here that I think
What do you
will
get?
open the door. Top deck Goblin Bombardment.
Whoa.
Doesn't have the cat to sack for a Johnny, though, so we probably won't see it this turn. But that is a really nice one. Ooh, this could be risky.
This could be GG.
I think being able to kill the spawn here
Yeah,
should
yeah.
be safe
Okay,
enough.
Sure. Haywire might also dead, so not able to even take care of that Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah. And now Martin, at the very worst, if somehow we were able to brood scale, equip, and activate, which seems like too much anyways,
Yeah.
at the very worst, you could sack your 2 creatures to clean it up. So.
Yeah. Okay, so Martin has an answer for whatever Lorenzo might be deploying here.
Yeah, this feels like the drum. And this is the problem when you start with double Saga. And of course, Lorenzo Mult to 5. You keep what you can. So clearly had some pretty bad hands to
Yeah.
end up with that being the best one as Tours of Saga. You know, one of the best lands
Yeah.
in Modern ever printed. But when it's your first 2 lands,
Yeah,
it's less than ideal. It's
You
temporary.
can get too much of a good thing.
Yes, very
as
true.
as it stands.
Very true. So Lorenzo would have loved to been able to just jam a Writhing Chrysalis right now and be able to present a very big blocker that could live through Lightning Bolt and Discharge, but not the case here.
Man, that card terrorized the limited environment.
Yeah, it's the hero in training of the,
Sure
the
was.
limited set for sure. It was the Mythic Common.
It sure was.
Yep. And got to give a big shout out to Martin Juza, a player I have tested with a lot. You know, when I was playing professionally, I played against him many times. He's a great player and has one of the best Grand Prix records of all time.
Which is?
32 top 8s with 5 titles.
Excuse me?
32 Grand Prix top 8s with 5 Ws. He always classified himself as a professional traveler and a Magic player, but
Wow.
professional traveler on top of it all. Yeah,
Good
just incredible. And then, of course, Hall of Famers, so
Yeah.
a plethora of other accomplishments at the Pro Tour level.
I mean, his ambition for this Pro Tour may have been a little low. He's like, I just want to get 10 wins to make it to the next one.
Yeah.
Like the way he's cooking, might be looking
There's
at
the
a day
Arid
3.
Mesa.
He.
And this just might be GG.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
This is going to be double Battle Cry.
Yeah, okay.
You're able
Battle
to
Cry
attack with 4 1/1s, which will be 4 3/3s. So 12, 13,
Dead.
14?
Lots. Lots,
15,
I believe, is the
16,
answer.
17, 18, 19 in total with all the Goblin Bombardments. And then 22 with Lightning Bolt. So
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Reckless Pyrosurfer. You heard it here first, friends. Stick it in your Boros Energy decks.
no kidding. That looked really impressive. I think Martin kind of had that game pretty locked up regardless, but that was a way to just absolutely shut the door pretty quickly.
Yeah, that Goblin Bombardment was crucial there because
Yeah, Goblin Bombardment
Haywire
is just
might- yeah,
one of the
couldn't
best
answer it,
cards.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Lorenzo had the answer for it, but just didn't have the extra mana to be able to get rid of the bombardment before it could go off.
Yeah, and most of the time you do want to
Yeah.
hold Haywire Might
Sure.
so then you can blow it up the turn you play it, but Lorenzo did not have that opportunity to do so
Yeah.
as he was just so light on resources, had to just play the cards and hope Juza didn't have good cards, and still Juza had some gas in the tank.
And just so everyone is aware, we have caught up to live. So we are going to be sitting with our friends here as they sideboard. Let's take a look at sideboard, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we get to do this quite often when we do the Spotlight series. It's
Yeah.
like, have a good long look at the sideboards while the players are making their decisions. So Brood Scale
Absolutely.
combo, what do they bring in against Boros Energy?
So I'm seeing Basking Brood Scale, Thief of Existence, Thought Knot, Writhing Chrysalis, 2 Fire Sprouts, 2 Nature's Claims, another Blade, Disrupting Flute, Grafdigger's Cage, Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Caverns, and a Gemstone Cavern. I'm definitely liking the Fire Spouts. I think Writhing Chrysalis is a card that kind of it fell out of favor. This deck kind of started as a Gruul Brood Scale deck and then has really moved to mono green for the most part. But I do think the Gruul version is better against Boros. So
Yeah.
Fire Sprout's going to be great, just being able to clean up all the creatures. Chrysalis, and that's probably it. You can consider Nature's Claim in some numbers because Goblin Bombardment is that good of a card.
That's very good, yeah.
And you might have to clean up possible Blood Moons on the other side
Yeah,
if
and
Juza
we
decides
know
to
he's playing them.
decides to bring those in. But anything that kills creatures is what I'd be bringing in from Lorenzo's side.
All right, now let's take a look at Martin's sideboard. He has access to Clarion Conqueror, 2 Meltdowns, 2 Celestial Purge, Surgical Extraction. He's got a Wear and Tear, Damping Sphere, Vexing Bauble, Blood Moon, High Noon, Rest in Peace, and the Legend of Roku.
Not a ton here. Nothing that really stands out. You could bring in Purge to deal with Chrysalis because that permanent can be a little tricky, but that seems a little too narrow to me.
Yeah, sure.
Clarion Conqueror seems like the only slam dunk. And then Meltdown can really get some permanence. There's a lot of 1-mana artifacts and stuff like that. You could have that as a cheeky card, but I think Juice is going to want to just try to stay as aggressive.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the Brood-Scale combo deck, when you're playing against a hyper-aggressive deck, the Emrakul aspect of the deck doesn't come into play against aggressive decks as much. So it really is a creature combo deck. So if you can kill Brood-Scale, you know, in response to it being equipped with the blade, there's not a lot that the deck can do. So I would think Juice is going to try to stay as low to the ground as possible.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, when we were testing this deck, there wasn't the be-all, end-all on the Brood-Scale combo.
Yeah.
That wasn't the only way to win with the deck. You know, it certainly has the ability to go wide, you know, with Kozilek's commands and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Go tall as well with Emrakul. But I don't think Hughes is going to give him the chance to do that. So we really have to see a great hand here from Lorenzo if he wants to, you know, keep his hopes of being undefeated alive.
Yeah, and I think it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Fire Sprouts because Juice is not going to have the luxury of playing around that card. So if Lorenzo is able to find it, he's probably going to get a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1.
Yeah.
Juice, the way he plays around it is like, okay, I've assembled 2 to 3 creatures already on the battlefield. Instead of committing a 4th, I play Bombardment or I play Blood Moon. That's kind of how he's going to sidestep there. And for people that aren't too familiar with Lorenzo Gruppi here, took second at a spotlight in Lyon.
Nice.
To some Magic player that we've seen have some success, Simon Nielsen. Simon did pretty well, won that with the Simic Rhythm. And yeah, Lorenzo took second there, which means, of course, we'll be seeing him at the World Championship here for the next one. So big congrats to Lorenzo.
Awesome sauce. Great stuff from both of these players, you know. On one hand, you have Martin Hughes who's just like, man, I don't know. My deck, it does things. I'm the villain.
Yeah.
I'm just going to play the big bad deck of the format. And so far, so good, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the most played deck, you know, tied for the most played for a reason. It's that powerful. It's that proactive.
Even with Flage's banning, it's like it didn't affect them at all.
I think it made the deck better. I truly do, not because the deck itself got better, but the public enemy #1 against Boros Energy was Flage. Like, Flage was just so good against Boros that, like, it being banned, you know, doesn't have to deal with it. Better is in air quotes because, of course, Flage is incredible. But it gets to be a little bit faster.
Sure.
And, of course, doesn't have to deal with that powerful card.
It's fun to see, you know, the different takes on this archetype that people have turned to. You know, Seasoned Pyromancers have made a resurgence. We see the Ranger Captain of Eos as well, which has, you know, multiple functions to it besides just finding your 1-drops, you know, able to prevent your opponents from doing any shenanigans.
And, of course, the #1 card we see replacing it, Reckless Pyrosurfer.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been seeing that card for years,
Yeah,
of course.
right. Yes, we knew exactly what it did when we saw it. Thanks, Gryffle.
Yeah, I want to talk to Juza and see how they came to that one because, I mean, it is a great card with fetch lands. And when you're playing 12 fetches already, that is pretty impressive.
I'm surprised there's not more landfall shenanigans.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Landfall's in
pretty
general
good, but I don't know. It's probably not strong enough for the cards that are in Modern, but, you know.
It's always had that problem with you need good landfall creatures and
Yeah.
then you need a good mix of lands. So it's always something that's asking so much from a deck here. So looks like Juza mulligan to 6 here.
Okie dokie, game 2. Let's get in here, friends.
17.
And are we hitting ourselves for lots here? We sure are. Sacred Foundry off of the Marsh Flats.
And you always look when you're playing the Boros Energy, what's my 1, 2, 3? You really need to curve out. You can't like take one of those early turns off, and it looked pretty good. I think we had Guide a Soul into a Johnny, into Goblin Bombardment. Excellent. So now we look on the other side. What's our interaction? And we have Dismember, we have Kozilek's Command, so...
Yeah,
Is there any world where you go Boblin Bombardment? Yes. Goblin Bombardment first.
I think you definitely play the Guide, but I think next turn that's a real decision. If Lorenzo just says land go, especially if it's a colorless land, I think I get Goblin Bombardment out. But if Lorenzo plays something proactive, like let's say Brood Scale, then I probably play a Johnny. But yeah, I think we very well will see it.
There is Blade of the Blood Chief. Lorenzo not going to bop himself in the noggin there. Passes the turn back to Martin Yuza. 2 Marsh Flats, Elegant Parlor found as well, so definitely not short on lands.
Yeah, and with Martin not finding another threat, I think it's, of course, a Johnny.
Of course a Johnny, yes. You weren't going to say anything different.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe this is the time for bombardment, as if you run into a fire spout or even just an unholy heat on the Ajani, you're kind of out of everything.
Yeah, you get no benefit there, yeah?
Yep.
So Martin doing Hall of Fame things, you know, he's going to play exactly how we wouldn't, just because he's that good. And a Johnny on board with its kitty cat. Here comes Malevolent Rumble. So Lorenzo trying to set up here for the combo.
Yeah, that was a big dodge there from Martin. If Lorenzo found land 3 and was able to fire spout that away, that would have looked excellent. Maybe Lorenzo still wouldn't have done it because, well, it's only a 1-for-1 essentially. But if he would have perfect information on the hand, he for sure would.
Yeah.
Because Planeswalkers are pretty tough for Lorenzo to actually deal with outside of Unholy Heat while getting Delirium.
Yeah. Johnny, extremely powerful card.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best 2-drops ever printed.
Yeah. You know, there's a two mana Planeswalker of him coming in Reality Fracture.
Oh, I didn't see the previews yet, but yeah, you can of course all check that out.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So that's not terrifying at all.
Whenever a creature dies.
Right. So right now there's no bonus. It's just a 0/1, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just want to double check that.
Yeah. No buff. It's just a 0/1 with a stick.
Yep, and that is if other Scions were to die, you know, this Eldrazi spawn will grow a little bit. It's largely just, I had 1 extra mana.
It's a prop knife.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
If not, why not? Here come the kitties. 13. Down to 13 goes Lorenzo. All right, Martin.
I mean, I think it looks pretty good to me to bombardment, sack the cat, kill the Scion.
Yeah.
Make a 2/1, deal 1 upstairs. Looks solid to me, especially because, well, there's no other option for a play.
There's nothing else to do, yeah.
Exactly.
You can play a land.
This is the
But,
spot
you know, this is where Martin's kind of posturing a little bit too, right? He's like, oh, I've got so many decisions to make. Meanwhile.
Yeah, you don't want to just rush and play the only thing, as it could give away some information out. I mean, Martin's played so many high-stakes competitive matches that, you know, he's not feeling basically any nerves. Like, he's just been here so many times, but he knows that
it's just
you
another
wanna
Friday.
Take your time a little bit.
Yeah. For a lot of these players who've been at this for years, sometimes decades, you know, this does not phase them anymore.
And there is one thing he has to think about here.
What's
is
that?
If you sack the cat here to bombardment, aiming at the Scion, if in response Lorenzo has Dismember for a Johnny, it's a complete blowout.
Okay.
But I think Martin just has to think, like, would you have cast that already? And there's no real reason he should have, so it's a real thing to play around. He just doesn't have it.
All right. So big thanks there for Martin. It deploys the Goblin Bombardment, and now thinking, do I sacrifice this? Just go for it, as it were.
Yeah.
All right. So there goes. No, there goes. Johnny, he's going to flip over. He has a red permanent.
Yep, and then can finish it off here, but of course the creature did die. Blade triggers off both sides. So still gets to eat it, but of course the Dismember still would have been a big blowout.
Yeah. So Johnny zeroing. His -4 is kind of, I mean, have you seen that cost much or activated much?
It is not the go-to thing. It is really, you don't even see the +1.
Make cats, yeah.
Yeah, you don't even see the plus very often. I mean, the 0 ability is just so incredible most of the time because
really
this deck goes so wide with creatures that usually it's a free make a 2/1, deal 5 to something. It's truly incredible.
And what are you going to do with all those cats? Well, you're going to take them reckless pyrosurfing.
And there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, they've signed up for lava lessons.
And Martin's ready to sack the Marsh Flats to put into play the second Elegant Parlor. Has another one in hand. He did have the option to play that instead of the Marsh Flats, but really wanted to just make it seem like he had more action than he does.
Yeah. You know, withholding information.
Yeah.
That's a big part of the game because you, at this level of play, you have to be sitting in your opponent's seat as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, anticipating everything that they could have, what they're hoping you do.
Yeah, and players constantly are bleeding tells information all the time, and the greats like Martin can pick up on it for sure.
Writhing Chrysalis. Hey, buddy. Enters with his friends. Gets a large every time a friend dies.
Yeah, really powerful. So now kind of the choice of you can sack one of these spawns, equip the blade, 2 Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah, and just make an enormous Chrysalis.
Yeah, it gets to be a 3/4, then you equip it, and if you sack the other spawn, it will get +2.
Look at me. I'm the combo now.
Yeah.
Already, but
So you can make this up to a 5/6, I believe. So gets out of range of a lot of things. And most importantly, the fire spout that Lorenzo has in hand, you're able to outsize your own creature while still dealing with Martin's board. Kind of the Plague Wind style of effect.
Yeah, and then all those creatures die, and then the blade goes mad, and then there's a massive Writhing Chrysalis, and then Martin's in danger. Okay, I see where we're going.
Okay, Martin surveilled another land, so far he desperately needs to top deck some action. Found a Voice of Victory at least, so that is not nothing.
Okay.
But either way, Martin's very much behind right now.
Did he draw anything meaningful?
A Voice of Victory.
Voice of Victory.
Yeah.
Okay. Still nothing else happening right now, so let's get that other Elegant Parlor done, right? Try and surveil something useful on top.
Definitely. This is where, you know, a couple months ago, you'd be like, all right, well, I'm in trouble. All I got to do is Elegant Parlor a Flage into my yard, and I'm good to go.
Rest in pepperonis, Flage.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. We making kitties?
So it is, he's already made the cat, so now it's where to deal the 3 damage.
Face, face, face.
Oh, shoot your spawn.
Wow, shooting the spawn.
Yeah.
Okay. Take it.
Pew, pew.
So now this is up to that 4 or that 5/6.
Go to combat.
And now if you were to fire spout, it wouldn't work out the way Lorenzo would want it unless he could generate 1 spawn because, well, you deal 3 damage to each creature. Juza would sack all 3 creatures of his. No, I guess that wouldn't work because then the blade.
Gonna go
yeah,
crazy, yeah.
so I think
Kind of offsets.
Yeah, this will work out pretty well.
Oh, and he's got Kozilek's come on in hand. Fire Spout, Kozilek's, Emrakul, so no shortage of options here for Lorenzo. And on the other side of things, well, not a whole lot happening for Martin.
Yeah, there's just no way that the Fire Spout won't clean up Martin's creatures and the trigger from Blade won't go off. So, yeah, it just looks like Lorenzo's going to have a very clean deal 3 to all the creatures and then attack down to Johnny.
Yeah.
Lorenzo's probably going to go to 10 with the 3 creatures sacked and going upstairs. That's going to be a gigantic advantage to Lorenzo. And just like I was saying when we were talking about sideboarding, the Fire Sprouts are very, very much going to be important.
You know, everyone has their preferred board wipe. You know, some Pyroclasms, a couple other things that they turn to. We saw an Avengers disassembled earlier in one of the players' decks. So pick your poison.
And normally it was Pyroclasm. We'd see some Whip Flares as well. But the Boros Energy decks are just not 2 toughness anymore. There's a ton of 3 toughness.
Yeah,
either
yeah.
Ranger Captain of Eos, Voice of Victory.
Yep.
So that just the 2 damage is not enough.
Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah, very good. We'll see. Just thinking it out. We'll see if Lorenzo agrees. Of course, it's a lot easier for us to say,
oh, yeah,
we should Fire Spout when we know Arid Mesa and Flooded Strands. And look at that look from Juza. He's like, oh, I can't beat that one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is big ouchies here for Martin Juza. Critter's gonna go to sacrifice.
Yeah, I wonder if Juza's going to try to sack at the Chrysalis.
Well, it's not gonna work, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't work, but, you know.
Shoot you for... I'll shoot you once and shoot you again. Yeah.
Pew pew.
You're at 11. This is.
And then the last guy?
Yep.
He's chewing everything, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's 3 damage no matter what. So.
Okay.
As we'll send that upstairs as well.
Yeah. So what goes to 8 now?
Let's go.
He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yowza. All right.
Yep. Okay,
So-
well, that game was not close.
No, it wasn't. That is.
That was not a card I could beat.
That wasn't, yeah, precisely. You put it perfectly. Thank you, Martin. Not a card he could beat. And once again, brute scale combo, the Chrysalis just rocked up and said, look at me,
Exactly.
You don't need that brute scale.
Something really kind of wild is that was Juza's 4th game he lost all tournament. And that was Lorenzo's 3rd game he lost all tournament.
The previous one, yeah.
And and the first game he lost in constructed. So Lorenzo has been absolutely crushing people in 60 card formats. I mean, he's 7-0, so he's won them all, but lost a few games in limited.
Crazy stuff here. Love to see it when the 2 players undefeated in the room slog it out here in our feature match area. And just a reminder, everyone, we are caught up to live, so we're watching the players make these decisions. And we can chat about what changes they may make here going into game number 3 now that they've seen some of the sideboarding that has happened from their opponent's side.
Yeah, this feels like the type of match where you are just going to be like, against this deck, I bring in these cards. It's not really a play-draw difference, but something you'll see and something you should see from every single player is even if you're not going to make any changes, side in 2 cards and then take those same cards out to just give the illusion that you are sideboarding and making changes. Too many times you see your opponent just submit the deck and you're like, well, they clearly did not make any changes.
Submit, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much easier sideboarding on Arena and MTGO, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, same on Arena. You gotta delay a little bit. You don't want to just submit right away. Then you know that there's not any changes from the previous deck that you submit.
Or you're just so good at sideboarding that you're that fast.
That's it.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, sideboarding in and of itself is an art. Like, you have to be good at this.
Oh, yeah. Sideboarding and mulligan decisions are some of the hardest parts of Magic, and, well, that's why both of these players are doing so well. They have a team that helps them out.
We're quickly going to have a look at another match here, Corey. Sorry to interrupt you, friend.
Yeah.
But this is a live look in on Javier Dominguez fighting for his tournament life, and he is up a game. So, Javier fans, the Survivor race may still be on.
I don't want to call it too early, but I think we got a Survivor on our hand. Damping Sphere's amazing. Liquid metal coating to turn lands into artifacts, so Karn shuts it off. Torpor Orb to shut down any Primeval Titan coming into play, so... Yeah, any Curtis fans out there, sorry that we had to jump in at this time because this looks like Lorenzo's, or excuse me, like Javier's game to lose here.
It sure does. There are so many artifacts on board here for Javier. Karn, I think this is the first time we've seen Karn actually on the board doing his thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it was a pass from Curtis and moving to discard.
Wow,
so.
Okay.
Because now you get to see what is just absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
You get to tick up Karn on Simic Growth Chamber. Or, excuse me, you first liquid metal coating Simic Growth Chamber, then you tick up on Karn. It is a 0-mana artifact that immediately goes to the graveyard.
Karn is cheeky.
Yeah, yeah. So this definitely looks like Javier will be joining Ely, and they'll be surviving once again.
Hell yeah.
15 in a row.
Hasn't he done this
unreal.
previously? There was another Pro Tour recently where he did this to us as well. He was like, "Oh, I'm 1-4, dude. What? Oh, I'm 4-4," and then he goes on to not top 8, but finish really, really high.
Yeah, I think it was having to win the last 2 or something like that. But yeah, I think Javier is going to lock this one up. We can probably head back to our main
let's do it. If there is a game 3 there by some miracle, then we'll jump back and show you the end of that. But Martin Yuza up against Lorenzo Gruppi here, our undefeated players fighting it out. And we started off here with a luck counter on a Gemstone Caverns.
Amazing.
How lucky.
Amazing.
That's where you
how
want to be.
Start. Yeah, that is great. Lorenzo kind of stole back the play.
Flipping it back to himself so he can get ahead here of Yuza, hopefully.
Gigantic game between these two, being
Oh, yeah.
8-0, 7-1. Of course, big difference. We're going to see both players
nice.
at the #1 pod no matter what tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so they will have to do battle once again as they fight it out in the limited rounds. The limited
Oh.
format is so sweet. If you're just joining us, friends, go back and have a look at the drafts and some of the games from earlier on today. If you don't want to do that, well, just tune in, same time tomorrow, and you can see it all happen live.
Lorenzo has the beautiful combo in his hand
Yes.
of 3 lands and Fire Sprout. So this is amazing. He has the Thief of Existence plus another one to play,
Mhm.
and then you have these 2 4 toughness creatures that are going to be able to survive your mass removal spells, and it's just going to be really tough for Martin to play around that kind of thing. But hey, maybe that Blood Moon can do some work as well.
Yeah, definitely shut off the Ancient Tomb style lands.
I don't think Martin could have possibly lost this game if
Yeah.
Lorenzo didn't have the gemstone. He would have been able to connect
Yeah.
with Ragavan and have 3 mana this turn. It would have been gigantic. So the gemstone cavern here was so good for Lorenzo. And of course, it's a 1-of in the sideboard that you bring
Oh,
in
yeah.
exactly when you're on the draw.
I see plenty of sideboards with that in there. Is that literally just to flip the play draw?
Yeah, definitely. You only bring it in on the draw. You, of course, never have it in on the play. And it's for moments exactly like this.
Love it. Sometimes you don't have to be good. You just got to be lucky.
Yeah, so now we'll see. Does Lorenzo want to just go for it right now and kind of accept that he got a nice clean 2-for-1? Or does he want a little more value and maybe play a Thief and then go for something? But that could, of course, run afoul of, let's say, Juza top decks a land and cast everybody's favorite card, the old Blood Moon.
Oh, big thanks here now for Lorenzo. This is a tough spot to be in because there's a threat amassing on Martin's side that he's going to have to deal with sooner or later. He's got a pretty good roadblock there, but, any Goblin Bombardment just ruins his day. And attack in with a Lightning Bolt backup, which we see he's got in hand. That could also just mean bad news for him, so...
Yeah, we might honestly see Bombardment over Blood Moon just because, well, Blood Moon does turn all of Lorenzo's land red, but red for Fire Sprout is the side you want. Green is the one that deals with the
Yeah,
flyers.
the flyers,
so,
yeah. Fittingly so. That's a cool card. I like it.
Yeah, but this is a really, really tough decision.
Oh, passes. Okay.
Has the K command here ready to go.
K command.
Yeah, it used to be Colligan's command, but now we got a new K command in town.
Gozelex. That's a sweet card. 4 really powerful modes.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
you
one of
know-
the best cards ever printed.
Plains, Goblin Bombardment, Blood Moon, Lightning Bolt, and a second copy of a Johnny.
I'm going to guess those cheers are for Javier Dominguez surviving. Would
I
be
think
my
it
guess.
might be. Yeah. If that's the case, he survives. And Eli
Yep.
Cassis and him get to continue their little rivalry.
Yeah, yeah. When they're actually just great friends,
Oh,
testing partners, and just 2 of the goats of the game.
Absolutely.
A great draw. And now, I mean, Juza has a ton of decisions here too, so.
It's nice when you're playing the aggressive deck and you have decisions to make in it.
Yeah.
Nice. I was wondering if we were going to see this because then the kitty dies with the legend rule, right? So he flips
Exactly.
anyway. And Ragavan, look at him, he's red.
This is really interesting.
Okay, command.
It's really interesting because first you gotta, once it resolves, pick a legend roll, trigger goes on the stack. Lorenzo can then Kozilek's command the Ajani that's left, but in response to that, Martin can lightning bolt the other cat and then flip with the Kozilek's command on the stack. So I think this is a genius play from Martin. Yeah, I think it puts Lorenzo in a really awkward spot where I think Ajani is just gonna flip. Now, one thing that Lorenzo could also do is Kozilek's command the Ragavan in response to a Johnny down ticking, and then it doesn't get that red effect.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's the one that really hurts, right?
Yeah.
Silent Johnny, installation.
Ooh, I think this actually works even better for Juza because he could respond by lightning bolting his cat, and then
could,
the
yeah.
other Ajani comes in. So I think.
Oh, yes, you're right.
I think if Ajani.
Then he doesn't have to legend rule it, right?
Yeah, I think Martin is going to rethink this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think he probably should lightning bolt the
Bolt the cat.
warrior, but
Bolt
it's
the
very
cat.
close because you're of course you're using up your lightning bolts.
Yeah.
But it looks way too tempting right now to me.
I would like to still do something.
Yeah, just checking if you can
is that
still do
okay?
something here in response.
Yeah, I don't know. Did Lorenzo pick up those
I
cards?
just look at the 2 cards.
Yeah, because priority is still on Martin.
Yeah, it's basically have we went too far type thing, and
Yeah,
of course we'll let the judges deem what happened.
Not right away, but
not right there. Why it was so.
Well, I was thinking what to do, and then I said if I would like to do something.
So I don't think you gain any extra information except for what the spell was about to do. So I think yes, you're still intend to do that.
Okay.
Next time try to be more.
Yeah.
Punctual.
Okay. This is all really on the edge, but I believe it's still doable.
Yeah. And I think most of the
it's not like I put my
because you didn't get any extra
Yeah,
information
yeah,
for your point, so
yeah.
maybe you're still.
And you didn't gesture to pass or anything like that.
Can I
right?
ask you? I think
Bingo, the judge said exactly what it kind of boils down to.
Not
It
about
was
this.
extra
No
information
problem.
gained.
Yeah. Yeah. So Lorenzo, as is his right, gets to discuss away from the table with the judge.
And what Lorenzo's doing here, it never feel like you shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
Judges are your friends. Ask them any questions at any point. You know, you never want to just make a decision and then look back on something and regret. So
Yeah, for sure.
always ask judges. They're your friends. They want to help you out.
Yeah.
And you want to know exactly what's going on. I mean, the amount of questions I ask when I'm in these kind of situations,
Plenty.
I almost look back and I'm like, why did I ask such a silly question? I knew that, but I was like
just want to be-
98%
yeah.
sure. I want to be 100% sure.
Yeah,
And-
you don't want Nelson Mandela effect yourself, right?
Yeah,
Into thinking
yeah.
it's something, but it's not. So.
Exactly.
And yeah, don't feel bad if your opponent like gives you crap for calling a judge. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Don't feel bad about it. Just it's your right. You're upholding the integrity of the game, maintaining
Absolutely.
the board state, et cetera, et cetera. So
Yep. And this might just be Lorenzo just double checking exactly when a
When
point
this-
would have
yeah,
went
yeah.
too far, or trying to learn for future moments. But regardless, this is such a huge moment, and I think Juice is going to do exactly that.
yeah, he's gonna bolt the kitty.
cat. A Johnny will flip. Other Johnny comes in. You get another cat, and then a Johnny can down tick. That'll be the fourth permanent, and you can kill Thief of Existence.
Wow.
So I mean, this is going to
That's
be
sick.
detrimental
Actually, so the spell is
to
on stack.
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
You can act just next time try.
Yeah. If this transforms, it's a different permanent, right? It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Not the same.
It exiles. It comes back into play.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. And see, that's another thing. Juza probably knows that, but
Yeah.
he's
Just-
probably 98%. He
double
wants to be
check.
100%.
Absolutely. So, with a trigger on the
Respond
stack.
by killing this.
Okay.
With my lightning bolt. So this dies. This.
So he could have done what you said in killing the original Johnny, right?
No.
Oh, no,
this
no,
is
no,
what
the
I
kitty,
said.
kitty.
Yeah,
Yes,
you gotta. If you kill the original Johnny,
Then nothing happens.
yes. That's a poor use of a lightning bolt.
And this resolves.
Yeah, so this flips. The Ajani's still on the stack. Now the Kozilek's command is resolving, which you still get both modes.
Yeah.
You have two cards.
So, question.
Yeah.
Was the other Johnny on the field with the sack
you're
effect?
making one token
No,
from
because if
the
it was
stack?
on the field, the first action you have to do
Okay.
is legend roll.
Right.
So it was still on the stack, and in fact, it is still on the stack now,
Okay.
right below Kozilek's command.
Okay.
So now Lorenzo will resolve this. Then a Johnny 2 comes on in, brings the cat friend, and then the flip side of a Johnny will bring in second cat. 4 damage will be dealt to Thief of Existence, and then Ragavan gets to possibly connect, and whatever was, put on top. I guess just one card's put on top, so you get to draw. it.
That's
Yeah.
two targets, right? Yeah, it targets you. And
Thank you, Judge.
So you
Yeah.
do a card.
That was a pretty convoluted little
It
interaction.
really was.
Comes with a token.
Yep.
And this makes a token.
There's his buddy. There's another buddy. There's red permanents. Thief is gone. Ragavan gets to steal things.
attack with the Ragavan.
Cheeky monkey.
Oh, and that just was a huge turnaround. Now, all that being said, we got a fire spot that's about to clean things
Oh,
up.
yeah.
So it is going to leave Juza with only an Ajani.
Yeah.
And what is that? Is that a pithing needle? So you could actually cast that. Martin
pretty.
can play that and name Blade of the Blood.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes you bring a needle against this deck, so you can just. I mean, that looks awesome to me.
Yeah, I'll cast the needle. I'll say. I hope I'm saying the right. Blade of the Blood Chief.
Yeah, don't type it wrong.
yeah, it isn't like the old days where if you just said it wrong, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You can just kind of describe it and players can understand what's going on. But so now Beseju can be the land drop. Lorenzo kind of has two decisions. Can Malevolent Rumble first and then get rid of that spawn to then Fire Sprout, or you can just Fire Sprout right away and then just play a land. Either way, this will be a good turn for Lorenzo, too.
Yeah.
Another question. I know it's not the right time to do it, but that Boseiju represents a way to kill that Pithing Needle, doesn't it?
True, but we also have Haywire Might, so at any point of any Urza Saga you find, you're able to clear the needle out. I think step one for Lorenzo is ignore the Pithing Needle. It doesn't exist. You need to stop the cats from killing you.
Yes. It's nice to be swarmed by kittens. Lions, on the other hand, not so much.
So one of the best hits we could probably get is a Saga. Urza Saga here would be great.
Philly, none.
Yeah, and now that is just Grove or Commercial District.
Yeah, that's a grove.
Grove with burn willows? Yeah.
Yep. So probably just getting the Grove, and then you can keep the Boseiju for something big like, well, Bombardment, Blood Moon, or the Needle.
Sure, yeah.
And I think Lorenzo's going to think about this and end up dealing 3 damage to each creature.
Yes. Absolutely what needs to be done here. Sure, the Ajani gets to stick around because Fire Sprout doesn't hit that.
Yep. So gets the district, so that probably means Boseiju is going to be the land.
Yep. Sacking the little buddy. Fire Spout goes, and we have a whole clear board now.
All right.
Lovely.
Now we kind of start over, but Martin does get the Planeswalker. Now there's no other red permanent yet. I mean, we see 2 in hand.
Corey.
So we're gonna be dealing some damage. Ooh, nope, you don't take 1. We gotta make sure that was not 1 damage.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Yep.
Yep.
My bad. I had my finger on the button ready to be like,
all right, well, I hope it doesn't come down to 1 life.
Yeah. Martin's just like, all right, nice sequencing.
Even the pros make mistakes, right?
I threw myself off completely. Go.
Yeah.
At least you can be candid about it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, this just is a nice lesson that even the goats, of course, we all make mistakes. The game is so hard.
Yeah, you have to have a sense of humor when you're playing at this competitive level, because otherwise you're just going to get so in your head and agonize over absolutely everything.
Yep. Yeah, and I think Lorenzo played this quite well. It's just how the things unfolded. It kind of ended up a little brutal for him as the Blood Moon now, Lorenzo has green and red mana. That's kind of not the problem. But what he doesn't have, this Brute Scale deck is kind of a 3-color deck because you do not have access to the colorless mana.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem for him right now. Because the Thief of Existence can deal with Blood Moon, but you just do not have the colorless mana to do so.
Yeah, and people who aren't familiar with colorless mana know you can't just use generic mana. It's a very specific symbol. I've seen a lot of people make that mistake where they're just like, oh, I can just tap this forest for it. Like, no, you can't.
This counter doesn't work on Blood Moon, right?
It's mountain.
It's mountain.
Layers question.
Definitely a mountain. So I think Lorenzo's best draw is a Rumble, because then you get a Scion, which can produce that colorless mana. Now, you'd still need it over time a little bit, so Lorenzo kind of needs to find it very quickly. And all right, that's the big 13 drop, so we can kind of look at the graveyard.
That's a ways away still, I think.
Yeah, we got Kindred, Instant, Creature, Sorcery, Land.
So what's that, 6 discount?
That's 5.
5.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, we are just 2 away, but that is going to be... This clock is pretty quick. This might be lethal next turn for Juza.
You know what we're going to see? A Reckless Power Surfer.
Yeah.
I bet you. Oh, but 2 Goblin Bombardments. Yeah, having redundancy there, sure.
Nope, it's terrible. Yeah, the worst possible draw, but...
Oh, my.
But, I mean, normally you could be like, okay, if I top deck Eldrazi Temple, would be perfect. You have 13, but it is a mountain.
It's a mountain,
So I think Lorenzo has 12, unless I miscounted the types in the yard.
Blood Moon equals mountain. And yes, Kindred is a card type.
Yep. So right now, as it stands, I think Lorenzo has Mountain Pass.
Sorry, I played
My
so bad.
goodness
This is
me.
insane.
Martin Yuza picking up the victory there.
I threw myself off
Congratulations.
with the Blood Moon that I didn't fetch before casting.
I was going to say that too. I didn't want to put extra salt. I was like, he should have got the Power Lure first to get a Surveil.
Yeah.
And then played Blood Moon and then negative Johnny for the 1 damage. But,
Oh, well.
Yeah, Magic is so hard.
Little things, little things.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it did not matter. He had everything he needed on
you were
board to
worried
get
that
the
you
job
might-
done.
might do
Yeah.
something
And
wrong.
that Blood Moon
I
just,
I
you know,
probably did.
preventing a possibly game-ending Emrakul
I started
Yeah.
communications
Lorenzo.
with them,
Yeah,
just
no, that was
worst thing ever.
an
Just
incredible Blood
flat
Moon
out
at the
just, like,
end.
pulled and
Let's
all
listen in.
flashes and it's like you are in the field.
Alrighty, we're gonna jump into the
Yeah.
next matchup that we were looking at, which was Javier's.
Mm.
They won an in basically for day 2. So if we can show you that, we're gonna jump down there and see the end of that game. We did hear some cheering, so let's watch as the Hall of Famer, 2-time world champion, makes it into day 2.
Yeah, it was basically an undeniably winning position when we left, so something very wrong would have had to happen for him not to make it. The battleship!
What? No way!
Yes.
He's playing that? Holy moly.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
always a nice one of Karn target.
Yeah, if the game goes long, I'm going to cost some other big things. It's just
Yep.
a spacecraft at this point.
Man, imagine playing your winning in. You're like, all
Wow.
right, let's see. 3-4. I'm sure my opponent's not going to be that. Oh, Javier Dominguez. Great,
Yeah.
great.
Do you
yeah.
think he does this to himself just to be like, yeah, I like to make myself sweat?
No.
No, I don't.
No, he does not. Because,
He doesn't sweat.
Javier's goal for every event, he is just at such another level
Yeah.
of, pretty much most Magic players that
Mm-hmm.
whenever he enters an event, he wants to win it.
Oh, Javier.
I love whenever he wins a big match, he's out of there.
Oh, yeah.
To go probably hug Anthony Lee, I
or
imagine.
Lee.
There we
Hey!
go! The survivors.
All right, we get another day 2 out of them. The bit continues, friends. Congratulations to Team Cosmos getting their both like stellar players and probably a bunch of others. We'll find out at the end of the day through to day number 2. So you'll love to see it.
And Christopher Larson giving out maybe his first hug. I mean, he usually is not a hugger.
Yeah, he's definitely not a
Yeah,
hugger.
no.
He doesn't throw people in the air either.
No, definitely not. So big congrats to Javier. That is awesome. I mean, 15 events in a row is truly
Insane.
unheard of to make day 2 at Pro Tour.
And 2 people are doing it? Like,
Qualifying for 15 Pro Tours in a row is a feat in itself, but qualifying for day 2 of 15 Pro Tours is just
oh
stellar.
boy.
So,
All right, we got some work
congrats,
to do. We
guys.
got to get good. All right, friends, we're going to have a quick short break. It's the same thing. We're going to have a break, and we'll be right back with more Magic from round number 8. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes, coming to you from Amsterdam. We are in the Netherlands. We are at MagicCon. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of people hanging out with their friends, playing games of Magic, getting merch, picking up artist proofs, everything.
Exciting panels for new sets. I mean,
Watching
yeah,
game
all
nights
kinds
live.
of cool stuff.
Whatever you could possibly want in terms of Magic, it's at a MagicCon. So if you're not here this weekend because you're watching us, you might be doing both.
Yeah.
Come hang out with us next time because it'll be great, right, Corey?
Yeah, Atlanta will be fun. Come on and check it out. Yeah, these events are great.
Absolutely love it. And absolutely love the action that we've been seeing today at the Pro Tour. We are in the modern rounds and we are in the final round of the day. We got one more match to show you and another undefeated player in Timo Bertram looking to remain undefeated and go 7-0-1 up against our Spotlight Foundation's winner, the very first winner of the Spotlight Series, Nicholas Odenheimer. Two big bads of the format, Boros Energy up against Izzet Affinity. What do you like about this matchup here, Corey?
You know, this one's close. These are the two tied co-leaders for most played deck. You know, it is very much a close matchup. Izzet Affinity, when they have their best draw, they look unbeatable. But when they don't have their best draw, you know, Boros Energy can really get them. Plus post board, Boros Energy has access to Wrath of the Skies. You know, sometimes Meltdowns. All kinds of anti-artifact cards. So I do think the matchup gets better for Boros Energy post board.
And Timo is up against here, so vexing bobble.
That can be brutal because most of the time, Izzet Affinity is incentivized to not play the 0 drops until you find weapons manufacturing, Pinnacle Emissary, those kind of things. So even a turn 1 Vexing Bobble on the draw can really mess with Nicholas Odenheimer's hand.
Yeah. Any fun plans you had? Well, Vexing Bobble's going to be a thing that needs to be answered first and foremost, as we now have a Thraben Charm to get rid of the land drop, in essence, here for Nicholas Odenheimer. So he's playing the land destruction deck
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boros land destruction here. And Arcbound Ravager, as great of a card as it has been historically, you know, one of the cards that has just been the best card in Affinity decks for a very long time. Not as amazing now.
Yeah.
Needless to say. And now here comes the plethora of 0 drops that you can just get to put immediately to the graveyard, which just shows the power of Vexing Bobble. It is one of the best kind of hate cards that you can have in Modern. And that was just to get 2 drones.
Yeah, I mean, you got some birdies here, so, you know, Nicholas has to go. You got to get a little creative here, right?
Yeah.
If Vexing Bobble's on the board, you have a problem as the Affinity player.
Yeah. And imagine if Nicholas Odenheimer has Kappa in hand, you know, Kappa Cannoneer, you would have been able to play it right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Emissary with the other 2 0 drops in the yard, and all of a sudden the game looks pretty close to unwinnable from Timu's side. But with the Vexing Bobble, you got to think, as long as Timu has a solid follow-up here, big advantage to him.
Yeah. Guide of Souls, great place to be here for Boros Energy. Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer. Is he dashing in there?
Dashing on in.
Whee! Would you like to block?
You can. Drones are good,
You
but
can't.
they are not good at blocking Ragavans.
They are not.
Yeah. Now.
I bet he would like to block. But
Yeah. Timu's like, I could play that, but it does still have to be countered if it's on your side as well.
Yeah, that's true. You know, it's a double-edged sword there. So if you do want to do any free shenanigans, well, think again.
Exactly. Now, of course, Timo could have sacrificed Vexing Bobble and then played Mishra's Bobble.
Why would you want to?
Exactly. Yeah, that is exactly it.
That just seems like a bad decision. That's if you're Emrakuling someone, yeah, you do that on their turn.
Yeah. Man, what a difference of one Modern Pro Tour makes. We look at Edge of Eternity, and Boros Energy had an abysmal win rate. It was in the 30s, I think.
It was
I
terrible.
remember.
Yeah, like
it was
35
terrible.
or something.
And, you know, I mean, of course, this game can still kind of go any direction, but right now, it's looking like Boros Energy is favored to be the #1 and #2 seed with Juza and Timu, which is pretty cool.
They were like, you know what? We didn't have the Pro Tour we wanted to last time around, so we got to get good. Hey, could you ban Flage for us? Cool, thanks.
There you go.
Decks are better.
There you
Ta-da.
go.
2 Guided Souls now for Timo. Would be interesting to see what the follow-up is here, if we can really push the advantage.
Yeah.
Ragavan once again.
And just no play there from Nicholas last turn.
Yeah,
Just
that's
is
rough.
really, really brutal. As well, you had 5 permanents once again, so I think it's almost very likely that there's a Kappa Cannoneer in hands from Nicholas
Yeah.
that has just been stranded thanks to that Vexing Bauble, you know?
I mean,
this-
yeah. What does he
this
have? Like one card in hand, if that?
It's
No, he's got
three.
three. He's got three.
But you got to think, if you're not playing cards, what is it? It could be 0 drops or it could be Kappa. That's
Yeah.
kind of it.
All right, weapons manufacturing. I mean, why not?
That one you might want to cast.
Yeah, it won't get countered. Could have some fun with it.
Yeah, it doesn't really synergize with a single card in Boros Energy, but you know, except for casting your own Vexing Baubles, not ideal there.
Yeah, you just keep stealing things. That's the whole point of Ragavan,
Yeah.
right?
And I got to say, we saw Nicholas win that first spotlight with the Leyline
Yeah.
list, and just one of the nicest people you will ever be able to meet. He's a great ambassador for the game.
Hell yeah.
Both
It's
very
great to
good
see
and
him.
very nice.
Yeah, but great to see him continuing his success and
Yeah.
showing up here again with an excellent record, 6-1.
Yeah, because I mean, that was quite a few years ago. So he's still on the Pro Tour, still chaining together invites and making them count here at 6-1.
I don't even remember when it was. Was it last year, like January or something?
It was, I think, December of the year before.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, time flies.
No kidding.
Yeesh. Spellbomb now.
No, it was January. You're right. You're right.
The Pyrite version thereof, trying to take care of one of these Guide of Souls.
Kind of the only time you can deal with it in response to the Dash Ragavan on the stack. So there's no extra life gained, energy gained as well. Whoa.
Oh.
That's excellent. In response, you're able to get Solitude on the board, which puts your energy count to 3. Now, sure, you're going to lose 1 Guide of Souls, but now you're able to either send Ragavan to the skies or send your 3/4 Guide of Souls to a 5/6
Yeah.
with double flying.
I maybe want to do that because Ragavan still has to go back to hand, right?
Exactly, yeah.
It doesn't remove that clause. I do like the thought of an Angel Monkey, though.
Yeah, and you just got to think, what is the way that you can actually clear out Guide of Souls from the Affinity deck? There's not a lot of ways to deal with the 5/6. You can play Engineered Explosive on 1, hope for land 3, and then blow it up there. But of course, you just flashed in a Solitude.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
you have
free.
A Vexing
You
Bauble.
got to counter that. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, no mana paid for it, so.
and there's you can't respond by saying, "Oh, with this on the stack, sack the Vexing Bauble."
Yeah, because it's been cost already.
Yeah, it's clearly
Yeah.
something that was kind of missed.
Oopsies.
By Bertram.
All right, well, the judges are on it.
Yeah, and you know, hey, we've been here for 9 hours. These
Yeah,
players have been playing
long day.
high-stake Magic. It happens, you know. We saw Juza make that little mistake at the end,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, it can happen to anyone.
We've seen a couple oopsies today. You know, players have been playing for a long time now. They've got another full day ahead of them tomorrow, hopefully.
Yep.
You know, if they're doing really well, they have a full day, and then they get to draft on Sunday.
Yeah, if I was playing and this was the worst mistake I made, I'd be like, "Wow, I'm playing great Magic," you know, like.
Oh my.
It's a tough day, and if you walk away, you know, from a Pro Tour with a good positive record and you only made 1-2 mistakes, you got to feel like that's
Oh, yeah.
that's about as good as it gets.
I mean, what are we like, punt and won a game, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. 1.5.
1.5. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
And looks like judges just talking this out and making sure they get it right here. Because at the end of the day, you can't forget about your Vexing Bauble trigger, you know?
Yeah.
Even though we did forget about it, but it has to be enforced and caught. Same with chalices. You can't chalice check yourself. You know, if your opponent has a chalice, you can try to play into it, and they do have to catch it, but you're not allowed to not catch it yourself. That's not how that works.
Yeah. So in these cases, usually there's a rule allowing a simple rewind to where Solitude is on the stack, so resolving the bauble trigger works. So.
Yep. So, you know, a 2 for 0 there. Not ideal, getting rid of a white card and losing your Solitude. But honestly, I still think Bertram is ahead here.
You know, when you make oopsies like this and you're still ahead, you're okay. You can forgive yourself a little quicker.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, that kind of stuff does happen. You're like, you're so far ahead, you kind of play a little bit looser. But really, you know, kind of the Reed Duke thought, that's when you should kind of slow down
Yeah,
and just be like,
absolutely.
all right, I have this. Now don't do anything that I'm
Don't-
going to
yeah.
be at dinner and regret for the rest of the night, you know?
Absolutely. Seasoned Pyromancer now on board for Timo. Let's see what he finds and what gets chucked.
No cards in hand, so just got to
cards
draw
in hand,
2
yeah.
because we got rid of the 2. So perfect.
Lovely.
And
no little friends.
Now we are up to 3 energy, so the next attack, Guide of Souls can send something else to the skies. So Nicholas might have to leave one of these drones back, even though they can only block flyers. And yeah, it looks like Nicholas agrees. Yeah, I really hope Nicholas shows us
this is rough.
the hand at the
Yeah,
end, because it's
please.
got to be 1 or 2 or 3 Kappas.
Yeah.
There's always been 5 permanents. There's
Yes.
never been an opportunity where a 6th.
I mean,
could have
yeah,
played it,
look at the
so.
work that this Vexing Bauble has done against both players.
Yeah.
But, you know, all of that junk that's in the graveyard there for Nicholas, that is what fuels his Kappa Cannoneers. That's the win condition right there. And Vexing
for
Bauble
sure.
just showed up at the exact right time for Teemo.
And Kappa's just so hard to kill. Ward 4 is pretty much hexproof.
Yeah, basically.
So now we'll see where this Guide of Souls trigger goes. I'm pretty tempted, if I'm Bertram, to put it on the Seasoned Pyromancer.
Yeah.
4/4 flyer looks great.
Off to attacks we go. Trigger. Gonna make the Seasoned Pyromancer into the Seasoned Angel.
You know, now Nicholas does have 1 decent block, and it's drone there, Ravager there, sack both, eat Ragavan. But at the end of the day, you know, Nicholas is going to agree with me there, but at the end of the day, now you're so far away from Kappa.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like your way to win.
Be like, what does he do otherwise? You know,
Yeah.
Die. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, now Nicholas, if he is able to find untapped land, Urza Saga would be the best one.
Yeah.
And just play Pinnacle Emissary, that could be nice, but the tear after you sacked everything is probably GG here.
Oh my goodness me. Nicholas not finding land 3, not able to cast any of his 0 mana artifacts.
Yeah.
That fuels this Is It Affinity list. Teemo Bertram is going to be 3 Kappa Cannoneers in hand.
3 Kappas, yep.
Holy moly. That is either super unlucky or incredibly lucky if there was no Vexing Bauble on the board.
Is it Affinity giveth and
Wow.
Is it Affinity taketh? These are the type of games that you just have to be okay with when you play Affinity. Sometimes when you can play turn 2 Kappas, your deck looks amazing.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have draws like this where your opponent has 1 key piece of removal and your deck looks a little less than
Oh my
amazing. It
goodness.
is a high volatile deck for sure.
Surely is, and there's plenty of those in the room. I can't wait to see what the conversion
Yeah.
rate will be for tomorrow, friends. But that is going to do it for the Magic here today. Myself and Corey are going to send you back on over to the desk, and we're going to wrap it all up and see what we have in store for tomorrow.
Cap is in chat for the Cannoneer. Thank you so much, both of you here wrapping up day 1 of competition. Welcome to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight with you here as we close out day number 1. Let's do the all-important thing now and take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 1 day of competition. One player in the room with a perfect record, that is Hall of Famer Martin Yuza. But we do have another player who is technically undefeated in Teemo Bertram at 7-0-1. So congratulations to both of those players. A lot of big names on 7-1 as well after them, including Arne Huschenbett, your Kaldheim Championship winner. Jesse Hampton, longtime grinder, currently sitting on 7-1 as well. Eduardo Sajgalit at 6-1-1, the draft leader for Team Worldly Council. Excellent start to the tournament for him this weekend. And we know draft is going to be so important, starting out with draft again tomorrow morning. And then, of course, our top 8 will be draft as well. So a lot left to go here, but here's a look at your standings at the end of day number 1. Now we move on to some decks to watch. Frank, what do you have your eye on as we head into day 2 tomorrow?
Well, I want to start with the deck of the day, which has to be Boros Energy. Both Martin Juza, 8-0, and Teemo Bertram at 7-0-1 played Boros Energy. Even though its overall win rate was actually somewhat lackluster, 46%, the 2 players at the top of the field got there by leveraging the energy mechanic. Now, as we know, Boros Energy, it's an aggressive strategy with powerful 1-drops, while Ocelot Pride and Ajani flood the board with cat tokens, but Martin's list featured some spice as the only list in the entire tournament to include Reckless Pyro Surfer, the 2/2 with haste that boosts all your creatures with landfall, so synergy with tokens, synergy with fetch lands. As Martin told me, he didn't want too many 3, so he got Ranger Captain of Eos, and he liked that it was a red permanent for Ajani. Now, as a deck I selected to be on the rise, well, I wanted to give some honorable mentions. First to Rasmus Enegren, who went 5-0 in Modern as a sole player on Song of Creation. But out of all archetypes with more than one pilot, Simic Neoform actually had the best modern performance, winning 61% of its matches today. This deck wants to cast Allosaurus Rider for free, upgrade it into a game-winning creature with Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. And in particular, Galta can just put a menagerie of finishers onto the battlefield, potentially allowing you to win as early as turn 2. Now, with good stats overall and a particularly strong matchup against Boros Energy, Simic Neoform was arguably the hottest deck on day 1. Eldrazi Tron, on the other hand, didn't actually fare so well. I mean, I could have also chosen Ruby Storm and Boros Energy as underperformers, but I wanted to highlight Eldrazi Tron because it was actually played by some of the best in the game, including Nathan Stoyer, Christopher Larson, or Javier Dominguez, but it didn't put up good numbers, only a 46% win rate in the modern rounds, with just a bad performance against decks like Boros Energy, Brute-Scale, Amulet, Boros Land Destruction. Yeah, like this deck, even though it has the powerful Urza Lands combination, as we know 1+1+1 is 7 in this deck.
Oh yes.
It just didn't really seem well positioned in this metagame so far, Maria.
But Javier did make day 2.
He did.
Yay! The run continues for our survivors. Riley, what about players to watch?
Well, there are plenty of players to watch, of course, but the headline act for today, as we've talked about, is none other than Martin User. Undefeated 8-0, the perfect record. I've been doing this a long time, this job, and I want to tell you that the winner's interview that you're about to see with Martin User is perhaps the best I've ever done. I'm not taking any credit for it. You'll see why in just a moment. It was incredible to talk to Martin at the end of a stellar day. Look at that, wins all the way down with a deck that he didn't seem to like very much. He said it didn't really have any good matchups. He said that he's played very poorly, but as I reminded him after our interview, Martin User playing badly is still better than a lot of the best Pro Tour players playing well. He's done really, really well today. I got the chance to catch up with him. My friends all around the world, please enjoy this interview with Martin User. I'm here with Hall of Famer Martin User and the only player here at the Pro Tour to have ended up with an 8-0 perfect record. Congratulations, Martin. It's great to see you doing so well. Although, based on the chats we had before this tournament, I don't think you really fancied your chances. Are you surprised to be in this position here?
Oh yeah, I didn't really have expectations. I thought I prepared really well for draft. For Constructed, I just played a deck that I played the most with in testing, and I played embarrassingly bad right now. I'm fully aware, but hey, I'm old. It's been a long day. I can't focus anymore, and I'm just glad it's over. Yeah, I'll take it.
Well, look, if your bad performances end up with an 8-0 finish, we're not going to complain too much about that. But tell us about the deck. You are playing Boros Energy. It was a known quantity coming into this tournament. Although you've put a bit of a spin on the deck, you've made some spicy choices.
I'm not even sure if it's a good card. I'm playing a 2 Reckless Pyrosurfer because there's a lot of tokens in the deck. You have Ocelot Pride. You have 4 Voice of Victories. You have 3 copies of Pyromancer, and it just works really well with the fetch lands. You know, sometimes there's a lot of combo in the format, and it's a red permanent for a Johnny, so I kind of felt like it made sense. And I didn't really like any cards in the last 2 slots anyway, so you know, worst case, he just boarded out.
Just a random 2-mana 2/2, perfect. Yep, and it's doing you really well so far. Now you've been in this position before, of course. You've crushed a number of Pro Tours in the past. You've top 8'd 4 of them. Is a 5th one on the horizon as you head into day 2? Are you thinking about that yet?
No, not really. No.
Well, you got to say more than that. Come on, let's hype up day number 2, undefeated Martin User. Let's go, baby.
I'm really hyped up. You know, tomorrow I'm going to open something sick in the draft, and you know, it's going to be easy 3-0, and we'll take it from there.
That's good. We'll just cut that first answer that he gave. Fantastic. Martin User, quite seriously, mate, it is so good to see you performing like this at the Pro Tour at the highest level. Congratulations on today, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Riley.
Another player to watch here we have, as well as Martin User, undefeated. We also have Timo Bertram on 7-0-1. Not quite locking up the 8-0 perfect record, but all the same, we saw Timo get over the line in last round, 7-0-1. Still technically undefeated after a draw in round number 1. From there, he just did not stop winning and has closed out the day as one of the undefeated players, and certainly a player to watch. Both of these players as well, it's worth noting, playing Boros Energy as we discussed. And finally, the final player to watch here, Javier Dominguez. He's done it again, scraping in after starting, what was it, 1-4?
Yes.
Managed to win out after that, stringing together those 3 crucial wins to make sure he comes back in day number 2. Javier Dominguez, a very devoted, very motivated player. but I don't think it was the prize money or the trophy or anything else that was motivating him to win that last one. I think it was making sure he didn't lose the Survivor title to Ely, sorry. So well done, Javier Dominguez. We're so pleased to see that you've made it to day 2, and hopefully tomorrow he can continue this performance he's put together after battling back.
Oh, yes, indeed. What about our match of the day, Frank?
For match of the day, I want to take us back all the way to round 1 between Nathan Stoyer and Davor the Technic. It was a great match between two excellent limited players with strong draft decks. We saw the bombs come out with Nathan having Massacre Girl and Davor finding Captain Marvel every game. But in particular, there was just a lot of back and forth where both players really maneuvered well and played around the right stuff, from not attaching equipment to avoid Murder's Crusade, to perfectly reading Lightning Strike in hand to line up the right blocks and stay alive. Now, the match unfortunately ended up in a timeout draw, as games in this limited format tend to go long, but it just was an excellent showcase of high-level gameplay that will already show an indication of what to expect for the top 8 on Sunday.
All right, very excellent. That is our match of the day. Well, as Martin Yuza says, it's old. I'm old. It's been a long day, and I'm glad it's over. Let's take a look at what's coming up today and tomorrow here at the Pro Tour. Come on back. We might be old, but we're going to do it again tomorrow. Rounds 9 through 16. Tune on in 11 a.m. CEST. That's 5 a.m. Eastern Time. A bit early for our friends in Eastern Time, but if you're up, join us tomorrow as we work our way towards our top 8. Then, of course, you do not want to miss our top 8 on Sunday. For the first time in 15 years, it is a top 8 draft on Sunday. Note the time change here. It's going to be a little earlier, 10 a.m. CEST, 4 a.m. ET, 5 p.m. JST. Capping off day 1 here at Pro Tour, Marvel Superheroes, and what a fantastic, dare I say, marvelous start to the tournament it has been here in the beautiful city of Amsterdam. As the 362 Pro Tour players entered the convention center, they knew this tournament would be something different, featuring the first Pro Tour top 8 draft in 15 years. And draft felt ever more important as round 1 got underway with a limited format that is really remarkable and rewards the basics of very good drafting. Then, of course, we had Modern for the first time in a whole year. We got to see what the pros pack to play at the highest level, fresh off a series of bans and unbans. And it was clear that what makes Modern great was still well intact, the power to play almost any kind of deck. At the end of the day, only one player had a perfect record. That was Martin Yuza, a Grand Prix All-Star and Hall of Famer looking to add to his already stellar resume. But he'll have 219 other players to get through first. See you back here tomorrow, friends, as we play some more Draft and Modern to find our top 8.